3 years after graduating from Hogwarts, Felix stepped once again into the hallowed halls of the magical school. But this time, he donned the robes of a professor. What sparks might fly when the wisdom of Muggles intertwines with magic? Chapter 1. Felix Haip. July 1992, London. Within a towering edifice of the West End commercial district, well-trained professionals busied themselves, the cacophony of discussions and the rhythmic clatter of keyboards. Filling the in a modest, makeshift conference room, a serious conversation was underway. Felix, have you truly made up your mind? Although you have been with the company for less than a year, I assure you, your talents have garnered the recognition of everyone in the firm. If you choose to remain here, believe me, you will achieve great things. Spoke a quintessentially British middle-aged man, impeccably attired in a tailored business suit, his neatly coiffed hair reflecting his meticulous nature. Opposite him sat a strikingly handsome young man in his 20s, with piercing light blue eyes that left a lasting impression. Felix smiled gently. Boss, my decision is firm. The middle-aged man scrutinized Felix for a considerable moment, observing his unwavering resolve. With a resigned sigh, he relented. Very well, you have won. Felix beamed a warm smile, rising to collect his suit jacket from a chair, and exchanged a handshake with the standing man. The latter stepped closer, enveloping him in a brief embrace, murmuring, to each their own, right? I fear we have lost a promising talent. Felix blinked his azure eyes. We will always encounter individuals of greater promise. Half an hour later, Felix gathered his belongings and exited the building. As he approached the door, he gazed at the throngs of people on the street, his heart brimming with anticipation. Felix, carrying a small suitcase, meandered down the street, occasionally pausing to evade passing vehicles, intrigued by the makes and models of the cars. Antique vehicles, he mused. His steps were light, and the seemingly long journey invigorated him rather than exhausting him. As the streets became increasingly familiar, Felix encountered several acquaintances. Good afternoon, Mrs. Murphy. Good afternoon, Mr. Haip. After exchanging pleasantries with familiar faces, Felix finally stood before his own door. He retrieved his key and opened the door. Stepping inside, he closed the door behind him. Felix let out a jubilant exclamation, closing his eyes and spreading his arms wide. In that moment, the ordinary room seemed to come alive. The suitcase slipped from his grasp, levitating toward the cabinet, the doors swinging open automatically. Garments hung above fluttered gently, allowing the suitcase to nestle comfortably within. The suit and white shirt on Felix's body unfastened themselves, the tie wriggling free from his neck to hang upon the wardrobe's rod, alongside 3 other exquisitely colored ties. The belt at his waist loosened on its own accord, and as he advanced, the trousers effortlessly separated. With a flick of his hand, a blue silk robe soared forth, enveloping him snugly, fastening itself perfectly. Felix gently snapped his fingers, and soft music filled the air. With his eyes still closed, his hands moved gracefully, as if conducting an orchestra, prompting the kitchen to resonate with the clinking of utensils. After a brief moment, a steaming cup of rich coffee floated before him. He grasped the cup, savoring a delicate sip as a satisfied smile spread across his face. Felix Haip was not merely a recently departed freelancer, but also a grown wizard. He was an alumnus of Hogwarts, the finest and sole magical institution in Britain. Time flies. It has been 3 years since my graduation, Felix reflected. Seated upon his sofa, he then murmured, slightly melancholic, it has also been 21 years since my crossing. Indeed, aside from being a professional freelancer and a concealed wizard, Felix harbored a deeply hidden secret, was a traveler from another realm. Heaven knows how astonished and exhilarated he was when he received the invitation to the magical world, having meticulously charted his own life's course. The world of Harry Potter, the magical adventures of 3 young companions. Regrettably, they were not of the same generation. Upon his arrival at Hogwarts, naively inquiring about Harry Potter, he discovered that he was a full 9 years his senior. Thus, from the moment he enrolled to his graduation, their paths never crossed. It must be acknowledged that Felix was not a Harry Potter fan and possessed only a cursory understanding of the plot. A cursory understanding. After all, he could not foresee the future or anticipate that he would traverse into a genuine magical realm. Had he known in advance, he would have memorized every word. What truly allowed him to grasp the storyline were the subsequent rise of short videos, such as those on a certain platform. It was through this medium that he could vaguely piece together a narrative thread. Fortunately, what truly captivated him was the wondrous magic, the tangible, palpable world of sorcery. And all of this he had obtained. Evening descended. Felix sat at his desk, quietly perusing a tome on magic, the clock ticking away and instilling a sense of restlessness that disrupted his usual tranquility. He awaited a letter of utmost significance. Time flowed slowly, until at last, a soft tap-tap sounded from outside the window. An owl perched silently, gently rapping on the glass. At last, Felix's heart raced as he summoned his wand, giving it a gentle wave. The window swung open, allowing the owl to glide in. The owl circled twice above his head before dropping a letter onto the desk, then settled down to preen its feathers. He tore open the envelope and extracted the letter, which read, "Dear Mr. Felix Haip, we are pleased to inform you that your application for the position of Muggle Studies has been accepted. The interview will take place on July 21st at 10 a.m. Please prepare accordingly. Additionally, please use flu powder to access the school location. Deputy Headmistress McGonagall's office. Should you wish to employ an alternative means, kindly inform us in advance. Sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall." Felix could not suppress a triumphant fist pump as he downed the steaming tea before him. Chapter 2, My Early Life. He had awaited this day for 3 long years. 3 years is indeed a considerable span of time. Back then, he was merely an 11-year-old naive boy, brimming with dreams and aspirations, akin to a laborer freshly arrived in the city to seek his fortune. However, this academy, characterized by ambition, lineage, and glory, was far from welcoming to him. At that time, it had been less than a year since the downfall of the enigmatic figure, and the lingering ideology of purebloods still held sway in the community. As a stronghold of pureblood families, Slytherin was engulfed in tumultuous internal strife. It was precisely during this tumultuous period that a student from a Muggle orphanage was sorted into Slytherin, though one of his parents might have been a wizard, which was not entirely implausible given the context. The impact of this event on their community was profound. Indeed, instances like Felix were not entirely absent, but they were exceedingly rare. Had Felix been an ordinary individual, or even a typical transmigrator, his 7-year academic journey might have been marred by bullying, oppression, and indifference, elements that could have profoundly affected his entire life. Yet, alas, Felix was no ordinary boy. He was endowed with a unique gift. Through relentless practice, he could force the advancement of certain practical spells beyond his current theoretical level of magic. Of course, this enhancement was not limitless. For instance, if his theoretical understanding of magic was at level 1, through repetitive and extensive practice, he could elevate a specific spell to levels 2 or even 3. Though the higher he aimed, the more arduous the task became. Prior to his enrollment, driven by curiosity about magic and a peculiar paranoia typical of adults, he devoted most of his time to mastering 2 specific spells, the full petrification charm and the shield charm. One was offensive, the other defensive, aligning with his balanced approach to skill development from his previous life. Relatively speaking, the full petrification charm was simpler. After enduring thousands of monotonous casting exercises, Felix managed to elevate it to level 2, while the shield charm barely reached level 1. Armed with his level 2 full petrification charm, within the first week of school, Felix overwhelmed the entire first-year cohort of Slytherin and decisively defeated a second-year boy who had cast a hex upon him, leaving him to endure a night of cold in the restroom. This act had significant repercussions, causing no small headache for Severus Snape, who had recently become the youngest head of Slytherin in history. Snape found himself juggling external pressures from other Slytherin parents while navigating the intricacies of internal discord within the house. To be fair, this situation was a considerable test of the management skills of the still novice Professor Snape. Yet, even more troubling matters awaited him, as Felix, by the end of the first-year term, had turned the entire second-year cohort upside down, resulting in many empty seats at the annual House Cup celebration. Otherwise, he feared that some parents might seek him out to cast hexes. In the prevailing environment, such fears were not entirely unfounded. As Felix entered his second year, he had considerably tempered his ways under Snape's oppressive oversight, no longer sending Slytherin students to the infirmary en masse, but rather one by one. By the conclusion of his third year, Felix had ascended to the status of the most formidable student in Slytherin, an undisputed king without a crown. The ramifications of this were palpable. Within the entire academy, none dared to show him disrespect. However, some individuals outside the school continued to voice their threats, vowing to confront him for hiding within the school's walls. Indeed, Felix had spent 3 entire years at school, venturing out only to Diagon Alley for textbooks, never setting foot elsewhere, a lamentable existence. Yet, every narrative harbors its twists, and Felix's was to unfold in his 4th year. During the 4th-year holiday, he finally stepped beyond the school's confines, and within that break, he vanquished 7 adult wizards who attempted to assault him, sending them to Azkaban. This incident was deemed significant news, yet an even greater revelation was to follow. At the entrance feast of his 5th year, Felix challenged Shafiq, a member of one of the sacred 28 pureblood families, to a duel. This so-called pureblood duel is an ancient form of combat, wherein family members engage until one party is utterly defeated or extinguished. Even in the most chaotic and disordered eras, such duels are exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that this practice still exists and has not been abolished. As Felix stood before the sole Shafiq of Slytherin, he leisurely executed the ancient duel etiquette, humiliating the Shafiq family in the presence of all, a necessary step in family duels. The sixth-year Shafiq collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Dumbledore, with his silver hair and profound, wise gaze, remained silent. Felix calmly stated it was the unforgivable curse. Aside from the killing curse, the other two were employed. They simply failed. It was difficult to fathom that, for years after Voldemort's downfall, anyone would dare to act in such a manner. Dumbledore, somewhat wearied, remarked, "The Shafiq family is not entirely composed of Death Eaters. They are merely a family stubbornly clinging to pureblood ideals. Yet, to me, it makes little difference, does it? They deployed 4 individuals during the holiday. As far as I am aware, the Shafiq family is not particularly populous, counting the elderly and the underage. Do they even have 10 members? The Shafiq family is utterly incapable of mounting a defense." Felix's combat prowess had already garnered recognition during the summer, and after the 4 from the Shafiq family were dispatched to Azkaban, their remaining strength barely equated to 4. They could only resort to leveraging their influence to employ underhanded tactics, which proved largely ineffective, for in the face of pure-blood families, familial honor reigned supreme. This unfinished duel stirred a tempest within the entire British wizarding community, and after enduring several months of tumultuous events, culminated in the permanent withdrawal of the Shafiq family from the British magical realm. Furthermore, the nearly millennium-old practice of pure-blood dueling was formally abolished through legal means, influenced by the actions of certain individuals. This incident is referred to as the Duel of August 7th, its implications profound, akin to the downfall of Voldemort for certain obstinate families. During the 5th grade holiday, Felix visited several pure-blood families, culminating in amicable encounters and reaching friendly consensus on various matters. Felix felt gratified, realizing that pure-blood families could indeed be reasonable. In the final 2 years at Hogwarts, Felix maintained a benign demeanor, delving into the mysteries of magic. Upon graduation, he expressed his desire to remain at the school as a teacher, only to be declined by Dumbledore on account of his youth. Nevertheless, he enjoyed a comfortable existence, with the young serpents behaving well. Reflecting on his 7 years of schooling, he found them quite pleasant. Of course, Professor Snape might not share this sentiment. According to the latest whispers from Hogwarts, the professor's notorious temperament is linked to a troublesome student he taught in his early years. Chapter 3. The Interview. On the morning of July 21st at 10 o'clock, Felix dressed formally, standing in front of the fireplace, scattering a handful of flue powder and calling out for the Hogwarts deputy headmaster's office. In a flash of green flames, he vanished from sight. In the deputy headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall was solemnly organizing school documents. Renowned for her strictness, the Transfiguration professor typically wore a stoic expression, yet her mood was rather pleasant at this moment, buoyed by Gryffindor's long-awaited triumph in the previous year's House Cup, which continued to elevate her spirits. With a whoosh, a burst of emerald flames erupted from the fireplace, and a young, courteous gentleman stepped forth. Felix surveyed his surroundings, noting that nothing had changed. How nostalgic. He smiled warmly at Professor McGonagall, saying, "Good day, Professor McGonagall. It has been quite a while." McGonagall pursed her lips, indicating that her mood was swiftly deteriorating or shifting into work mode. "It has indeed been a long time, Felix." As one of his professors, she held a complex sentiment towards this infamous student, though it was not of the same nature as Professor Snape's. Before the long-awaited House Cup victory, Gryffindor had endured a painful streak of 7 consecutive defeats, a situation intricately linked to Felix. Except for the initial 3 years, Felix's learning environment had been excessively harsh, compelling him to retaliate, thus incurring numerous points deductions. However, in the following years, after forcing camaraderie with the young serpents, he appeared to finally recognize his identity as a Slytherin student, destined to fight for the honor of his house. The subsequent years could be encapsulated in a single phrase: glory to Slytherin. Felix stepped forward, glancing at his pocket watch, hoping he had not missed the interview. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall." He hesitated momentarily, then smiled and ascended the steps. After 3 years post-graduation, he had not been idle, particularly after his first job application failure. He pondered whether his student life had been too vigorous, leading him to heed Dumbledore's advice to explore more widely. He spent a year traversing the wizarding world, followed by 2 years laboring in the Muggle realm, researching Muggles. The achievements are remarkable. In 3 years, 3 books have been authored, 2 on Muggle studies and 1 on ancient magical scripts, while a substantial fortune has also been amassed. Ascending the lengthy staircase, Felix entered the headmaster's office, a space brimming with an array of books and alchemical artifacts, adorned with portraits of past Hogwarts headmasters lining the walls. At one side of the headmaster's desk, a phoenix rested with its eyes closed. Dumbledore was engrossed in his studies, enveloped in an atmosphere of profound tranquility. "Good morning, Headmaster Dumbledore," Felix greeted, his voice breaking the silence and invigorating the room. The portraits of the headmasters stirred to life, opening their eyes to regard Felix, whispering and gesturing amongst themselves. One particularly flamboyant portrait exclaimed, "Ah, the finest Slytherin has arrived." The man depicted, sporting a goatee and elongated eyebrows, donned the Slytherin robes. He was Phineas Nigellus Black, who had been voted the least popular headmaster of Hogwarts, also hailing from Slytherin. Felix bowed gracefully in response. At this moment, Headmaster Dumbledore finally lifted his gaze. His appearance was strikingly unique, with a silvery beard cascading down to his chest, his robes somewhat disheveled, and a pair of half-moon spectacles perched on his nose. Yet, none of these characteristics compared to the brilliance of his eyes. His cerulean irises shimmered with an almost ethereal light. Felix found himself momentarily entranced. Time seemed to have left both few and many marks on this venerable headmaster. "Ah, it is Felix," Dumbledore exclaimed, rising and striding towards him with remarkable agility. "I have been anticipating your arrival." Felix, feeling a touch of apprehension, given his previous 3 rejections, shook the headmaster's hand. The two took their seats, Dumbledore peering at him through his thin lenses while waving his wand. "Would you care for something to drink? Pumpkin juice, tea, or perhaps a fresh butterbeer?" he added with a wink. "A cup of tea, please." "Thank you." With a flick of his wand, a steaming cup of tea floated before Felix, who took a sip, only to be met with a bitter taste, a sign of aged tea. It seemed the headmaster seldom indulged in the beverage. The tea leaves were a gift from Sybil. Though I cannot discern their quality, she claims they originate from the distant east. "Fraud," Felix mused inwardly. "At least one of you must be deceiving." After enjoying the tea, the conversation shifted to more pertinent matters. "Felix, your accomplishments over the past few years have been truly commendable. I have been perusing your works, and must say, your insights into Muggle studies are both innovative and profound, providing this old man with a wealth of ideas." Felix smiled, attributing his success to the headmaster's guidance. "The world of Muggles is indeed fascinating, especially in recent decades, as their advancements have been remarkable. Perhaps my works stem from my own Muggle origins, allowing me a deeper understanding of their ways." Dumbledore shook his head. "Your origins do not diminish your efforts. There are many in the wizarding world who come from Muggle backgrounds, yet they cannot claim expertise in Muggle studies. At best, they possess a deeper understanding of certain common knowledge, which hardly equates to true comprehension. Indeed, for I was once a pure Muggle myself." Dumbledore waved his wand, causing a book to soar from the desk. The title was The Struggles of Muggles, beginning 1,000,000 years ago, one of Felix's esteemed works. He was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Dumbledore had been perusing his book. This tome had greatly inspired me, having been read multiple times, particularly for its exploration of the progression of Muggles from a beastly existence over the millennia to their current state from the perspective of technological history. "It is, without a doubt, a marvel," Felix modestly replied. "This perspective is not my own invention. In truth, many sociologists in the Muggle world, essentially Muggle scholars, have significantly aided me with their writings." Dumbledore calmly remarked, "Many Muggles possess great wisdom, yet few in the magical realm acknowledge this truth." "I concur with your sentiment, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore then winked, seemingly glossing over the previous topic, and playfully remarked, "So, it follows that you must have perused a considerable number of Muggle works?" "Frankly, many of my Christmas gifts are books. They seem to believe I have a penchant for reading. However, I have read most of them, and in comparison, I would prefer a pair of woolen socks. Of course, I wouldn't refuse a book from the Muggle world." A clear hint. At least he understood what one ought to gift for Christmas. Indeed, although they lack magic, some among them are willing to dedicate decades to compose a single book elucidating a particular issue or theory. Felix softly noted, "It is arduous. Hence it is precious." Dumbledore seemed somewhat gratified, observing, "It appears you have achieved much in recent years." He then abruptly posed a question, "Why are you so determined to teach at Hogwarts?" Chapter 4. Felix's Theory. Felix appeared puzzled and inquired, "I do not comprehend, Headmaster." The headmaster's meaning was evident. "You have already garnered considerable renown, having graduated 3 years ago and authored 3 remarkable books, each one a gem. Particularly, your 2 works on Muggle studies, though not selling as well as those of another professor you interviewed with, who is also an author, are nonetheless vastly influential. The disparity in their sales is striking. Yet, it is undeniable that the impact of your two books, The Struggles of Muggles, beginning a million years ago and How Muggles Think, has been profound, becoming guiding texts for numerous departments within the Ministry of Magic that deal with Muggle affairs. At the very least, I have discussed various aspects of your books with friends, including the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures and members of the Wisingamot, who have both praised your work. Felix pondered for a moment and replied, Headmaster Dumbledore, I hold a deep affection for Hogwarts. It is my home, and it provides me with a sense of belonging. Furthermore, I am eager to teach students. It is a deeply fulfilling endeavor. Dumbledore interrupted him, his azure eyes sparkling with intensity, revealing no trace of a century's worth of age. We are all aware that this is not the truth. I yearn to comprehend your genuine thoughts, for it holds significant implications regarding your potential acquisition of a teaching position. Felix felt a bead of perspiration form on his brow. Instinctively, he initiated a mental shielding technique, only to cease moments later. This was not a judicious choice. Mental shielding is not infallible, particularly when one's level is comparatively low, especially in the presence of arguably the greatest wizard of this century. Fortunately, he had devised a contingency plan prior to this encounter, having made some minor preparations, such as a few drops of Felix Felicis. After a brief, 2-second contemplation, he resolved to heed his intuition and speak candidly. Felix finally spoke, his tone sincere, to delve deeper into the mysteries of magic. Dumbledore nodded, adopting an attentive demeanor. Headmaster, for my enrollment until my graduation, you have consistently been my principal, thus you should possess a certain understanding of my experiences. Prior to my 5th year, I devoted an excessive amount of time to practical magic to navigate some troubles, neglecting several theoretical subjects. This was the truth. He had felt a pressing urgency to avoid physical confrontations and beatings. At that time, I was in pursuit of power, seeking the potency of individual spells. Yet I was mistaken. It was only in the final 2 years at school, when I finally had the leisure to appreciate the mysteries of magic, that I realized what I had overlooked. This too was accurate. His fortunate circumstances had propelled him toward rapid strength. It had also misguided him into a one-sided pursuit of magical prowess, while disregarding the significance of theory. Dumbledore nodded slightly, his tone regaining its gentle nature, now tinged with curiosity. So, your area of research is ancient runes? This was not a difficult conclusion to draw, considering Felix's 3 volumes, one of which, aside from Muggle studies, was titled Explorations in Ancient Runes. Muggle studies could hardly be deemed a true exploration of magic. Indeed, the deeper one delves into magic, the more one cannot escape the relevance of ancient runes, especially when one seeks to trace back to the origins of ancient magic. It was only in the 6th and 7th grades that he discovered this truth. Yet regrettably, in his OWLs, he only achieved 9 ancient runes, rendering him unable to pursue further studies and forcing him to resort to self-education. This was yet another truth, a folly of Felix's youthful ignorance. Felix continued. Under the influence of Felix Felicis, his intuition sharpened, and his words flowed increasingly smoothly. I do harbor a personal ambition. Hogwarts houses the largest library in the world, replete with numerous texts on ancient runes. However, I have perused all the available books on the market. Regrettably, they are predominantly theoretical with scant practical insights. It seems they merely treat ancient runes as a language, solely for the translation of ancestral manuscripts. Moreover, during my exploration of Muggles, I unexpectedly conceived a novel idea. I endeavored to merge the two. Dumbledore's interest was piqued. Are you suggesting that, if I am not mistaken, you wish to integrate alchemy with Muggle artifacts? Indeed, one must consider the issue of stability, which necessitates the application of ancient runes. What I am currently pursuing goes even further, aiming to combine Muggle ingenuity with wizarding magic. You see, Muggles are perpetually brimming with novel ideas. Yet some of their aspirations seem almost unattainable. However, with the infusion of magic, such endeavors could become effortlessly realizable. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, remarking that the first step is transformation, and the second is creation, a splendid notion indeed. The two engaged in a lengthy discourse on this matter, and it was not until 3 full hours had elapsed that Dumbledore experienced a sudden epiphany. He had, quite unknowingly, immersed himself in a profound discussion with Felix, who could undoubtedly be counted among the most remarkable students he had encountered in recent decades. Especially notable was how, under his guidance, this student had cultivated his ideas over 3 years, culminating in a dazzling display of brilliance. Though he hailed from Slytherin, it was a pity that he belonged to that house. The similarities were striking, Both had emerged from Muggle orphanages. Both were Slytherins, equally remarkable and courteous. And both possessed an unwavering passion for power. How should he choose? Time had demonstrated that his choices from decades past might have been misguided. If only he had refrained from coercing the youth with magical flames, or had shown a bit more concern, or had recognized the latent ambition within him sooner, perhaps the Dark Lord would never have come to be. And now, it seemed yet another similar choice lay before him. How should he decide? The elderly wizard appeared somewhat dazed as he gazed at the young, handsome, and exceptional student before him, and he seemed to catch a glimpse of another shadow, Voldemort. Meanwhile, Felix appeared perplexed, wondering why Dumbledore's expression had suddenly turned complex and pained. Had he uttered something amiss? Had he inadvertently struck a nerve? What was the matter? Felix felt a throbbing headache. Chapter 5 was confirmed. In the headmaster's office, silence reclaimed its dominion. Dumbledore pondered his words carefully. I regret to inform you, Felix, that Professor Babbage has no intentions of retiring. Felix's expression fell, revealing his disappointment. However, Dumbledore quickly interjected. It is evident that you possess a remarkable proficiency in ancient runes. Indeed, Headmaster, Felix replied, a flicker of hope igniting within him as he fixed his gaze upon Dumbledore. The elderly man, not one to prolong the suspense, candidly expressed his desire. I wish for you to teach ancient runes. Would you be willing? I will be delighted, Felix exclaimed, though he soon tempered his enthusiasm. Yes, I am willing. However, Professor Babbage, Hogwarts boasted an abundance of tomes, and becoming a professor would afford him numerous advantages. He envisioned not a fleeting tenure, but at least 5 to 10 years, perhaps. Dumbledore chuckled, his silver beard quivering as he earnestly pointed out, Felix, Professor Babbage is not merely a witch. She possesses a remarkable lineage that alters her perception of time. Is she a half-blood, mixed with other sentient races? It is indeed a possibility. The magical realm is not devoid of such beings. The most common hybrids are the result of unions between humans and giants, succubi, dwarves, and fairies. To his knowledge, there is more than one such individual within the school. Before he could ponder a conclusion, he heard Dumbledore continue. In Professor Babbling's view, taking a sabbatical for 10 or 20 years is quite normal. In fact, when she lamented to me about her lack of a break, she had recommended several names to replace her, among which was yours, Felix. Felix felt a sudden clarity. His rapport with this professor was quite amicable, although he was unable to select ancient runes in his 6th and 7th years. He had diligently sought her guidance during his self-study thereafter, and even after graduation, their correspondence had not ceased. It could be asserted that of all the professors with whom he maintained frequent contact post-graduation, apart from Dumbledore, Professor Babbling was foremost. Professor Dumbledore remarked, your arrival will surely delight Professor Babbling. She has accumulated numerous aspirations over the years, nearly filling a parchment. Seeing such fortuitous news, Felix nodded enthusiastically in agreement. In the heart of the British magical community, Hogwarts, this time he arrived as a professor. Indeed, Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses and stated, I have received word from Dumbledore. Felix. No, I should now refer to you as Professor Haip. You may still call me Felix. I shall always remain your student, he replied. Professor McGonagall let out a slight huff, noting that Professor Snape might not share the same enthusiasm. Felix scratched his head, recalling how he had once greatly vexed Snape. However, McGonagall swiftly moved past that topic, waving her wand to summon several sheets of parchment from the large cabinet in her office. These parchments formed a neat stack, reflecting her serious and diligent character. These are your class schedule, student roster, duties and rights, procurement items, and what I personally believe you will require. She continued, of course, the most pressing matter is whether there will be any changes to your curriculum. Curriculum? Felix queried, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, the curriculum, McGonagall reiterated. Many professors have their own teaching philosophies. In principle, Hogwarts encourages this. Hence, they can determine their own methods of instruction, the balance between theory and practice, and naturally, the selection of textbooks. McGonagall cast a glance at him, adding, I am aware that you have authored a book on ancient runes. Felix understood and, after a moment's deliberation, decided against any alterations. Professor Babbling's curriculum is quite excellent. I benefited immensely during my studies. Very well. Professor McGonagall seemed non-committal regarding his decision. But Felix caught her murmuring softly, the words too faint to discern, though it seemed to pertain to another professor. If only the other professors were similarly agreeable. Felix refrained from inquiring further, mindful as a novice professor not to stir up unnecessary trouble before officially commencing his duties. As a Slytherin, he approached tasks with a distinct sense of purpose. After a pause, Professor McGonagall raised her head to regard the unmoving Felix and stated, "Professor Haip, you may take your leave. We will mail you the official appointment letter and start date, along with any supplementary information." Felix smiled and said, "Professor McGonagall, I wish to prepare further. Although I have made some progress in the realm of magic, I'm still quite young and lack relevant teaching experience. In this regard, your wealth of experience is invaluable, and I greatly seek your guidance." Felix couldn't shake the feeling that Professor McGonagall had smiled, though it might have merely been a twitch at the corner of her mouth. It is said that those who wear a stern expression for long periods are prone to facial paralysis. His mind wandered to whimsical thoughts. "Felix, you are ever so courteous," McGonagall remarked, pausing her work out of respect. "What would you like to know?" "I would like to first review student information, such as academic performance, the number of students across different years in each house, and perhaps some distinguished or renowned young wizards. If there are evaluations for each individual, that would be even better." Professor McGonagall glanced at him, silently waved her wand, and the large cabinet's doors flew open with a cacophony. A flurry of parchment scrolls erupted forth. Felix hastily drew his wand and waved it gently, transforming a feather quill on the desk into a long table. McGonagall nodded in understanding, stacking the scrolls on the table. "Excellent transfiguration," he humbly remarked. "I recall that your evaluations in transfiguration during your first 3 years were not particularly high," she replied. Felix felt a bit embarrassed. At that time, he had been preoccupied with subduing the 7th-year Slytherins, leaving little time for transfiguration practice, which he had approached with a mere good enough attitude. It was only later that he revisited transfiguration. Given his reckless, courageous spirit, who could doubt he was a Gryffindor? Even among the little lions, he was the most audacious. "Here are the materials you requested, though there are no evaluations. Regarding distinguished young wizards, I can only mention a few names for Gryffindor. That will suffice," Felix replied without hesitation. "Oliver Wood and Percy Weasley from the 6th year, Elias Spinnet and Angelina Johnson from the 4th year, and Hermione Granger from the 2nd year." Then, McGonagall pursed her lips, adding, "and of course the Weasley twins, Fred and George. Good heavens! If only they could divert half their mischief-making energy into their studies. Is that all?" Felix inquired. "I recall the illustrious Harry Potter has also enrolled. Is he not in Gryffindor?" His curiosity piqued, as the name resonated with him from both past and present. Harry, it seemed, was a name that stirred deeper emotions. Chapter 6 Recommendation. What manner of person is Harry Potter? Sincere, polite, and imbued with a sense of justice. Yet, on the other hand, he can be somewhat impulsive. While recklessness is not entirely a flaw, it certainly aligns with the Gryffindor ethos. However, if we were to assess him academically, one could only say that the details are best left unsaid. Suffice it to say, he possesses tremendous potential. In a manner reminiscent of certain educators at parent-teacher meetings in his previous life, Professor McGonagall concluded her introduction of Harry. "Harry is a very kind young wizard, and he excels at Quidditch." Felix found himself somewhat perplexed. He had inquired about the subjects in which the individual excelled, yet all he received was a mention of friendliness. Was there nothing else worthy of commendation? However, it seemed that proficiency in Quidditch hinted at a considerable athletic aptitude. To be candid, Felix felt a twinge of envy, not for the spotlight on the Quidditch pitch, but because, in his view, those endowed with athletic talent were at least halfway to becoming formidable duelists. What does dueling rely upon? The potency of spells, the finesse of casting, one's mindset, experience, and reflexes. It could be asserted that he possessed the first 4 attributes in abundance, yet his reflexes were merely average, just sufficient not to hinder his performance. But do not be deceived into thinking Felix was weak. Armed with his unique advantages, the power of his spells far exceeded what one might expect of him. By the end of his 4th year, he was capable of holding his own against 3 adult wizards, brazenly breaching their defenses. Not to mention his current prowess. Take, for instance, a certain unnamed potions professor. While Felix's theoretical knowledge of magic might slightly lag due to his age, the strength of his spells undoubtedly surpassed that of his counterpart by a significant margin. This achievement was the result of relentless dedication. He had practiced spell casting thousands of times. Can you believe it? For example, one of his most formidable spells, the Petrificus Totalis, was among the first magics he encountered, and he now rated it at a level 6, yet he struggled to surpass that threshold into level 7. The limitation lay not in his ambition, but in the foundational knowledge of magic that constrained his progress. Yet, what does a level 6 spell signify? Merely 2 years prior, armed with 2 level 6 spells and a modicum of skill, he had felled 7 aurors from the American magical community in an instant. Unmatched speed and devastating spell power. That was how Felix regarded himself. It was precisely because he had forcibly ascended 2 levels to master 2 level 6 spells by the conclusion of his 4th year that he felt sufficiently emboldened to confront the outside world. Felix reflected with a hint of melancholy. Had he possessed remarkable reflexes, perhaps he would not have to rely on potions to unleash his most potent spells. Nevertheless, he took solace in the fact that during the 3 years following his graduation, he had not squandered his time. A new form of magic was beginning to take shape. In this regard, Felix expressed profound gratitude to those dark wizards whose indelible contributions had advanced his magical pursuits. Thank you for being the test subject of your own dark arts. Felix sat on the opposite side, perusing the materials provided by Professor McGonagall, occasionally transcribing notes and compiling statistical data, skills honed during his 2 years in the Muggle world. Over the span of these 2 years, he had worked for 3 different companies, each lamenting his departure, and not due to any confounding charms he may have cast. In the afternoon, Felix shared tea with Professor McGonagall, during which he posed a question regarding teaching assistants. McGonagall appeared somewhat puzzled. A teaching assistant? Felix clarified. An assistant can be understood as someone who aids the professor in managing various tasks, such as organizing research materials, grading papers, supervising exams, and sitting in on classes, among other responsibilities. Of course, there are also some minor benefits. Professor McGonagall began to comprehend. She rolled her eyes subtly, as if to say, "What assistant? It seems you merely wish to shirk your duties." Indeed, as Professor Snape remarked, that young fellow Felix is a quintessential Slytherin. Having secured a teaching position, he has begun to devise various means to evade his responsibilities. "I do not believe it is appropriate for a professor to delegate their duties to students," said Professor McGonagall sternly. "Professor McGonagall, you have misunderstood me. My intention is to cultivate exceptional students," Felix replied, attempting to clarify. Professor McGonagall regarded him with a skeptical expression. "It is true. According to my plans, in my 1st year I do not intend to establish my own Professor-esque club, as I require time to acclimatize to teaching and the environment," he continued. "The so-called Professors' Club is a gathering where certain professors invite students from various houses, who demonstrate commendable performance in their courses, to convene and delve into the study of magic. This is colloquially referred to as a private session. For instance, Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club holds irregular events to instruct students on magic and techniques not covered in the classroom or examinations." Professor McGonagall nodded, realizing that, due to Felix being a newcomer, she had not broached this subject with him. "Are you suggesting we scout talent in advance, to prepare for next year's club?" she inquired. "Precisely," Felix affirmed. Professor McGonagall pondered for a moment, contemplating the merits of such an initiative for the students. Merely offering additional guidance would undoubtedly attract the most diligent learners. As the sole exceptionally accomplished graduate of recent decades, Felix was wholly qualified. As for those less academically inclined, who cares what they think? This endeavor has no bearing on them. There are no underachievers in the Professors' Club. "And what, pray tell, are your criteria?" Professor McGonagall asked, aware that such opportunities are rare, and she was inclined to prioritize the talents of her own house. Felix considered for a moment and proposed several criteria. First, a proactive learner, someone eager to absorb knowledge and enthusiastic about learning. Second, a strong memory. Third, they should not be too advanced in years, as I would prefer to invest time in developing my first assistant. By the way, grades in ancient runes are not crucial. I possess specialized teaching techniques, he added. After further reflection, Felix concluded that these were his primary requirements. The diligent students, on the other hand, are markedly different. Not only are they easy to work with, but with a little nurturing, they can evolve into teaching assistants, research aides, or even collaborators, making it a highly beneficial investment. Professor McGonagall, having lost her appetite for snacks, swiftly reviewed the list of potential Gryffindor wizards in her mind. What was unsuitable due to Quidditch commitments? Percy was promising, but already in his 5th year and preoccupied with preparing for his OWLs this academic year. Then, a name sprang to her mind. "Are you referring to Hermione Granger?" Felix inquired, somewhat surprised, as this name seemed to belong to one of the trio of adventurers. "She is in the same year as Harry Potter, which would make her only his 2nd year this year. Indeed, she nearly perfectly meets your criteria: an avid learner, exceptional memory, and of a suitable age," Professor McGonagall extolled, her fondness for Miss Granger evident, as there were whispers that one of her nicknames was Little McGonagall. Observing Felix's moment of hesitation, Professor McGonagall suggested the Weasley twins, but not before cautioning him about their notorious mischief. He thought to converse with them once the school year commenced. Ultimately, Felix remained undecided. In preparation for Chapter 7, after perusing the materials, Felix expressed his intention to take his leave. On his way back, he made a detour to Diagon Alley. where he procured 2 sets of ancient runes textbooks for grades 3 through 7 from Flourish and Blotts. One set was brand new, while the other was a carefully curated collection he had painstakingly selected from a pile of old books. The vintage textbooks originated from 4 top scholars, though their handwriting varied. The notes were consistently detailed, providing invaluable insights for his research. Professor Babbage, a true expert in ancient runes, had chosen textbooks rich in distinctive content. They primarily reflected contemporary mainstream views while incorporating a significant proportion of practical runes. The prevailing consensus was that ancient runes represented an archaic script employed by ancient wizards to document magic, with modern scholars tasked with translating the remaining magical manuscripts. However, this only constitutes a fragment of the truth. In reality, despite being collectively termed ancient runes, their history is profoundly ancient. In bygone eras, they served as mystical patterns that encapsulated a wizard's magical essence, widely utilized in ancient magic and alchemical creations. It is these enchanted ancient runes that Felix ardently seeks. As they fall squarely within his research domain, he then perused the notes of several top scholars, particularly the sections concerning key challenges, comprehension approaches, and solutions, which proved to be immensely enlightening. This would aid him in understanding how young wizards perceive the subject. His appreciation for high achievers was evident. After all, like a trax-like. Equipped with the scholar's notes, alongside the syllabus provided by Professor McGonagall, he gained a clear vision of the instructional content he aimed to deliver. Next came the consideration of teaching methodologies. He could not afford to falter. Having emerged from Slytherin, he was mindful of maintaining his reputation. What approaches would be sufficiently captivating? Felix pondered deeply. The first notion surfacing in his mind was the drill and kill strategy. In that moment, he was not alone in his struggle. The psychological shadows of numerous examinees from past lives weighed upon him. A peculiar cackle echoed through the small room. Returning to the matter at hand, Felix retrieved a sheet of parchment and inscribed the words drill and kill, subsequently branching into 2 categories. One for advantages, denoting rapid consolidation of acquired knowledge, the other for disadvantages, indicating the potential to trigger aversion. Felix was certainly determined to achieve results, yet he was acutely aware of the challenging nature of the unruly young wizards. If he wished to avoid surpassing Professor Binns as the least popular teacher, he would need to tread carefully. The crux lay in balancing engagement with substance. Yet he mused that drill and kill was an antithetical strategy. Perhaps he could initiate a diary exercise or short essays written in ancient runes. Time slipped away swiftly amidst contemplation. The final assessments were also of great significance, prompting him to consider augmenting the practical components of his curriculum. Ancient magical texts have long been perceived as tedious. However, they are, in fact, indispensable for delving into the mysteries of magic, intricately linking ancient sorcery with the venerable art of alchemy. The former embodies immense power, while the latter signifies the once glorious creations of magic. Although ancient magic eludes my grasp, the prospect of utilizing my acquired knowledge to either complete or at least mend an alchemical artifact presents a feasible avenue. Felix found himself immersed in a whirlwind of ideas and inspirations, as thoughts cascaded forth, and the quill upon his desk danced with fervor, leaving trails of ephemeral shadows in its wake. By evening, he had crafted a preliminary design for his course. Truly, I am exceptional, he mused, admiring his creation, 3 sheets of parchment densely filled with text and flowcharts. The remaining challenge lay in selecting an appropriate alchemical object as the vehicle for instruction. This was no trivial task, for Felix had no intention of preparing 5 alchemical items for grades 3 to 7, as that would encumber his study time. He aimed to choose a suitable alchemical item, delineating various levels of difficulty. For instance, 3rd-grade newcomers would only need to complete tasks involving connection, integration, balance, and coordination, akin to connecting wires and manipulating switches in a physics experiment. As for 7th graders, while he would not demand the creation of a rocket, producing a weighted cart should not be too burdensome. Should it? What should serve as the medium? It must not be overly simplistic, lest it fail to distinguish between levels of difficulty. Yet, it must not be excessively complex, or it would overwhelm him. The young wizards of Hogwarts number in the hundreds. Even if only a third chose ancient magical texts, it would still represent an unmanageable workload for someone eager to innovate in teaching. Felix felt a twinge of frustration, striving to achieve a balance between efficiency and quality. After 3 arduous days, Felix scoured his collection, yet he could not uncover an appropriate entry point. The scarcity of ancient magical texts in the market was disheartening, and those focused on practicality were even rarer. Felix lamented inwardly, intensifying his yearning for the vast library of Hogwarts. It was in essence his one piece. During his school days, he had heard myriad peculiar legends, such as the mysterious treasures left by the four founders of Hogwarts. But he believed that if one could master all the magical knowledge within the library, their accomplishments would rival those of any of the four great founders. The greatest treasure lay before him, yet most chose to overlook it. He himself had only come to this realization after much regret. Otherwise, why had he spent the past few years scheming to return to Hogwarts? Was it not the cherished memory that lingered in his heart? After yielding no results, Felix stepped out of his small chamber, seeking solace in a promenade. "Mr. Haip, I have not seen you around these days." An elegant lady serendipitously crossed his path. "Linda, I have been preoccupied with preparations for my new position. Have you found a job?" Following their brief exchange, the lady departed with a hint of reluctance. It is worth noting that Felix's genteel demeanor and handsome visage have always endeared him to his neighbors. In the streets of London's West End, Felix wandered aimlessly, contrasting sharply with the hurried pedestrians around him, appearing almost as if he belonged to an entirely different realm. This observation was not far from the truth. Along his path, he passed a dental clinic, pausing momentarily to admire its immaculate facade as a long-cherished thought resurfaced in his mind. No rush, he would return in a few days. He continued to stroll, ultimately halting at a youth activity center, where familiar sounds of a game echoed, Yafakinda and Dogzini, almost as if guided by an unseen force. Felix stepped inside. The interior was dimly lit, filled with youths fervently mashing buttons and energetically maneuvering joysticks, exclaiming peculiar phrases of excitement. Fighting games. The fireman's skills were exhilarating. The ice girl's ultimate attack was screen-wide, you know nothing. Felix chuckled quietly to himself. Indeed, the names of games across the globe were strikingly similar, their features often gendered. Just as he was about to turn away, a flash of inspiration struck him. Wait, was I just pondering? Fighting? Figurines? Yes, figurines. Felix's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. He had finally discovered the perfect alchemical project suitable for fifth graders, sufficiently intricate yet not overly challenging. Wasn't this a figurine? No, it was indeed a magical puppet. After days of contemplation, he could finally draw a conclusion. Such magical puppets would be well received by the children of the wizarding world, and even young Muggle wizards would find them appealing. Older students would need to create at least one functional module on their own. The more Felix pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He could even organize a doll-fighting tournament. After all, life was quite arduous for children in the wizarding world, and their entertainment options were exceedingly limited. Quidditch held no appeal for him, not that it had anything to do with his failing grade in first-year flying class. A vivid image materialized in Felix's mind. Two students meeting, one holding a palm-sized magical puppet, striking a classic pose for a duel. Let the thrilling magical showdown commence. Felix found himself lost in this daydream, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Chapter 8. Figurines. What does it take to create a true magical puppet? First, one must understand what a magical puppet is. In simple terms, it is a guardian of the home. As far as Felix knew, Hogwarts boasted a collection of stone puppets, crafted with extraordinary complexity, enduring for millennia while safeguarding the school as security. However, for educational purposes, such rigor was unnecessary. One could use high-quality clay, mixed with a suitable amount of dragon dung, and combined with the blood of magical creatures. Dragon blood was ideal, though for teaching tools, more economical options would suffice. Nevertheless, he could craft some advanced combat puppets as personal collectibles. Felix promptly submitted a proposal to Professor McGonagall, and after a series of intricate discussions, she ultimately acquiesced to his idea, permitting him to proceed. Accompanying the letter was an official appointment and a small pouch of galleons. Felix swiftly procured the materials for the student version of the magical puppet, having excavated the clay himself, while dragon dung and the blood of magical creatures were acquired from the black market. Subsequently, he spent 3 days traversing Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley, and various magical black markets across the globe, ultimately gathering the premium materials for his deluxe edition of the magical puppet. Following this, Felix penned a letter to his dear Slytherin classmates, requesting the temporary loan of a house elf, in preparation for establishing a magical assembly line. He cleared his home and cast the undetectable extension charm, transforming the room into a space the size of a plaza. Before him stood a row of house elves. Ladies and gentlemen, I entrust the task to you. After demonstrating the method of crafting the puppet model, Felix stepped back, delegating the responsibilities. He was not merely speaking idly. The testimony of the house elves confirmed his greatness. Mr. Haip is truly remarkable. As the days slipped by, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Yet, this time was sufficient. Upon their departure, Felix prepared a sumptuous farewell banquet for the house elves. "You are exceedingly generous." After receiving another wave of gratitude, Felix bid farewell to these diligent labors. In the ensuing week, he began engraving ancient runes of varying difficulty according to the number of students in each grade, employing reinforcement charms to prevent damage, for these were indeed valuable. Felix exhausted himself to the brink, yet he managed to complete the task. He vowed never to undertake such a grueling endeavor again. It was utterly exhausting. Felix felt drained, his complexion pale, but his understanding of ancient runes had advanced significantly. Felix's magical puppet, though inspired by a fighting game, was not a mere imitation. He made various modifications in both appearance and abilities. The magical puppets were categorized into 12 distinct forms, featuring handsome young men, beautiful women, elderly figures, and children, providing ample options for students to select their preferred types. Each puppet, in addition to basic combat moves, was designed with external skills. However, considering practical circumstances, Felix opted for a straightforward classification into 4 elements: fire, ice, lightning, and cutting. For instance, the fire element, taking safety into account, never underestimate the mischievousness of young wizards, allowed the student version of the magical puppet to unleash the most common form of fire, albeit with a more dazzling appearance. In this regard, he was quite knowledgeable. He even modified one character's skill, with the ultimate move transforming into a flaming bird, indeed, a phoenix. Felix was immensely satisfied. Perhaps he could introduce a new trend at Hogwarts. Having finalized the teaching aids, Felix turned his attention to his deluxe combat puppets, of which there were 6. If one were to label them to satisfy the imagination, they could be succinctly summarized with the following keywords: Fire Master Beautiful Lady, Ice Master Beautiful Lady, Lightning Master Beautiful Lady, Cutting Master Beautiful Lady, Speed Master Beautiful Lady. The Master of Transformation, a striking young lady, evokes a sense of unexpected uniformity in her features. Overall, within his collection of exquisite figurines, he has introduced 2 new types: Speed Assassins and Transformation Disruptors. These 6 figurines are far from mere trinkets. They're meticulously crafted alchemical products, fashioned from premium materials and inscribed with intricate ancient runes and protective enchantments. Take the Flame Master as an example. Her body is adorned with a potent magical flame, reaching extreme temperatures and capable of projecting fire up to a distance of 20 meters, powerful enough to shatter half a wall and maintain this combat intensity for 10 minutes. According to his estimates, any one of these 6 magical puppets could effortlessly overpower a 7th grade graduate. When combined, these 6 figurines offer a blend of ranged and melee attacks, speed, charging abilities, brute force, and disruption. They can operate independently or team up in pairs, 3s, 4s, or even as a full 6-member squad, their power escalating exponentially. Felix, with a mischievous glint in his eye, surmised that these 6 puppets could easily hold off an unnamed potions professor for 10 minutes. The sole drawback is that they require a wizard to control them. However, Felix himself is far superior to the magical puppets. He pondered the situation, shaking his head at the limitations, recognizing significant room for improvement, particularly to endow them with a measure of combat intelligence. Glancing at the remaining materials, he contemplated adding some inferior components to create 5 additional puppets, stronger than the student versions, but weaker than the collectibles. He decided to use them as prizes for his upcoming classes, 1 for each of the 5 grades. Perfect. Felix retrieved a small box, placing his teaching tools inside. This box had also been enchanted with a seamless expansion spell. Without further contemplation regarding his 6 figurines, he waved his wand, causing them to levitate and settle onto a verdant green ring on his left index finger. This object, resembling a storage ring, is essentially a reinforced alchemical product, enhanced with a seamless expansion spell and stability enchantments. Yet, this ring holds 1/3 of his fortune amassed from his travels. Felix, ever the cunning strategist, had already secured 2 hidden sanctuaries and was now focused on establishing a 3rd. He had recently made significant progress in this endeavor. As he gently rubbed the inner side of his wrist, he felt a flesh-tone pattern, roughly the size of a fingernail. Few would notice this subtle mark unless closely inspected. Within this hidden space lies a backup wand, its activation contingent upon the application of his own blood. This is his most clandestine and elusive contingency plan, providing him a chance to turn the tide unless he is killed on the spot. Currently, Felix is preparing to finalize the construction of his 3rd sanctuary. His cautious approach stems not from the treacherous nature of Hogwarts or any impending peril, but rather from the awareness that upon becoming the ancient runes professor at Hogwarts, he would be officially entwined in the narrative. Given his limited understanding of the plot, he finds it challenging to foresee events, necessitating early precautions. He harbored no belief in the so-called fairy tales, placing his faith solely in his own capabilities. However, despite his lack of familiarity with the narrative, he retained a grasp of some fundamental truths. For instance, he was aware that in his previous life, the adventures of Harry Potter were adapted into 8 films, which, if one were to consider a single academic year per film, would amount to 8 years within the magical realm. This aligned with Felix's conjecture: 7 years of adventures within the school, followed by an additional year post-graduation to utterly vanquish the Dark Lord, which seemed quite reasonable. It was a rigorously deduced inference. Now, having already passed 1 academic year, barring unforeseen circumstances, Voldemort was destined to meet his demise in 7 years. Contemplating this brought Felix a sense of reassurance. Presently, he was certainly no match for Voldemort, yet the future remained uncertain. As Felix plotted his strategies for what lay ahead, he stepped outside and traversed the streets of London. Half an hour later, he found himself standing before a dental clinic, precisely the one he had discovered a month prior. Felix pushed the door open, the bell above chiming melodiously. A middle-aged man clad in a white coat emerged from within, peering at Felix before inquiring, "Are you here for a dental checkup?" Felix succinctly replied, "I would like to have a tooth filled." The dentist nodded and guided him to a chair, inviting him to take a seat. "I am Dr. Granger. You may call me Granger. I am Felix Haip." Doctor Granger instructed him to recline in the chair and employed a device reminiscent of a spotlight to examine Felix's mouth, his expression revealing a hint of confusion. "Mr. Haip, your dental health is commendable, very clean, well-aligned, and proportionately sized." Felix pointed to the upper left side of his cheek, stating, "I wish to have a wisdom tooth filled." Dr. Granger paused momentarily, finding the request rather peculiar, as wisdom teeth were not particularly useful. He earnestly replied, "Mr. Haip, I would advise against filling a wisdom tooth because..." Thereafter, Dr. Granger showcased his expertise, delivering a 20-minute discourse on dental knowledge. During this time, a young girl with tousled hair entered the room. She appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old. After glancing at the two, especially observing Dr. Granger's animated monologue, she displayed an expression of exasperation as if to say, "Here we go again." Ultimately, Felix felt compelled to interject, "Dr. Granger, how about this? You can first create the tooth for me, and, after trying it, I will decide whether to proceed with the filling." Dr. Granger pondered for a moment, deeming the suggestion quite sensible. He retrieved paper and pencil to record the dimensions of Felix's mouth, sketching and measuring until he swiftly confirmed the size and shape of the wisdom tooth. He then proceeded to the back room to commence his work. Felix took an interest in the clinic's decor, especially a wall adorned with numerous small cabinets, through which enlarged dental models were visible. Just as he was engrossed in his observations, a confident voice emerged from his left side. "Filling a tooth is not the optimal choice, especially one that is superfluous, like a wisdom tooth." Felix turned to see the young girl, who added, "It will be very painful." "Very painful? How painful?" "One must first bore a small hole into the gum, then similarly perforate the artificial wisdom tooth, connecting them with a screw before securing and adjusting its position." Felix suddenly felt a pang of toothache. Meanwhile, the young girl continued her exposition, stating that even after a dental repair, it is not a permanent solution. On the contrary, once the gum is compromised, it becomes more susceptible to damage. Moreover, poor oral habits may lead to gum decay, plaque formation, and the loosening or loss of existing teeth, necessitating further repairs. "Enough," he exclaimed, already envisioning the scenario. Although he possessed the magical ability to mend and alleviate pain, his psyche was currently wounded. Observing Felix's discomfort, the girl tossed her fluffy hair and retreated to a corner to read, her mood seemingly quite cheerful. Nearly 20 minutes later, Dr. Granger emerged once more, holding a gleaming silver tray adorned with a meticulously polished artificial tooth. "Looks splendid, doesn't it?" he remarked, proudly acknowledging his craftsmanship. However, Felix merely nodded, still shaken by the girl's earlier words. Following Dr. Granger's instructions, he tested the artificial wisdom tooth. There were neither holes nor wires involved. It was merely a matter of assessing comfort. "Quite satisfactory," Felix praised, yet he resolved against further dental repairs. "Is that so? It appears you have made a prudent choice," Dr. Granger replied, unperturbed by the loss of business, instead feeling pleased for him. Yet this patron presented a novel request. "I wish to purchase this tooth as a keepsake." "A keepsake? What an unusual request," Dr. Granger mused. Even the quiet girl reading nearby lifted her head to glance at him. "Indeed, a keepsake. Very well." Ultimately, Dr. Granger charged only for the materials. As Felix exited the clinic, Dr. Granger felt a peculiar sensation, turning to his daughter to comment, "What a strange customer." "Wouldn't you agree, Hermione?" Hermione Granger looked up, watching Felix disappear around the corner before shaking her head and returning to her book. Chapter 10. Felix's Wisdom Tooth. Upon returning home, Felix approached his workbench to begin the transformation of the tooth. First, he drilled a hole at the base of the tooth, creating a small cavity. Next, he smoothed out the cavity. This was one of his theoretical amalgamations of Muggle ingenuity and magic. Muggle ingenuity encompasses not just their whimsical ideas, but also their tools for exploring and reshaping the world, which are equally captivating. In the wizarding realm, few can achieve such a synthesis. As for pure-blood wizards, they either disdain Muggles or, at the very least, do not harbor any aversion. Meanwhile, half-bloods or wizards from Muggle families may be more acquainted with the Muggle world. Yet during the pivotal ages of 11 to 18, their focus predominantly lies within the realm of magic. Upon reaching adulthood, one's cognitive patterns become firmly entrenched, rendering the integration of the advantages of both realms an impossible endeavor. Felix smiled contentedly. The third hideout was complete. He retrieved his suitcase and transferred the meticulously prepared items into the cavity of his teeth. Felix regarded this space as a portable repository of supplies, containing not only 7 or 8 wands acquired from dark wizards, but also various potions, a flying broomstick, a tent, and other essentials. Having accomplished this, Felix secured the tooth in his mouth with magic. He clicked his tongue, detecting no peculiarities, and ran his tongue over the wisdom tooth nestled deep within his mouth. It felt remarkably akin to a natural tooth. Dr. Granger's skills were indeed commendable. Felix sat quietly at his desk, his gaze serene and contemplative. Most of his frequently used, less significant items resided within his suitcase. However, the crucial supplies, serving as his contingency resources, were categorized into 3 distinct compartments, akin to the layers of a cunning rabbit. The first compartment contained a gem ring on his left hand, safeguarding a portion of his precious materials, potions, books, and some research findings, inscribed with concealed magical runes. Its advantage lay in its portability and ease of daily application. Yet frequent use risked detection and made it challenging to evade the keen eyes of adept wizards. Felix viewed it as an everyday utility, a decoy to draw attention away from his more significant assets. The third compartment, Felix's wisdom tooth, harbored a wealth of conventional and strategic resources, equally concealed. He perceived it as a vital lifeline, ensuring ample supplies should he find himself in dire straits, necessitating stealthy escape. With his mastery of mind-blocking techniques, he was confident that conventional torture would fail to extract any secrets from him. Of course, he considered this the worst-case scenario, as he did not envision himself descending to such depths. Nevertheless, the unpredictability of life demanded a measure of precaution. In the coming years, the British magical community would be shrouded in the ominous shadow of Voldemort. Felix never underestimated him. While the second Dark Lord might exhibit some intellectual shortcomings, he was undeniably a magical prodigy, having devoted far more time to the study of magic than Felix himself, particularly in the sinister realms of murder and death. Indulging in films, attending concerts, and savoring exquisite cuisine remained on his agenda, especially with a balance of £100,000 in his account. Much of his forthcoming time would be spent navigating the magical world, and converting all his funds into galleons would be impractical. Retaining them would be a waste. Felix lavishly spent a considerable sum on a variety of Muggle items for leisurely pursuits alongside his teachings. Notably, he invested £8,000 in a compact projection device akin to those used in cinemas, complete with copies of classic films available on the market. As for the prohibition against Muggle items at Hogwarts, such a concern was trivial to him. Likewise, music was indispensable. Felix prided himself on being a quintessential Slytherin, relishing every opportunity for enjoyment. As the commencement of the school year approached, Felix meticulously organized his room, gathering an assortment of magical items into his suitcase. The thought of a thief breaking in and absconding with 1 or 2 enchanted possessions posed a considerable nuisance. What else needed preparation? After pondering for a while, Felix suddenly tapped his wise little head and remembered books. He recalled the headmaster's subtle hints during the interview and promptly purchased several pairs of woolen socks in various colors, subsequently embarking on a shopping spree at numerous bookstores. Among his acquisitions were volumes for his personal enjoyment, as well as Christmas gifts selected for the esteemed professors. Regardless of their practicality, he decided to amass them. Felix intended to present his former headmaster with a guide to common experimental procedures for middle school students, preferably one adorned with plentiful illustrations. He hoped it would be well received, firmly believing it would delight him, for after all, he was his most exceptional student. Felix's anticipation for his new position grew ever stronger. Chapter 11. Commencement of Employment. September 1st. The moment of induction. Felix, ever the sloth, undoubtedly opted for flue powder to arrive at the vice principal's office. Clad in a vibrant green robe, his hair impeccably styled, he emerged from the fireplace with a compact suitcase in tow. Professor McGonagall, Felix greeted with a smile. Professor McGonagall was preoccupied with organizing the day's agenda, as the annual opening ceremony fell under her purview, making this one of her busiest times of the year. "Oh, thank heavens, you finally arrived. Is something amiss?" Felix inquired. "I need your assistance to share some of the workload." "At your service, madam," Felix replied with poise. After assigning him a series of tasks, Professor McGonagall hurried away, muttering about how Dumbledore never took these matters into consideration and left everything to her. It seemed she harbored some grievances against the headmaster. Felix curiously examined the parchment in his hand. "Let us see. The first task, decorating the Great Hall?" "The Great Hall, the dining hall." With a flourish of his wand, Felix adorned the walls with decorations and arranged 4 long tables neatly, adjusting the spacing of each chair to perfection. Next came the ambience above the Great Hall. "To be honest, I've been eager to try this out," Felix murmured, waving his wand. The midday sky above the hall transformed dramatically, dark clouds rolling in thickly, pressing low as if they might touch one's face at any moment. Subsequently, Felix continued to wave his wand, dispersing the looming storm clouds, allowing a wash of ghastly green light to pour in from above, casting the entire hall in an eerie glow reminiscent of a cursed domain. Felix felt an overwhelming sense of joy, even conjuring a large serpent. Through the green light, the serpent opened its gaping maw, and from its depths emerged a sinister green figure, its appearance and demeanor strikingly reminiscent of a certain professor. "Is this how you perceive the instructor who has guided you for 7 years, Felix?" Just as Felix was immersed in his playful antics, a chilling voice suddenly interrupted. Severus Snape stood there, expressionless, his eyes like deep wells, devoid of any emotional ripple. He leisurely sprayed venom. "Are you expressing dissatisfaction with me? Or has your mind become filled with untimely Muggle notions after 3 years, rendering you arrogant and presumptuous, thus causing you to lose your sense of courtesy?" Ahem. Felix felt somewhat embarrassed, having been caught indulging in a game by the very subject of his amusement. Even more awkwardly, a long snake coiled above him, its mouth containing a ghastly green professor, writhing incessantly. Felix waved his wand, banishing the serpent into oblivion. He quickly adjusted his expression, feigning surprise as if he had just encountered Professor Snape, and approached him with a courteous greeting. "Professor, it has been 3 years. Your magical prowess has become even more profound and substantial." Snape, with an impassive countenance, scrutinized him for a moment and, with a rhythmic tone, leisurely mocked. 3 years have passed, yet you have broadened my horizons. If I had not taught you, I would have presumed you a foolish lion." Felix exhibited an awkward demeanor, his gaze shyly averting elsewhere, before suddenly expressing astonishment at the figure behind Snape. "Professor McGonagall, when did you arrive?" Turning back, he found himself in a state of confusion, wondering if he had misperceived. Snape, infuriated, found himself at a loss for words. Once again, this lad had a knack for concocting excuses to escape, jesting and spouting absurdities. Yet Snape understood him well, aware of the peril he posed. In truth, upon learning earlier that Felix was teaching at Hogwarts, he had just had a heated argument with Dumbledore, emerging from the headmaster's office moments ago. Snape leaned in with a whisper only they could hear. "Felix Haip. You may call me Felix, Professor." Felix interjected. "Snape, here we go again. Always interrupting, always cutting me off." But who could blame Snape for his leisurely pace? Speaking as though reciting an aria, others might be too intimidated by Snape's oppressive presence to interject, but Felix was far too familiar with him, familiar enough to know the deep secrets he concealed. Snape quickened his pace. "Felix, I care not for your intentions at Hogwarts, but I shall keep a close watch on you, should you intend to exploit the students here to propagate your perilous ideas." "Ah, Professor, you have read my works. I am truly honored." Snape was momentarily rendered speechless. "Professor McGonagall, what brings you here?" Felix suddenly turned his head. "Do not toy with your cleverness," Snape retorted angrily, only to feel someone approaching swiftly from behind. "Professor Snape, you have arrived just in time. I need to discuss something with you." Thus, Professor Snape was whisked away by McGonagall, and Felix waved goodbye, provoking a fierce glare from Snape. "It seems the professor holds quite a grudge against me," Felix mumbled. "After all, it was merely a threat I made years ago. How embarrassing that he still remembers it." Indeed, Felix has indeed threatened Snape. To be precise, the confrontations between the two have been ongoing for a full 7 years, marked by both overt and covert exchanges throughout their time at school. In any case, Felix continued to tidy up the Great Hall, this time refraining from any mischief. With a flourish of his wand, he transformed the ceiling into a resplendent starry sky. He intentionally magnified certain stars, bringing them closer. The moon, radiant as a disk, and Mars, crimson as a furnace, while Saturn, adorned with its rings of shattered stars, loomed in the distance amidst the twinkling of diminutive bright stars, rendering the hall truly enchanting. A remarkable spell, a sharp voice interjected. Felix looked up, then quickly averted his gaze. He smiled. "Hello, Professor Flitwick." "Oh, Felix." Professor Flitwick appeared quite exhilarated, to the point of nearly fainting. Despite his diminutive stature, he was a man of great emotion and held no biases against any of the houses. "It is delightful to see you, Professor." Chapter 12. Unresolved Conversations. Snape strode into the headmaster's office, his face taut, yet it was unmistakable that he was seething with anger. "Headmaster, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore looked up from his desk. "Ah, Severus, what is the matter?" Snape stood before him, opting not to take a seat, but instead kicking aside the obstructive stool, positioning himself across the table as he furiously demanded. "You've invited Felix Haip to teach at this school? What were you thinking?" Dumbledore set down the book in his hands. "Severus, I see no issue here. Mr. Haip is exceptionally talented. His abilities are recognized throughout the magical community, myself included." Snape, clearly impatient, retorted, "I did not claim he lacked ability. I have taught him. I know what sort of person he is." "Indeed, you have assessed him before. A rather high compliment for a standard Slytherin," Dumbledore remarked with a smile. Snape's expression darkened. That statement was not a compliment. It was sarcasm. Snape stiffly sat down, as though the cushion beneath him was a fire-breathing dragon. "Pumpkin juice? Tea? Or perhaps a mug of butterbeer?" Dumbledore inquired, and with each word, a cup materialized in the air. "I require none of it," Snape retorted, lacking the courtesy. "Then a cup of tea it is. Mr. Haip is quite fond of it," Dumbledore said, placing a cup of tea before Snape, who appeared as if he had swallowed a fly. Dumbledore gently continued, "Let's have a proper conversation. I too held some misconceptions regarding Mr. Haip in the past. Yet, as he matured, my perception evolved. It was only after a recent in-depth discussion with him that I resolved to hire him. I believe you have grown senile." Snape scoffed. "Though I may have aged, I have become increasingly lucid over the years. We tend to err more in our youth, do we not?" Snape huffed, then remarked, "That boy Felix is no good. He abuses his power and wreaks havoc at school, creating countless troubles. Do you have any idea how I endured those years? Because of him, I have nearly become acquainted with the majority of the pureblood families in Britain. I almost receive their complaint letters daily." Dumbledore seemed to smile for a moment, but he quickly covered his mouth and took a large sip of pumpkin juice. He concurred, "Indeed, Mr. Haip was fervently pursuing power during his early years, yet we all understand the reasons behind it, do we not?" Snape pressed his lips together, remaining silent. He was well aware that Felix's circumstances were dire, perhaps even more so than his own had been. At least his adversaries did not stem from within his own house. Dumbledore calmly stated, "Minerva once complained to me that the Sorting Hat did not accurately place students into the appropriate houses. She always believed Mr. Haip belonged in Gryffindor. What do you think? That lad is the epitome of Slytherin." Snape remarked in a tone laced with sarcasm, echoing words he had spoken in the past. "I concur with that sentiment." Dumbledore nodded. "Mr. Haip is indeed an exceptional wizard, remarkably so, one of the most gifted individuals I have encountered in my lifetime. He has been relentlessly pursuing power. I have observed this clearly. Even though he seldom displayed it after his 5th year, his quest for power never ceased. This concern lingered even after his graduation." Snape listened quietly, not disputing Dumbledore's wisdom. The elder's experiences were nothing short of legendary, and he intended to hear what had prompted a change in his perspective. Upon graduation, he applied to remain at the school. To be candid, his capabilities were more than sufficient, excelling even in the subject of spells beyond what I had once achieved. Yet, I refused him, not solely due to his youth, but also because of the ambition that gleamed in his eyes. I feared he might stray onto a misguided path. Fortunately, he heeded my advice. After concluding his first year of travel, he settled in the Muggle world and commenced his studies of Muggles. It was during this time that he and I exchanged letters frequently. Snape listened intently, surprised to learn of this shared history. After all, when he discovered that Felix had become an expert in Muggle studies, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Perhaps he was merely pretending. Snape retorted reluctantly. No, Severus." Dumbledore countered, "I possess a certain insight into human nature. Living long has its advantages. Even without magic, I can discern the thoughts of most individuals. Since his enrollment, he has shown no prejudice against Muggles. On the contrary, his research into the Muggle world is profoundly insightful, as evidenced in his writings. He does not regard wizards as superior. Rather, he continuously draws wisdom from the Muggle realm. Snape interjected, I did not claim he discriminates against Muggles, Dumbledore. Yet, his thoughts are equally perilous. Do you know what he stated in his book, How Muggles Think? The entire headmaster's office fell into silence. Even the portraits of former headmasters listening on the side gaped in astonishment, though these words seemed to merely introduce and analyze the development of the Muggle world. They subtly alluded to the current state of the magical realm. One of the portraits, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed loudly, This is treachery, a betrayal of pure blood honor. The other portraits began to chatter in agreement. Snape cast a fleeting glance at that portrait and scoffed, Headmaster Black, that lad is not pure blood. The so-called Dark Lord. The portrait of Headmaster Black began to curse vehemently, and soon, unable to tolerate his outburst, other portraits interjected in rebuttal, with one hot-headed headmaster charging into his frame to engage him in a scuffle. Dumbledore paid no mind to the portraits, his expression reminiscent of bygone days. Mr. Haip indeed had profound insights. In my view, it is a declaration of war against purebloods by a Muggle-born wizard. His ambition surpasses what you might envision. He is the next generation's Dark Lord. Dumbledore's demeanor grew solemn. That is a grave accusation, Severus. You are ever so quick to trust others, Dumbledore. Snape retorted with a disdainful huff. Perhaps he will not instigate war. I know him well. He shies away from trouble. Yet, as you have stated, he possesses immense potential. If anyone in this century could rival you in that individual, it would be him. Countless will be willing to serve as his wings, scrutinizing every expression and analyzing every word he utters. What will they call him? Perhaps the White Lord? Severus, I was unaware of your deep-seated bias against him. Dumbledore remarked with surprise. Oof, I have told you, I understand him better than you can imagine. I taught him for 7 years. Dumbledore weighed his thoughts and ultimately decided to speak candidly. Indeed, I hesitated for quite some time. I saw the shadow of another in him. A similar background as a Muggle orphan, the same Slytherin house, equally exceptional, and a shared pursuit of power. Yet they're distinctly different. Voldemort intimidates his peers with magic, while he gathers companions to stand against the bullies. To this day, he maintains contact with some from the orphanage. Voldemort is obsessed with power, forming a cadre centered around him during his time at school, the nascent Death Eaters. In contrast, Felix scorns power. As you said, he detests trouble. Perhaps it can be summarized that he does not wish to invest effort in what does not pique his interest, and power is one of those things. Voldemort was exceptionally talented and courteous during his school years, maintaining good relations with every professor, whereas Felix expends energy only in subjects that intrigue him. To my knowledge, he has never passed history of magic, divination, astronomy, or flying, despite his spellcasting grades shattering records. Voldemort relentlessly pursued power, delving into dark magic during his school years, showing remarkable aptitude in that regard. By the time of his graduation, his proficiency in dark arts surpassed the lifetime efforts of many dark wizards. As for Felix, Dumbledore hesitated for a rare moment. I must concede he too dabbled in dark magic, in the Shrieking Shack. But before I could find the right words to dissuade him, he abandoned it himself. Snape listened, entranced. The headmaster had thoroughly investigated that lad. Many past events remained unknown even to him. Dumbledore concluded, cherish friendship, eschew power, remain focused, and exercise calm deliberation. He indeed possesses many admirable qualities. Snape opened his mouth, seemingly poised to voice a retort, yet ultimately restrained himself. Instead, a mocking smile graced his lips, directed at the headmaster. Your concern for students is quite evident. Pray, enlighten me about his experiences over the 3 years since his graduation. During his travels around the world, I trust you weren't lurking in some shrub, spying on him? Severus, do not be so harsh towards an elder. Dumbledore's expression turned somber. Yet the next moment, his words left Snape astounded. However, I have indeed visited several of his colleagues in the Muggle world, and their assessment of Mr. Phipps was unexpectedly high, with no traces of magic detected. Observing the look of astonishment on Snape's face, Dumbledore winked. Severus, you do not genuinely believe I am so naive as to appoint him as a professor at Hogwarts without due diligence, do you? As Snape exited the headmaster's office, he conceded that he had been somewhat swayed. The lad did not appear as malevolent as he had presumed, despite having once threatened him with his most profound secrets. However, upon entering the Great Hall and witnessing Felix wielding his wand to conjure a great serpent upon the ceiling. The serpent's mouth reflecting the visage that one could see daily in the mirror, he nearly erupted with fury. He was mistaken. Felix Phipps was nothing short of scoundrel. Felix remained oblivious to the recent conversation in the headmaster's office, and the fact that he had been unceremoniously branded with the title of the White Lord. Who had the time for such frivolities? Such is the significance of connections, until a particularly striking figure appeared, a handsome wizard clad in a vibrant emerald robe, with hair flowing gracefully and teeth as white as snow. Which Slytherin is this? I have no recollection. Felix wished to observe further, but soon. The wizard approached him directly. Felix Phipps, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. And you are? Felix felt a sense of familiarity with this individual, yet cannot place him. The wizard seemed to have heard something incredulous, his mouth agape as if turned to stone for 2 seconds, before he quickly regained his composure and began to speak animatedly. Felix, you must be engrossed in your research on Muggles, thus less acquainted with the wizarding world. Fear not. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Believe me, you are deserving of this honor. Felix replied, you may proceed. Gilderoy Lockhart? Felix recalled having read his biography, which detailed quite an impressive array of adventures. Experienced and resourceful, yet this individual seemed rather self-absorbed, his writings habitually half-revealing, never disclosing the crucial elements. Felix became intrigued, pondering how to extract some substantive insights from him. Mr. Lockhart, I have perused your works. They are quite exceptional, and your experiences are utterly captivating. Felix uttered flattering words, and within minutes, he and the newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor had forged a profound camaraderie. Simultaneously, he secretly admired the courage of Gilderoy Lockhart. Did he truly disregard the curse of the Dark Lord? He was well aware of the formidable nature of this course, and despite Hogwarts' perpetual shortage of professors, he dared not covet this position. Truly, the audacious are often the most skilled. However, based on his readings, Lockhart indeed appeared to be an exceptionally astute wizard, consistently transforming peril into safety. It seemed he needed to be more vigilant. What did this professor hold dear? Felix fell into a deep contemplation. Chapter 14. The Start of Term Feast. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Thousands of candles flickered above the great hall, the ceiling adorned with a breathtaking cosmos of stars, and the tables and chairs were arranged with utmost precision. All the professors had gathered, including Dumbledore, though Hagrid had temporarily departed to fetch the first-year students. Felix and Snape occupied opposite corners, observing the happenings in the hall. He was perplexed. Only moments ago, he had effortlessly prompted Professor Lockhart to speak freely, and Lockhart seemed eager to share his adventurous tales, provided Felix played the role of an attentive audience. Yet, his rewards were scant. Did Lockhart harbor a wariness towards him? It certainly did not seem so. Could he be an actor, gathering information through exaggerated rhetoric and self-aggrandizement? Felix found himself utterly confounded, as did he with another professor. Snape stood in another corner, a sardonic smile etched upon his face, though it was unclear whom he mocked. How had Professor Snape transformed into this? During his own school days, he had not been so morose and scornful. What had transpired during those intervening 3 years? Felix felt his usually astute mind faltering, prompting him to exercise greater caution. He then engaged in conversation with Professor Sprout, discussing magical plants. Felix had to admit that he hadn't devoted much attention to herbology during his studies. Professor, I was distracted by other subjects. I was simply too busy. I beg to differ. You were incessantly probing me about those perilous plants, inquiring about their weaknesses, Sprout recalled vividly. The dreaded past. He had indeed found little interest in herbology. Could they provide power? No. Such a notion was utterly absurd. Thus, his grades in herbology had perpetually lingered between acceptable and poor, yet he excelled in managing dangerous magical plants, diligently identifying their weaknesses and seeking the most efficient means of addressing them. He applied the same philosophy to care of magical creatures. One could say that he had indeed become somewhat obsessed during those years. A commotion arose in the distance. The students had arrived. Professor McGonagall rose hastily and departed, while the other professors, guided by Dumbledore, took their seats. Felix particularly wished to sit beside Professor Snape, endeavoring to observe the undisclosed changes that had transpired over the years. But Snape quickly evaded him. Left with no choice, Felix aimed for his second target, taking a seat next to Lockhart. Professor Flitwick seemed to be ensnared by Lockhart's incessant chatter, and upon seeing Felix approach, he seized the opportunity for liberation without hesitation, offering Felix his seat. Once seated, Felix adeptly initiated a conversation. Professor Lockhart, your descriptions of vampires in Traveling with Vampires are simply splendid. However, I have a few minor inquiries. The atmosphere shifted to one of discomfort. Yet soon Professor McGonagall entered the hall with students in tow. Second year to seventh year wizards settled themselves along the sides of 4 long tables, each designated for their respective houses. However, Professor McGonagall appeared rather troubled, swiftly approaching Dumbledore and murmuring something to him, which caused the headmaster's demeanor to turn grave. He exchanged a few words with McGonagall, who nodded, then called upon Snape, and together they exited the hall. What was amiss? Felix contemplated intervening, yet this setting was ill-suited for magical eavesdropping. Meanwhile, the newly arrived young wizards were abuzz with excitement, chattering animatedly, filling the hall with a lively din. The professors, rather lenient, refrained from intervening, and Dumbledore's expression transformed once more into a cheerful smile as he observed the scene, stroking his silvery beard. Felix, too, took an interest in surveying the crowd. Recognizing numerous familiar faces, having graduated merely 3 years prior. In other words, he had encountered all students above the 4th year. In Slytherin House, the towering Marcus Flint was unabashedly recounting his summer adventures, his voice booming across 3 seats. Just as he was in full swing, one of his companions discreetly tugged at his arm. Flint, growing impatient, retorted, "What is it? Don't interrupt my storytelling. Ugh, stop disturbing my sharing of delightful experiences." When his companion yanked him again with greater urgency, he finally turned to see the boy's face awash with terror, frantically signaling towards the professor's table. Is something amusing happening? A new professor, perhaps? That's quite normal. I assent it. Professors for various subjects come and go every year, Flint mused, scanning the professor's table for unfamiliar figures. There's a rather handsome wizard. Could he be the new defense against the dark arts professor? Nothing to be concerned about. Wait, who is that? Marcus Flint suddenly emitted a sharp, high-pitched yelp, akin to a mouse's squeak, his expression mirroring the fear of his companion. It's him. How could he be here? In an instant, Flint's previously muddled thoughts became even more disoriented. With his cry, many other Slytherin students followed his gaze to the professor's table, collectively inhaling sharply. Almost instantaneously, a heavy silence enveloped the majority of the Slytherin long table. The remaining younger students, bewildered by the sudden stillness of their older peers, ceased their conversations, staring blankly in confusion. "Hush, quiet down," the senior quietly reprimanded, lowering his head and daring not to gaze upon the figure of that man, instead feigning great interest in a silver platter. "That gentleman, sir?" Malfoy inquired, somewhat perplexed, as it sounded like a title of nobility. The senior softly uttered a few words. The incident of the duel on August 7th. Hiss. Malfoy inhaled sharply, unable to resist furtively glancing at the young professor seated at the faculty table. Was it that individual? As the Slytherins abruptly fell silent, the other houses became aware of their unusual demeanor. Hermione had noticed Felix earlier, with her remarkable memory. She instantly recognized him as the peculiar guest she had encountered during the summer. So, he is also a wizard? No wonder his requests were so peculiar. What course would he be teaching? Among the 2 unfamiliar faces this year, she had already acquainted herself with Lockhart, the new defense against the dark arts professor, whose works she had thoroughly read. His experiences were simply astounding. The other professor appeared quite youthful. Why had everyone fallen silent? Hermione surveyed her surroundings. The Slytherin students were as quiet as quails, while the other 3 houses, after a brief moment of silence, erupted into fervent discussions, transforming the hall into a cacophony. The upperclassmen were sharing some intriguing tidbits, wearing expressions that suggested they were privy to a grand secret. Initially, she had worried about Harry and Ron's safety, but she had already informed Professor McGonagall, so it should be fine, right? Hermione discreetly strained her neck to listen intently. Chapter 15, Painting Big Dreams. At the faculty table, Felix observed this scene with a sense of unease. It seemed he had not committed any dreadful act, so why were the Slytherin students so intimidated by him? Since his 6th year, he had been focused and serene, while these young wizards were merely in their 2nd year at most. Was this not tarnishing his reputation? If word spread, it would feel akin to a mob boss masquerading as a novice teacher at the school. The gazes of the other professors were somewhat peculiar as well. Most of them had witnessed Felix's illustrious 7 years, and despite being away for 3 years, his presence still commanded such respect. Truly impressive. This look made Felix want to lash out. Throughout it all, Dumbledore remained smiling, as if everything that had just transpired was perfectly ordinary. Felix felt as though he were living through an eternity, yet he maintained a facade that nothing had occurred, engaging in awkward small talk with Lockhart. Bang, bang, bang. A resounding knock echoed, followed by the door being flung open, revealing a giant entering. Behind him trailed a line of first-year students resembling quails. In the next moment, the Sorting Hat began to sing. Felix grinned. It was still as unconventional as ever. Once the annual performance concluded, the Sorting Hat commenced the sorting process, with young wizards donning the hat one by one, awaiting their destinies. How nostalgic. However, Snape had taken Professor McGonagall away. What miraculous development was this? Felix indulged in his imagination, feeling quite delighted, even finding the transparent blood man, Barrow, aesthetically pleasing. An open class? Professor McGonagall reiterated, her gaze imbued with skepticism. But if you gather 5 different grades together, they will learn nothing at all. She pressed her lips together, disliking the disruption of tradition, yet still inquired. On which day do you plan to hold this open class? Thursday afternoon, he replied. Very well, I consent, Professor McGonagall responded, exuding a vice principal's demeanor. Felix felt a twinge of awkwardness. Is there any other issue, Mr. Haip? Call me Felix, he swiftly replied. Thursday afternoon was a meticulously chosen time. Yet there remains a scheduling conflict. Professor McGonagall sighed. Whose class is it? Professor Snape's. McGonagall's eyes widened as she shot him a fierce glare. I shall speak with him. Felix exhaled in relief. Let's eat. Let us continue dining. Once the meal had progressed, Headmaster Dumbledore stood, and under his direction, the attendees sang the school anthem before dispersing entirely. For the following week, Felix needed only to prepare for the open class. What preparation was necessary? Tomorrow to the library. Dear Hogwarts Library, how I have missed you. His daydream was interrupted when Professor McGonagall caught his attention. They moved to a corner where 3 young wizards stood, 2 boys and a girl, all clad in Gryffindor robes. Upon closer inspection, Felix found it amusing. The 2 boys bore identical appearances, their faces etched with concern for reasons unknown, while the girl was someone he recognized from the summer. A hypothesis formed in his mind. Were these the assistants Professor McGonagall had mentioned? Thus, it must be the Weasley twins and Hermione Granger. Indeed, Professor McGonagall proceeded to introduce them, then specified Felix's need for assistance. From their demeanor, the twins appeared somewhat disinterested, while Hermione Granger seemed intrigued, albeit not overly enthusiastic. After all, what allure could a temporary position hold? This would not do. Felix resolved to articulate something he believed would transform their attitudes entirely. Watch my performance. He exchanged a knowing glance with Professor McGonagall, then cleared his throat lightly. Looking at the 3 young wizards, he spoke gently. Greetings. I am your new professor of ancient runes, then glanced at Hermione, and perhaps your future instructor. Hermione appeared somewhat reserved, while the twins were notably bolder, with one exuberantly asking, Professor, did you really defeat the entire Slytherin house during your school days? Did you also drive away the Shafik family? Felix, being 7 years their senior, had graduated just before they entered, a seamless transition that they had perfectly missed. Bold, aren't they? Felix mused in surprise. Unexpectedly, the twins seemed somewhat disappointed, while Professor McGonagall discreetly rolled her eyes. Observing the twins' apparent disinterest, he swiftly bypassed the uncomfortable subject matter. Of course, every loss brings with it a gain. By becoming my assistant, you shall also receive certain hidden benefits. For instance, my additional guidance. In addition to ancient runes, I am quite adept at spells, as Professor McGonagall can attest. Furthermore, there shall be extra credit, given that assistant duties will occupy a portion of your leisure time. I have conferred with Professor McGonagall, and we agreed on an additional 50 points each semester. The twins exchanged glances, realizing that over the course of an academic year, that amounts to 100 points. Hermione's eyes also sparkled with excitement. In fact, she was captivated upon hearing the first benefit. Thirdly, you shall have the opportunity to partake in my research. You will encounter a wealth of profound magical knowledge, which will not be covered in class. Fourthly, priority entry into my Ancient Runes Club next year. Fifthly, the gift of my personal friendship. Should you become my assistant, I shall not deny you assistance with minor tasks. Felix winked, his voice dripping with allure, suggesting activities such as accessing restricted books in the library, weekend excursions into the Forbidden Forest, or wandering the castle after curfew. Ahem. Professor McGonagall suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, as if she might expel her very lungs. Very well, let us disregard the latter two. Felix felt a twinge of regret. During his own schooling, he had fervently wished to engage in such activities openly rather than in secret, as the two experiences are fundamentally distinct. Nevertheless, the aforementioned benefits were sufficient to excite the 3 young wizards. Indeed, once he finished speaking, the twins and Hermione were filled with anticipation, seemingly on the verge of exclaiming their willingness. However, It is not so simple to become my assistant. You are among the finest of Hogwarts' 5th years, which is precisely why Professor McGonagall recommended you. Nonetheless, a necessary assessment must be conducted. Felix began slowly. Resembling a cunning and seasoned hunter, he drew his wand, transforming 2 strands of hair into parchment and a quill, which began to write spontaneously upon the parchment. The 3 young wizards stole a glance, and it appeared to be an exceedingly lengthy reading list. The twins' expressions immediately soured, becoming even more dismal than before. Once the quill finished its writing, it silently ignited into flames, and he pointed his wand at the parchment, which promptly divided into 3 portions, drifting towards each of them. Here, you'll find a list of reference books. Read as much as you can, but by next Monday at the latest. You are to submit to me a paper on the history of ancient runes. Felix regarded them with a sense of wicked amusement, stating that there is no limit to the word count, but the more, the better, no restrictions on the number of entries, but again, the more, the better. And the number of reference books is also unlimited. Similarly, the more, the better. You have 1 week. The repeated phrase of the more, the better left them somewhat bewildered, but that was of no concern to him. His expectation was at least 2 sheets of parchment, not only containing excerpts but also their own reflections, and a reading of at least half of the reference list. Chapter 16, The Secrets of Runes. Once back in his exclusive professor's lounge, Felix began to arrange the room according to his own vision, as an assortment of items of various sizes flew out of his suitcase. Once everything was properly arranged, he indulged in a film for leisure before contentedly retiring to bed. The following morning, Felix hurried to the library, immersing himself in the millennial collection of Hogwarts. On the first day of term, few ventured to read, and Felix eagerly selected an original copy of Secrets of Ancient Alchemy from the restricted section. Indeed, the allure of forbidden tomes was undeniable. The contents within profoundly broadened his horizons, revealing even 7 distinct methods for crafting a scrying mirror. Ancient runes did not simply emerge and then fade. They originated in an era shrouded in mystery, the untamed age of magic. Exceptional individuals painstakingly laid the foundations of this mystical edifice, seeking secrets within magical creatures and flora, inadvertently discovering patterns that could momentarily store magical energy, yielding wondrous effects. This marked the inception of the earliest ancient runes. Through the relentless efforts of numerous pioneers, the corpus of runes expanded, giving rise to potent ancient magics and alchemy, allowing human wizards to distinguish themselves. In that time, runes embodied power. As the ages progressed, an increasing number of gifted individuals emerged, and the population of wizards burgeoned, necessitating a written form to document their magical knowledge. Groups coalesced around the runes, deriving an ancient script that proliferated widely. By this point, most runes had lost their potency, serving merely as vehicles for knowledge preservation. As eras passed, new enchanted runes were continually discovered, while the original ancient script evolved and transformed, adapting independently across the globe. This period witnessed an abundance of homonyms, synonyms, mistranslations, and irregular script, posing innumerable challenges for future researchers. Subsequently, 2 pivotal developments profoundly impacted all wizards. The first was the invention of the wand, which rendered spellcasting more stable and simpler. The second was the emergence of simplified magic, a derivative of ancient spells. While perhaps less potent, it benefited from the amplification of wands, proving quite effective. Most importantly, this simplified magic was easier to learn and safer. Thus, over an extended period, runes were increasingly abandoned by wizards, gradually fading into legend. To this day, they are collectively referred to as ancient runes, with many wizards regarding them merely as a script, their sole function being the translation of ancestral magical manuscripts. Felix harbored no interest in studying ancient history. What he sought were the magical ancient runes, or rather, the primordial runes. What significance did the rest hold? Yet, having studied them, they could at least serve as a resource for teaching, could they not? Those original runes, now either lost or residing in the dust of ancient magical manuscripts, lay forgotten in some obscure corner. According to Felix's research, these runes were best preserved within the branch of alchemy, where they even underwent self-evolution and development, forming a coherent logical system of their own. From the current perspective, the arcane scripts and alchemy seem to have diverged significantly. What Felix desires are precisely these elements. The road ahead is indeed arduous. What does it mean to possess a legacy of 1,000 years? This is it. On this day, Felix had not even partaken of a meal. With knowledge at his disposal, who requires sustenance, a simple potion could remedy all. Efficiency could be enhanced by 7%. Let no one disturb him. Professor Haip, a voice, low and feminine, greeted him. Felix lifted his gaze to find Hermione standing beside him, clutching a hefty tome. A cursory glance at the title revealed it to be one of the texts mentioned on his reading list. Coincidentally, it was his own work, Explorations of Ancient Arcane Scripts. This was no mere coincidence. Hermione, being an exceptionally astute young witch, was eager to secure the position of the professor's assistant. However, the reading list provided by the professor was overwhelmingly extensive. While it might be feasible to skim through it in a week, a thorough investigation was utterly unattainable. She needed to focus on one primary text, using the others merely as references. Just moments ago, after dedicating half an hour to select the books from the list, she unexpectedly discovered that one of them was authored by the young professor himself. She immediately resolved which book would serve as her cornerstone. Was there any doubt? Those who hesitated on this matter were simply lacking in intellect. Felix and Hermione occupied adjacent seats, each absorbed in their own thoughts, until the bell signaling the library's closing rang out. Hermione stifled a yawn, utterly unrefined. "Professor, good night." With a book in her arms, she scurried away, soon vanishing from sight. Felix gently stretched his stiff neck, only then realizing the pangs of hunger gnawing at him. Just in time, he completed the borrowing procedures and swaggered into the kitchen, exchanging the words "please, if you would," and "thank you" with the house elf for 3 pies, a piece of cheese, and a jug of pumpkin juice. Along the way, he encountered 2 Hufflepuff students stealthily sneaking out for an extra meal, but he chose to ignore them. Upon returning to the common room, he hastily consumed his food before collapsing into slumber. The following day was no different. The third day mirrored the same pattern. Before long, Thursday morning arrived, heralding the Transfiguration class. Harry and Ron, upon spotting Hermione hastily exiting the classroom, exchanged glances and hurried after her. "Hermione, slow down." They panted. "What have you been up to lately? We hardly see you anymore." "Indeed, yet I'm not the only candidate vying for the position." The trio made their way to the potions classroom in the basement. Hermione set her potions textbook aside, then retrieved another book, muttering incantations under her breath. The sheer thickness of it rendered Ron and Harry, both struggling students, utterly disheartened. "Is this your assignment? To read such a voluminous book?" Ron asked, eyeing the tome with trepidation. "It's not just one, but 20, Hermione exclaimed, flipping through the pages while swiftly jotting down valuable information. This was her 4th book of the day. Aside from Felix's own work, she had merely skimmed the others in search of pertinent entries. Yet the daunting number of 20 still left her feeling somewhat despondent, contributing to her recent irritability. Chapter 17, The Open Class, Part 1 soon. Professor Snape strode in with purpose, his wand waving to seal the windows and draw the curtains. A somber, eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire classroom, causing the young wizards to fall silent in an instant. Hermione promptly closed her book, focusing intently on the lesson. "What could this be about?" Ron inquired. "Perhaps it's the position of the professor?" Harry observed, scanning the room. To his astonishment, a significant portion of the student body was present, including several 1st and 2nd-year witches and wizards. "Is he really that popular? I hope he isn't another Lockhart," Harry mused silently. Ron, however, voiced his thoughts aloud, muttering, "I hope he isn't another Lockhart." "Certainly not. I've interacted with Professor Hepworth. His silent spell casting is exceptional." "And Lockhart," Hermione stammered. "What spell?" Harry inquired, unable to catch her words. "The silent spell. Some particularly skilled wizards can cast various enchantments without uttering the incantations, making it exceedingly convenient for malevolent curses," Ron elucidated. Both boys overlooked Hermione's disparaging remark about Lockhart. "Is there any need for further discussion on this matter?" Hermione shot Ron a disapproving glance. Harry pondered this further, thinking, so this professor might actually be quite impressive. He felt a renewed sense of anticipation for the upcoming open class. In truth, neither he nor Ron had any desire to attend. They were dragged here by Hermione, who insisted it was essential to gain insight into an elective course before their 3rd year. Moreover, Hermione was eager to assess Felix's teaching prowess, having already perused his book, Explorations in Ancient Magic, which bolstered her confidence in the new professor. Much like my confidence in Professor Lockhart, she thought. After another 10 minutes, as more students trickled in and a few professors joined the gathering, it felt less like a class and more akin to a grand celebration. Harry caught sight of Lockhart and quickly averted his gaze, avoiding the scrutiny of the controversial professor. Encountering him rarely brought good fortune. These past few days had been quite taxing for Harry, with his discomfort stemming from 3 sources: Quidditch practice, Lockhart, and a 1st-year student named Creevy. While the Quidditch training was a painful yet enjoyable experience, he could easily evade the other 2. At the appointed hour, Felix made his entrance. clad in a light blue robe that matched the hue of his eyes. His hair was slightly tousled, and he wore a smile that made him appear no older than 17 or 18. He really resembles Lockhart. Several younger students whispered amongst themselves, genuinely intimidated by his appearance. Felix navigated through the crowd, gracefully leaping onto the platform. Holding his wand, he surveyed the room, and gradually the throng quieted. To Harry's eyes, the professor traced a mysterious symbol with his wand, and in the next moment, his voice reached Harry's ears, soft yet remarkably clear, as if he were speaking directly beside him. We shall officially commence our lesson. Felix gazed upon the young wizards seated before him. I am Felix Haip, currently serving as the professor of ancient runes. With a flourish of his wand, he inscribed his name in the air. He swiftly posed the first question. Who among you is familiar with the concept of ancient runes? In an instinctive motion, Hermione raised her hand, her body acting before her mind could catch up. Miss Granger, Felix acknowledged with a nod. Hermione spoke. Ancient runes, also known as ancient runic script, is a form of writing employed by wizards centuries ago. Ancient wizards utilized it to document their magical discoveries. Thus, contemporary wizards primarily focus on translating these magical manuscripts. However, ancient runes also serve as one of the sources of power for ancient wizards. This last remark was an addition she made after perusing exploration of ancient runes. Well done, Gryffindor. 5 points for your house. Felix commenced his discourse on the history and evolution of ancient runes, advancing rapidly through the material, deeming it inconsequential, at least in his view. The young wizards would struggle to retain such information. Remember this. Ancient runes act as a bridge, connecting ancient magic with contemporary magic, as well as linking ancient alchemy to modern alchemy. Observing the animated discussions among the young wizards, Felix nodded in satisfaction. However, a senior Ravenclaw girl raised her hand, posing a question. Professor, why is our focus solely on translating ancient runes? Felix regarded her thoughtfully. There are two primary reasons. Firstly, translation is indeed the prevailing perspective within a magical community. In my opinion, ancient runes can be divided into two categories, the ancient script and the magical runes. The former pertains to the writing used by ancient wizards, while the latter signifies a form of power that these wizards wielded. Over the ages, these two have intertwined, rendering differentiation increasingly challenging for later generations. The former represents the mainstream view, which prioritizes the inheritance and study of ancient magical manuscripts. This approach is undoubtedly beneficial, as much of our knowledge regarding ancient wizards stems from these scholars. This path is relatively accessible. Even you, at present, could embark upon it. However, if one wishes to directly harness the power of ancient wizards through ancient runes, the endeavor is exceedingly arduous. It requires not only exceptional magical prowess, but also remarkable research capabilities. The young wizards listened, grasping the gist of his explanation. Essentially, the study of ancient runes encompasses two branches, one primarily focused on translation, which is easier to enter and demands little from the wizard's personal abilities. Even a novice could manage it. Yet, sorting through the complexities would necessitate considerable time investment. The magical realm is not devoid of those seasoned wizards who, after decades of research, find themselves utterly confounded. The other branch centers on mastering the power of ancient wizards, presenting significant challenges. If one is not an elite scholar, it would be prudent to abandon such aspirations. The young wizards found themselves somewhat at a loss for words. The reasoning was compelling. Nevertheless, Felix added, I personally believe that allowing you to engage with the practical applications of ancient runes will effectively kindle your enthusiasm for this subject. Are you going to teach us ancient magic? One of the twins exclaimed. Felix shook his head. No, ancient magic is renowned for its formidable power and difficulty in taming. I do not intend to impart such knowledge to you. Moreover, my research in this area is still in its infancy. All right, that concludes the theoretical portion. As this is an open lecture, I shall refrain from delving too deeply into specialized knowledge. Next came the demonstration. Upon hearing Felix's words, the young wizards buzzed with excitement. Their curiosity already piqued. Even the professors present were intrigued. Professor Snape, standing in a corner, was eager to discover what this young man had unraveled that warranted intruding upon his class. Professor Flitwick, brimming with enthusiasm, was deeply enamored with spells. Although his research into ancient runes was rather superficial, he wholeheartedly agreed with Felix's perspective on ancient magic, as he himself possessed a few potent ancient spells, albeit seldom employed. Gilderoy Lockhart looked on with envy at Felix, standing in the center of the hall. If only he could host an open lecture, surely it would garner him more attention. Perhaps he could incorporate this scene into his new book. But what would he do? Stage a play? With everyone lost in their own thoughts, Felix deftly waved his wand, extinguishing all the candles in the hall while obscuring the ceiling-esque sky. The entire hall was plunged into darkness. A flickering glow illuminated the surroundings, and Felix's voice resonated clearly in the ears of all present, calming the restless young wizards. This is a commonly used spell. Its purpose is quite simple, to illuminate the area. Even those who have yet to enroll can master it through self-study. With the flickering light, the audience could faintly discern Felix's figure. Once you have fully grasped this incantation, you can make certain modifications. For instance, you can amplify the brightness. As he spoke, the light at the tip of his wand expanded to envelop the entire platform. You can alter the color, the luminescence shifting from white to red, green, yellow, and blue. Alternatively, one could project it outward. Felix waved his wand, and a luminous orb shot forth from the tip of his wand, tracing an arc through the air. The hall was once again enveloped in darkness, accompanied by an ancient incantation. Then, an unusual word echoed through the air, and in the next moment, a vast burst of light erupted from the center of the platform, a milky radiance enveloping the entire hall. Strangely, the light seemed to radiate in every direction, leaving no shadow in its wake. "This is the illumination charm," Felix murmured. The young wizards erupted into enthusiastic applause. Felix smiled, acknowledging that this was merely a simple example. Yet it still illustrated a significant distinction. He waved his wand once more, reigniting the candles and restoring the ceiling to its original state. Modern magic exists within bounds of power and intensity, fluctuating within a certain range, yet we can still perceive this clearly. Ancient magic, however, is different. It is straightforward and raw, its potency often contingent upon the wielder's magical capacity. For instance, if I so desired, I could illuminate the entirety of Hogwarts with this magic. From within the throng of students, one exclaimed, "Professor, I wish to learn this." Felix couldn't help but chuckle, his tone laced with amusement as he replied, "Abandon that notion. Should you master this spell, it would swiftly drain your magical energy. Who among you remembers what I just articulated? Ancient magic is renowned for its formidable power and its difficulty to tame. I dare say that most of you only recall the first half of that statement. However, it is the latter half that holds the crux." Below the platform, a fervent buzz of discussion erupted among the students, their faces alight with palpable excitement, as if they believed they might soon grasp the might of ancient magic. Alas, the tomes chronicling such ancient spells reside within the forbidden section. Ron's face gleamed with a peculiar light. "I must learn this. I simply must master this spell. It's utterly magnificent." Harry, too, was captivated, envisioning a simple flicker of luminescence transformed by ancient magic into formidable power. What if other spells could wield such strength? For instance, the petrifying charm Hermione had once employed. Would it not render a person entirely to stone? Snape's expression remained impassive, yet one could sense the weight of such power. Thus, did Dumbledore and the Dark Lord command the might of ancient magic? Felix waved his wand, sending forth a cascade of crimson sparks that recaptured the students' attention. "Now, we shall proceed to the next demonstration, which is indeed the focal point of this open class, and also a component of this year's Ancient Runes curriculum assessment." He paused deliberately. The students, their hearts now somewhat settled, ignited with renewed enthusiasm. An open book examination, how progressive. At that moment, Felix leaped from the platform, and a suitcase soared towards him. With his incantation, the suitcase sped through the air, landing with a thud before bursting open to reveal a dozen figures that landed upon the platform, motionless. It was then that everyone realized that the figures standing upon the platform were, in fact, half-foot-tall dolls. Each doll was distinct in appearance, some male, some female, some elderly, others youthful, yet all bore unique characteristics. "Hey, I played that game," cried Justin, a Muggle-born wizard, his face flushed with astonishment at the sight of animated figurines in Hogwarts. Harry felt a vague familiarity, as if his cousin Dudley had mentioned something similar. "What is this?" Ron inquired, confused, for he, being pure-blooded, was unaware of such things. "They're merely animated dolls. What's so remarkable about that?" "These are characters from a fighting game in the Muggle world," Harry mused, ransacking his mind for more information. Yet regrettably, he had never played it. A fighting game? It was evident that Ron was intrigued by the term. Felix smiled, observing it seems some have recognized them. "Indeed, these dolls are inspired by a certain Muggle game, yet our focus today is not on that." With a flick of his wand, two dolls leapt high, positioning themselves at the center of the platform, while the others retreated to the periphery. "Does anyone know their names?" "Fireman and Ice Woman," Justin exclaimed. "This is my domain." Felix continued to inquire, "But do you know their abilities?" "Flame and Ice. Justin interjected once more, displaying an unprecedented enthusiasm. Felix reiterated flame and ice. Very well. He waved his wand again, prompting the puppet on the high platform to spring to life. The fireman's right hand ignited with a brilliant yellow flame, which he swung with force, causing it to expand into the size of a ghostly ball, soaring half a meter away before erupting in a resounding explosion. The nearby young wizards instinctively took 2 steps back, and only when they saw the flames contained on the platform did they ease their apprehension. Their gazes fervently fixed upon the puppet, yearning for more. On the other side, the Ice Woman executed a fierce and graceful kick, sending a barrage of ice-blue icicles shooting forth, eliciting gasps of delight from some young witches. Ah, how adorable! I wish I could cradle them. Felix wore a triumphant smile, commanding the room. Next, we require a duel. Chapter 19, Public Class, Part 3. An intense battle was unfolding. The palm-sized puppets darted about with remarkable agility, each punch and kick accompanied by bursts of flames and sprays of ice crystals. Occasionally, one would unleash a special move, such as the fireman's fireball or the Ice Woman's ice spike, elevating the heated atmosphere to new heights. After 3 minutes, the battle concluded with a sequence of fiery combos from the fireman, culminating in a hidden spell, transformed into a phoenix, which ultimately defeated the Ice Woman. A collective sigh of disappointment echoed among the young wizards. They had wished to see the beloved Ice Woman triumph. Felix's explanatory voice cut through the air. What you have witnessed is a branch that evolved from the ancient magical scripts, known as alchemy. This will be the practical component of your final examination. The previously eager young wizards appeared somewhat bewildered. You want us to do this? Professor, do you overestimate our capabilities? You may not yet be aware of our actual circumstances. They urged a struggling student to demonstrate their skills to the professor. Of course, Felix replied, this magical puppet may indeed be too complex for your current level. However, the ancient magical scripts involved in creating a magical puppet encompass the material covered in all 5 grades. I will adjust the difficulty according to each year group. I will elaborate on the specific requirements in subsequent lessons. The young wizards sighed in relief. But Professor, a Hufflepuff girl raised her hand to ask, I am a 5th-year student, but my previous studies of ancient magical scripts were primarily focused on translation. Will I need to relearn new material? I have my OWL's exam this year. I understand, Felix responded calmly. Firstly, there is no need to relearn new material. I have reviewed your textbooks, so please have some faith in your professors. He shared a light-hearted jest. Moreover, I must emphasize that Professor Babbling is an exceptional expert in ancient magical scripts, and the textbooks she selected are quite suitable. They include theoretical translations alongside a modest selection of practical spells. However, Professor Babbling may have considered that the ancient magical scripts class is not the same as alchemy, and thus did not delve into this aspect in detail. However, this serves as a prelude. Should you aspire to delve into more profound knowledge in the future, these elements will guide you in overcoming initial obstacles. Many young wizards felt a sense of relief. Furthermore, at least for this year, practical examinations will primarily focus on bonus points. And I will also consider imparting more theoretical instruction in 5th and 7th grades. Among the audience, some young wizards expressed joy, while others lamented in disappointment. Moreover, some students may worry that practical exercises consume excessive time, yet these 2 aspects are inherently complementary. It is possible that you may unknowingly acquire more knowledge while engaged in gameplay. The applause from the audience was thunderous. Next, we have approximately half an hour remaining. Is there anyone eager to personally attempt controlling these magical puppets in battle? Felix inquired. This was hardly a question. The enthusiastic shouts from the young wizards could have lifted the ceiling. Ah, you may find it challenging to accurately manage the puppets with your wands. Hence, you will need this. Felix waved his wand, and 12 peculiar devices flew forth from his suitcase, which were essentially game controllers. You may utilize these to manipulate the puppets. Allow me to demonstrate first. Before long, the students began to engage in hands-on operation. Felix conjured 6 elevated platforms using transfiguration, yet with several hundred attendees present, it was impossible for everyone to take turns. Among them, Ron and Harry were fortunate enough to receive an opportunity. The 2 quickly engaged in a playful exchange, occasionally unleashing a spectacular move, exclaiming in excitement. However, no one mocked them. Even the young witches were enthralled, their exaggerated shrieks filling the air. Felix stood to the side, discussing the public lesson with Flitwick. Absolutely splendid, was Flitwick's assessment. Meanwhile, Professor Snape had quietly withdrawn, his departure unnoticed, much like his arrival. Lockhart, on the other hand, wore a pensive expression, seemingly lost in thought. Joyous moments are always fleeting. As the class drew to a close, some students, mindful of mealtime, arrived at the hall only to witness the exhilarating duel. A brief glance left them quickly forgetting their initial intent as they eagerly joined the throng of spectators. This caused the dinner service to be delayed by half an hour, leading Felix to reluctantly conclude the lesson and restore the hall to its original state. Throughout dinner, the young wizards continued to fervently discuss the recent public lesson, particularly those fortunate enough to have participated in the duel, animatedly sharing their experiences, their forks and knives flying as if they were reenacting their encounters. It must be said, the entertainment options for these young wizards were indeed limited. At the Gryffindor table, Ron was still enthusiastically recounting his recent showdown with Harry. Despite narrowly losing, his enthusiasm remained undiminished. Harry, the fireman I just used was so incredibly cool. Whoosh! Bam! Ron exclaimed, flinging a piece of pumpkin pie that struck Neville on the head. Though Harry did not share Ron's exuberance, he too felt a surge of excitement. However, he harbored a faint notion that, rather than manipulating magical puppets, he would prefer to stand on the field and partake in the duel himself. Hermione, on the other hand, felt a tinge of disappointment as she had just missed her turn. She was quite enamored with the Ice Maiden, whose appearance reminded her of a doll from her childhood. Nevertheless, there was still hope. If she could become Professor Haip's assistant, she would undoubtedly have the chance to engage with that enchanting puppet. Hermione encouraged herself, even contemplating the creation of her own magical puppet, modeled after herself, albeit with smaller teeth and smoother hair. This unprecedented public lesson was undoubtedly a resounding success, and Felix had, in a sense, achieved fame, basking in his moment of glory. Discussions surrounding this lesson would likely persist for quite some time, possibly evolving into a campus legend, much like countless rumors, the final form of which remained uncertain. Chapter 20. The Popular Professor. Friday. A new day dawned, and the young wizards were still fervently discussing yesterday's public lesson, their enthusiasm crashing upon the mundane school life like a powerful wave, injecting a surge of vitality. What had been the topic of their conversations a few days prior? The impeccably handsome Professor Lockhart? Yet, that news had been swept away by the winds, not only due to Lockhart's disappointing performance in class, but also as a result of some ardent fans' critical reviews. More importantly, Professor Haip had emerged as the new idol among professors, subtly threatening to usurp the title of campus darling from Lockhart. This development irked a certain professor of defense against the dark arts immensely. Lockhart paced restlessly in his office, his once lustrous golden hair now somewhat lackluster, while the portraits adorning the walls displayed similar expressions of vexation. I must devise a plan, indeed a plan. Good heavens, he truly knows how to steal the spotlight. Before arriving at Hogwarts, Lockhart had believed that only the illustrious Harry Potter was worthy of competing for the front page of the Daily Prophet, having mentally prepared himself for such rivalry. Yet now, he had to concede that he faced a formidable contender. This reminded him of the detestable Rita Skeeter, with whom he had once vied for the title of best-selling author. Though he had ultimately lost, it was due to her underhanded tactics. She had scandalously revealed his dark past in the newspapers. However, he was no easy target either. Did Skeeter not realize how poor his social standing had been during his school days? A rather troublesome rival, indeed. He paused before a full-length mirror, bolstering his spirits. Gilderoy, you are currently engaged in a battle. Someone seeks to overshadow you. You must take action. Seeing his reflection, he felt somewhat reassured. With a face as handsome as his, how could he possibly lose? Leaving aside the antics occurring in his modest office, within the broader community of young wizards, Felix's popularity had soared to unprecedented heights, and everyone eagerly anticipated his formal lessons. Perhaps he would continue the magical puppet battles in class. It is worth noting that many individuals were unable to secure a place yesterday. Ron clutched a meat pie in his left hand while spearing a piece of potato with his fork in the right, his mouth never idle. Perhaps, but we are only in second grade, remember, Ron? To attend his class, we must wait at least another year, Harry remarked with a measure of rationality. Ron widened his eyes, exclaiming, Harry, you have shattered my first dream of the year. He nudged Harry with his elbow. Do you know what I was envisioning? I was just fantasizing about using a magical puppet to make Malfoy tremble in fear. Ron shut his eyes, adopting an expression of reverie. Malfoy's robes were engulfed in a fireball. He attempted to evade it, but to no avail. My magical puppet is far too swift. He wished to cast a curse as well, but that too was futile, for the puppet was too diminutive, rendering him unable to aim accurately. Harry silently continued to eat his pie, thinking that only Ron would struggle with precision, especially since his wand had been reduced to 2 fragments. Meanwhile, Hermione, who was breakfasting while perusing a book, lifted her head and interjected, Ron, I must remind you that Professor Haip mentioned in the open class that, for the safety of young wizards, the flames produced by magical puppets are merely basic and are not as potent as the fiery spells we cast ourselves. Ron appeared momentarily choked by the meat pie, unable to articulate a response. He could not recall Professor Haip saying such a thing, yet Hermione was invariably correct in such matters. He muttered under his breath, "That fiery spell of yours, neither Harry nor I can perform it. I think you've forgotten." Hermione huffed. "Aren't you supposed to be reading? Haven't you finished yet? I believe I mentioned to you yesterday that my reading list comprises 20 volumes. Ron fell silent. Harry, intrigued by Hermione's remarks, could not help but inquire, "Hermione, how much do you know about this professor?" Ron, and I missed the opening feast. He was referring to the incident where he and Ron had traversed much of England in Mr. Weasley's car. As a result, they had to endure a tense time in Snape's dungeon, fearful of expulsion. Fortunately, they were neither expelled from the school nor penalized in points, and Professor McGonagall even provided them with food. Hermione quickly and fluently shared the information she had gleaned from the feast. Professor Haip graduated from Slytherin House at Hogwarts. "Slytherin!" Ron suddenly exclaimed, but he was met with a fierce glare from Hermione, prompting him to lower his head and nibble at his pie. "Yes, Slytherin. He is 9 years our senior and graduated merely 3 years ago. However, he is quite renowned. Even the older students at school are familiar with him. Professor Haip specializes in ancient runes, charms, transfiguration, and Muggle studies, not to mention dueling." "Dueling?" Harry responded, somewhat astonished. In his recollection, Professor Haip was clearly not a fraud like Lockhart, yet he appeared rather genteel, reminiscent of a teacher he had during his time at a Muggle school. It was difficult for him to associate Professor Haip with the concept of dueling. Indeed, Hermione glanced around cautiously, lowering her voice. It is said that he hails from a Muggle background. When he enrolled, Voldemort had just fallen, and the Slytherin students were not particularly welcoming to him. However, but what? Harry and Ron's faces were alight with a sense of yearning. To be candid, they too harbored a desire to confront a few Slytherins. However, the rumors Hermione had heard were evidently erroneous. The current 7th-year students had entered Hogwarts when Felix was already in his 5th year. Did he truly need to impart lessons to them? Surely, others would teach them a sense of decorum. In Potions class, the young wizards were abuzz with discussions about yesterday's public lesson. Harry distinctly observed Malfoy among the throng of Slytherin students, loudly boasting about his connections with Professor Snape, claiming that his cousin shared a profound friendship with the professor. Harry couldn't help but muse that perhaps such bonds were forged through conflict. Ron, in a rather exaggerated manner, recounted his own experience in the public lesson, where he battled with a magical puppet. It seemed, from his narrative, that the duel involved not merely puppets, but rather a real-life showdown between himself and Harry. Silence. Snape's voice resonated from the rear of the classroom, instantly silencing the chatter of the young wizards. The professor strode in with an air of authority, his black robes billowing ominously, exuding an aura of intimidation. He surveyed the room, his gaze landing upon Harry Potter, causing him to tense involuntarily. Yet, Snape averted his gaze. Now fixating on Ron, and with his characteristic low voice, he derided, "Ronald Weasley, indeed, you have garnered quite a bit of attention these days. However, you ought to concentrate on improving your dismal potions grades. I certainly do not wish to see another time your final exam paper." The Slytherin students erupted in collective laughter. Ron's face flushed crimson, his hand clenching the broken wand, hastily mended with tape as he longed to unleash a hex upon Snape. "And Miss Granger, kindly stow away that extracurricular book of yours. This is Potions class, not an ancient runes seminar. You have a year before you can enroll in that elective." Hermione, visibly irked, packed away her book. Chapter 21. The Dark Lord's relics are within Hogwarts. In the library, Felix was engrossed in his studies, oblivious to the world beyond the window. The previous day's public lesson seemed to have left no impact on him, despite being the very catalyst for the commotion. With his left hand turning the pages and his right hand guiding his wand in a delicate motion, runes materialized and dissipated in the air. Madame Pants, the librarian, had been observing him with keen interest for over half an hour. A gaunt, elderly woman, she appeared somewhat malnourished. Yet, she was remarkably suited for her role as the librarian, possessing an unwavering love for books and a sharp instinct that enabled her to swiftly identify and discipline any students who dared to breach the rules. Should any student attempt to brandish their wand in the library, she would undoubtedly expel them immediately. However, Felix, being a professor, rendered her hesitant. Fortunately, he soon departed with 2 tomes in hand, alleviating her inner turmoil. Chestnut wood, a favorite material for wand making, is inherently neutral, devoid of any particular inclination. and is relatively inexpensive. Felix had discovered its potential for practicing ancient runes. With a magically infused chisel, he etched rune symbols upon the surface of the chestnut. Each time he completed a rune, it would emit a brilliant crimson glow before quietly extinguishing, leaving behind a blackened imprint. A few minutes later, Felix filled the surface of the chestnut wood. With a flick of his wand, a delicate layer of wood detached and soared effortlessly to the opposite side of the table. He then picked up a carving knife, continuing his meticulous work on the wood. He did not cease until the piece had diminished by 3 inches, at which point he paused to stretch his back. In one corner of the table lay a stack of 30 thin wood slices, resembling pages of a book, inscribed with intricate black ancient runes. Felix calculated a number in his mind, nodding in satisfaction. 272 runes, representing the extent of his current powers. This was the life he yearned for. Suddenly, an owl swooped through the window, delivering a letter that landed on the table. Felix opened the envelope, and upon reading its contents, he could not help but furrow his brow. It was correspondence from an old friend. Although Felix had only graduated 3 years prior and had spent merely a year truly traveling, that year had been rich with experiences, broadening his horizons and expanding his network. No matter where he found himself in the world, he could easily name the nearest magical black market with his eyes closed. This letter was from a friend he had met at one such market. Felix drew out a piece of parchment and hurriedly penned a note, suggesting they meet at the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade on Saturday. Even after the owl had departed, he pondered the purpose of his friend's message. He recalled their first encounter vividly. The man, who introduced himself as Klein, always wore the hood of his robe, shrouding his face in an enigmatic mist that obscured his true identity. Klein adhered to the principle of equivalent exchange, possessing connections for rare magical manuscripts, wondrous potions, and magical creatures. Felix had engaged in 7 transactions with him, and both had proven to be honorable in their dealings. Naturally, he was curious about Klein's intentions for seeking him out, and even more so, what intriguing stock his friend might have acquired recently. At 10 o'clock on Saturday morning, Felix arrived at the Hog's Head Inn, finding it still early with only one patron present. Approaching the table, he recognized the familiar mist-shrouded visage and smiled as he took a seat. Upon his arrival, the 2 figures became indistinct, their voices entirely severed from the outside world. Klein. Felix. The voice was neutral, defying gender and age identification. The magical realm was not devoid of such mysterious entities, each with their own myriad of reasons. Perhaps he was a dark wizard, or someone fleeing the pursuit of adversaries, or maybe he simply indulged in a peculiar sense of amusement. What brings you to me? Felix inquired. To gather information. What information? The relics of the second Dark Lord. Felix fell silent for several moments, his mind racing. Very well, but you must first disclose the source of your information. Klein tapped his fingers upon the edge of the table, seemingly weighing his options. But he soon uttered a single word, Wagadoo. You sought out that group of mad witches? Felix expressed his surprise. Wagadoo was a magical school in Africa, where wizards did not begin to utilize wands until the 20th century, resulting in a distinctly different developmental trajectory from that of other countries. They inherit a branch of prophetic magic known as the witchcraft of oracles, though outsiders derisively refer to them as mad oracles. This form of prophetic magic is, in truth, a dark art. Each prophecy exacts a toll, often a physical limb. Most crucially, the predictions are not guaranteed to be accurate. When Klein mentioned the name of a certain place, Felix could only think of this, as Africa and Britain share no connection. Continuing, Felix expressed his growing curiosity. Given Klein's nature, he could not possibly have sought out a charlatan oracle. To procure a genuine prophecy, he must have paid a substantial price. The prophecy foretold that the Dark Lord's relic would linger at Hogwarts for a year. A chill ran through Felix as he pondered the nature of this relic. Though its specifics remained unclear, he was certain it was profoundly malevolent. Felix felt somewhat exasperated, questioning the effort expended on such a foreboding notion. Did he presume to be an Aur? Seemingly sensing Felix's skepticism, Klein added, The prophecy I sought is the secret of transcending death. In an instant, Felix engaged his mind, employing his mental fortification techniques. Could you repeat that? He inquired, astonished. Transcending death, Klein reiterated. Yet the Dark Lord is already deceased. That is the nature of prophecy. You may verify it. Dumbledore resides at Hogwarts. Are you afraid of him? Klein chuckled softly. Although Felix could not discern the fog that shrouded his expression, he understood that the other's demeanor was not particularly cheerful. Pretending to contemplate deeply, Felix eventually responded, Thank you for your intelligence. However, I cannot assure you I will procure the relic. I can only promise that I will not abandon you to unravel the Dark Lord's secrets alone. After a brief moment of reflection, Klein agreed. They extended their hands, their fingertips touching, and a golden thread of magic blossomed between them. This was a temporary magical contract, lasting 1 year. Should either party breach it, Felix would face no punishment, but Klein would possess the ability to track his whereabouts at all times. If you're untroubled by the potential retribution of a mysterious wizard, feel free to disregard the contract. Chapter 22. Seeking Counsel. Felix emerged from the Hog's Head Inn, releasing a long breath. One must never underestimate anyone. Look, even a dark wizard harbors ambitions to pry into the Dark Lord's secrets. Is my own aspiration to explore the essence of magic somewhat diminished in comparison? After careful contemplation, Felix concluded that his ideals remained loftier. As for the contract with Klein, it was but a trifling matter. To engage in mischief beneath Dumbledore's watchful eye, did he truly believe himself invulnerable? Moreover, he had long been aware of the answer to the looming question. What is the secret of the Dark Lord's transcendence of death? Horcruxes, of course. He grasped that concept well. Therefore, as long as he refrained from studying Horcruxes, this contract would naturally dissolve after a year. The prophecy indicated that the Dark Lord's relic would only remain at Hogwarts for a year, suggesting it was merely a transient visitor. Thus, Klein's intention was for their contract to endure for that duration. Felix, however, speculated that the relic would likely be destroyed by the main characters. Each year, the protagonists stirred chaos within the school, and perhaps it would only be after their graduation that he could finally find peace. However, this also served as a reminder that the impending crisis of the year stemmed from the Dark Lord's relics, specifically the Horcruxes. Which one could it be? He vaguely recalled that there were 7 Horcruxes in total, most of which were artifacts belonging to the 4 founders of Hogwarts, perfectly aligning with the 7 years of Harry and his companions' academic journey. Could it be that one was destroyed each year? He was aware of the diadem of Ravenclaw, the locket of Slytherin, and the cup of Hufflepuff. Thus, logically, the sword of Gryffindor must also be a Horcrux. But which one was destroyed last year? The first book seemed to be titled Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. So was the Philosopher's Stone a Horcrux? Felix pondered irresponsibly. The information at his disposal was rather unhelpful. Firstly, he had no means to substantiate his claims, as he was unaware of where the Dark Lord had concealed the Horcruxes. Secondly, it was far too taboo. Felix's background was already questionable, and casually informing Dumbledore about the Horcruxes would surely raise suspicions. Thus, he resolved to let things unfold naturally, at most offering his support from the sidelines. This also constituted a form of assistance to his assistant, Miss Hermione Granger. Indeed, the position of assistant had already been reserved for her, the reasons for which were convoluted. The other 2 candidates had already withdrawn. The Weasley twins had approached him yesterday to voluntarily step back, citing their commitments to Quidditch training for the week and their anticipation of spending every weekend on it for the foreseeable future. It seemed they were subtly hinting that he should impose a year-long detention on that fellow named Wood, thus freeing them up for other pursuits. Could he acquiesce to such a request? A professor openly abusing their power for personal gain. Was that permissible? The primary issue was that the terms had not been negotiated adequately. Their requested duration was excessively long. Arbitrarily confining a student for an entire academic year was something even Snape would not entertain. This left Felix somewhat speechless. He had initially intended to return a favor to Professor McGonagall, and yet it had escalated into this predicament. Were there any promising candidates from other houses? Fortunately, Miss Granger proved to be exceptionally reliable, frequently encountered in the library, and it was evident that she was dedicated to her studies, her dark circles betraying her tireless efforts. The following day, at the library, yet another unremarkable day, Felix selected a tome titled Secrets of Combat from the restricted section, savoring its contents. This book primarily chronicled the various duels of wizards throughout history, relegated to the restricted section due to its many graphic illustrations. In an era of unregulated magical law, dark magic flourished due to its rapid acquisition and formidable power, resulting in duels that were both bloody and brutal, often bizarre in nature. For instance, he currently observed a hapless wizard whose head had irreversibly transformed into a pumpkin, not merely swelling to the size of a pumpkin, but entirely becoming a plant-like entity. Remarkably, this unfortunate soul continued to live on for 3 years before succumbing. The book also contained numerous combat techniques, pushing the boundaries significantly. Felix even discovered ways to integrate curses into ordinary spells. New skills acquired. Approaching noon, Felix exited the library, ready to indulge in his lunch. On the other side, Hermione hesitated momentarily before resolutely following. Professor Haip. Felix paused, inquiring, "Is there something you wish to discuss, Miss Granger?" He refrained from disclosing to Hermione that she was the sole candidate for the position of assistant. Acquiring knowledge is never a disadvantage. I read in a book that some exceptionally gifted wizards can hear things that others cannot. Is that true? Hermione asked, calming her breath. Felix was taken aback. Is that so? However, he quickly dismissed the unreliable notion. Could you elaborate? Your description is rather vague. Hermione pondered carefully, seemingly organizing her thoughts. It is a short story about a young wizard and his father who were transcribing documents in a castle when the young wizard suddenly heard strange words, while his father remained completely oblivious. Oddly enough, why did Hermione linger on the word father? Hermione nodded cheerfully. The first possibility is that the young wizard is lying to gain his father's attention, which is quite common in the Muggle world, Felix proposed, presenting what he believed to be the most plausible answer. Noticing Hermione's intent to interject, he shook his head. The second possibility is that they were transcribing dangerous magical materials. It is known that some ancient magical manuscripts contain potent magic or have been specially treated by their previous owners. Unauthorized individuals may unwittingly expose themselves to perilous consequences. Observing Hermione deep in thought, he added, Hogwarts has quite a few such books in its restricted section. However, they're secured by magical chains, strictly prohibiting young wizards from peering into them unless they obtain the professor's autograph. The third possibility, Felix raised his voice slightly, is that the young wizard has awakened some latent talent, such as prophecy, perception, or has suddenly mastered a particular language. Could you elaborate, Professor? Well, as you are aware, some young wizards possess unique talents, such as affinity with animals or exceptional skill in wandless magic, while the rarest of all is the gift of prophecy. It seems that Professor Trelawney's ancestors possessed such a talent. You may choose her class next year. As for linguistic talent, it often relates to their ancestry. If their forebear spoke the language of mere folk, that talent may be passed down to the next generation or may suddenly re-emerge in their bloodline after several centuries. Felix casually illustrated with an example. For instance, the young wizard in your story may very well have ancestors who spoke the language of rats, and on that particular day, he happened to overhear the ramblings of a loquacious old rat. Until Professor Haip's figure departed, Hermione remained deep in contemplation. Could it be that Harry had an ancestor who conversed in the language of rats? She felt somewhat disordered. Chapter 23. Parseltongue, diligent Hermione. This is simply not possible. After relaying Felix's words to Harry and Ron, Harry angrily protested. He was not prepared to acknowledge that he had an ancestor fluent in the language of mice. Harry felt that the first week of school had been utterly dreadful. Driving across the British Isles, he found himself confined, forcibly entangled in a ploy orchestrated by Lockhart, and unexpectedly encountered a photography enthusiast named Colin, all while grappling with the strenuous demands of Quidditch training. Yet, this was not the most dire of circumstances within Lockhart's office. He heard intermittent whispers, a chilling refrain of "I will kill you, tear you apart," when he recounted this unsettling experience to his companions that morning. Their expressions suggested they believed he had finally lost his sanity. Subsequently, Hermione volunteered to consult Professor Snape, but the response she received left him somewhat shattered. Not necessarily, mate. I've heard similar rumors, Ron murmured, producing a rather lethargic fat mouse from his pocket. You try talking to Scabbers. Ron cradled Scabbers in his hands and presented him to Harry, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Harry was compelled to lower his gaze to meet the mouse's eyes. Can you understand what I'm saying? Scabbers merely rolled his eyes and turned away. Harry, don't speak in human tongue. What you just said was still in human language. Ron remarked. Harry replied, While I grasp your meaning, could we not be more refined? He attempted this endeavor several more times, but the mouse remained utterly unresponsive. No luck. He exhaled in relief. Thankfully, matters had not spiraled to their worst potential. Observing the recent farce, Hermione interjected, Harry, Professor Snape was merely providing an example. There are other possibilities. However, Ron held a dissenting view. Aside from a mouse, what else is there in the castle? It can't possibly be insects, can it? This conjecture was even more harrowing, causing Harry to shudder as he quickly racked his brain, seeking to divert the conversation. Perhaps it's a snake. A snake? Ron and Hermione fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances. Are you suggesting you can converse with snakes? Ron swallowed hard. Harry, oblivious to his friend's concern, excitedly recounted his experience of speaking with a snake during a visit to the zoo before his enrollment. A large python told me it had never been to Brazil. Ron's voice was faint. What is so strange about that? I wager many can do the same. It's the talent Professor Snape mentioned. Ron remained silent, while Hermione quietly said, Harry, speaking with snakes is a trait of Salazar Slytherin. This ability is known as Parseltongue, which is why Slytherin's emblem is a serpent. But I'm not, Harry replied, somewhat bewildered. Yet he suddenly recalled how the Sorting Hat had strongly urged him to consider Slytherin during his first year. With this thought, Harry firmly shut his mouth. "It's all right, mate," Ron said, feigning nonchalance as he patted Harry's shoulder. "Pure-blood wizards often intermarry. Perhaps you were a distant descendant of Slytherin." Noticing that Harry showed no signs of relaxation, he added softly, "Really, if we delve into it, most pure-blood families can trace their lineage back. I'm related to Malfoy. After all, you and Malfoy?" Harry was taken aback. Ron shrugged. "There are so few pure-blood wizards. Intermarriage is commonplace. To my mind, true pure-bloods have long since vanished. Their lineage cannot be traced to the present day." At last, Harry managed to calm down. "Harry, it's best not to speak of this outside our circle," Hermione advised. Harry nodded, resolutely refusing to divulge anything. He had no desire to associate with Slytherin. In the mind of the young witch, a serpent was at most the thickness of a wrist. Yet, I heard it uttering words of death, slaughter, and dismemberment. Perhaps it was in the midst of a hunt? Capturing mice and small insects, Ron speculated. Lacking evidence, the trio had no choice but to abandon the matter. After all, it was not of great significance. "Hermione, how is your essay coming along?" Harry inquired. "Oh no," Hermione exclaimed, swiftly departing and leaving the two in a state of stupor. Has Hermione been reading too much lately? This was the first time Ron had seen her in such a state. Harry shrugged. In the library, Hermione occupied a large table, strewn with thick tomes, her parchment before her as she scribbled fervently. With less than 10 hours until the library closed, a sleepless night seemed inevitable. "Come on, Hermione," she encouraged herself. Thus far, she had managed to finish reading a mere 12 books, and that was only a cursory glance, retaining less than 50% of the material. A stark contrast to her usual habits. She hadn't even memorized anything. She flipped through the pages with fervor, simultaneously noting suitable arguments and evidence with her quill, exhibiting a frenzied demeanor, oblivious to Madame Pant's passing by several times. This night, she was prepared for a battle against the clock. "Harry, Ron?" Hermione exclaimed in surprise. "Hi, we didn't see you at dinner, and thought you might have skipped it. We brought you something," Ron said, gesturing to the table where food wrapped in parchment lay, the outer layer soaked with grease. Hermione covered her mouth, struggling to suppress tears. Harry chuckled. "We can't help you with your essay, but this is all we could do." "Keep it up, Hermione. You're the brightest person I have ever known." Hermione nodded appreciatively. After they left, she unwrapped the parchment to reveal 2 pies, devouring them eagerly. In the quiet common room, she was all alone. The following Monday, Hermione spent the entire day in a daze, nearly mistaking Harry for a transfiguration subject during practice. By noon, she found herself compelled to visit the infirmary. However, fatigue weighed heavily upon her, and when Harry completed Quidditch practice, he discovered Hermione asleep in the common room. "Hermione? Harry?" Hermione groggily opened her eyes, her hair a wild tangle. Quickly regaining her composure, she shrieked, "What time is it, Harry?" Nearby, Wood wore a disgruntled expression. "I'm still here." Not only him. Members of the Gryffindor team were also present, covered in dirt and utterly exhausted. "What a diligent and eager girl," commented player Angelina. Chapter 24. The Essay. Professor of Ancient Runes Office. The definition of diagnostic assessment is an evaluation of a student's current developmental level at the beginning of a term or unit. In this context, it seems remarkably fitting. Felix was engrossed in a film in his office when a sudden, urgent knocking disrupted his entertainment. He opened the door to find Hermione, breathless and flustered. "Professor, I apologize. I dozed off and lost track of time." Hermione's chest rose and fell rapidly, her face flushed a deep crimson, with a thin sheen of perspiration dampening her hair. Observing the little witch's anxious demeanor, Felix urged her to remain calm and ushered her into the office. "Please, have a seat." Hermione obediently sat down, only to realize moments later that a film was being projected on the wall before her. Turning her head from side to side, she quickly spotted a projector. Confused, she thought, "Am I still dreaming? Aren't Muggle devices prohibited at Hogwarts?" However, she dared not move, instead focusing on the projection. After a few moments of watching, she discovered, to her surprise, that it was quite captivating. The film narrated the story of a princess visiting Rome who unexpectedly encounters a journalist. It was evident that the film was somewhat dated, yet the storytelling was exceptional, drawing her into its allure. Hermione could not help but chuckle. Soon, she heard footsteps and immediately composed herself, sitting up straight. "Thank you, Professor Haip," she said, taking a sip of a peculiar-tasting drink that, while odd, was not unpleasant. She felt her spirits lift, the fatigue of the past week dissipating. Remembering her purpose, She hastily opened her bag and extracted 7 sheets of parchment, presenting them to Felix. "Professor, here's my paper." Felix took the paper for review, simultaneously waving his wand without looking up, causing several plates of snacks to float towards Hermione. "You may have a bite and enjoy the film. I imagine you haven't had much leisure time lately." Hearing Felix's words, Hermione suddenly realized she had missed dinner once again, every cell in her body protesting in hunger. Blushing slightly, she began to nibble on the snacks, stealing glances at the professor engrossed in her paper. Noticing his unwavering focus, she discreetly quickened her pace. Before long, she had drained her butterbeer and consumed 3 plates of snacks, the film reaching its conclusion. The fullness brought a renewed sense of joy to Hermione. She turned to glance at the professor, only to find he had finished her paper and was now engrossed in a book. "Professor, I'm sorry." Felix looked up, a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. "I assumed you would enjoy this film." Hermione replied, "Well, let us discuss your paper." Sensing the girl's shyness, Felix swiftly redirected the conversation, picking up Hermione's paper and praising her work. "An exceptional piece. Your logic is sound. The prose flows seamlessly, and you have referenced 18 sources, each citation perfectly fitting." Hermione lowered her gaze, feeling a bit bashful from the praise. "Congratulations, you are now my assistant." Felix stood and approached her. Hermione's eyes sparkled with delight. "Really? Oh, Professor, I'm so excited." "You deserve this," Felix said gently. "You have put forth tremendous effort, far exceeding my expectations." Hermione felt the urge to weep. Her week had proven exceedingly arduous. "As my assistant, you will undoubtedly need to invest additional time henceforth." "Professor, I shall strive diligently." She replied. "No, you misinterpret my intent," Felix chuckled. "With effort must come reward. Therefore, Gryffindor receives an additional 50 points every semester." Upon Hermione's entrance, numerous young witches and wizards lifted their heads. Gossip travels swiftly, and they were already aware of Hermione's potential role as the new professor's assistant. Felix, freshly returned from delivering a public lecture, was in high spirits. Harry hastily rose, carelessly shoving the chess pieces aside. "Hermione, what was the outcome?" "Hey, I'm about to checkmate," Ron muttered in dissatisfaction, though his thoughts were clearly elsewhere. "I succeeded," Hermione announced triumphantly. "Huzzah! Let us celebrate the illustrious Miss Granger of Gryffindor." Cheered the twins, who began to mimic the flight of an airplane as they dashed around the common room. Fireworks erupted with a series of pops, plunging the room into a sea of joy as fellow students crowded around Hermione, offering their congratulations, despite her quiet attempts to clarify that she was not a teaching assistant, but merely an assistant. Professor McGonagall was summoned mid-celebration. She pursed her lips in silence, seemingly contemplating how many points to deduct from Gryffindor. "Professor McGonagall, we are celebrating Hermione's appointment as assistant," the twins quickly explained. The professor cast a swift glance at Hermione, who nodded in affirmation, causing a smile to break across her face. "Very well, but do keep your voices down," she relented. "Is this your thesis?" Professor McGonagall inquired, peering over the jubilant crowd at the parchment Hermione held. "Indeed, Professor." McGonagall took the parchment, initially surprised by its length, before swiftly delving into its contents. It contained both Hermione's original text and Felix's annotations. At first, she flipped through the pages rapidly, but soon slowed her pace. Though Hermione's thesis resembled a comprehensive overview, it was remarkably succinct and clear, effectively recounting the entire evolution of ancient runes. Anyone who read Hermione's work would gain a thorough understanding of the subject matter. "An exceptional thesis. I believe it merits publication in a journal," she proclaimed. "I still have much to learn. Professor Haip assisted me with numerous revisions," Hermione replied softly. McGonagall was momentarily speechless. In her estimation, Hermione's work was already outstanding, yet the fact that Felix could provide further critiques underscored his proficiency in ancient runes. However, Felix's annotations were not merely corrections. They resembled suggestions for deeper reading, such as refer to pages 172 to 174 of A Study of Ancient Runes for enhanced comprehension, indicating that he believed Hermione's analysis lacked depth. He was rather stringent. Even the notoriously stern Professor McGonagall found herself siding with Hermione. With a nod, she continued to review the thesis, growing increasingly fond of it with each passing moment. "Let us proceed thus. Once you have revised your paper according to Professor Haip's annotations, I shall present it to a friend of mine, potentially opening the door for publication." The young wizards gazed at their esteemed peer with reverence. Chapter 25 commences. The following morning, upon awakening, the Gryffindor students were astonished to discover that their house had gained 50 points, propelling them to the forefront of the House Cup standings. They eagerly inquired about the events of the previous day. Consequently, The news of Hermione's appointment as the assistant to the newly appointed Ancient Runes professor was unveiled. Naturally, Gryffindor took immense pride in this achievement, while other houses harbored their share of dissent. How could a mere second-year student become an assistant to a professor? Was there some hidden agenda at play? Amidst this turmoil, a deplorable incident transpired on the Quidditch pitch, where Draco Malfoy derisively referred to Hermione as a mudblood. In a fit of rage, Ron attempted to cast a curse with his damaged wand, only to accidentally turn it upon himself. Hermione felt disheartened. However, Hagrid offered her comfort, remarking that Malfoy was merely envious, that vile little wretch. They have yet to conceive the ideas that Hermione struggles to articulate in her paper. Yet the tide soon shifted. The Ancient Runes professor distributed an extensive paper as supplementary study material to every young wizard enrolled in the Ancient Runes course, including 7th-year students. This paper, of course, was authored by Hermione herself. Countless upperclassmen endeavored to uncover any flaws within it, but at their level, they could not pinpoint even a single error. It was not merely that Hermione's expertise in Ancient Runes surpassed that of the 7th-year students. She had yet to commence her studies in the subject, but rather that she had single-handedly restructured the history of Ancient Runes, examining its developmental trajectory, significant achievements, and theoretical schools, while advancing the research to the previous year. For nearly 3 decades, no one had undertaken such a task, leaving all scholars of Ancient Runes reliant on outdated resources. This was the true worth of Hermione's paper. Several professors expressed their admiration for this work in various settings, particularly Professor Flitwick, who nearly swooned with excitement during class. Thus, all controversies abruptly ceased, especially after a Gryffindor student kindly shared Hermione's recommended reading list. The prevailing discourse shifted from Hermione is a true academic prodigy to the new professor is utterly extraordinary. It is not an exaggeration to label a second-year student who can read 20 tomes in a week and produce 7 pages of parchment as remarkable. Countless young wizards enrolled in Ancient Runes felt a sense of trepidation. Professor Felix Haip felt unjustly maligned. Even Professor Snape joined in the chorus, recently mocking Neville during potions class with the remark, "Given your intellect, I sincerely advise you not to choose Ancient Runes in your 3rd year. You may lead the professor to mistakenly believe they are instructing a troll." Felix's Ancient Runes course began to find its footing. In the 4th-year classroom, he welcomed the students to the hallowed halls of Ancient Runes, marking the commencement of their first lesson. Felix surveyed the eager faces of the young lions and serpents, including 2 familiar figures, the Weasley twins. I do not wish to reiterate the significance of this course excessively. Some information has already been disclosed in the public lectures. Should you aspire to pursue the former glory of wizards, deciphering the ancient magical secrets from obscure manuscripts, this course is essential. If you endeavor to create enigmatic alchemical artifacts, replicating those magical relics of legend and fairy tales, you require this course. Should you wish to explore the very essence of magic, unlocking the unparalleled might and honor of wizards, you equally need this course. Felix closely observed the expressions of the young wizards, noting their involuntary solemnity, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. It seemed this introductory speech could be repeated on several occasions. However, all would commence from the fundamentals. At the podium, Felix waved his wand, and a suitcase abruptly opened, from which dozens of magical puppets soared forth, landing precisely before the young wizards. How splendid! The twins exchanged glances, marveling in unison. The other young wizards eagerly grasped the magical puppets, toying with them, while many pointed their wands, attempting to animate them. Given that the 3rd and 4th years are least burdened by examination worries, our course will primarily focus on practical application. A chorus of cheers erupted. After a brief pause, allowing the young wizards to freely experiment with their magical puppets, Felix continued, "I suspect some of you have already discovered that the puppets you possess remain motionless." He revealed a mysterious smile, tinged with a hint of mischief. In a sense, they are mere half-finished products. The young wizards gazed at him in bewilderment. Once you all master the requisite skills, you will acquire a genuine magical puppet. Of course, this also entails an additional 482 theoretical incantations, which comprise your entire curriculum this year, Felix added. When the twins shouted, "Professor, please commence." Activities? Merely basic movements such as punching, kicking, and rolling. "Professor, could you teach us more?" Certainly not. Subsequently, the young wizards maintained an unprecedented level of focus in class, each striving to master these 4 incantations swiftly. However, by the end of the lesson, only Fred Weasley had successfully animated a portion of his puppet, which could incessantly wave its right arm, albeit merely that arm. 10 points to Weasley. As class neared its conclusion, Felix began to assign homework. Your task is to practice today's 4 incantations. The magical puppets in your possession will remain with you for this purpose. George raised his hand. Professor, what if the puppet gets damaged? It was evident he wished to dismantle this object for replication. Fear not. I have placed a protective charm upon it, Felix replied with an ostensibly benevolent tone. Under the influence of the protective magic, your magical energy will only last for half an hour, so, as you understand, practice diligently. The young wizards, still gathering their belongings, stared blankly at the amiable professor, who was already eager to refine his magical puppets. Do you truly believe I would let them roam freely? What are my assessments? Felix's strategy was to first entice the young wizards into his web, after which he could act with impunity. Now, class is dismissed. This same tactic was employed repeatedly over the ensuing days, and soon, the 3rd and 4th year students were imbued with an almost feverish enthusiasm for the ancient magical script course. After classes, each student held a figurine, brandishing their wands as they animatedly gestured towards their puppets. However, Professor McGonagall was less than pleased, deducting 2 points from Gryffindor for Weasley-esque antics. Chapter 26, A Commentary on the Duel. In the presence of the 5th and 7th year students, Professor Haip adopted an entirely different demeanor. He waved his wand, distributing test papers to the students. These were the assessments from their previous lesson. Felix stood silently on the platform, yet a palpable sense of foreboding enveloped the young wizards. They were all 7th years, having shared 3 years of camaraderie with this professor, particularly at the beginning of their studies, when Felix was in his 5th year. What had he done during his 5th year? Merely extended a duel challenge to a member of the Shafik family. Thus, these students had witnessed the more ferocious side of a certain individual upon their arrival, leaving them with a significant psychological imprint. In the innocent eyes of the first-year newcomers, was that a duel invitation? It resembled a death notice, delivered as a family affair. Marcus Flint trembled as he stood, addressing the professor. Felix might not recall him, but Marcus distinctly remembered Felix, as that very Shafik had been seated beside him. Being of pure blood, his father had entrusted that senior to look after him, only to find himself caught in a tempest on the very first day of school. He could never forget the image of that spirited senior collapsed on the ground. Felix approached him, patting his shoulder. Your grades are lacking. Perform better in the future. I have high hopes for you. Yes, Professor. Felix was pleased with the attitude exhibited by this Slytherin, as it reflected well on his own house. After all, their Newt's examination was imminent this year. On Saturday, in the Gryffindor common room, Percy appeared utterly exhausted. He had just completed a 12-inch essay on the history and innovations of cauldrons, yet 6 more subjects awaited him, a consequence of his excessive course selections. Blast it! If this continues, he would have no time left for a date. Hermione emerged from the girls' dormitory, clutching a hefty tome, and saw Harry and Ron gathered around a table, surrounded by 7 or 8 young wizards, seemingly engrossed in something amusing. As she approached, she noticed the Weasley twins were also present, directing 2 magical puppets to dance with their wands. She recognized these puppets as the same ones showcased by Professor Haip in his demonstration. Accompanied by silent music, which was to say, no music at all, a pair of half-foot-tall male and female figures embraced, their graceful movements gliding over the tabletop. This was their dance floor. Lee Jordan narrated the scene, and so the Fire Boy and the Ice Girl fell in love, becoming the envy of all. However, the pleasant atmosphere was short-lived, as their ideologies clashed dramatically, leading to an all-out brawl. Fred and George synchronized with the commentary, with Fred hastily brandishing his wand, while the Ice Woman delivered a swift kick to the fireman's face. The Ice Woman seized the initiative, sending her former lover flying a full 2 feet. Had their once cherished vows truly dissipated so easily? Jordan lamented loudly, his heart heavy with sorrow. George, refusing to be outdone, shook his wand vigorously, prompting the fireman to leap up and deliver a powerful punch to the Ice Woman's abdomen, followed by a forceful kick that sent her sprawling far away. At last, the fireman cast aside all reservations. The conflict of ideologies took precedence over love. He had to act. He was finally in motion. Splendid. A young witch among the onlookers spat in disdain. Hermione watched in astonishment, marveling at their playful antics, which seemed to weave an intricate plot. After a few more minutes, the fireman gained the upper hand with a flurry of rapid punches. But just as he executed a flying kick, he suddenly plummeted mid-air. Subsequently, the Ice Woman too became motionless. Out of power! Out of power! Exclaimed Dean Thomas, who had grown up in the Muggle world, uttering incomprehensible words. Fred and George seized the puppets and scurried to a corner, beginning to re-engrave ancient spells. Professor Haip was truly atrocious, Each replenished spell could only be active for half an hour. Many young wizards voiced their grievances against the professor. As the crowd dispersed, Hermione and her companions found a new spot to sit. Hermione cast a glance at the twins in the distance, pondering their remarkable progress. There were also numerous young witches who clung to their magical puppets all day long. Hermione nodded. Indeed, this week, it was common to witness young wizards embracing magical puppets. Yet, Fred's puppet was not one of those, was it? Ron casually remarked. He borrowed it from Angelina to recreate that classic battle in the Great Hall. But I must say, they are still lacking. I mean, they've just completed the first set of spells, and they need to master 4 sets. Akin to collecting chocolate frog cards and piecing together all the techniques into a cohesive whole. Harry, aren't you training today? Harry grimaced. Training is in the afternoon. Although merely 2 weeks had passed, he was already feeling overwhelmed. Suddenly, Ron burst into laughter, glancing at Harry and Hermione, whispering. It is said that Wood has been fretting over how to tackle his ancient spell assignment. Thanks to Professor Haip, Harry gets to enjoy a leisurely day. Is the assignment particularly challenging? Hermione inquired thoughtfully. No, Ron chuckled, but the professor's 6th-year assignment isn't a translation. It's to write a 1,000-word essay titled My Summer Life. Hermione felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This style seemed all too common during her primary school days. Professor Haip, being of Muggle origin, undoubtedly had rich life experiences. Hermione mused. It's time. Let us head to the date. Observing Percy's retreating figure, Harry appeared contemplative, exhibiting a hint of irritation. Ron shrugged. Percy has taken on too many courses. He passed 12 OWLs, but wishes to continue with 12 more this year, though Professor McGonagall has persuaded him to drop some. The two individuals exchanged contemplative glances before turning their attention to Hermione. Could this be a glimpse of Hermione's future? Hermione, however, remained unperturbed by their curiosity, engrossed in her book. Harry, eyeing the tome titled History of Ancient Runes, could not restrain his curiosity. Haven't you already passed the assessment? Why are you still poring over that book? Hermione turned a page, revealing a plethora of annotations left by Professor Haip, all points for her consideration. Moreover, she added, I found ancient runes to be quite fascinating. The two academically challenged friends exchanged bewildered looks every time they engaged Hermione in a discussion regarding their studies. They felt as though they were mere pumpkins planted by Hagrid in a vast field. Thus, they busied themselves with a game of wizard chess. As the afternoon wore on, Wood led the team out of the common room. Harry contemplated inquiring about his ancient runes assignment. But upon reflecting that not even an apocalypse could quench his fervor for training, he ultimately held his tongue. He anticipated that the forthcoming practice would undoubtedly be accompanied by a flurry of flashing lights and the clicking of cameras. Inside the castle, Ron found himself rather bored, left with no choice but to tackle his homework. Staring blankly at a sheet of parchment, he eventually folded it into a paper airplane, which, to his dismay, struck Neville squarely on the nose, eliciting a pained yelp. Later that evening, after dinner, Hermione reported to Felix in his office. Chapter 27. Hermione's journey in runes. Inside the office of the ancient runes professor, Felix was laboriously grading assignments. A task so monotonous, it felt akin to repeating the sum of 1 plus 1 ad infinitum. Fortunately, upon handing over this duty to Hermione, who had just knocked and entered, he felt a sense of liberation. The bulk of the assignments belonged to 5th and 7th year students, primarily consisting of multiple choice questions and brief translations, making the grading process relatively straightforward. All he needed to do was compare answers and mark any incorrect responses. True to her reputation as an exceptional student, Hermione quickly acclimated to the task at hand, excelling in this type of work. Meanwhile, Felix perused the revisions Hermione had made to her paper, which was intended for Professor McGonagall and to be published in an academic journal. He felt it imperative to maintain a stringent standard. Rather than making direct alterations, he consistently offered suggestions and provided page references for further reading, believing this approach would be more beneficial for Hermione. Half an hour later, they both concluded their tasks nearly simultaneously. Now, let us shift our focus to the matter at hand, Felix stated. Previously, Hermione had been fulfilling her duties as an assistant, but now it was time for Felix to honor his promise. They sat facing each other on the sofa, a small coffee table separating them. Felix summoned 2 glasses of juice with his wand, attempting to ease Miss Granger's tension, though she appeared still quite reserved. Your paper indicates that you possess a solid understanding of ancient runic history, even if your studies have not fully commenced. I assure you, your pace of progress will be remarkable. Professor, I am currently reading an introduction to ancient runes, and I have also learned how to consult the runic dictionary and the compendium of magical symbols, including the reading list you provided. However, I have yet to fully grasp most of it. The young witch sat up straight, swiftly updating him on her latest academic advancements. Felix paused momentarily, impressed. Yet he was unwilling to invest excessive time discussing the nuances of translation, at most offering a few suggestions. He suggested beginning around the year 900, coinciding with the founding of Hogwarts. The four founders were remarkable figures who not only translated numerous ancient texts, but also left behind a wealth of perplexing research material, which filled the earliest library. However, this collection now resides in the restricted section, with the most intact records preserved by Lady Ravenclaw. While much of Slytherin's material has been lost, likely taken away in a fit of anger after his schism with the other three. If you require it, I can provide you with a pass. Felix rose, gesturing for Hermione to follow him to his workspace. My research focus is not translation, but rather the exploration of the innate power of magical texts. He picked up a palm-sized piece of chestnut wood, channeling magic into his carving tool to inscribe a series of magical runes onto its surface. As the runes were etched, they momentarily radiated a searing red light, which quickly extinguished, leaving behind darkened patterns. Hermione, witnessing this phenomenon for the first time, watched intently, her mind racing to decipher the professor's actions, yet she gleaned nothing. Once Felix finished inscribing the runes, he casually handed the wooden piece to Hermione. You may feel it. As she accepted the chestnut wood, Hermione, without needing to rub it, acutely sensed the magical fluctuations emanating from it. Her fingers glided over the obsidian runes, and a wave of warmth coursed through her fingertips. The runes could momentarily store magical energy, but without proper treatment, the magic contained within would last no more than 3 days. A limitation compounded by the inherent properties of the chestnut wood itself. Hermione nodded in understanding. As a wand material, chestnut exhibited exceptional capabilities in both storing and conducting magic. Numerous remedies existed for this deficiency, such as the application of specialized protective enchantments. Hermione's mind raced to memorize every word Professor Felix uttered, eager to inscribe them onto parchment. His explanations serve as a means for him to reorganize his own knowledge framework. Unlike the previous 3 years of insufficient learning, he now faced an abundance of choices, necessitating careful deliberation. Why has the volume of your voice diminished? Hermione inquired, drawing closer to him, straining to listen intently. Were the heroes and creations of mythology mere figments of imagination, or did they possess an existence in reality? Were they powerful wizards? If so, how did those magical creations, enduring for millennia, achieve their immortality? Observing the professor succumb to silence, Hermione speculated that perhaps these entities continuously provided their own source of magical energy. Felix chuckled softly. How could that be possible? They are not living beings. What about the Sorting Hat? Hermione countered. It has existed for 1,000 years and can communicate, possessing its own wisdom. She attempted to illustrate her point further, referencing the portraits of past headmasters in the headmaster's office, which she had heard Harry mention. Miss Granger. The portrait itself is a remarkable creation of magic, capable of embodying an individual's thoughts. As far as I am aware, to ensure the enduring vitality of a magical portrait, regular maintenance is indispensable, albeit such intervals may span decades. However, Sorting Hat, Felix pondered for a moment. I must admit I have overlooked it. My understanding is rather limited. Perhaps it would be prudent to seize an opportunity to reintroduce myself? Very well, Miss Granger. Let us pause our imaginative journey here. The task at hand is quite intricate. He meticulously drew outlines, connecting them with care, explaining as he proceeded. This step is crucial, as many alchemical creations possess complex functionalities. After several minutes, he handed the chestnut wood piece to Hermione, inviting her to sense the differences before and after. I felt the magic coursing through, with fluctuations and undulations. It seemed to resist my touch. Hermione expressed her bewilderment at her sensations. This is truly astounding. Felix understood. The resistance you perceive is due to its rough, unfinished nature. The magical waves are freely dispersing, and you have attuned yourself to this phenomenon. Undoubtedly, this also attests to your keen sensitivity. Your aptitude for spells must be remarkable. Hermione's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. In Chapter 28, I possess unique pedagogical techniques. Felix waved his wand, causing the chestnut wood piece to levitate from her grasp, soaring into the air as their gazes followed. Bang! The wood piece erupted violently, accompanied by a brilliant flash and a resounding roar, startling Hermione. Let us conclude our session for today. Tomorrow, I shall truly impart the knowledge of ancient runes to you. Unbeknownst to them, the clock had already struck 9:30. Ron was diligently completing his potions homework, with 3 reference answers laid out before him. Hermione beamed with delight. Splendid. Ron, curious about her work, inquired. What have you been doing? Grading papers. Well, I am responsible only for a portion of the 5th and 7th year exams. You see, few students in 6th and 7th year choose ancient runes, as they attend classes alongside all 4 houses. Suddenly, Ron's enthusiasm surged. If I were you, I would deduct points fiercely from Slytherin's papers. Hermione's expression grew serious in an instant. Ron, I must uphold my responsibilities. Ron slumped at the table like a deflated balloon. Harry, how about you? How is your Quidditch training progressing? Hermione inquired. It's the same as always, especially since Fred and George have gathered intel from Slytherin. The Nimbus 2001 speed is so swift that I can barely discern their faces. Harry's demeanor was one of despondency. Hermione found herself powerless. The entire school harbored little faith in Gryffindor's chances against Slytherin in their first match. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were more interested in observing the practical prowess of the Nimbus 2001 in this match for targeted training. The team's morale was low. Wood confided in Harry. Our brooms cannot rival Slytherin's, but if you can achieve sufficient speed, you might catch the golden snitch early. This only heightened the pressure on Harry. On Sunday evening, Hermione once again visited the office of the Ancient Runes professor. In the distance, she suddenly caught sight of Malfoy's figure emerging from the office, prompting Hermione to hastily conceal herself behind a pillar. She observed a brief exchange between Professor Haip and Malfoy, who nodded repeatedly. A wave of complex emotions washed over her. Inside the office, Hermione sat quietly on the sofa, watching as Felix waved his wand, gathering a pile of parchment from the desk into a corner. Could it be Malfoy's thesis? Various thoughts swirled in Hermione's mind. She was eager to inquire of Professor Haip regarding Malfoy's presence, yet wisely refrained from voicing her curiosity. As before, Felix occupied the opposite side of the low table. Before him lay 10 chestnut-wood tokens, each inscribed with an ancient rune. Today, we shall formally delve into the practicality of ancient runes. He emphasized the word practicality. Each of the 10 runes held distinct magical meanings. For instance, he pointed at the first token, which represented the concept of connection, elaborating that it could link runes of the same category, such as liquid and fluidity, or contrasting concepts, such as explosion and stability. In practical application, I have discovered that its form can undergo 7 distinct transformations, each suitable for various contexts. After an hour of continuous discourse, Felix found his throat parched. Next, we shall engage in practical exercises. Upon seeing Hermione retrieve her wand, Felix chuckled. Our practice does not require wands. I once mentioned to Professor McGonagall that I possess unique teaching techniques. Hermione remained somewhat puzzled, while Felix leaned forward, gently tapping his wand on the little witch's forehead, murmuring an incantation. Suddenly, her vision began to blur. The furnishings of the office shimmered like flowing water, distorting as colors melded together, causing her to feel as though she were enveloped in an abstract oil painting. However, the distorted environment soon reverted to normal. To her astonishment, she and the professor were still seated on the sofa, but the low table between them served as a dividing line, partitioning the room into 2 halves. Professor Haip's side was cluttered with an array of books, over 1,000 volumes, stacked in piles representing various categories. Most striking were the ancient runes dancing upon the spines of the books, in vibrant hues of crimson, emerald, teal, and metallic sheen. Hundreds of ancient runes flitted about like small sprites in one half of the room. Unable to resist, Hermione stood up, casting a glance at Professor Haip, who gestured for her to explore freely. Crossing the invisible barrier, an ancient rune fluttered before her, and she could not help but scoop up the little creature, allowing it to bounce playfully in her palm. Only when it leaped away did she reluctantly shift her gaze. She wandered amidst the stacks of books, skimming their titles with rapid glances. The examination of ancient magical texts, the exploration of archaic enchantments, the secrets of alchemy, principles of spells, analyses of advanced incantations. A selection of transfiguration, the art of dueling, and manuscripts from Ravenclaw, alongside a compendium of perilous magical creatures, the essence of magic, and the allure of alchemy. These tomes were numerous and voluminous. Hermione, even as an academic prodigy, felt a twinge of inadequacy upon encountering a book towering 2 feet in height and half a foot thick. Resolute, she silently vowed to immerse herself in an equal number of tomes in the future, navigating past the towering stack of books and avoiding the still, deep green drapery. She stumbled upon a collection of Muggle literature, thought experiments, secrets of the human brain, mental analysis, and the world's best jokes. To her delight, she even discovered a complete set of the Encyclopedia Britannica, a cherished favorite from her childhood. However, in a corner of the room, A disarray of 7 or 8 books radiated an ominous aura, exuding dark energy. If one gazed intently, faintly, one could discern the wretched wails of a malevolent wizard. Could these be tomes of dark magic? The young witch found herself momentarily stunned, casting a furtive glance at the professor. Chapter 29. The thinking chamber. Felix perceptively noted Hermione's gaze. Ah, those are indeed tomes of dark magic, he acknowledged. But there is a saying, to defend against dark magic, one must possess a certain understanding of it. As far as I know, the Aurors at the Ministry of Magic specialize in teaching some aspects of dark magic, though I seldom encounter them. Some wizards abstain from employing dark magic, yet that does not imply they lack knowledge of it. Felix offered her a gentle smile, adding, I once traveled the world for a year, and I must mention that dark magic can indeed prove more effective when addressing specific troubles. Upon hearing Professor Haip's explanation, Hermione rapidly contemplated, finding the rationale somewhat acceptable, yet she maintained a serious demeanor. Professor, I still recommend you refrain from using dark magic in the future. I read in a book that dark magic silently seeps into your heart, leading to insidious corruption. Many young wizards have embarked on a perilous path because of it. Especially for underage witches and wizards, dark magic is a poison of the spirit that is difficult to reverse. Felix nodded in agreement with Hermione's words. Observing her astonishment as he winked, I have also perused that very book. Nevertheless, I appreciate your counsel. Hermione pursed her lips, her expression reminiscent of Professor McGonagall. Noticing his assistant's slight vexation, Felix deftly shifted the topic, commending her. I am quite impressed that you have read so many books. This is a remarkable achievement for someone of your age. Following the professor's gaze, Hermione then realized that the other half of the room, divided by a small table, displayed an entirely different decor. Warm sunlight poured in, casting radiant beams, while the light brown carpet and soft yellow curtains created an atmosphere of utmost comfort. In the center stood a small round table adorned with 2 potted green plants. On the wall directly opposite stood a grand bookshelf, filled meticulously with hundreds of books. On the second shelf from the top, 7 or 8 picture frames were displayed, showcasing not only family portraits but also photographs of Hermione from her childhood. Nestled against the bookshelf was an ivory-colored door. Hermione gasped in astonishment, realizing that this half-space bore a striking resemblance, about 70 to 80%, to her own room. Turning to Professor Haip, her mind brimming with questions, she knew that only he could provide the answers. Indeed, Professor Haip elucidated, stating that this was a realm of thought, a sanctuary of imagination, whatever one chose to call it. Of course, none of this was tangible. We merely exist as consciousness here. Hermione marveled, standing at the threshold between 2 spaces, her eyes wide as she scanned her surroundings, hesitantly waving her hand. So, this place is a construct of our mutual creation? One half representing your inner world, the other mine. Felix pointed to his head, indicating that it was merely an external reflection and projection of our inner worlds. Yet, the deepest secrets of our minds lay concealed behind the door. He glanced at the ivory door, then waved his wand, causing the deep green curtain behind him to rise high, revealing a grand portal. Hermione visibly relaxed. She had many secrets she was reluctant to disclose, such as Harry's Parseltongue. Professor, why have we come to this realm of thought? She inquired. The intellect of Muggles is not inferior to that of wizards. In many respects, such as logic, reasoning, and problem-solving methodologies, they excel. Moreover, the crucial aspect is their capacity for legacy. They pass down knowledge through generations, accumulating it over time, leading to qualitative transformations. Wizards also possess traditions, as exemplified by Hogwarts, yet in terms of inheritance and development, we lag far behind. It was this realization that prompted me to delve into Muggle literature. To be candid, after becoming accustomed to moving photographs, I found it somewhat disconcerting to read Muggle books. Their research on thought and the brain captivated my attention, revealing that they have advanced beyond us in this domain, which should inherently be one where wizards excel. Given our array of memory spells, such as Obliviate, Legilimency, and Memory Sealing, regrettably, we have merely inherited the incantations without grasping the underlying concepts. Thus, I amalgamated Muggle knowledge to create a spell. Although it still diverges significantly from my original vision, it is perfectly suited for our teaching today. What is the purpose of this spell? Hermione inquired with curiosity. Cognitive acceleration, Felix replied. Here, I refer to it as the thought chamber. Your thinking speed will increase. And in this space, we will experience an illusion of extended time. Currently, I can only achieve an enhancement of 3 to 4 times. Beyond that threshold, it becomes perilous. A spell akin to this is the Bewilderment Potion, However, their effects are not entirely analogous, as the latter enhances the intellect of the drinker. Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. Professor, this spell is simply remarkable. Felix shook his head. It is still far from perfect. As the professor remained reticent, Hermione began to practice inscribing ancient runes, utilizing the used shard that Felix had provided her. This, too, was one of the drawbacks of the magic. If one could not comprehend it, one could not manifest within its realm. After 7 contemplative thoughts, Felix noted that Hermione's visage was slick with perspiration, her form growing increasingly ethereal, resembling a translucent specter. Professor, I cannot concentrate. I cannot maintain my focus. Felix's wand still rested upon Hermione's head, and in a sudden misstep, he nearly tumbled to the ground. With one hand pressed to his forehead and the other gesturing with his wand, a vial of potion soared from his suitcase. Under the wand's command, the vial obediently opened itself and summoned 2 cups, pouring forth a portion of its contents. In contrast, Hermione fared worse. She collapsed onto the sofa, her face contorted in agony, as if she were on the brink of fainting. Drink it. It will alleviate your symptoms. Hermione reluctantly consumed the potion. Have a piece of chocolate, Felix urged, offering her a morsel. After 7 or 8 minutes, Hermione gradually regained her composure, repeatedly murmuring, "This is terrifying, utterly terrifying." Chapter 30. The Professor's Admirer. Having finished the entire piece of chocolate, Hermione finally returned to her normal state. Although she appeared quite fatigued, her intellect had at least revived. "Professor, is this the flaw of the thinking chamber? I feel as though I haven't slept in 3 days and nights, and then this exhaustion came crashing over me." She articulated her sensations. "This is indeed one of the drawbacks. It accelerates the depletion of your energy, and this depletion is cumulative," Felix elucidated. "You just spent 7 hours in the thinking chamber, yet the fatigue you feel may equate to over 14 hours. He regarded her thoughtfully, contemplating the necessity of reducing her time spent in the thinking chamber. "I believe 3 to 5 hours, twice a week, would be a more suitable frequency." Upon hearing the professor's intention to curtail her study time, Hermione instinctively prepared to counter, but the recent experience left her apprehensive, leading her to acquiesce to Felix's arrangement. Felix shook his head gently, remarking, "This magic is still quite imperfect. I initially assumed it would grant me several additional hours, perhaps even dozens, but in practice, I encountered far too many complications. The essence of this memory magic is to accelerate your thought process, currently at approximately 3 times the normal rate." Hermione turned her gaze to the clock, her expression multifaceted. "I spent 7 hours in the thinking chamber, yet only 2 hours passed outside. This is nothing short of miraculous. If others could master this magic, think of the time they would have for study. However, few could likely withstand the side effects of the magic, and it requires Professor Haip's assistance. It seems I am indeed the fortunate one." Hermione mused contentedly. Felix continued, "The thinking chamber is not the real world. Fundamentally, all it encompasses is constructed by your cognition. Do you perceive its intricacies?" Felix inquired. Hermione pondered for a moment, reflecting that it signifies our inherent perception of the external world, implying that we are unable to obtain accurate feedback. "No, I can certainly practice magical scripts within it. The little which reasoned that the existence of the thought chamber is founded upon a wizard's understanding of the world. Thus, it is impossible to construct something beyond their comprehension, such as brewing potions or practicing spells within the thought chamber, not to mention mastering ancient scripts. However, this contradicts her own experiences." Felix observed with interest as the young witch fervently turned her mind over, striving to unravel the conundrum. Professor McGonagall's assessment of Miss Granger was indeed astute. The child possessed an insatiable thirst for knowledge and consistently grasped the contents of books more swiftly than others. Admittedly, her talent may not rival yours, but I believe you are an exception. Indeed, he is an exception, for he possesses unique advantages when practicing spells. His perception of this which continually transformed, evolving from a familiar stranger to a recommended assistant, and ultimately to a diligent scholar. Truly, as one of the 3 protagonists of the original narrative, her potential is unparalleled. What are the other 2? Felix mused internally. The clock ticked away rhythmically. Could it be due to your presence, Professor? Hermione's eyes brightened. Felix revealed the answer with an approving glance. The wielder of the magic is I. Thus the thought chamber is largely constructed upon my understanding. This indicates that your comprehension of ancient scripts surpasses my own. Hermione realized with clarity that your grasp of ancient scripts far exceeds hers, allowing her to practice within your realm of understanding. In simpler terms, Felix is the architect of the thought chamber, while Hermione is his esteemed guest. Following this line of reasoning, it seemed that this magic had little effect on the professor. In truth, Felix had initially developed it as a combat spell to attain extraordinary dynamic vision and reflexes. Coupled with his 6th-level apparition and stupefying charm, it was practically effortless. This notion had emerged during his 5th year, yet he graduated without any substantial progress. Driven by necessity, he resorted to carrying a vial of potion, relying on it to enhance his reaction speed. It was only after extensive research into the brain and cognition in the Muggle world that he gleaned some insights. Regrettably, those findings were applicable solely to teaching. The road ahead is still long. Setting aside these thoughts, Felix advised her that the thought chamber differs from the real world. She must persistently practice over the next week to transform the ephemeral sensations into tangible reality. Today is not feasible. She is far too exhausted. Professor Hermione bit her lip in contemplation, seemingly on the verge of speaking. What is it? Nothing, Hermione quickly replied. On her way here, she had seen Malfoy exiting Professor Snape's office. Could it be that Malfoy had also received the professor's assistance in training within the thought chamber? She contemplated asking the professor, but found no suitable pretext. Perhaps Ron would know. Since the incident with the slug, Ron has been particularly attentive to Malfoy, especially regarding his unfortunate circumstances. One evening in the common room, Hermione inquired about this matter, and to her surprise, Ron was indeed well informed. He broke into a wide grin, reveling in the news that Professor Snape had confined Malfoy. It was reportedly the 3rd day of his punishment. Snape believed Malfoy had shown a lack of respect towards his peers. Thus he was tasked with copying texts. Yes, the kind that required meticulous hand transcription. I overheard him lamenting to Crabbe and Goyle about this predicament. The books in question were 2 hefty tomes, stacked they must have been at least 3 inches thick, which would consume an entire month of his time. What books? I caught a fleeting glimpse, though I couldn't discern the titles clearly. It seemed to be something about Muggles. Ron furrowed his brow in thought and exclaimed, "That's right. I remember now. Malfoy mentioned it, complaining that Snape's books were utterly unsellable and merely served as tools for punishing students. Were they how Muggles think in the struggle of Muggles? From millions of years ago?" Hermione rapidly articulated the titles. Ron scratched his head, seemingly puzzled. "How do you know?" Indeed, they were substantial volumes, Harry thought, glancing at the spines, which confirmed Hermione's assertions. Ron's mouth fell agape. "Hermione, don't tell me you're using those for leisure. Do you have a problem with that?" Hermione retorted, her brow furrowed with determination. She appeared quite delighted. Examining the Muggle world from a wizardess perspective was undeniably intriguing. Furthermore, Professor Snape's writings were exceptionally remarkable. His approach to discussing issues was entirely beyond my consideration. She then added with a hint of disdain, "What a stroke of luck for Malfoy. If it weren't for Professor Snape, he would never have the opportunity to read such excellent works." Hermione generously praised Felix, and the 2 boys exchanged glances, silently contemplating whether Hermione's admiration would shift from Lockhart to Professor Snape. Chapter 31. Felix's Journey of the Heart. Felix watched the little witch depart, standing by the window, faintly able to see in the darkness a pair of young wizards sitting together, hand in hand, relishing a leisurely weekend. During the reign of the Dark Lord, Felix had been at a Muggle orphanage, rallying the older children to fend off the neighborhood bullies, which had brought him considerable joy. By the time he enrolled at Hogwarts, the Dark Lord had been vanquished for nearly a year. The wizarding world was tumultuous. Death Eaters were scrambling to absolve themselves of guilt. Ambitious individuals were eager to seize the power vacuum. Victims were incessantly demanding reparations, and the unrepentant were lurking in the shadows, plotting their retaliation. Naturally, none of this affected him. What truly impacted him were the young wizards at Hogwarts. It was in this chaotic environment that he began his studies at the school. Then came the whispers. "Shh, don't make a sound. Look what we found, a Muggle-born Slytherin. Let us go bully him." This represented the prevailing mindset of most Slytherin students at the time. After the feast concluded, Felix intended to leverage his talents to forge friendships with his roommates, only to be met with disdain from a Slytherin who sneered, "Get lost, filthy mudblood." It wasn't until Felix instinctively petrified the student that he began to comprehend the weight of that term. What a situation! At that moment, both parties were somewhat bewildered. He realized that today's conflict was not the conclusion of events, but rather the inception of everything. The subsequent developments unfolded as he anticipated, yet fortune smiled upon him. For within a mere week, he managed to win over the new students. They openly declared on numerous occasions that Felix was a good person, not only exceptionally talented, but also eager to assist others. Although he could not yet contend with the upperclassmen, the professors and school regulations ensured they would not cast malevolent spells upon him. After all, skirmishes among peers could be dismissed as mere friction. But assaults by upperclassmen on lowerclassmen could lead to expulsion. As he began to reveal his formidable magical talents, the number of those who wished to cause him trouble dwindled significantly. One must admit, Slytherin is not lacking in astuteness. However, danger lurked beyond the school's confines. Felix lost count of the death threats he received during his time at school, yet he distinctly remembered the first one arriving during the Christmas party of his first year. It was an anonymous howler, which he later speculated might have been sent by a parent of a first-year student he had previously bested. Nevertheless, he prudently chose to remain at school, justifying his actions by subduing a second-year Slytherin who had initiated the altercation. He merely acted in accordance with the situation at hand. Little did he anticipate that the death threats would escalate. At the beginning of his second year, a barrage of howlers arrived, filling the hall with messages such as "You filthy mudblood, get out of Slytherin, and do not let me see you again, or I shall personally eradicate the disgrace of Slytherin." The young wizards dining at the time were utterly astounded, and Headmaster Dumbledore appeared especially grave as he personally examined the remnants of the howlers. However, tracing the origin of such items proved challenging. The owls were rented, and the voices were disguised. Frankly, he found himself in a predicament. He wished to focus on his magical studies, but circumstances never aligned with his desires. Felix felt compelled to persist with his social endeavors, striving to cultivate an abundance of friendships while minimizing adversaries. For this, he endured the misunderstandings of those who perceived his actions as retaliation. Before long, he targeted a third-year Slytherin who regarded him with particular disdain, using the guise of seeking guidance to send him to the hospital wing for 3 weeks. Following this incident, he diligently visited his ailing companion, lamenting his misstep, for it was indeed an accident. "Professor, my heart truly aches. Will you deduct points from me?" "Go ahead, I can bear it." Felix suddenly discovered that provoking a Slytherin was remarkably simple. One merely had to insult their family as trash in a secluded area. After several encounters, the third-year Slytherin submitted to him, the most obstinate being his roommate. Yet, even the most resolute eventually accepted his friendship after spending 7 days on the floor. In his third year, he resolved the last stubborn 7th-year Slytherin, and upon achieving this, he felt an exhilarating sense of leveling up, akin to graduating at maximum capacity. Nonetheless, he still refrained from venturing outside the school, as he continued to face annual death threats. Thus, he devoted an entire year to tirelessly mastering 2 6th-level spells, even though his theoretical understanding of magic was only at level 4. Fortunately, all was worth it. With his 6th-level stupor and armored protection, he managed to thwart 7 foolish assailants during the summer of his 4th year, who were now residing in Azkaban. Subsequently, at the onset of his 5th year, he initiated a family duel, which, in his view, was nothing of consequence. Before a formal duel could even take place, that Shafik was whisked away the very next day. Thereafter, until his graduation, he lived quite comfortably. Upon graduating, Felix eschewed the Ministry of Magic in Gringotts, as he held no interest in working there. A promising future? A lucrative salary? Well, he could finally assert with conviction that he had no interest in wealth. He wished to remain at the school, but regrettably, Headmaster Dumbledore declined his request. "You are still young. Travel and explore, or consider working earnestly for 2 years." Ultimately, Felix chose to traverse the world, immersing himself in the magical customs of various nations, particularly the black markets, where he could find ancient magical manuscripts and alchemical artifacts that he desperately sought. In doing so, he encountered a number of intriguing, dark wizards, all concealed beneath masks, fostering an environment where individuals were not judged by appearances, but rather by mutual benefit. His conceptual framework began to take shape. Felix opted to embrace this journey. On one hand, he believed this might be Dumbledore's way of assessing him, considering his actions during his time at school hardly marked him as professor material. On the other hand, he aimed to carve a path for himself, establishing an identity as a scholar, so that even if the route to becoming a professor proved unattainable, he could engage in discourse with other esteemed wizards. He felt confident in this endeavor. When it came to Muggle studies, he could indeed excel rapidly. Were it not for the fear of astonishing the wizarding world, he could pen 10 volumes on Muggle research within a year. Yet, he ultimately resolved to exercise patience, rendering his actions more judicious. Over the course of these 2 years, his correspondence with Dumbledore increased significantly, as Felix continually sent him research manuscripts, leading to an exchange of letters regarding Muggle issues. This ignited within him a flicker of hope for a return to Hogwarts. Next came the publication of his works. Although his books received lukewarm responses in the market, they were deemed highly valuable by professionals in the field. The name Felix Haip began to be associated with the title of expert in Muggle studies. Benefiting from this, in his third year post-graduation, he established pen-pal relationships with numerous renowned wizards, which proved immensely beneficial. Several small nations' ministries of magic extended invitations for him to oversee departments related to Muggle affairs, all of which he graciously declined. Exactly 3 years after graduation, he finally received an interview invitation from Hogwarts. Everything began here. Felix stood by the window, gazing at the sun setting, as a streak of twilight kissed the horizon. Chapter 32. Transition. Time gradually approached October. After a month in his new position, Felix had adapted to the demanding teaching responsibilities and had become quite adept at his role. In the 3rd and 4th grades, the primary focus is on sparking interest. Felix organized several practical activities in class, and it must be acknowledged that the creativity of these young wizards is truly remarkable. They had merely learned the first set of practical spells, which allowed them to manipulate magical puppets to perform basic movements. Yet they transformed this simple skill into something extraordinary. The girls formed a vibrant dance troupe, while the boys engaged in spirited combat, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Felix also discovered a talent named Cedric, a 4th-year Hufflepuff who devised a marvelous application for passing notes during class. During History of Magic, perhaps due to the sheer monotony of the lesson, Cedric maneuvered his puppet around the classroom to deliver messages to his friends. A few drowsy young wizards were taken aback by this spectacle. The magical puppet bounced over to one young wizard who was fast asleep, drooling in slumber. With a subtle flick of his wand, Cedric commanded the puppet to leap up and deliver a gentle punch to the wizard's knee. Bam! The sleeping wizard jolted awake, instinctively kicking out, sending the puppet soaring through Professor Bin's ethereal form and crashing to the ground. Professor Bin's, who had been immersed in his teaching for decades, rarely displaying any emotion, unexpectedly lost his temper. Lombard, disrupting class order. 10 points from Ravenclaw. The honest Hufflepuff stood up to clarify that he was neither Lombard nor a member of Ravenclaw, resulting in his detention. This piece of gossip spread rapidly throughout the school, and by the next day, many were eager to replicate this feat, only to be swiftly suppressed by the campus enforcers led by Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick. The twin brothers found themselves in dire straits when they attempted to have their puppets battle a transformed lizard in Transfiguration class, resulting in a deduction of 50 points and 3 weeks of detention from Professor McGonagall. Meanwhile, 6th-year wizards were grappling with their own less-than-perfect magical puppets. The tools at their disposal were not as refined as those of the younger students. They were required to sketch out 30% of the spell themselves. This led to a rather peculiar scene in the 6th grade, where one could often witness odd-looking puppets, some with disabilities, crawling on their hands. Many young witches, in a bid to borrow their beloved dolls from the younger students, found themselves signing a series of unequal agreements, such as ghostwriting assignments. 5th and 7th-year students possessed the most comprehensive puppet functionalities, albeit in a trial version, where theoretical performance determined their access to the experience. However, their control over the puppets was undeniably spectacular. Come the weekend, the top students would encounter each other in various school settings, sharing knowing glances before engaging their magical puppets in combat. With ice cascading, flames raging, and lightning crackling, they executed an array of techniques and maneuvers with remarkable skill, undoubtedly honed through rigorous practice. At such times, a throng of younger wizards would quickly gather around to spectate, pointing and whispering in awe. A group of young wizards in the 1st and 2nd grades, despite lacking magical puppets, exhibit a fervent enthusiasm for their craft. Several Muggle-born wizards, with serious expressions, analyze strengths and weaknesses, attempting to predict the outcomes of battles. Undoubtedly, the strongest among them is the Fire Boy, who could withstand his ultimate transformation into a phoenix. The Ice Girl's freezing moment is formidable as well, capable of encasing her opponent in ice. However, I must remind you all that lightning is at its most powerful in its natural state. Yet, I find that cutting-type magical puppets are truly insidious, remarked a 2nd-year boy, earning unanimous agreement. In early October, temperatures began to fluctuate dramatically, alternating between hot and cold, leading to an unexpected flu outbreak sweeping through Hogwarts. Young wizards lined up at the school hospital, with Madame Pomfrey overwhelmed by the demand for her invigorating potions, which, despite causing smoke to emit from one's ears, appeared rather comical. Professor McGonagall's transformation lesson involved a vampire mask, which a student took with them throughout the day. Harry and Ron trembled in the cold. Currently, the most popular professor among the students, Professor Haip, was not exempt from the chaos. In class, he presented a new creation, a magical puppet resembling a ghostly doll, with an oversized head, a tiny body, a pallid face adorned with heavy dark circles, and jagged teeth. It had a peculiar charm. With a flick of Felix's wand, the ghost doll opened its mouth, releasing a plume of black smoke that darkened the faces of the wizards in the front row. Limited edition, exclusive, upgraded power. So what are you waiting for? With half a month remaining, a group of young wizards fervently reviewed ancient runes. Hermione, upon hearing this news, felt a twinge of regret, being only in her second year. She was ineligible to participate in the examination. Observing Hermione as she graded a thick stack of papers, the young wizards expressed their astonishment. A few academically challenged Gryffindors, led by Wood, timidly implored Hermione to show them mercy. To their dismay, she sternly refused. In just over a month, this young, which had gained a certain level of prestige throughout the school, particularly among the upperclassmen who had chosen ancient runes, as her delicate corrections frequently graced their exam papers. In contrast, Professor Haip's handwriting appeared less often. Harry and Ron glanced at the papers beside her, feeling a sense of relief. Although most consisted of multiple choice questions and short translations, grading them was no easy task. Nevertheless, Hermione found joy in the process. "I can learn so much from this," she remarked to the two, and with her remarkable memory, she could nearly imprint the content of a paper in her mind after grading it dozens of times. Is this the world of a top student? The Gryffindor young wizards exchanged glances. Chapter 33, Hagrid. By mid-October, the flu ravaging Hogwarts showed no signs of abating. Rather, it intensified, claiming even a few professors as its victims. Fortunately, Felix had the foresight to obtain 2 vials of invigorating potion from Madame Pomfrey in advance, allowing him to take a sip before class and avoid contagion from the unreliable young wizards. On Wednesday, Felix, fortunate to have no classes, stepped out of the castle and followed a narrow path that led him through the greenhouse, past the weeping willow, and arrived at the hut that guarded the forbidden forest. As he approached, a large dog began to bark vigorously. Felix patiently waited, and after a moment, a burly figure emerged from the hut, his thick beard and broad feet reminiscent of small boats. He shouted at the dog, "Yaya, be quiet," before turning his gaze toward Felix, assessing him with a scrutinizing look. "Professor Hagrid, is there something you need?" In Hagrid's eyes, the professor appeared impeccably dressed, his hair neatly groomed, and his beard cleanly shaven, a stark contrast to his own appearance. "As the new professor, I realized I have yet to pay you a visit, which I must admit is rather impolite." "Is it?" Hagrid mumbled, blocking the doorway, clearly disinterested. "I have learned from Dumbledore that you are an exceptional keeper of the Forbidden Forest and quite knowledgeable about magical creatures, which is fortuitous as I share a keen interest in these delightful beings." "Really? Ah, well." Felix pointed his wand at the ring on his left index finger, and a thick book materialized in his hands, its cover adorned with silhouettes of various animals. "This is my gift to you." Hagrid's gaze fell upon the array of animal silhouettes, and he stammered, "Oh, you are too kind. I mean, you really don't have to." Hagrid stood momentarily dumbfounded, then waved his large arms. "Please come in, do come in." Felix entered Hagrid's hut, which he perceived to be a quintessential bachelor's abode. Chaotic, yet every item was conveniently placed. When Hagrid handed him a cup, he realized his misjudgment. The cup appeared to have gone unwashed for several days. After exchanging a few words with Hagrid, Felix noticed that Hagrid's attention was fixated on the book, prompting him to steer the conversation in that direction. "Hagrid, this book is my own creation. I devoted considerable effort to it, and I hope you will enjoy it." Hagrid eagerly grasped the book with his large hands and flipped to the first page, revealing a small, spirited creature standing upright on its hind legs, its forearms dangling before it in a vigilant posture. The next illustration depicted this creature courageously engaging in battle with a lion, undaunted by its colossal opponent, launching repeated attacks without a hint of fear. "What is this little fellow?" Hagrid's eyes sparkled with excitement. Felix glanced at the image. "This is a honey badger, native to Africa. They are remarkably brave and quite intelligent." The following page showcased the honey badger confronting various animals, and Hagrid became engrossed, eagerly flipping through the pages. One fascinating creature after another unfolded before him, as if he had unlocked a new realm of discovery. After a while, he looked up, slightly puzzled. "Professor Hagrid, I haven't seen many of these animals. They don't seem to be magical creatures." "Indeed, you are the expert on magical creatures. Your knowledge in this area surpasses mine. Fortunately, my 2-year tenure in the Muggle world allowed me to encounter numerous intriguing creatures. Although they may lack extraordinary magical traits, their unique physiological structures and habitats endow them with captivating qualities. I have meticulously compiled a selection of these findings from various Muggle literature and audiovisual materials, culminating in the creation of this magical tome. Hagrid clearly recognized the thoughtfulness behind this gift, muttering softly, "This is far too precious, far too precious." Felix smiled, reassuring him. "Oh, Hagrid, there's no need for such modesty. I have prepared similar gifts for each professor. Moreover, I do have a small favor to ask of you." "What is it?" Hagrid inquired cautiously. "I require some unicorn hair, though the quantity need not be excessive," Felix replied, appearing somewhat hesitant. "Here, if that is insufficient, I have plenty more. Young unicorns shed their coats several times as they grow, and I have assisted in gathering them." Felix was taken aback as he accepted the soft, worn mat, which seemed to have endured much beneath Hagrid's presence. Hagrid added, "While unicorn hair possesses magical properties, not every strand is suitable for wand making. These are the leftovers from that old coot Ollivander. You know, he collaborates with Hogwarts and offers discounts to first years." The conversation then shifted to the topic of magical creatures, and Hagrid was pleasantly surprised to find that this professor spoke the truth, in stark contrast to a certain self-absorbed colleague. Professor Haip was remarkably knowledgeable about various magical beings, to the extent that he seemed to possess insights even beyond his own awareness. For instance, when confronted with a sphinx, one could preemptively pose 3 riddles, thereby ensnaring it in a state of perplexity and contemplation. Similarly, encountering a Kneazle could be handled by magically transforming a stone, as they harbor a particular aversion to dogs with pure white fur. Moreover, trolls are known to fear bright lights. During their discourse, the professor also provided butterbeer and a special cake, leading to a delightful repast for the two. As Felix exited Hagrid's modest abode, dusk had begun to settle. The following day, he exchanged a few branches of a whipping willow and a small devil-esque snare plant from Professor Sprout herbology class. The former is a highly coveted material, frequently employed in wand crafting and essential in various potion brewing processes. Thanks to Harry and Ron's mishap at the beginning of the term, where they crashed into a whipping willow, this material had become quite plentiful. In his office, Felix surveyed the materials upon his workbench: a soiled mat, several black branches nearly 8 meters long, and a small pot of tightly curled plant. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Felix was preparing to complete a magical artifact, the methodology of which was derived from a rather ancient tome he had recently unearthed from the library. Initially, he had paid little heed to it, as the title, Applications of Alchemy, seemed no different from those he had previously encountered. However, he soon recognized its uniqueness. The cover appeared to be a later edition, and the pages within were evidently much older. Had it not been for the protective magic, Felix had no doubt that it would have crumbled to dust at once. Within this slender tome lie the musings of over 10 individuals, their notes ranging from chaotic scrawls to meticulous annotations, serving both as tributes to predecessors and as condescending remarks directed at successors. Chapter 34, titled The Art of Enchantment and Halloween, reveals through the verbose commentary of a certain Chagas Gant that this ancient manuscript hails from a lineage known as the Gants, or at the very least, they were once its proud custodians, as evidenced by the subsequent laudatory notes regarding this ancestor, and not merely one. This fact imbues Felix with a delightful sense of enjoyment in perusing these critiques. While many may struggle to discern such nuances, Felix stands as an exception. The art of enchantment can be applied to ancient magic as well as inscribed upon objects, for it is a language, one imbued with arcane power. Its essence lies in the ancient wizard's exploration and synthesis of magical principles. In contrast, alchemy, while partially inheriting from the ancient art of enchantment, has evolved independently, focusing on imbuing objects with magical energy to bestow them with unique capabilities. Thus, the symbols employed in alchemy cannot rightfully be deemed a language, but rather mere magical sigils. Nevertheless, they possess their own merits. Countless illustrious wizards have experimented with various methods to embed magical essence within diverse objects, resulting in an array of enchanting techniques that defy imagination. The epitome of such mastery is embodied by the French alchemist, Nicolas Flamel. Compared to alchemy, the art of enchantment is considered an antiquity, which partly explains Felix's belief that the notes are of considerable age. The enchanted creation Felix aspires to complete is known as the binding vine, utilizing the inherent growth characteristics of magical vines to launch surprise assaults, notable for its stability and lack of incantation requirement. However, the true magnitude of its power is subjective, leading Felix to harbor some doubt. Yet, he does not prioritize raw power. Instead, he values the underlying philosophies. Firstly, the conceptual framework for crafting enchanted items. Secondly, the techniques for intricately merging opposing magical properties. The unicorn symbolizes purity and benevolence, while the devil's snare is an aggressive magical plant, instinctively attacking small creatures and unfortunate humans alike, driven by its predatory nature. Typically, merging these two divergent magical traits proves challenging. However, following the ancient manuscript's guidance, Felix employs the Whomping Willow to mitigate this opposition. Though the Whomping Willow exhibits violent tendencies, it is fundamentally a neutral plant. With a flourish of his wand, Felix disassembles a mat woven from unicorn hair and immerses it in clear water, which almost instantaneously turns pitch black. After several attempts to cleanse the unicorn hair, he employs magic to dry it, revealing its true essence, a cascade of soft, lustrous white strands, shimmering like liquid mercury. The other two primary ingredients require time to cultivate. The devil's snare must grow further, while the branches of the Whomping Willow need to absorb magical energy to enhance their flexibility for transformation. Felix estimates that the preparatory work will not be complete until at least the end of November. As time passed day by day, Felix completed the first large-scale examination for 5 grades, a promise he had made at the beginning of the term. Fortunately, he was not alone. Another assistant was working alongside him late into the night. At 10 o'clock, Hermione stifled a yawn and cast a furtive glance at Professor Haip. "Professor, I have finished grading," she announced, bidding him good night as she exited the office. On her way, she felt a sense of anticipation for the event in 3 days' time. However, her focus was not on the school-organized party, but rather on nearly headless Nick's 500th Death Day celebration. Upon returning to the common room, several young Gryffindors were still engaged in completing their assignments. Ron let out a lament, lamenting that he was still 8 inches short on his potions essay and a foot short on his history of magic paper. His exclamation resonated with many of the young witches and wizards, who nodded in agreement before returning to their work. Hermione, sitting beside Harry and Ron, remarked without hesitation, "If you had completed your assignments earlier, you wouldn't be in such a predicament." She was far busier than the others. In addition to her own homework, she was tasked with her duties as an ancient runes assistant and was also practicing the runes taught by Professor Haip. Thus far, she had mastered 19 runes. Professor Haip had mentioned that she had a chance to independently create an alchemical product this year. With a grimace, Ron replied, "Stop rambling and lend me your history of magic essay. You need to complete your own work." She retorted, "I'm just referencing it, right, Harry?" Harry nodded eagerly in agreement. Ultimately, Hermione relented and lent them her assignments. Professor Flitwick adorned the Great Hall with lively bat decorations, while Professor McGonagall transfigured enormous, colorful embellishments. Hagrid's gigantic pumpkins finally found their purpose, intricately carved into hollow lanterns large enough for 3 or 4 people to sit inside. Yet, Harry and Ron remained sullen, as Harry felt embarrassed for having promised nearly headless Nick he would attend the 500th Death Day celebration, while Ron steadfastly supported his friend in this endeavor. However, the more they beheld the festive decor in the hall, the more their smiles soured. At 7 o'clock, the trio made their way through the corridors, preparing for the feast. As they passed the Great Hall, it was adorned with lights and flickering candles. Each of the enormous pumpkin lanterns was the size of a carriage, and some young witches and wizards had already chosen their seats, engaged in lively conversation. As Harry squeezed through the crowd, he even spotted one of the twins directing a ghostly doll to chase after various young wizards, spraying them with black mist, while the magical puppet emitted eerie, creaking sounds. Just the day before, Felix had distributed the results, fulfilling his promise that the top student from each grade would receive a custom-made magical puppet, endowed with greater power and a wider array of spells. Interestingly, the top student from the 4th year was not one of the twins, but Cedric from Hufflepuff, who had long held the top position. However, during the selection of his prize, he was coaxed by the twins and ended up choosing the ghostly doll. Now, seated among his friends, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards a 3rd-year Ravenclaw girl, and he suddenly felt a pang of regret, wishing he had chosen a lovely lady to gift the doll to her instead. Traversing a frigid corridor adorned with black candles, they beheld Nick, nearly headless, standing at the threshold of a room to greet guests, elegantly clad in a flowing black velvet cloak. "Welcome, my dear friends. It is truly splendid that you could attend." Almost simultaneously, Dumbledore proclaimed the official commencement of the Halloween feast, the cheers of the young wizards resonating throughout the hall. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, their faces cast in eerie shadows beneath the glimmering blue candlelight as they resolutely ventured inside. Chapter 35, The Attack. The atmosphere within the hall was vibrant. Dumbledore had fulfilled his promise by inviting a troupe of skeletal dancers. They played lively tunes on instruments crafted from bones, performing whimsical dances that were, to be frank, quite unforgettable. Felix indulged in a piece of black, tombstone-shaped caramel cake, savoring it with delight. The ceiling of the hall was festooned with ribbons of various colors and monstrous masks. He even spotted 3 large black dogs, notorious within the wizarding community. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was, in fact, a 3-headed canine. Felix mused. It seems the reputation of the 3-headed dog is unjustly marred. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped past 10 o'clock, edging towards 11. The young wizards gradually set down their utensils, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles from a feast. Felix dabbed his mouth with a napkin and commenced a discussion on spells with Professor Flitwick, while Professor Lockhart attempted to interject, only to be disregarded by the two. After 2 months of school, it was evident to anyone with a modicum of intellect what Lockhart truly was. Felix shot a reproachful glance at Dumbledore. Feeling betrayed in his trust, "You chose such a charlatan as a professor? I had thought him to possess genuine talent." Felix lamented the time he had squandered. Eventually, the skeletal dance troupe concluded their performance with an unorthodox, soothing melody, and the audience, in a display of courtesy, applauded in unison until the dancers bowed and dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. As the festivities concluded, the young wizards jostled to exit the hall, leaving a few professors to wave their wands and tidy up the remnants. "Professors, I believe you ought to witness what has transpired." Even without his words, the professors could hear the gasps of young wizards outside the hall. Dumbledore strode forth, the crowd parting to grant him passage. Felix and Professor Flitwick exchanged a glance and quickly followed suit. They ascended the staircase to the 3rd floor, following the gaze of the young wizards. They turned a corner and arrived at an empty corridor. Felix's eyes first fell upon Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who stood isolated, a clear space surrounding them. However, in the next moment, his gaze was drawn to the cat hanging from the torch bracket. It was Mrs. Norris. She appeared rigid, seemingly lifeless. Beside her, on the wall about a foot above the ground, some words were inscribed, glimmering ominously in the flickering torchlight. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." Flitch was clamoring about something when Dumbledore swiftly maneuvered through the crowd to release Madame Loris. His expression grew grave, and his piercing blue eyes, framed by crescent-shaped spectacles, scrutinized her intently. "Come with me, Flitch," he instructed, "and you too, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger." Lockhart hastily suggested his office and promptly followed Dumbledore, with Professor McGonagall, Snape, and Felix trailing closely behind, while Professor Flitwick stayed behind to calm the agitated young wizard. In Lockhart's office, several professors gathered around a polished table, examining the rigid form of Madame Loris. Dumbledore's long, hooked nose nearly brushed against her fur as he peered through his crescent lenses, gently prodding and poking with his elongated fingers. Professor McGonagall bent low, her face almost touching the cat, squinting as she scrutinized it carefully. Snape lingered in the shadows behind them, while Felix stood on the opposite side, his fingers gliding along Madame Loris's spine, noting the unusual stiffness of her fur. He then tapped her body lightly with his wand, sensing a potent aura of curse lingering about her. She was not dead, but rather petrified. Simultaneously, Dumbledore straightened up and softly declared, "She is not dead, Flitch. She has been petrified." However, the headmaster's words did little to quell Flitch's resentment, as he immediately fixated his suspicions on Harry, even revealing his own inability to speak. Yet, his doubts were swiftly dismissed, for such an act would necessitate the most profound dark magic, beyond the capabilities of the trio. Furthermore, the eerie writing on the wall added to the enigma. "The Chamber of Secrets." Felix pondered, the name feeling oddly familiar. Next, it was Snape's turn to take the floor. He mockingly interrogated Harry and his friends, who stuttered through their explanations, prompting a sigh from Felix. "Child, your deceit is unrefined. Your composure is lacking." Nevertheless, Felix soon found himself deep in thought, questioning what they were concealing. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek an opportunity to inquire with his assistant. After the trio departed, the professors exchanged insights. "Potter did not tell the whole truth, Headmaster." "That is my opinion," Snape reiterated. No professor contradicted him. They all perceived the same. Yet Professor McGonagall instinctively defended her students. "We have no evidence that they have done anything wrong. In fact, they may have merely heard some strange noises." This possibility was not dismissed by Dumbledore, who turned to Felix and inquired, "What is your perspective?" All eyes in the room fell upon Felix, even Lockhart's portrait on the wall peeking out from the shadows. "I'm still contemplating the writing on the wall. The chamber has been opened." "Whose chamber? By whom?" Who stands against this so-called heir? He posed these 3 questions in succession. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and replied tersely, "It sounds like yet another tale of Slytherin's chamber, though no evidence has ever substantiated it." Apart from Felix and Lockhart, the other 3 were seasoned educators. Similar campus legends would circulate among the young wizards every few years, each iteration becoming more sensational and curious than the last. However, to my knowledge, the names most closely associated with the term Chamber of Secrets are Ravenclaw and Slytherin. The implications of this recent attack are already glaringly apparent. The others understood Felix's meaning. The Chamber of Secrets is linked to Slytherin. Ravenclaw would never engage in such deeds. The conjecture is quite reasonable, yet regrettably, there is no evidence. Snape interjected with a sharp remark. Ultimately, Dumbledore delivered a decisive judgment, stating that in the following days, we would search the castle to uncover any potential clues. Chapter 36, By Chance. The next day, Felix ventured to the corridor where the attack had occurred, and it was no surprise to encounter Filch. The corridor had evidently been cleaned. The water on the floor had vanished. Leaning against a wall inscribed with the words "The chamber has been opened" was an empty chair. At that moment, he had his back to Felix, laboriously scrubbing the letters from the wall with a cleaning solution, yet it appeared to be a futile endeavor. "Mr. Filch, I've come to examine the scene. Perhaps I might uncover some clues left behind." Felix had not interacted much with Filch during his time at school, especially since he did not have Mrs. Norris as an ally, and with his remarkable disillusionment charm, he had been entirely immune to Filch's threats. Filch stepped aside, awkwardly standing there. Having just revealed his identity as the Squib, and now facing this brilliant professor, he wished to leave without delay. "Well, I shall take my leave, Professor. I have matters to attend to." "Do carry on," Felix replied, then added, "Oh, by the way," as he waved his wand, causing the inscriptions on the wall to fade instantly. He was somewhat astonished and quickly approached the wall, scrutinizing the letters. It appeared to be a form of coercive magic, though it was not a permanent sticking charm. Felix pointed his wand at the wall, and soon the inscriptions vanished entirely. Thank you," Filch stammered, his face flushed, and he hurriedly departed, leaving his cleaning tools behind. Felix began to search the surroundings, and soon discovered a clue. He crouched down, tapping his ring with his wand, and a large magnifying glass materialized in his hand. Felix examined the ground closely, where he found a charred mark. "What is this? How did it come to be?" Felix lifted his gaze towards the girl's lavatory directly opposite him. Without further contemplation, he swiftly pushed open the brass handle and entered. It was a rather dark and damp place, with stains marring the walls and puddles covering the floor. The tiles above a row of sinks had peeled away, and the only source of light came from a few pitch-black candles. Suppressing his discomfort, Felix's gaze wandered restlessly. Suddenly, a voice came from the innermost stall. "Who is there?" Subsequently, a sullen-faced ghost emerged, her pearlescent glasses obscuring much of her face. She turned to Felix and clearly recognized the esteemed professor. The specter stood in astonishment, unable to fully grasp the reality of the situation as he cast a glance over his shoulder. Indeed, this was his domain, the girl's lavatory. "Professor?" "Hello, Myrtle," came Felix's voice, remarkably composed. He was here to investigate, armed with a plausible excuse. Indeed, that was the case. Felix remarked, "Is it really necessary? I merely wish to inquire about something, and I have restrained my discomfort." "Myrtle, I am aware of your presence here. Did you witness the attack yesterday?" he inquired. "Nothing. I saw nothing," Myrtle shouted from within the stall. Almost immediately, he heard footsteps approaching in the distance, sending a shiver down his spine. He quickly cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and hastily exited the lavatory, narrowly avoiding a collision with a red-haired girl. Being discovered by the specter was not the issue. However, being seen by a student would tarnish his esteemed reputation irrevocably. In the ensuing days, during his free periods, he collaborated with several professors to thoroughly search the castle. Yet naturally, they unearthed nothing. One day, while dining in the Great Hall, Felix continued to ponder the matter. The entire situation stemmed from the Dark Lord's Horcrux. Yet knowing this seemed futile. He was unaware of the heir's identity, the location of a chamber, or where the Horcrux was concealed. The terms, chamber, Slytherin heir, petrification, were evidently key phrases. But how could they be interconnected? Felix sensed he was perilously close to the truth, yet an insidious fog obscured his path. Slytherin's serpent? How could that be? He mused. Even a typical adult wizard would find implausible. Moreover, how could a demented dare to attack the school? However, Felix quickly reminded himself that in the realm of magic, anything was conceivable, especially with the presence of a protagonist. Thus, It was entirely possible that a colossal serpent had been responsible for the petrification of Mrs. Norris. Felix continued to explore this hypothesis. Yet, he encountered another quandary. What serpent possessed the power of petrification? The only creature he could conceive was Medusa, but such magical beings had long since perished. It could not be dismissed that Slytherin had performed some form of bloodline grafting from the remnants of his notes. It was evident he had delved deeply into the study of extraordinary bloodlines. By the time he finished his meal, he had made little progress. However, a new idea soon emerged. To gather the various rumors regarding the Chamber of Secrets that had circulated throughout Hogwarts over the years, meticulously discerning their veracity. Perhaps the truth lay concealed within the whispers of legend. 3 days later, Felix stood before a tapestry depicting a troll being foolishly bested by a giant on the 8th floor of the castle. His expression peculiar as he watched a silver door slowly materialize. Is this what I've been seeking? After a moment's hesitation, he lightly tapped his chest, wrist, and ankle with his wand. A flash of light enveloped his torso, and he stepped through the threshold. What lay before him was an oversized repository of discarded items. A veritable mountain of refuse. Tattered quills, old tomes, and a broken spyglass, alongside a golden snitch missing half of its wing. He treaded cautiously around the space, uncovering no trace of significance. A hidden chamber? It was difficult to fathom that the proud Slytherin would have concealed the chamber here. Nevertheless, this room was indeed quite discreet. Its magic must be quite fascinating. I shall research it another day. Felix stepped out of the room, casting a lingering glance at the silver door that had quietly vanished. Meanwhile, the trio was diligently probing the secrets of the Chamber of Secrets, with Hermione Granger leading the charge. The once-spirited young wizards collapsed once more, their faces swiftly transforming to expressions of confusion and stupor. Chapter 37. The Trio's Investigation. After class, Harry, Ron, and Hermione emerged from the classroom, engaged in a discussion about the information they had just received from Professor Binns. I've always known Salazar Slytherin was a twisted old madman, Ron remarked with evident disdain. Hermione was still sorting through the current information. Professor Binns mentioned a monster in the chamber, and no one knows what it is, but Harry, we have a lead. She cast a deep glance at Harry. Harry, understanding her implication, quickly glanced around and whispered, "You mean my Parseltongue?" Ron looked at them both in alarm. Exactly. The trio squeezed through the crowded corridor and soon arrived at the site of the recent attack. The scene before them had changed significantly since that fateful night. The standing water had been cleared away, the petrified cat no longer hung from the torch bracket, and the inscription declaring that the chamber had been opened had been scrubbed clean. However, an empty chair leaned against the wall. "Filch has been stationed here," Ron murmured. "He has been particularly irritable lately, finding all sorts of reasons to deduct points, like too much noise or foolish grinning. But that's irrelevant to us. We just need to examine the scene for any overlooked clues," Hermione asserted. The trio swiftly sprang into action. Harry crouched on the ground, his glasses nearly touching the floor, and soon discovered charred marks, while Hermione spotted a spectacular sight of spiders scurrying away from the castle. "What does this signify?" Harry pondered, somewhat perplexed. Ron, keeping his distance from the spiders, looked terrified. It could indicate many things, such as the spiders being afraid of that monster. Hermione continued to piece together the clues. Thus, the attacker is a serpent, characterized by its petrifying attacks, and it is an enemy of spiders. This clue brings us quite close to the truth. The young witch exclaimed, "Give me a week, or at most 2, and I shall uncover its details." "Ron, to be honest, why are you trembling so much?" Ron then recounted a childhood story about clutching a teddy bear that the twins had transformed into a creature with numerous legs, causing Hermione to giggle. "Believe me, if you had such an experience, you wouldn't find it funny," Ron retorted. "Imagine holding your teddy bear, calling its name, and suddenly it sprouts multiple legs." "The water on the floor is gone," Harry suddenly interjected. "Perhaps someone cleaned the floor, like Filch. It's his job," Ron replied without hesitation. "But where did the water come from?" Harry instinctively felt this could be a clue. "Ah, I've got it," Hermione exclaimed. "What is it?" "I have come to a realization. A potential witness resides next door and may have witnessed the entirety of the assault." Following her gaze, the two boys fixated on the sign for the girls' restroom, simultaneously swallowing hard. After dining, they exited the castle and meandered along the path toward Hagrid's hut, continuing their debate over the events of the day. "In my opinion, we ought to have refrained from entering the girls' restroom. That wretched place was nothing short of a nightmare. Furthermore, we were discovered by Percy." Ron rambled on. "Yet, we also learned that she passed away 50 years ago, having seen a pair of large, terrifying yellow eyes before her demise." What does this signify? It indicates the eyes of a serpent. Hermione, disregarding Ron's mutterings, continued, Your information is quite valuable. We have also come across the name Tom Riddle, who received a special contribution award from the school 50 years ago. Perhaps this is no mere coincidence. Harry's eyes widened. Are you suggesting that this Tom was the one who ended the legacy of the last heir of the chamber? Precisely. The trio knocked on Hagrid's door, and he warmly welcomed the 3 young wizards inside. Ron, astonished, exclaimed, Hagrid, your hut is remarkably tidy. Indeed, the 3 observed that Hagrid's dwelling had undergone a significant transformation. The once blackened floor had turned into a deep brown. Oh, you mean this? Hagrid casually remarked. Professor Kettleburn visited me last time and helped tidy up before he left. It was a simple matter for him, just a flick of his wand. Professor Kettleburn? Hermione inquired, astonished. Yes, Professor Kettleburn. Dumbledore recommended him. He sought advice on magical creatures. And I'm an expert in that area. However, he possesses considerable insight in some obscure matters as well. Hagrid proudly presented a plate of biscuits, a jug of pumpkin juice, and 3 cups. Professor Kettleburn is an excellent wizard. During my school days, I hardly interacted with him. But he pointed to a book on the chair, saying, Look, that is a gift from him. The trio eagerly opened the book, and Hermione discovered that it resembled a Muggle comic book predominantly composed of photographs, with brief explanatory texts at the bottom of each page. Are these all magical creatures? Ron inquired curiously, noting their stark difference from anything he had seen as a child. No, these are creatures from the Muggle world, Harry replied excitedly. Look, this is a lion. This is a giraffe with an extraordinarily long neck, which I have seen at the zoo. And this is a badger, somewhat akin to the Hufflepuff emblem, though they are certainly not the same. Hermione then asked, Did Professor Kettleburn create this book himself? Hagrid took a hearty swig of butterbeer and burped. Indeed, it is quite thoughtful, is it not? I feel I owe him a favor. After a considerable time had passed, the trio finally recalled their purpose for visiting. The chamber? The heir? The monster? Hagrid's face suddenly drained of color. Yes, we have uncovered some clues. Harry began to introduce their findings, but Hagrid quickly interrupted him. Listen, there are no hidden chambers and no monsters. It was merely an unfortunate accident, Hagrid exclaimed, his robust hands gesturing animatedly. His voice then softened as he muttered, It truly was an accident. No one foresaw such an occurrence. No one. Shortly thereafter, the 3 were ushered out of the small hut. He is undoubtedly concealing something, Ron declared indignantly. We can all see that. After a moment, Hermione abruptly closed her book, startling the 2. Who do you think the heir might be? She whispered, seemingly to herself. It must be a Slytherin. I suspect it's Malfoy, Ron replied swiftly. Harry immediately embraced this notion, pondering aloud. It very well could be him. Consider their lineage, pure blood for generations. He has every reason to act, especially since he has recently faced a significant setback after Professor Snape confined him for insulting Hermione. Hermione's breath hitched momentarily. Ron seemed to find validation in Harry's words. You're absolutely right, Harry. It must be him. Perhaps the Malfoy family is a descendant of a particular Slytherin lineage, guarding this secret for generations. Right, Hermione? At that moment, the twins approached from a distance. I couldn't help but overhear you discussing Professor Snape. Has he done something amusing again? The twins settled on either side of Harry and Ron. Nothing much, Ron quickly replied. Fred, sitting beside him, draped an arm over his shoulder and winked at the trio. Oh, come on, we can exchange information. We admire Professor Snape greatly. George, next to Harry, chuckled. Indeed, we hold him in high regard. We'd love to dissect him and study that brilliant mind of his. Fred sighed. George, your tone suggests we harbor some ill intentions towards Professor Snape. Do we? Of course not. At most, we're merely attempting to replicate his magical puppetry. They chimed in unison. Harry contemplated for a moment. Well, we visited Hagrid's hut this evening and came across a magical book sent by Professor Snape. What was it about? Muggle creatures. You know how fascinated Hagrid is by them. Cool. The twins exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison. Ron interjected. Now it's your turn. We agreed to exchange information. Fred winked. Our little Ron has gained some insight. Not so easily fooled anymore. George chimed in. But who can resist being our brother? Fred teased lightly, then whispered, We can provide intel. You know, we're fans of Professor Snape. If anyone wishes to know his whereabouts, perhaps to orchestrate a chance encounter. Ron gasped. You've been following the professor? Into the Forbidden Forest? Hermione gasped in astonishment. The 3 exchanged glances. Chapter 38, following. That night, on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Harry, Ron, and Hermione hid in the underbrush, continually glancing toward the castle. I feel we shouldn't be suspicious of the professor, Hermione said anxiously. Ron swiftly remarked, Hermione, We have suffered from this before. Do you recall Professor Quirrell from our first year? Who would have imagined that the timid and cowardly man had Voldemort clinging to the back of his head? However, this does not imply that other professors are beyond suspicion. Hermione attempted to argue, defending her esteemed professor. Consider Gilderoy Lockhart. He may not be a dark wizard, but he is certainly not a competent teacher. Harry, have you forgotten your role as a vampire in our defense against the dark arts class? Harry pondered for a moment, suddenly feeling a wave of nausea. He softly advised her, "We are not doubting, merely curious about what he is doing in the Forbidden Forest. This will also help eliminate a suspect. And we could even seek Professor Hooch's assistance." Hermione fell silent. The three of them crouched in the underbrush. The November night had begun to chill, the thin mist intensifying the sense of cold. "Just a little longer," Harry patiently urged. After a while, as midnight approached, a tall figure emerged from the castle. "Someone is coming. It's Professor Hooch." The trio felt a surge of excitement. Their wait had not been in vain. Meanwhile, Felix left the castle, heading towards the Forbidden Forest. A gentle night breeze caressed his face, a most pleasant sensation. Upon reaching the forest's edge, he sensed something watching him. Small creatures? Denizens of the Forbidden Forest? Yet, they should not appear at the forest periphery. Felix withdrew his wand, its tip emitting a radiant glow, releasing a flurry of pearlescent lights that swiftly burst forth, illuminating a radius of 100 meters around him. Nothing was there. Puzzled, he followed his instinct to a large tree, scrutinizing it closely. After a moment, he chuckled softly. Opposite him, three little figures draped in Harry's invisibility cloak held their breath, their faces etched with anxiety as they watched the professor. Harry could even feel his legs trembling, while Ron's hot breath fanned his face. Fortunately, the professor did not abruptly lift their cloak. He brushed past them and entered the Forbidden Forest. Huff, huff. The trio gasped for air. Did he notice us? Probably not. No, let us continue. Hermione decided to press on. Thus, the three of them, clutching the invisibility cloak, quietly followed the professor. Felix's pace was leisurely, fiddling with his wand, a peculiar thought bubbling in his mind. What drama is set to unfold today for the trio, the protagonists? The signs of their presence were too numerous. The disarrayed footprints beside the large tree, the subtle sound of their breaths, and the instinct that guided him, all revealing their location. Yet, it was the scent of his assistant's shampoo that truly alerted Felix to their presence. This was also the reason he refrained from exposing them on the spot. As Felix proceeded towards his predetermined destination, he noticed the trio trailing behind him, which surprised him. Are they targeting me? Well, this presents an opportunity to familiarize myself with the other two protagonists. After approximately half an hour, Felix arrived at a clearing deep within the Forbidden Forest and came to a halt. At a distance of 30 to 40 meters, Harry, Ron, and Hermione concealed themselves behind a grand tree. What was Felix up to? Hush! Felix raised his wand, his wrist flicking gracefully, and 3 crimson spells struck the stones. To the astonishment of the trio outside, 3 stones transformed into 3 large black dogs. These dogs stood at half a man's height, their sleek fur glistening like exquisite black velvet. The 3 formidable hounds slightly shifted their bodies, then fixed their gaze upon Felix, their forelimbs lowered, teeth bared, and eyes brimming with aggression. Such advanced transfiguration skills. Look, they seem almost alive, Hermione whispered in awe. I care not for his transfiguration prowess. I only wish to know what he seeks in the Forbidden Forest, Ron muttered, yet his eyes remained transfixed. However, the next moment brought them an unexpected shock as the 3 black dogs lunged simultaneously at Professor Haip, launching an assault. They were remarkably swift, covering several meters in the blink of an eye. Hermione could not suppress a scream. From her perspective, the dog's sharp fangs were less than 3 feet from Professor Haip. Yet Felix did not evade. Instead, he deftly cast a spell. Hermione, filled with anxiety, thought to herself that even if one dog could be thwarted, 2 others remained. Fear was etched on Harry and Ron's faces, especially Harry's. Was another professor to perish before his eyes after a year? Yet, they had seemingly forgotten that all 3 dogs were conjured by the very professor they were witnessing in peril. In a mere second, the dynamics of the scene shifted dramatically. Felix's figure abruptly vanished, leaving behind a swirl of black smoke, only to reappear 2 meters away. As he materialized, a red beam shot forth from his wand. Simultaneously, he vanished again, re-emerging in another corner, casting yet another spell. To the trio's astonishment, it appeared as though the professor had multiplied, simultaneously executing 3 spells. Bang! 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 The 3 large black dogs fell instantly, silenced by the incantations. Hidden under the invisibility cloak, they stared in disbelief. amidst the black smoke. The professor's stern visage emerged with a flash of red light, vanishing once more to reappear elsewhere, his speed rendering him mesmerizing and impossible to evade or resist. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment as well. In the center of the clearing, having just completed his magic, Felix shook his head, still unsatisfied. He had deviated by half a meter. This was only the second jump. If he were to attempt 8 or 10, might he not risk being struck by his own spells? Felix had emerged primarily to refine his Trinity assault tactic, a strategy he had whimsically dubbed the instant kill technique during his more youthful, theatrical days. The principle was elegantly simple. The Trinity, whereby 3 spells were cast simultaneously, perfectly intertwined, producing an effect exponentially greater than the sum of its parts. The speed of apparition, the petrifying power of transfiguration, and most crucially, the cognitive acceleration that maintained his balance and reflexes. When these elements coalesced, Felix could unleash spells from multiple positions in an instant, creating a dazzling web of energy that achieved the terrifying effect of one man embodying an entire team. The principle is indeed quite simple, yet the journey is fraught with challenges. The crux lies in enhancing one's reflexes and maintaining physical equilibrium in an instant. Hermione practiced her spells within the confines of the thought chamber, while he contemplated the application of these techniques to combat. Fortunately, he had recently garnered significant insights. This was also the reason for his repeated ventures into the Forbidden Forest over the past few days, evading the omnipresent disillusionment charms within Hogwarts Castle. 2 jumps were somewhat acceptable. Felix was moderately satisfied, knowing there would be further improvements ahead. He then lifted his gaze, fixing it steadily in the direction of the trio. Come forth. Chapter 39. Confinement. Harry, Ron, and Hermione tremulously lifted the invisibility cloak. The 3 approached, their faces etched with concern. Professor Felix's eyes roamed among them. Miss Granger and Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, could you elucidate the reason for your presence here? Harry summoned his courage and replied, Professor, we want to visit Hagrid. You may not be aware, but we are friends. This is hardly a suitable route. You have ventured too deeply into the Forbidden Forest, Felix replied, shaking his head. I believe your professor should have advised you against wandering into the Forbidden Forest. Ron stammered, Professor, we intended to find Hagrid, but we happened to see you, and out of curiosity, we followed. Out of curiosity, Felix mused, twirling his wand. He regarded the 3 without uttering a word. A heavy psychological burden settled upon them. Finally, Hermione, her voice quivering, said, I'm sorry, Professor, we have betrayed your trust. It is of no consequence, Felix replied calmly. Adventure is the nature of every young wizard, particularly those of Gryffindor. However, I urge you to distinguish between bravery and folly, for life is singular. Let me think. Violating curfew, trespassing in the Forbidden Forest. Trailing a professor as Felix spoke, the color drained from the trio's faces. 10 points from each of you, and a week as confinement. Harry nodded in agreement. Had they fallen into Snape's clutches tonight, the consequences would be unfathomable. As he lay in bed, Ron suddenly remarked to Harry, That was so cool, wasn't it? What? Professor Haip. Whoosh. You could hardly discern his movements. In my opinion, he is far superior to Snape, perhaps even stronger than Dumbledore. Dumbledore is the strongest, Harry replied without hesitation. That may not necessarily be true. The headmaster hasn't engaged in battle for many years. If it were decades ago, I certainly wouldn't doubt, Ron mumbled before gradually drifting into slumber. However, Harry found it difficult to sleep as images of Professor Haip wielding magic danced in his mind. From a moment he cast his first spell to the abrupt emergence of black smoke. Each movement replayed vividly in his imagination. The next day, Hermione appeared somewhat downcast, yet she quickly rallied, even beginning to discuss clues regarding the Chamber of Secrets with them. The young witch, with a serious expression, declared, It seems that Professor Haip is not the heir of Slytherin after all. Ron remarked, Do not be so hasty. We have merely set aside one suspicion for the time being, although Professor Haip is indeed a commendable individual. He acknowledges this as well. Harry quickly shifted the subject, feeling that their actions of tracking the professor the previous night had left Hermione, their assistant, somewhat embarrassed. I still believe that Malfoy is the more likely suspect. Indeed, Ron interjected, but how do we extract information from him? He certainly would not brazenly confess to being the heir of Slytherin. Hermione nodded and quietly suggested, Perhaps we require Polyjuice Potion. What is that? They inquired. Polyjuice Potion allows one to assume another's identity, Hermione explained. The 2 remained bewildered. With a hint of irritation, Hermione asked, Do you not pay attention in class? Professor Snape mentioned that the brewing process for this potion is exceptionally challenging and necessitates various rare ingredients. With its recipe documented in the book Powerful Potions, the trio engaged in hushed discussion but soon found themselves stymied at the first hurdle. The recipe for Polyjuice Potion was difficult to procure, as the book containing it resided within the restricted section of the library. To borrow a book from that area, one required a signed note from a professor. "We have no justification to borrow that book," Ron stated. "It is not something for our year." I believe Hermione proposed that if we feign interest in the theory, there might be a glimmer of hope. "Oh, come now. Professors are not easily deceived," Ron replied, "unless they are exceedingly foolish." On Saturday morning, after breakfast, the trio made their way to the office of the Ancient Runes professor to serve their detention. Harry lamented that the first Quidditch match was imminent, yet he was unable to attend practice, much to the chagrin of Team Captain Wood. Upon knocking, they were taken aback to find Draco Malfoy already present. Malfoy was hunched over a desk, engrossed in a hefty tome, with pages nearly at the end. His quill was busily transcribing, and the tip of his nose bore a smudge of ink. Harry suddenly recalled that Malfoy had been punished with the task of copying text. Professor Haip closed the door and remarked in a relaxed tone, "I had initially intended to separate you, but upon reflection, that seemed too cumbersome. I inquired, and Mr. Malfoy has no objection to sharing a desk with you." Ron suddenly snickered, observing Malfoy's expression, which hardly conveyed indifference. He began to look forward to this detention. Felix conjured 3 chairs before them, stating, "I shall fetch the materials you need to copy." With that, he departed. The 4 individuals in the office exchanged glances. Harry teasingly addressed Malfoy. "Your detention has not yet concluded? That is quite the price to pay." Malfoy lifted his chin defiantly. "Harry Potter." He cast a glance at the trio, and upon seeing Hermione, seemed on the verge of saying something but quickly restrained himself. He proclaimed with a touch of arrogance, "At Professor Snape's suggestion, Professor Haip has permitted me to take a brief leave, so I need not miss Slytherin's Quidditch practice, Potter. I shall defeat you on the field." Harry's mood soured abruptly. With the financial backing of the Malfoy family, the Slytherin Quidditch team had all donned Nimbus 2001 brooms, which granted them remarkable speed, darting across the pitch like 7 pale green specters. Ron provocatively remarked, "In a real match, it's the skill that matters. Even if you secured your position as Seeker through underhanded means, you would only become a laughingstock, a wastrel." "Shut your mouth, Weasley. Is there even a single galleon left in your family's vault?" Ron's face flushed crimson, his ears burning with indignation as he brandished his wand, shouting, "Say that again, Malfoy. I dare you." Harry and Hermione quickly restrained him. Regardless of the consequences of scuffle in the professor's office, even if Ron did take action, what would it achieve? A day spent dripping with snot? I consulted Professor McGonagall. She has a set of materials that are outdated and require updating. "I took it upon myself to handle this task," Felix said with a hint of enthusiasm, "which happens to pertain to the list of banned student behaviors and their corresponding penalties." Felix placed the materials on the table with a thud, sending a thick cloud of dust into the air. With a flick of his wand, he cleared the mess, and a gust of wind whisked the dust away. "Let's begin, children," he said. Felix settled into a corner of the office, about 7 or 8 meters away from them, plugging his ears with a pair of earplugs. He pointed his wand at himself, and then opened a hefty tome, indulging in a leisurely weekend. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione resigned themselves to their seats. Ron vehemently resisted the idea of sitting with Malfoy, leaving Harry no choice but to sit right beside him. Harry unfurled a sheet of parchment and began to copy down information with a quill dipped in ink. Malfoy whispered, "Potter, you know you're going to lose." "Shut up, Malfoy." Harry hissed back. Chapter 40, Malfoy. Harry found detention utterly unbearable, as Malfoy incessantly muttered provocations in his ear. This significantly hampered his productivity. By midday, he had only managed to copy 10 sheets of parchment, their thickness barely matching that of his pinky finger. During lunch, Harry complained about this to Hermione and Ron. Expressing his frustration, "I never expected him to be so chatty, buzzing away like a fly." Ron suggested, "You could always annoy him back." Harry was at a loss for words. He had no desire to engage in dialogue with Malfoy. Hermione pondered, "Perhaps you could provoke him, using the opportunity to inquire if he is the heir of Slytherin." "Don't be ridiculous. He wouldn't admit that unless it was to someone close to him," Ron countered. Harry also found this idea implausible, fearing it might raise suspicions. "By the way, Hermione, what should we do about the signature? Maybe you could ask Professor Snape?" Ron proposed. "That is not a good idea," Hermione sighed. "He is not like Professor Lockhart, you know that, fool." Ron interjected, only to receive a sharp glare from Hermione. "But I could give it a try tonight, just to see," she conceded, not offering any guarantees. Meanwhile, Harry had to endure Malfoy's taunting glances, and he found himself tempted several times to draw his wand and cast a curse upon him. One would not suffice. Ideally, he would unleash 3 spells in an instant, rendering Malfoy utterly defenseless. In the afternoon, Felix surveyed the progress of the 3 students and nodded in satisfaction, noting that they would likely complete their task by the following afternoon. As for Mr. Malfoy, his progress was even more remarkable, with merely 7 or 8 pages remaining. Draco Malfoy nearly wept, lamenting the considerable cost of his momentary indiscretion. 2 hefty tomes, entirely transcribed by hand. Over the course of nearly 2 months, he had evaded considerable confinement to attend Quidditch practice. Subsequently, Malfoy wrote fervently, neglecting even Harry, and ultimately finished transcribing all the material just before dinner. Felix could not resist commending him, saying, "Very well done. Now, Mr. Malfoy, your confinement has come to an end." "Yes, Professor," Malfoy replied quietly. As he began to organize his stationery, Harry and the others looked on with envy, knowing they still faced an entire day of confinement ahead. "Oh, Mr. Malfoy," Felix called out, causing Malfoy to jump slightly. He feared he might be assigned yet more books. Fortunately, Felix had no such intention. He waved his wand, and a thick stack of parchments soared from the corner, covered in dense writing. By his magic, the parchment split in 2 and swiftly bound itself together in midair. 2 book covers flew from his suitcase, enveloping the parchment, and gilded lettering slowly emerged on the covers, resembling 2 books. "Mr. Malfoy, this is the fruit of your labor. A gift for you." The 2 books landed before him, leaving Malfoy momentarily stunned. Felix continued, "Though you are of noble pure-blood lineage and possess remarkable talent, Muggles are not devoid of merit, a lesson I trust you have begun to grasp." He gestured toward the 2 handwritten volumes before Malfoy. "Through this confinement, I hope you will remember that being weak or strong does not hinder survival. Rather, it is pride that serves as the true obstacle." Cradling the 2 books, Malfoy opened his lips, but uttered not a word. After he departed, Felix addressed the remaining trio. "Well, your task for today is concluded. We shall continue tomorrow." Hermione quietly inquired, "Professor, may I continue to study runes with you tonight?" Felix appeared surprised and pondered before responding, "In principle, I do not oppose it, but your homework." Hermione beamed, responding, "No worries. I have completed all my assignments." Her expression resembled that of someone who had just won a grand prize. As the 3 exited the office and made their way to the dining hall, Ron gazed at Hermione in disbelief. "You truly finished your homework?" "Of course." "What did you manage that?" Ron questioned, deeply skeptical, as if his sense of time diverged from Hermione's, wondering if she somehow had extra hours in her day. In a rather proud tone, Hermione replied, "Knowing we would have confinement over the weekend, it was only common sense to complete my homework in advance, was it not?" Ron muttered incoherently, while Harry sat in silence, his mood dark. He stared dejectedly at the black lake outside through the greenish light of the common room. Occasionally spotting a fish gliding past the window, 2 of Draco's followers approached, asking, "Draco, do you wish to have dinner?" Crabbe and Goyle exchanged a glance with Malfoy, who sighed and said, "Fine, you may go." The 2 shrugged and quickly departed. Malfoy curled himself into the chair, his pale face and light golden hair partially hidden in the shadows, despite his attempts to refute the absurd notion. The punishment of copying had ingrained portions of the text into his mind over the past 2 months. It reminded him of a childhood visit with his mother to a pure-blood wizard, where they unexpectedly encountered his aunt. This aunt, his mother's younger sister, had been disowned by the family for marrying a foolish Muggle wizard. He recalled little of that encounter, except for her loud retort, "What superiority do you possess beyond magic?" He remembered her twisted expression vividly. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly reached for his bag, extracting 2 books and gazing at their covers. The Struggles of Muggles, A History Since Millennia, and How Muggles Think. The covers were familiar, having clutched them for 2 months. Yet there was a slight difference. Beneath the author's name, new words had been inscribed. Transcriber, Draco Malfoy. Malfoy picked up How Muggles Think and opened it to the first page. As he looked at the familiar font, he cast aside his prejudices for the first time and began to read intently. Chapter 41, Potions. At 7 o'clock, Hermione entered Professor Flitwick's office punctually, as she had over the past 2 months. However, this time, a sense of unease gripped her. Felix looked up and noticed the young witch's discomfort, smiling as he said, "Please take a seat. I thought you would have taken a week off, considering you spend most of your days here." Hermione mustered her courage and replied, "Professor, I apologize. We followed you because we were investigating clues about the Chamber of Secrets and happened to see you in the Forbidden Forest." Felix understood, realizing he had become a suspect. No, Professor, you are exceptional. We were merely overly sensitive, Hermione quickly clarified. Last academic year, we encountered a professor who was a dark wizard and sought to steal the philosopher's stone hidden within the school. Ah, such an experience explains your paranoia, Felix remarked. However, I must advise you that while your intentions may be noble, one should always act within their limits. Many dangers do not shift based on whether a person is vile or virtuous. Hermione nodded obediently. The two spent 5 thought hours in the thinking hut, during which Felix taught her 3 spells. Remarkable. Felix couldn't help but applaud. Were it not for his unique abilities, he might not have surpassed her in skill. Yet, he also discerned a flaw in the young witch. The spells she wielded tended to be consistently moderate in power, lacking significant fluctuation. This steadiness could be advantageous, ensuring stability and a low chance of failure once learned. However, it also posed a disadvantage in certain circumstances, as she was unlikely to unleash extraordinary power fueled by intense emotion. It could be said that she is more suited to being a scholar of magic, delving into its study and mastery, rather than becoming an auror, a practitioner of spells. Felix mused that perhaps upon her graduation, he could invite her to be his research assistant or even a collaborator. He could not be blamed for his overthinking. The pool of qualified candidates was woefully scant, which contributed to his dissatisfaction with Hogwarts and the magical community's rather crude methods of cultivation. How many wizards continue to diligently explore the intricacies of magic post-graduation? Conversely, the black market teams with such practitioners. Yet the question remains, could he trust them? A fleeting thought crossed his mind about dominating the magical realm, but he quickly dismissed it. That was not his path. Hermione, brushing her hair aside, stammered, "Oh, Professor Haip, I believe I am rather curious about certain potions and wish to understand some background knowledge." Potions? Felix inquired. Indeed, you see, in our potions class, we learn about antidotes and various concoctions. However, I have read about some advanced potions that possess truly wondrous effects. That is indeed the case, Felix contemplated. It was not a trivial matter. Let me think. Potions. He waved his wand, causing it to gently tap the ring on his left hand's index finger, and 6 small vials, each the width of a finger, materialized before him. The realm of potions is indeed intricate and fascinating. Although I attended Professor Snape's advanced class, I must admit that in this domain, I am still far from proficient. Hermione appeared somewhat astonished by Professor Haip's high regard for Snape. The first, the bewitching brain potion, Felix announced, sending the first vial on the left gliding towards Hermione. It significantly enhances the consumer's cognitive abilities and accelerates learning efficiency, somewhat akin to the thinking chamber. Hermione gazed at the vial before her, filled with a pale blue liquid. As she gently swirled it, a brilliant luminescence flickered within. Many wizards had succumbed to addiction due to the overuse of the bewitching brain potion, losing their ability to think clearly. Noticing Hermione's hand tremble slightly as she reached for it, he added, "However, an occasional dose is permissible." The second vial, containing a purple liquid, floated to her. Though its name may not be striking, it effectively protects against the ravages of magical flames. Hermione suddenly recalled the challenge set by Professor Snape during their first year, which involved a logical reasoning problem where one potion could allow passage through magical fire. The third vial, the Felix Felicis, glided towards her, containing the least potion, only about 1/3 full, perhaps 2 to 3 milliliters. It was the most exquisite, resembling liquid gold, and with a gentle shake, droplets danced like playful fish. Known as the Potion of Luck, it grants the consumer a sense of serendipity in all endeavors, as if aided by divine intervention. However, misuse leads to dizziness, recklessness, and hubris. It must be exceedingly complex to brew, Hermione inquired tentatively. Indeed, it is incredibly intricate, requiring no less than 6 months of meticulous preparation. A single misstep, and it could turn into a cauldron of poison, Felix remarked with a sense of reverence. The fourth, the Wolfsbane Potion, to prevent werewolves from losing their sanity after transforming under the full moon, though this bears little significance for me. It serves merely as a collectible. The fifth potion, the Polyjuice Potion. Upon hearing this, Hermione's spirit was invigorated, her gaze fixated on the small vial that floated before her. "It seems you have heard of this potion as well," Hermione whispered. "Professor Snape mentioned it in class. It allows the drinker to assume the appearance of another. Indeed, it is a rather intricate potion, requiring a month to brew. A standard dosage lasts approximately between 10 minutes to 12 hours, depending on the quality of the potion. And what about yours? Mine? It should suffice for one person to maintain their transformation for about half an hour." Felix continued his explanation, waving his wand to summon the last vial to hover before her. The sixth potion, the Amortentia, also known as the love potion. Once consumed, one will fervently fall in love with the person who administered the potion. Hermione's mouth fell agape. You will find its method of use somewhat akin to that of the polyjuice potion. The polyjuice potion requires the addition of another's hair or bodily tissue to transform into them, whereas the amortentia necessitates one's own hair or bodily tissue to be consumed by another, inducing them to fall in love with you. The young witch exclaimed indignantly, "Such a potion is utterly despicable." Felix shrugged. Indeed, it merely offers a facade of love, much like a soap bubble that reflects the scent most cherished in your heart. With a flick of his wand, the cork of the vial popped off. You may sample its fragrance without concern. It is the purest essence, posing minimal risk, and will not impair your sanity. Hermione leaned closer and gently inhaled, detecting the aromas of books, sunlight, and her home in the Muggle world. Chapter 42. Quidditch and the Second Attack. The subsequent week passed swiftly. Everyone was exceedingly busy. Felix found himself compelled to devote more attention to the 5th and 7th years, as this year was pivotal for the future of a young wizard. Naturally, he sincerely hoped for more individuals to engage in magical text studies, not merely as outdated translators, but as researchers like himself. He also needed to tend to the mischievous Niffler while infusing the branches of the Whomping Willow with magic, as this was crucial to the success of his first magical creation. Additionally, he could not forsake the techniques of instant kill. Numerous forbidden tomes in the library awaited his meticulous selection and reading, besides her regular practice of magical texts and research on the creatures of the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione also found time to seek a signature from a certain professor. She successfully acquired an autograph from Professor Lockhart, who, buoyed by his own exaggerated flattery, signed his name without even reading the content of the note. "You caught the last ghoul with a filter, truly clever of you." Upon recalling her words, Hermione felt a flush of embarrassment. Fortunately, the project for brewing the polyjuice potion was set in motion smoothly. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron sat dejectedly on the bathroom floor, as the conditions there were rather dismal. In the days that followed, the school remained tranquil, with no new attacks occurring. Nor did any unknown monsters emerge to turn the young wizards to stone. The young wizards have also lost their interest in the legends and secrets from millennium ago, even doubting that the last incident was anything more than a malicious prank, particularly as the victim was Ferkscat, an accomplice of the most disliked castle administrator. Some young wizards have fervently claimed to have seen a furtive shadow lurking on the 3rd floor prior to the incident, clutching a piece of cake that must have been laced with a petrifying potion. Such rumors spread more swiftly than the truth, and within a week, everyone was speculating about which petrifying potion could produce similar effects, leaving even Dumbledore at a loss, forced to await the maturation of mandrakes to concoct an antidote. However, the professors at Hogwarts were privy to the actual truth. They scoured the entire castle over the course of a week, yet yielded no results. Consequently, they instructed the house prefects to assume responsibility and manage public relations. During a Gryffindor meeting, Percy cited the example of his younger brother wandering near the abandoned girls' restroom to illustrate the irrationality and danger of such behavior. The scene was quite heated, with Ron nearly coming to blows with his brother. "You shameless opportunist, only concerned with your own power. I am your brother. Your brother. You absolute power-hungry creature," Ron shouted, his ears flushed with indignation. "You went there too. You ventured into the girls' restroom. I was fulfilling my duties as prefect. 10 points from Gryffindor. Yet overall, Hogwarts remained a bastion of harmony and camaraderie. This tranquility persisted until Saturday, the first Quidditch match of the academic year. This match garnered significant attention. Firstly, because it pitted old rivals Gryffindor against Slytherin, and secondly, due to Slytherin's audacious acquisition of external assistants, as they all rode the world's most advanced broom, the Nimbus 2001. The other two teams were eager to witness the prowess of the Nimbus 2001 in action. Felix did not attend. He merely stood outside the tower and glanced from a distance. He held little interest in Quidditch, not because he had failed his flying class in his first year. There was no causal relationship between the two, but rather due to his preference for tranquility over tumult, disliking excessively noisy environments. Nevertheless, Felix felt compelled to critique the curriculum at Hogwarts. Why was flying class only available to first years? This left him devoid of opportunities to enhance his skills. He was currently flying with commendable stability. That afternoon, he learned of a major news event. Harry Potter had been injured on the field, suffering a shattering fracture of his arm, reduced to splinters. "What nonsense!" Hermione exclaimed in indignation that evening, asserting that this incident had irrevocably shattered her fan's lens, condemning Lockhart for life. The truth of the matter was that Harry had simply broken his arm, a situation easily remedied by a healing charm, but due to Lockhart's well-meaning interference. He was compelled to remain in the hospital wing, undergoing treatment with bone regrowth potion. The mere thought of the potion's sewer-like aroma sent a shiver down Felix's spine. That night, after bidding farewell to the young witch, Felix prepared to indulge in a film to elevate his spirits, when Dumbledore's Phoenix Patronus flew in through the window. The guardian deity appeared before him, and the serious voice of Dumbledore echoed in the air. "Felix, come quickly to the common room. An urgent incident has transpired." Upon Felix's swift arrival, he found several professors already gathered in the office, their demeanor hurried, with a few still clad in their night attire. Dumbledore sat solemnly at the table, his eyes half closed, while Professor McGonagall anxiously rubbed her hands together. "What has happened?" Felix inquired softly, stepping closer to Snape. Snape cast a fleeting glance at him before whispering, "An attack has occurred again, a second assault." Felix's expression turned grave. "Who is it?" "Colin Creevey, the fervent admirer of Potter." Felix had no recollection of him, but McGonagall, her face etched with sorrow, remarked, "He just started this year, idolizing Harry immensely. He always carried a camera with him. I remember him well. I heard he has already mailed home 3 photo albums." "Oh dear." Felix picked up the damaged camera on the table, a strong scent of burnt plastic assailing his senses. After a few more minutes, a cheerful voice burst through the door. "Did I miss something?" Gilderoy Lockhart, donned in golden pajamas, strolled into the room, momentarily taken aback by the assembly. So many people, however. His next comment drew the ire of the professors, as he quipped, "Are we having a pajama party? I excel at those. I'm quite experienced." Lockhart winked, revealing his signature toothy grin. Chapter 43. The Meeting. Felix found it difficult to comprehend Professor Lockhart. He had discerned the essence of this man, a merchant who spun tales and engaged in self-promotion to sell books. As for magical prowess, it had long since been returned to his instructors upon graduation. This author had the audacity to attribute the adventures of his stories to himself, shamelessly marketing them as autobiographical to profit. Such antics were not uncommon in the Muggle world, but the magical realm was less permissive and, in some respects, quite innocent. When one claims their exploits as their own in a book, the public tends to believe it, which verges on fraud. Should the truth come to light, it would likely lead to utter disgrace. Did he not realize this? And if he did, why persist in such antics? Especially before the most distinguished wizards of the British magical community? Frankly, Felix found no understanding in him. He and Lockhart were fundamentally different individuals. Silence fell. With Lockhart's arrival, Dumbledore commenced the meeting. A second attack has occurred, just an hour ago. The victim was petrified, much like Mrs. Norris, Dumbledore said, his tone weighted with gravity. Yet, the nature of this incident is entirely different. The victim is a young wizard, a first-year student, indicating that the Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened. Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes surveyed the room with an oppressive intensity. Hogwarts is facing a crisis. The atmosphere turned solemn among the professors. One student has lost her life. Her name was Myrtle Elizabeth Warren. Indeed, she remains at Hogwarts to this day, existing as a ghost within its halls. However, since then, the chamber has remained sealed until now. So, are we to assume, Gilderoy Lockhart interjected eagerly, that the attack has concluded? I mean, there has already been a student affected. Has there not? I have witnessed numerous similar cases, such as the creature of Lake Morgana, which appears once every 30 years. Ever since I bestowed upon the locals my handcrafted talismans, they have been free from disturbance. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips even tighter and, in a rare display of volume, asserted, "I must remind you, Professor Lockhart, Colin Creevey has merely been petrified. He has not lost his life." Dumbledore, following McGonagall's words, added, "Indeed, none of us can ascertain whether the beast will strike again and whether the consequences will be limited to mere petrification. If any of you have suggestions, feel free to voice them." Professor McGonagall stated, "I have currently organized prefect patrols, strictly prohibiting young wizards from venturing into isolated areas. For first and second year students, they must queue to attend classes, minimizing solitary movement." "Excellent, Minerva," Dumbledore commended. Headmaster Dumbledore, Felix felt compelled to share the information he had gathered. "My primary focus has been on the chamber. There are 3 key terms surrounding it: the unknown beast, the heir of Slytherin, and the location of the chamber. If we uncover any one of these, we can elucidate the truth." Dumbledore steepled his long fingers, seemingly deep in thought. "Please proceed, Felix." "The unknown beast. Why not draw connections to Slytherin? The emblem of Slytherin is a serpent. Perhaps this creature is also a serpent, which would explain how it traverses the castle through the extensive network of pipes throughout Hogwarts." The assembly pondered this notion, and Snape, in his languid, detached tone, interjected, "Felix, While Slytherin's emblem may indeed be a serpent, this is merely due to his status as a Parselmouth. Should you have conducted even a modest study of him, you would discover that he was a master of bloodlines, delving into extraordinary magical ancestries beyond your imagination. Yet, we cannot dismiss this possibility, can we? That unknown beast murdered a witch 50 years ago, and 50 years later, it has only petrified. Snape fixed his frigid, stone-like gaze upon Felix, if I am not mistaken. Felix, is this not a different beast? Felix shook his head. I cannot explain this, thus my insights are merely for your consideration. He continued, as for the heir of Slytherin, I can conceive of two possibilities, active and passive. Perhaps this heir is conscious, aware of his actions, such as inheriting Slytherins will to purge Muggle-born wizards. Conversely, it is also possible he has inadvertently acquired Slytherin's relic and is thereby under its control. Dumbledore raised his head, offering a perceptive observation. You have broadened our perspective. He reflected, we have overlooked this point in the past. It appears we must enhance the ideological education of our students. Felix's discourse on control theory ignited considerable discussion among the professors. After a brief pause, he continued, as for the location of the chamber, I am at a loss. Perhaps one could inquire with the portraits and ghosts of the castle. After a moment of silence, an elderly professor, hesitant yet resolute, spoke up. I should not be divulging this, but I believe Hogwarts is at a crucial juncture, and every clue holds significance. Felix regarded this venerable professor, Sylvanus Kettleburn, his former teacher of care of magical creatures, who was rumored to be contemplating retirement, renowned for his passion for studying and caring for dangerous creatures. He had set an unprecedented record during his tenure, having undergone 62 inspections for reappointment. Felix would liken him to a different version of Hagrid. At that moment, Kettleburn remarked, that child is certainly not malevolent, but if I may say, if he is aired out of curiosity, much like myself, he paused, uttering a name, Rubius Hagrid. Not him, Sylvanus. Dumbledore interjected firmly. I was the Transfiguration professor in my time. I know he is innocent, yet under duress, Headmaster Dippet dismissed him due to lack of evidence. This is a grave mistake. We have not apprehended the true culprit. As the meeting concluded, Dumbledore assigned a series of tasks, emphasizing a preventive approach. Aside from conducting routine inspections, he urged the young witches and wizards in class to be wary of believing in the fanciful tales of any magical objects. As Felix exited, he noticed Lockhart engaged in conversation with Dumbledore, whose expression was notably enigmatic. The following day, the news of Colin Creevy's attack swept through Hogwarts. Meanwhile, the professors and heads of houses continued their regular inspections, inadvertently heightening the anxiety among the students, despite the necessity of such actions. After the evening's lesson in defense against the dark arts, Felix exchanged a few pieces of information with Hermione, assuring her that Hogwarts professors would safeguard the young witches and wizards, encouraging her to promote this message further. Hermione readily concurred. However, Professor, why do you suspect the monster in the chamber is a serpent? Hermione inquired cautiously. Felix, of course, refrained from revealing the truth, opting instead to share a tale about Slytherin and his connection to serpents. Slytherin commanded snakes to serve him, did he not? After all, he is known as the most renowned Parselmouth, Felix replied. From the fragments left by Ravenclaw, it was evident that Slytherin was often accompanied by various serpents under his command, which contributed to his formidable reputation. Professor, Hermione gasped, are you suggesting that a Parselmouth can control snakes? Her heart raced. I am merely speculating. The instances of Parselmouths are exceedingly rare, leaving little for study. Yet, if this ability can be inherited, it implies that it is not simply an unusual language, but one imbued with magic. In a corner of the common room, the trio was embroiled in a heated debate. Harry, I believe you should inform Dumbledore or Professor Lupin about your ability to speak Parseltongue. Don't say that, Ron retorted without hesitation. Ron, you remain unaware of the severity of the issue. Hermione glared at him in frustration. Ron lowered his head and softly remarked, Harry, what I mean is, do not disclose this secret publicly. If you reveal your ability to speak Parseltongue in front of others, it would be disastrous. You would undoubtedly be regarded as the heir of Slytherin. We should only inform Professor Dumbledore and ask him to keep it confidential. Hermione argued persuasively. Harry rubbed his forehead, pondering the futility of such an approach. You know, I am not the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets, which implies that there is still another Parseltongue hidden within the school. If I reveal this, it only deepens the concealment. Harry was reluctant to expose his secret, not merely due to the notorious reputation of Parseltongue, but also because of an inherent aversion that lingered within him, stemming from the Sorting Hat's strong inclination to place him in Slytherin during his first year. Did this signify something? Had the Sorting Hat discerned his true nature? Harry addressed Hermione. Moreover, we have yet to ascertain whether the monster is indeed a serpent, correct? Perhaps what I heard that day was merely the ramblings of a passing snake, as Professor Hagrid himself acknowledged. You have spent numerous days researching in the library. Yet you found no corresponding species of snake, did you? Hermione fell silent, for the closest creature she had discovered was a basilisk, whose gaze was lethal but did not petrify. Finally, Ron suggested, we should hasten to brew the polyjuice potion and confront Malfoy for clarity. And that peculiar house elf named Dobby is also quite strange. During the new week, Felix not only soothed the young wizard's emotions in class, but also particularly cautioned them. Do not trust any magical creatures that can speak, unless you can discern where their minds are concealed. Professor, are you referring to the Sorting Hat? One of the twins, Fred, inquired. No, it has withstood the test of a millennium, and we can trust it, Felix responded gravely. However, other entities, such as those you might discover in the library's recesses or in the abandoned broom closet, if you find that you can converse with them, you must exercise extreme caution. They may be exceedingly dangerous, dark, magical creations. I could provide countless examples. Throughout the remainder of the lesson, Felix recounted real cases from various countries, persistently instilling fear into the unreliable young wizards. Judging by their expressions, he had achieved his objective. By evening, when the twins recounted the stories they had heard to the group, everyone listened raptly. I never imagined Professor Hagrid to be so erudite, Fred and George remarked as they approached a corner of the common room, speaking to Ron. He winked at the dejected Ginny beside him, saying, Ginny, I have many more stories to share if you wish to hear. I don't need to, Ginny replied tersely. The twins exchanged glances and began to exaggerate their performance, mimicking a hapless individual who stumbled upon a dark magic book, resulting in eyes sprouting from the pages. Ginny trembled at the tale. All right, you two, stop frightening Ginny, Hermione interjected, grasping the young girl's hand in a comforting manner. The professor will keep us safe as long as we do not let our curiosity overwhelm us. Ginny nodded in agreement. The following day at noon, Ginny discreetly glanced around before slipping away from the main group to a secluded spot. She retrieved a black notebook from her backpack and hurled it forcefully away. After the potions class concluded in the afternoon, the trio quietly made their way to the abandoned lavatory to brew a complex potion. Currently, their progress was promising, as Hermione joyfully announced after examining the potion's hue. Wait, Harry said, peering into a shadowy corner of the lavatory, where something appeared to be lurking, obscured by the darkness. Just as he leaned in for a closer look, footsteps echoed from outside the door. The three exchanged terrified glances. Who is there? Harry called out. The footsteps quickly retreated. It's Malfoy. He spat, his teeth clenched. He must have been following us. Did he see us? It's unclear, but this place is no longer safe. Harry, Ron, and Hermione unanimously agreed to relocate, opting for an abandoned classroom in the underground. The remoteness of the new location pleased them greatly. In the evening, a young wizard stealthily approached the spot where Harry and his friends had previously brewed potions. After a moment's hesitation, he entered the girls' lavatory. Moments later, he emerged, hastily departing with something tucked within his robe. Chapter 45. A brief stint as a psychologist as the events surrounding the Crouch incident intensified. The young witches and wizards of Hogwarts exhibited an exceptionally unreliable demeanor. They clandestinely exchanged protective charms, talismans, and various trinkets to safeguard themselves, all while concealing their activities from the teachers. The other boys in Gryffindor informed him that he was, in fact, not in any real danger, being of pure blood. He would not be targeted. They first took aim at Filch, Neville remarked, his round face betraying his fear. Everyone knows I'm practically a sitting duck. Professors were compelled to reiterate in class that these charms were utterly ineffective. Among them, Felix, with his esteemed reputation and gentle demeanor, garnered a considerable following among the young wizards. Many lower-year students sought him out, requesting psychological guidance. Professor, may I have a word with you? A curly-haired Hufflepuff boy intercepted him as he patrolled the corridor. Of course. Felix sighed inwardly, noting that this was the fourth request of the week, such as the burden of fame. They moved to a column nearby, and the young wizard appeared somewhat apprehensive. However, Felix's high approval rating among the student body quickly calmed him. Professor, I'm encountering some difficulties, he began. Felix gestured for him to continue. I'm Justin Finch Fletchley. From a Muggle family, Felix understood immediately. When I received my acceptance letter, I was uncertain about coming to Hogwarts. But, well, you see, I was originally set to attend Eton, my father being an alumnus. Felix nodded in agreement. I've heard of that school. It's quite renowned in the Muggle world. Yes, indeed, Justin replied, his enthusiasm rekindled. However, I was more curious about magic. I convinced them to let me attend Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall's demonstration truly terrified them. Felix nodded, acknowledging the tradition of welcoming new students from Muggle backgrounds at Hogwarts. However, one cannot help but imagine the expressions of Muggles encountering magic for the first time under a materialistic worldview. It must be quite amusing. Justin continued, "A great deal has transpired this year. The situation is dire, and everyone is quite alarmed. Many have written letters home. Your parents must be worried about you, right? Have they asked you to temporarily withdraw from school?" Felix inquired. "No, not at all, Professor," Justin quickly replied. "I have not informed my family. I trust that Hogwarts will continue to operate. I adore magic. I'm just a bit frightened, as there are many rumors circulating that Harry is the heir of Slytherin. Most of these rumors are unfounded," Felix said calmly. "Do you believe in such notions?" "I am uncertain. Logically, Professor, you are familiar with the term logic, I presume?" "Excellent. Logically speaking, they merely appeared in the wrong place, but I am not well versed in magical matters. Rest assured, it is not him. I can assure you of that. The professors possess enough discernment to distinguish between fact and fiction." Justin visibly relaxed. "Is there anything else on your mind?" "Yes, Professor. I heard that you also hail from a Muggle background, and that you were sorted into Slytherin." "Indeed," Felix replied. One could say that." Justin's expression brightened. "Professor, many young wizards, especially those from Muggle families, idolize you. You are their hero." "Me, a hero among common wizards?" Felix mused. "Everyone hopes to be as courageous as you." After bidding farewell to this initially shy but rapidly chatty young wizard, Felix felt a sense of astonishment. After a moment, he chuckled softly. It was a rather delightful feeling. As December arrived, under the professor's tireless efforts, the young wizards finally abandoned their unreliable protective charms in favor of seeking more practical devices, such as mirrors capable of detecting potential dangers in advance. Among the girls, it became popular to carry a small mirror, using it to glance around corners. However, this practice was quickly discarded, as few could maintain it. Felix's long-nurtured devil snare had also flourished and was now ready for use. The branches of the Whomping Willow, after over a month of diligent magical nurturing, radiated with Felix's own magical essence, maintaining a vibrant vitality. Felix tested its effects. He drew his wand and swiftly cast a shrinking spell. The 7 or 8 meter long branch rapidly diminished, transforming in an instant into a snake-like form. "Still a bit too thick," he muttered. He continued to cast spells, the branch shrinking further, though the process grew increasingly challenging. Fortunately, the branch, imbued with his magic, did not resist him. Utilizing techniques from several ancient tomes, he successfully transformed it into a flexible, emerald green string. Without pausing for rest, he quickly inscribed intricate magical runes upon its surface to maintain the enchantment. It looked quite promising. However, he soon encountered a dilemma. According to his design, he intended to use the Whomping Willow string as a framework, weaving in unicorn hair to form a small pouch-like object. However, he was stuck at the first step. How could he appropriately weave them together? "I know this, as I learned to knit sweaters with my mother." Ultimately, it was his assistant who offered assistance. Hermione presented an impressive array of 7 knitting patterns, leaving Felix in awe. After 3 days of diligent work, the young witch successfully completed her task, and even, with Professor Haip's permission, fashioned a charming little beaded pouch from the leftover scraps. The beads, readily available, were crafted by Hermione from the chestnut wood blocks used for practicing spell work. The choice to embellish with beads stemmed from a lack of sufficient original materials, necessitating a compromise. The final product consisted of Felix's exquisite gentleman's wallet and Hermione's delightful beaded pouch. In times of danger, one could invoke magic to activate the Devil's Vine for an attack. "Of course," Felix remarked, "your beaded pouch lacks the quality of materials and may not accommodate many Devil's Vine branches." "That is sufficient for me," Hermione cheerfully replied. "Professor, may I construct the spell work on my own?" "You are not yet capable of that, but you may assist me." On Thursday afternoon, a small group gathered around the notice board, reading the words inscribed on a freshly pinned piece of parchment. The first few words shimmered, continuously capturing the attention of passers-by. It read, "The Duel Club." Chapter 46. Poor Professor Haip. The Duel Club. Within mere hours, this term spread throughout Hogwarts. In these extraordinary times, learning to protect oneself struck a chord with every young wizard, except for the first-year newcomers who remained blissfully unaware. Every other year, students could shed tears over this topic. Hogwarts was unreliable. The course originally intended to teach young witches and wizards to defend against danger. The defense against the dark arts class had become notoriously ineffectual over the years, yet there had been some learning. This year, however, It had devolved into what was recognized as a drama performance class. Thus, the young wizards harbored a fervent interest in the duel club, which promised to enhance their abilities. Seymour Finnegan appeared visibly excited. They had finally thought to establish a duel club. It should have been done long ago. Which professor would teach? Ron squeezed through the crowded throng, his gaze scanning the parchment in search of a name or two. A nearby Ravenclaw girl remarked that it was not mentioned, but she hoped it would be Professor Flitwick, as he was a champion duelist in his youth. Professor Haip is even more impressive, Ron quickly countered, his confidence in Haip's abilities mysteriously unwavering since that fateful night in the Forbidden Forest, believing he could outmatch Snape, and while the capabilities of Headmaster Dumbledore were debatable, he at least considered it a fair contest. Harry instinctively nodded, but when he caught sight of the girl who had spoken, he found himself momentarily halted. Cho noticed the direction of Harry's gaze and smiled warmly at him, causing his breath to momentarily falter. "What do you think, Harry?" Ron inquired. "What?" Harry felt a jab from Ron's elbow against his ribs, but it hardly hurt. He mumbled, "Oh, right, you're absolutely correct." The young wizards buzzed with conversation, inquiring about each other's opinions. "Are you going to the gathering tonight? I wouldn't mind learning a few duel techniques. They might come in handy one day. I believe we could use them right now." Did they really think they would duel the monsters from Slytherin? Though Ron grumbled, he read the notice with keen interest. "What do you think, Harry? That girl really—" "What did you say?" Harry suddenly realized. Ron regarded him with skepticism. "Dueling? Yes, of course I'm going." This time, Harry focused intently on the text of the parchment. By dinner time, much of the table was abuzz with news about the dueling club. Some insisted that at least 3 professors would oversee the entire operation, promising a spectacular display of unrestricted dueling. It was said to be quite wild. The name Felix Haip resurfaced on the lips of many girls, with tales of his challenges to a pure-blood family in his 5th year growing increasingly exaggerated. From his original poised demeanor, calm, yet assertive, to later portrayals of tragic desperation, Professor Haip's image transformed from a formidable genius wizard to a tragic figure charging valiantly at a spinning windmill. Many younger witches, who had never encountered Felix, clutched their doll-like magical puppets, their eyes brimming with sympathetic tears. "They're being ridiculous," Ron muttered, prodding a potato with his fork, displeased. "It's ruining the powerful image I have of Professor Haip." He turned to seek validation, only to find Hermione's eyes misty as well. "He has endured so much," she remarked sentimentally. "Who? Professor Haip?" Ron was perplexed. "Are we talking about the same person?" Harry remained silent throughout dinner, occasionally glancing up but otherwise engrossed in his meal. "Harry, something's off with you," Ron observed. "I'm fine. No, I'm done. I'll see you in the common room." Harry quickly departed. On his way, Harry gently tapped his head, pondering what was wrong with him. However, he overheard a friend calling her name Autumn, which sounded lovely. "What about Hermione?" "I don't know. She said she had something to attend to and asked us to wait for her in the hall." Ron shrugged. "By the way, if Professor Haip were to teach us, what do you think he would impart?" This topic piqued Harry's interest, as he mentally revisited the scene of Professor Haip casting spells, with the most vivid memory being their encounter in the Forbidden Forest. He shared his thoughts with Ron. "Harry, that magic is far too advanced." Ron glanced around, speaking somewhat mysteriously. "I heard from Fred, but I didn't say it was Professor Haip," he quickly added, noticing Harry's intent to speak. They were all instructed by Professor Haip to maintain confidentiality regarding the events of that night. Apparition is a rather perilous form of magic, typically reserved for those who have reached adulthood. "Apparition, you say?" "Indeed, it allows one to vanish from one location and simultaneously materialize in another." Harry quickly committed the name of this spell to memory. Professor Haip's performance in the Forbidden Forest had left him profoundly shaken, although at the time, he believed it to be the professor's unique magic. Furthermore, I have gathered, through indirect inquiries, that this magic is primarily employed for swift travel, with few capable of its repeated use within a short span. A moment's inattention could lead to disastrous consequences. Disastrous? For instance, your head might detach from your body while the latter remains in place. Ron elaborated with a hint of exaggeration, adding that it requires one to cast the spell while in motion, and frankly, when I mentioned it to Fred, he thought I was jesting. Harry disregarded Ron's warnings of danger, his expression one of rapt fascination. "The Ancient Runes Office. Are you referring to the dueling club?" Felix inquired with keen interest. "Indeed, the notice has been posted. It is scheduled for 8 o'clock this evening in the Great Hall." "Are you not aware, Professor?" Felix shook his head. Hermione's expression was one of considerable disappointment. As she hurried away in a huff, Felix was left puzzled. Chapter 47, A Farce. At 8 o'clock, within the school's Great Hall, the long dining tables had vanished, replaced by a makeshift square stage adorned in gold at the center, flanked by 3 wooden steps. Hundreds of candles floated in midair, casting a stunning glow throughout the hall. A witch adjusted her spectacles, placing them back on her forehead, softly humming a tune that Harry could not quite discern. The two approached the Gryffindor corner, where Seamus, Dean, and Neville were gathered. "Hey, Harry, over here," they sighed in relief. The turnout was quite substantial. Neville Longbottom surveyed the gathering with his round face, proclaiming, "It seems nearly everyone is here. Evidently, many are curious about the dueling." Just then, Hermione joined them from another direction, clutching a newspaper. "You're a bit late. Where have you been?" Harry asked, craning his neck to peer into the corridor. Beside him stood the solemn Severus Snape, creating a striking contrast with Harry's exuberance, the former clad in dark attire while the latter sported vibrant clothing. Harry groaned inwardly. His 2 least favorite professors were set to instruct him in dueling. In the final 30 seconds, Lockhart introduced his assistant, Professor Snape, who possessed a modicum of knowledge about dueling. He graciously agreed to assist with a brief demonstration before class, assuring them, "Fear not. I shall return your potions, Professor, to you unharmed." He flashed a broad grin. He was genuinely intrigued by this so-called dueling lesson, and beneath the surface, harbored his own thoughts on the matter. He resolved to observe the proceedings. Should Professor Lockhart falter, perhaps he could take over. Given his understanding of the professor, a mishap was highly probable. This was a subconscious exploration of his dissatisfaction with the mediocrity and chaos of the magical world in Hogwarts. Yet, with caution in mind, he decided to bide his time and watch. The duel class has officially commenced. Within a mere 3 minutes, Felix observed with a twitch at the corner of his eye as Professor Lockhart was sent flying by a disarming spell. He struggled to rise, his splendid purple robe torn asunder. "Your culinary skills are commendable, yet could you not possess a modicum of self-awareness? This exemplifies the application of the disarming charm. I trust my recent demonstration has left an indelible impression upon you." He cast a glance at Snape, continuing, "However, do not take offense at my words. Your intentions were patently clear. Had I wished to thwart you, it would have required minimal effort. Yet, the young wizards must broaden their horizons. Perhaps it is prudent for them to witness this." Lockhart faltered, as Snape regarded him with palpable menace. "The demonstration concludes here. Let us see what you have absorbed. Professor Snape, if you are willing to assist me." What followed was a chaotic melee. Lockhart sought to evade a direct confrontation with Snape or any intricate magical instruction, redirecting his focus towards commentary and guidance. However, he overestimated the spellcasting capabilities and discipline of the Hogwarts students, especially as Snape, whether intentionally or not, had arranged for his own house to team up with the Gryffindors. It would be quite peculiar if conflict did not ensue. Despite Lockhart's repeated insistence on the exclusive use of the disarming charm, the young wizards had scarcely learned anything, barring Lockhart's recent illustration. Consequently, after a few red-faced attempts at ineffective spells, a variety of minor hexes emerged among the students. Among the remaining young wizards, Neville and Justin both collapsed, panting heavily. If Felix was not mistaken, neither had managed to cast even a single spell throughout the ordeal. Ron, apologizing profusely to the ashen-faced Seamus, wielded his wand, which continued to emit green smoke. As for Lockhart's assistant group, their wands had long been discarded, entangled in a tussle. A Slytherin girl, utilizing her considerable size advantage, had subdued Hermione, whose one hand clutched tightly at the girl's hair. Oh dear, Lockhart shrieked. Yet his frantic cries had no bearing on the fray. Felix had to navigate through the throng, casting a flurry of spells to separate the young wizards. Professor Lockhart appeared somewhat flustered and hesitant, though soon his attention was drawn to the youngster's dire predicament. "Miss Fawcett, apply pressure. The bleeding should cease momentarily." "But your nose is broken," and Ernie Madame Pomfrey ascended the stage, pulling Lockhart aside. The esteemed matron swiftly cast spells, administering various potions into the mouths of the young wizards. Dumbledore ought not to have sanctioned such absurdity. It is utterly laughable and entirely inadequate. Seamus took a sip of the ghastly green concoction, his visage turning an even paler shade of green, culminating in a belch that released a cloud of green gas. To engage young wizards in perilous activities, risking the professor's reputation, Madame Pomfrey muttered incessantly, though she promptly resolved the situation. Within a span of 5 minutes, the young wizards regained their footing. Lockhart appeared somewhat bewildered. Stammering for a few seconds, "Let us extend our gratitude to Madame Pomfrey for her diligent efforts. She is indeed a formidable ally in our duel class, and of course, to Professor Snape as well." He cast a furtive glance at Felix, who stood resolutely upon the stage, seemingly disinclined to descend. Chapter 48, The Exhibition Match. Then, Gilderoy Lockhart, somewhat hesitantly, announced, "I believe it would be best to teach you how to counteract unfriendly magic. Yes, unfriendly, akin to the first-hand experiences I chronicled in my writings. Would a pair from Longbottom and Finnegan care to volunteer? What do you say, Professors Hagrid and Snape? It might be prudent to allow them the stage." Felix idly toyed with his wand, responding, "A splendid suggestion, Professor Lockhart. However, prior to that, I deem it essential for our young wizards to grasp the true nature of a duel, even if it is merely a demonstration." Lockhart's expression momentarily turned blank. He glanced around, noticing the eager interest of the young wizards below, and found himself at a loss for words. "Professor Snape, what is your opinion?" Felix inquired of the typically reticent Snape. The potions master regarded him with a profound and unexpected gaze, a smirk breaking across his lips. "Do you wish to duel with me, Felix?" "Merely a demonstration." The two appeared to disregard Lockhart entirely. Snape studied him intently, offering no further comment as he deftly drew his wand. Meanwhile, Lockhart, awkwardly standing to the side, suddenly realized he had miraculously extricated himself from the eye of the storm. His enthusiasm returned in full force. "It seems our lesson will include an impromptu duel. Let us welcome our two professors." The audience erupted with applause, and Ron exuberantly leaned toward Harry, exclaiming, "Honestly, I've awaited this day for far too long." "Do you think Snape will end up in the hospital?" As a devoted admirer of Professor Hagrid, he naturally sided with Felix. "It's merely a demonstration," Hermione insisted, though she too found herself bouncing on her toes in excitement. Lockhart retreated to the edge of the stage, casting a sonorous charm upon himself with considerable finesse, as he was quite adept with such spells. "I shall now provide commentary for you all. While this is merely a demonstration, true dueling requires a keener sense of anticipating danger. For further insights, do refer to my published works." Lockhart spoke eloquently, though the significance of his words seemed lost on the two duelists, who exchanged a few remarks instead. "Felix, what do you intend to do?" "Professor, I merely passed by to observe and lend a hand." "Do not deceive me." The two were so close that their conversation was confined to them alone. "Is it because the professor excels in legilimency?" Felix jested. Snape scoffed. In his eyes, this former student exhibited a strong sense of purpose, and he naturally categorized Felix's current behavior as the initial step towards seizing power. They both bowed, stepping back 7 paces, turning to face each other, and raised their wands to their chests. As you may observe, the two professors grasped their wands in a conventional dueling stance. Lockhart dutifully fulfills his role as commentator, presenting one of the 3 common dueling positions. "I shall count to 3, and at that moment, they will cast their first spell." The students below hold their breath, the atmosphere starkly contrasting that of Lockhart's previous demonstration. 1, 2. Will Snape be defeated in an instant? Ron exclaimed with excitement. "I don't believe so," Hermione was about to say, as Professor Haip holds Snape in high regard. But she was swiftly captivated by the dazzling spectacle unfolding on stage. 3. Snape bellowed, "Disarm." A brilliant flash of red light surged forth, the spell darting rapidly towards Felix. With a graceful flick of his wand, Felix conjured a shield charm, an invisible barrier materializing before him, deflecting Snape's incantation. He then deftly flicked his wrist, causing the shield to emit a radiant white light, which sped forward. Snape unleashed 2 more spells in quick succession, ultimately breaching Felix's shield charm, causing the magical barrier to dissipate. However, the blinding white light obscured Snape's vision, and a long-honed instinct prompted him to shift his position just in time, allowing him to narrowly evade 3 dark spells that whizzed past him, the closest one nearly grazing his nose. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From Snape's initial powerful strike to Felix's defensive counterattack, which was swiftly followed by a barrage of 3 surprise spells, all within a mere 3 seconds. Lockhart remarked, "Young witches and wizards." The duel continued, and Snape dared not let his guard down. He had not engaged in combat for nearly a decade. Although he had not abandoned his exploration of magic, his primary focus had remained on potion improvement. Nevertheless, he rapidly began to recall his past combat experience. After several perilous encounters that turned the tide in his favor, he finally commenced his counteroffensive. Their spells flew chaotically, yet they shared an unspoken understanding to avoid harming the students. Various defensive, offensive, and disarming spells sliced through the air with sharp whistles, their distances fluctuating as they shifted positions with nimble footwork. After a spell narrowly missed his hair, Lockhart wisely leaped off the stage, yet continued to comment loudly. "The duel is quite intense. Did you see their footwork? Move, move, don't stand there foolishly." Snape, however, scoffed at this. He nimbly deflected a spell, seizing the opportunity to retaliate. He could feel Felix's spells growing in potency, increasing his sense of pressure. Damn it. This kid is putting me under pressure. Why does it feel like Professor Haip's spells are becoming more robust? Even many young witches and wizards noticed this. But with their limited understanding, they could only assess the strength of the spells based on their appearance. Snape's wand trembled violently as a reinforced shield charm emerged before him, absorbing 2 searing red spells that collided against it with a resounding thud, creating a breach in the magical barrier. Such astounding magical prowess. A sheen of sweat had begun to appear on Snape's brow. Yet, unbeknownst to them, neither combatant was exerting their full strength. Felix effortlessly tilted his head to evade a streak of crimson light, seizing the fleeting opportunity to twirl his wand and cast a spell. While swiftly assessing the limits of the potion's professor, Professor Snape should not possess such power. In the next moment, a surge of alertness surged within Felix, prompting him to unleash 3 protective spells, sending them flying outward to form a barrier in the path of the impending threat. A powerful scarlet incantation sliced through the air, swiftly breaching the first and second barriers before hurtling toward the third. The young wizards widened their eyes, although they could not discern the strength of the spells. They clearly saw Snape's magic leaving a searing trail in the air, piercing through the protective armor. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated through the hall. Felix's 3rd protective spell activated, deflecting Snape's surprisingly potent curse. He caught a whiff of dark magic, infusing the characteristics of dark magic into the disarming spell. Professor, you truly have surprised me. Do you possess even more formidable spells? Do you have an ace up your sleeve? Snape was far from the ease he appeared to embody. Indeed, he had concealed several spells, yet they were all dark magic, unsuitable for public display. Observing Felix's performance, he surmised that even if employed, their efficacy would be limited. He had surpassed me. Snape had never been so acutely aware of this truth as he was in that moment. Chapter 49, Exposure. The 2 combatants instinctively ceased their casting simultaneously. Magnificent! A battle of equals. Lockhart's voice chimed in at the perfect moment. Did you see that? How harmonious they are! I wager the 2 professors frequently practice spells together in private. Those 2 cunning individuals. Snape's expression darkened significantly, and in silence, he descended from the stage. However, he did not depart, but instead lingered in the shadows. Their encounter, rather than a duel, was more a probing of each other's capabilities. He indeed had a few dark spells tucked away, learned from the Dark Lord, but since that incident, he had refrained from using them, deeming them largely irrelevant. What of Felix's ancient magic? The alchemical artifacts? The dark spells? Throughout the duel, his magical prowess continued to amplify. Would that be his limit by the time the duel concluded? Snape endeavored to describe Felix's strength, yet he found himself unable to perceive it clearly. Felix calmly descended from the stage, the crowd parting to create a path, as the young wizards cast awe-filled glances between Snape and Felix. From the perspective of the young wizards, the duel had ended in a draw, with no clear victor, although Professor Haip had displayed remarkable composure. Had not Snape also pierced through 2 protective spells? That was, after all, the most potent defensive magic known to most of the young wizards. Snape was surprisingly formidable. Ron exclaimed, visibly taken aback. Professor Haip held Snape in high regard. Hermione whispered, a hint of concern in her voice, as they would likely need to venture into Snape's private collection to complete the Polyjuice potion, and the thought of being caught was unsettling. Harry remained silent, his blood boiling from the recent duel, yearning to take the place of either combatant. However, he realized that while he might be able to discern every incantation, in a different context, he might not even evade the first spell. Ron muttered something below, which Harry could not quite make out. Yet he instinctively felt it was a disparaging remark about Professor Lockhart, as his thoughts were quite similar. Subsequently, we adhered to the predetermined plan, selecting 2 representatives to demonstrate for everyone. As I mentioned earlier, what about Longbottom and Finnegan? I find this approach rather inappropriate, Professor Lockhart. Snape regained his composure and swiftly ascended the steps, his robes billowing like a bat gracefully gliding across the stage. Longbottom, even wielding the simplest of spells, could unleash unexpected chaos. Should he come forward, Snape's gaze was notably frosty, sweeping over Felix as he remarked that we might only be able to contain Finnegan's remnants in a matchbox. The Slytherin students erupted in laughter. What about Malfoy and Potter? Excellent. Lockhart readily concurred, agreeing to whatever Snape proposed. He gestured for Harry and Malfoy to step into the center of the stage. Observing Snape and Malfoy whispering to each other, Harry glanced at Professor Haip on the opposite side of the stage, pondering his thoughts before turning to Lockhart. Professor, could you demonstrate the disarming charm for me once more? Lockhart leaned in closely to Harry, pausing for several seconds before straightening up and patting him on the shoulder, saying, "Just do as I instruct." "What?" Harry asked in astonishment, only to realize that Malfoy had already taken his position opposite him. "1, 2, 3, go." Lockhart called out swiftly. "I'll out," Malfoy shouted, his wand exploding violently, emitting a cloud of black smoke that rapidly morphed into a long, black serpent. The snake thudded onto the floor, slithering towards Harry. The young wizards pressed against the stage, screamed, and recoiled, clearing some space. Felix glanced at the scene and then lost interest. It was merely a trivial hex. Snape lazily drew his wand. "Do not move." Potter, taking delight in Potter's expression, his previously dismal mood remarkably lifted. Lockhart's magic signified trouble. A simple realization that Harry had formed over the past few months, evidenced by the bones that had been extracted from him on the Quidditch pitch. Indeed, Lockhart's powerful spell struck the black serpent, causing a thunderous boom to resonate throughout the hall. The serpent not only failed to vanish, but instead swelled into a massive python. Moreover, this python, as if fueled by steroids, became frenzied, raising its head to reveal venomous fangs, adopting an aggressive stance. Felix and Snape simultaneously raised their wands. However, in the next moment, a chilling voice emerged, akin to the hissing of serpents, but more terrifying, sending shivers down their spines. Both turned their heads to behold the young wizard, Harry Potter, uttering an eerie language. The black serpent writhed, as if in the throes of a seizure, its movements becoming increasingly menacing. Yet it soon collapsed to the ground, creating a substantial crater in the floor, nearly dragging Justin along with it. Although Harry was still grappling with the situation, he realized he had thwarted the serpent's attack, and thus flashed a radiant smile at Justin. However, he quickly sensed that something was amiss. The hall fell into an eerie silence. The gazes of those around him transformed into something strange, and Justin trembled, exclaiming, "What trickery is this?" Before darting from the hall like a startled rabbit, Snape approached, transforming the prostrate serpent back into a wisp of black smoke. His expression deepened, concealing a myriad of emotions that Harry could not begin to comprehend. The crowd began to murmur, pointing at him, a decidedly ill omen, sending chills down Harry's spine. At that moment, he felt someone tugging at the back of his robes. "Let us go," Ron whispered urgently. "Hurry." "But why?" "Don't ask Harry, we need to leave." Ron and Hermione practically dragged Harry out of the hall. The crowd parted, and as they exited, the whispers erupted behind them. Parseltongue. Harry Potter is a Parselmouth. The previously incomprehensible suddenly began to align in Harry's mind. Hermione's several hesitations, her inquiries about the murmurs only he could hear, and her unusual fascination with serpentine magical creatures after the attack. Chapter 50. I want to learn Parseltongue. The trio stepped out of the hall and along a stone path leading to a clearing. It was past 9, and darkness had enveloped the sky. Ron glanced at him. "Harry, you've been exposed." "What?" Harry suddenly choked, an immense fear gripping his insides. "You mean, about Parseltongue? We heard you speaking to that great black serpent just now." In another language. Ron's words sent his heart plummeting. He desperately sought justification, but I was trying to save Justin's life. If I hadn't told that snake not to attack him. Is that what you meant at the time? Ron interrupted. "Of course. You were there too, mate. The way you spoke, it was somewhat terrifying, as if you were commanding it, coaxing it to attack." Professor Hagrid mentioned that Slytherins had a reputation for unscrupulously wielding their Parseltongue abilities to control snakes, thus earning the mantle of dark wizards in the eyes of others. Meanwhile, Felix later approached Dumbledore, and they conversed at length. "Dumbledore, have you considered the matter of Parseltongue? Indeed, perhaps Parseltongue is the key to unlocking the Chamber's secrets. However, I believe you will find a solution." "Felix?" "Certainly. However, regarding the dueling club," Dumbledore remained non-committal. "If Professor Lockhart has no objections, I have no reservations." "Would Lockhart object?" "The dueling club is already his." Felix rose with a sense of satisfaction, taking a few steps before abruptly halting. "Forgive my candor, Professor Dumbledore, but have you considered directly informing Harry Potter? He and his friends have been tirelessly pursuing clues regarding the Chamber's secrets." Dumbledore fell into a contemplative silence. "I'm not yet certain, Felix. Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue has evoked certain thoughts within me that I must unravel." That night, Harry tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Through the gaps in the curtains, he gazed at the snowflakes drifting past the castle windows, his mind in turmoil. He recalled the Sorting Hat suggestion once more. "I belong to Gryffindor," he reiterated to himself. Initially, Harry believed this day would rank as the second most arduous of the school year, the first being the day Ron received Mrs. Weasley's howler. Yet he soon realized he was mistaken. By the following morning, news had spread throughout Hogwarts, and everyone regarded him with peculiar glances, as though anticipating that he might suddenly open his mouth, filled with fangs, and devour their heads. For most of the afternoon, Harry concealed himself in an abandoned classroom beneath the castle, alongside Ron, watching Hermione brew a potion. As he observed Hermione tossing bundles of flux weed into the cauldron, a thought struck him. Hermione, you mentioned yesterday that Professor McGonagall sought you out. What was it about? Ron lifted his head, roused from his slumber. Hermione's expression brightened instantly as she joyfully announced, "My paper has finally been published." Harry had nearly forgotten about this matter, although he had once been eagerly anticipating it. The passage of over 3 months had thoroughly erased it from his mind. "It's rather strange that it took so long to publish," Ron remarked. "That's because I spent over 2 months merely revising the paper, not to mention the time required for review. They sent me an acceptance letter yesterday, along with a copy of the Daily Prophet and a sample of Who Decides Ancient Runes, which Professor McGonagall passed on to me." The young witch was in high spirits, as she poked some leeches directly into the cauldron, stirring incessantly. "Why are there 2 publications?" Ron inquired, puzzled. "The text of the paper is featured in Who Decides Ancient Runes, but the Daily Prophet also reported on it," Hermione replied, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Having endured the weekend finally arrived. On Saturday morning, the trio nestled in a corner of the common room, and Harry's agitation intensified. He felt as though every individual passing by cast a deliberate glance in his direction. Even the volume of conversation seemed to dip suddenly. However, the attitude of the Gryffindor students was not entirely unfavorable. When Harry ventured outside, his presence could clear a corridor, his intimidation rivaling that of Argus Filch, the castle caretaker. This gentleman, having recently dealt with his cat being petrified, had adopted a different strategy, lurking in the shadows, awaiting the arrival of wayward students who had flouted the rules. Familiar with the castle's layout, he had successfully apprehended 3 pairs of couples hiding away for clandestine rendezvous, instilling fear among the Hogwarts students. The trio soon discovered Draco Malfoy's name and, in unison, opted to remain at school. After Professor McGonagall departed, Harry and Ron idly engaged in a game of wizard chess, occasionally sighing in discontent. Just as Hermione was about to voice her thoughts, an owl swooped in and perched upon her shoulder. Hermione unfurled the letter attached to the owl's leg. It was a note from Professor Snape. She glanced up at Harry and Ron, her tone somewhat peculiar as she stated that he had invited Harry to his office that evening for an important matter. Harry appeared somewhat taken aback. At 7 o'clock, the 3 of them made their way to the Ancient Runes classroom when Ron, feeling a twinge of anxiety, inquired, "Can I come too?" Snape is looking for Harry." "You've asked that 3 times already," Hermione replied impatiently. "Professor Snape mentioned you. He said he would be very welcoming if you were interested." They stood before the door. She knocked and then pushed it open. Professor Snape was bent over his desk, engrossed in a book, a rare, sardonic smile gracing his features. This expression was uncommon, and Hermione quickly glanced at the title of the book, Amando de Pipet, Master or Fool, by Rita Skeeter. The young witch noticed a copy of the Daily Prophet beside the book, with a photograph of Dumbledore on the front page, the headline reading Dumbledore's Great Blunder. Her curiosity piqued, but Snape placed the book atop the newspaper. "Good evening, Professor Snape," Hermione greeted. Harry greeted him awkwardly. "Come, you 3, please take a seat." Felix sat on a sofa, facing the 3 young wizards. "Professor, what did you want to see me about?" Harry asked nervously, silently pleading, "Please don't mention Parseltongue." "Potter, you're a Parselmouth." "Professor, I swear, it was not I who opened the Chamber of Secrets. There is another Parselmouth in the castle. He is the heir of Slytherin," Harry exclaimed, nearly divulging his encounter with Polyjuice Potion and Malfoy. "Calm down." Felix conjured 3 cups of orange juice with his wand. "No one said you opened the chamber." "Then why have you summoned me?" Harry asked, puzzled. However, Snape gestured to the orange juice floating before him, prompting Harry to take a sip. Hermione and Ron followed suit, sipping cautiously. "The purpose of my summoning is quite simple. I wish to learn your Parseltongue." "What? Professor, what did you just say?" Harry felt incredulous. If it could rid him of his Parseltongue ability, he would pay any price. Yet now, someone was actively seeking to learn it. Chapter 51. Persuasion and Research. Prejudice is a formidable mountain. Harry, 2 hours prior, he had attempted to dissuade the professor from his alarming notion, but 2 hours later, he found himself holding a scroll of magical parchment, contemplating how to translate the sinister language of Parseltongue. He even entertained the thought that he was benefiting the entire wizarding world. "Harry, I believe Professor Snape has a valid point. An individual's talent is inconsequential compared to the choice of what kind of person they wish to become. As an observer of the entire conversation, Ron cited a remark made by Professor Haip. Furthermore, the professor's gift was indeed quite generous. Ron added, casting an envious glance at the magical puppet in Harry's hands, which boasted ice blue hair. This puppet was one of the most exquisite in Professor Haip's private collection, and according to the professor, it possessed the capability to effortlessly defeat a seventh-year graduate. Harry, we often hastily label others and unfamiliar things, but with a little understanding, we realize such actions are rather superficial. Take Headmaster Armando Dippet, for instance. Despite his numerous accomplishments during his tenure, the public remembers only a handful of absurd rumors, which have been distorted by the malice of others. Professor Haip summoned the book titled Armando Dippet, Master or Fool, from the table, its pages fluttering open to reveal the contents to the trio. Felix remarked calmly, this tome, rife with falsehoods and twisted facts, has lingered on the bestseller list for quite some time. Harry felt a deep aversion towards the woman named Rita Skeeter and empathized with Dippet's plight. Both had been misunderstood, albeit for different reasons, his own owing to Parseltongue. Driven by a sense of camaraderie against a common foe, he promptly accepted Professor Haip's proposal. The professor then tossed him a dictionary, instructing him to translate. Ron and Hermione watched with curiosity. After their initial shock, they grew intensely interested in the endeavor. In Ron's words, this is the process of unraveling Parseltongue. We are witnessing history. However, the task proved challenging. As Harry opened the first page of the dictionary, he struggled in silence, unable to utter a word. Professor, I cannot do it, he admitted. Felix pondered for a moment. Your Parseltongue is not yet proficient. Perhaps it requires direct stimulation. He waved his wand, casting a detection feedback charm on the magical dictionary. The effect was such that when someone read the book, they felt as though they were staring into the face of a snake. With this newfound sensation, Harry quickly found his rhythm. After bypassing the first two irrelevant words, he emitted a hoarse, sinister sound that startled Ron and Hermione. The voice was eerily malevolent. Ron shivered, feeling a chill sweep over him. This is serious magical research, Ron. Hermione remarked, equally alarmed. What was the word? Felix inquired. Harry pointed to the third word in the dictionary. It is this one, away. How many sounds can you produce from this page? Harry attempted once more, his fingers gliding across the dictionary, allowing the others to gauge his progress. Yet, he either remained mute or inadvertently uttered ordinary English words. Ron reminded him more than once, Harry, you're speaking in human language. We can understand you. Felix rested his chin on his hand, concluding, so, from a page, specifically 2 pages containing 23 words, only 2 can be transformed into serpentine language. Professor, what does this indicate? Harry asked. The language of animals is invariably less rich and often more ambiguous than that of humans. For instance, in relation to the concept of eating, we possess a plethora of synonyms, a rarity among other intelligent beings' languages. Felix pondered for a moment and suggested a pause, expressing his need to revamp the dictionary. The trio followed Professor Haip to the workbench, a grand concave table with a smooth wooden surface that had been polished to a sheen. From Harry's perspective, Professor Haip tapped his wand on the dictionary, the tip emitting a kaleidoscope of colors. The professor oscillated between silence and murmured incantations, and after a 10-minute span, he finally ceased his activity. Professor? Harry began to inquire about his actions, but his mouth fell agape in astonishment. The words within the dictionary suddenly came to life. Quite literally, the pale yellow pages rippled as if disturbed by water, and the title words began to writhe as if endowed with limbs. They then struggled free from the confines of the dictionary, emerging into the three-dimensional realm. The dictionary flipped its pages with a cacophony, ejecting title words that landed upon the surface of the workbench, their black, filigree outlines quivering and bouncing. In less than a minute, the count reached into the thousands. This spectacle was profoundly breathtaking. Two-dimensional entities had abruptly manifested in the tangible world. Professor, am I dreaming? Harry asked, bewildered. This is magic, Felix replied calmly. Hermione's eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance, realizing that this was indeed magic. She had always perceived magic as something tangible, spells, potions, or moving portraits. Yet, Professor Haip's actions revealed that the realm of magic extended far beyond those confines. Magic embodies the unknown and a myriad of possibilities. Felix surveyed the animated legion of words before him with satisfaction. They had been temporarily invigorated. With a swift motion of his wand, a suitcase in the corner burst open with a resounding thud, releasing a flurry of parchment. Felix raised his wand to trace a circle, binding them together as the parchments adhered to one another under the influence of magic. Subsequently, Felix's wand struck the tabletop, and the army of words seamlessly integrated into the parchment, manifesting a series of orderly inscriptions. When the process concluded, the lengthy parchment, or rather the scroll, wound itself up, transforming into a magical scroll. With a soft thud, it landed on the workbench. "Here you go, Harry. Fortunately, I am well versed in some obscure spells," Felix beamed. "How do I use this, Professor?" "It can store your pronunciations of Parseltongue, of course, but you must tap the corresponding content with your wand before use. Additionally, I have eliminated certain English vocabulary, as the dictionary contains tens of thousands of words, many of which are utterly superfluous." Throughout the office, a raspy, eerie voice echoed every few seconds. Ron and Hermione transitioned from initial discomfort to acclimatization, eventually reaching a state of numbness, all within the span of an hour. At 9 o'clock, Professor Haip escorted the trio outside, advising Harry, "You may find secluded spots to record your notes, and do not hesitate to seek me out should you encounter any issues." Subsequently, he informed Hermione that the lesson on magical text scheduled for tomorrow was temporarily canceled, as he had urgent matters to attend to. "I must meet someone," the professor stated. Chapter 52, Lies and Truth. The following day, on a weekend morning, Harry and Ron stumbled out of their dormitory and spotted Hermione seated in an armchair in the common room. As soon as they settled beside her, Hermione slammed a newspaper onto the table. "I knew it," the young witch exclaimed, visibly enraged. Harry and Ron immediately perked up, exchanging glances, and Harry inquired, "What happened, Hermione? Do you remember the book the professor showed us? The one about Headmaster Dippet?" At the time, there was a copy of the Daily Prophet on Professor Haip's desk, and I sensed something was amiss. This morning, I procured several recent newspapers, and that woman, Rita Skeeter. How dare she slander Professor Dumbledore? Hermione trembled with fury. Harry swiftly grabbed the newspaper, and Ron plopped down beside him, leaning over to see. It was yesterday's Daily Prophet, with a striking image of Dumbledore, his white hair illuminated. Gazing upward, the photograph conveyed an impression of both frailty and menace, while the bold headline proclaimed, "Dumbledore's Great Mistake." A sense of foreboding washed over Harry as he began to read. Our special correspondent, Rita Skeeter, reports, Hogwarts headmaster, the eccentric Albus Dumbledore, has long been a contentious figure in the wizarding community. Acknowledged as the greatest wizard of our time, Dumbledore has remained largely hidden within the confines of Hogwarts since his triumph over the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, seldom appearing before the public eye. Many laud him as the guardian of hope for the British magical community, continuously nurturing a wealth of magical talent. But is the truth truly so simple? With profound indignation, the writer sought out a concerned parent and conducted an interview. The situation is far graver than anticipated. Attacks are not a new occurrence, having transpired over a month ago, albeit the previous victim was a cat, and the news was meticulously suppressed. To mitigate the fallout and avoid scrutiny from the outside world, the headmaster resorted to fabricating a sensational falsehood, attributing the events to Hogwarts' ancient legend, the Chamber of Secrets. Ironically, he had orchestrated a similar cover-up 50 years prior when he was merely a professor of transfiguration. During that time, a poor Ravenclaw, which met an untimely demise. Hogwarts had apprehended a suspect, yet Dumbledore wielded considerable influence over then-headmaster Armando Dippet, and through his intervention, the matter was ultimately dropped, with the suspect merely expelled from the school. As the writer pens this account, it has been 2 weeks since the second student attack, yet the outside world remains oblivious, and the perpetrator still roams free. We must express our concerns. Has the all-powerful Dumbledore truly grown old? The writer vows to pursue this matter further, seeking to unveil the truth. In the upcoming issue, we shall delve into the endeavors of this principle, unveiling a more authentic portrayal of Dumbledore. The main text concludes here. However, a brief line at the bottom of the page teases the next report, stating Dumbledore has always been audacious in hiring controversial educators, such as this year's Gilderoy Lockhart and Felix Haip. But are these individuals truly suitable? Let us await the revelations. How could she speak of Dumbledore in such a manner? Harry exclaimed in frustration. And regarding the Chamber of Secrets, what we witnessed with our own eyes cannot possibly be a fabrication. One cannot trust a single word from Rita Skeeter. She is notorious for fabricating scandalous rumors about celebrities, Ron wisely remarked. A few years back, her public spat with Lockhart made quite the headlines. My mother detests her. It appears we have a clear understanding of this woman's character, Hermione scoffed. Ron picked up the newspaper, have you noticed? This woman intends to produce a series of reports, the next one focusing on Professor Lockhart and Professor Haip. How will she portray them? Hermione sighed, Dumbledore has already been depicted as a schemer. It is likely that neither professor will escape her scorn. I couldn't care less about Lockhart. He is nothing but a facade. Do you think Professor Haip might storm into the Daily Prophet headquarters and cast a bat bogey hex on that woman? Ron, that is illegal. How could a professor act in such a manner? The trio debated the matter, ultimately arriving at a rather pessimistic conclusion. Harry pointed to a line in the newspaper. She mentioned that 50 years ago, the suspect was apprehended. Who could she be referring to? Oh, come now, Harry. Do you still believe that woman's nonsense? Of course not. But Harry's gaze was fixed on Hermione. Her complexion paled rapidly. 50 years ago, the expelled suspect was Hagrid? Ron nervously licked his lips. Harry quickly asserted, I trust Dumbledore. Hagrid cannot be the culprit. However, since he is listed as a suspect, he must know something. The trio prepared to brave the snowstorm toward Hagrid's hut. As they exited the castle, they collided with a towering figure. Hagrid himself, snow-covered and with icicles adorning his thick beard, carrying a dead chicken. Hagrid! Harry exclaimed, nearly bumping into him. Be careful, little ones, Hagrid rumbled, waving the soft chicken in his hand, feathers fluttering in the air. That evening, a drowsy Ron found himself restless. Half awake, envisioning a witch concocting a potion resembling sludge, while a wizard hissed like a serpent. Earlier that afternoon, they had finally gleaned first-hand information about the Chamber of Secrets from Hagrid. Now, they huddled in a corner of the common room. It all seems to align. Hermione suddenly declared, What? The three leaned in, examining the text about a terrifying magical creature known as the Basilisk. As Harry and Ron finished their reading, Hermione meticulously recounted the clues she had gathered over the past few days. The Basilisk can remain dormant for extended periods. Its gaze is lethal. It is the natural enemy of spiders, and it harbors a fear of the crowing of a rooster. What does this lead you to conclude? She asked. So, the monster of the Chamber of Secrets is indeed a basilisk? Ron inquired with excitement. It must be, Harry declared, slamming his fist on the table. They had received two significant pieces of information from Hagrid. One, that his chickens were mysteriously dying, and two, that he had once cared for a giant spider 50 years ago, which was utterly terrified of the creature in the chamber and refused to divulge a single word. Everything aligns perfectly, yet there remains a critical issue. The basilisk cannot petrify a person. Initially, I overlooked this fact, but now the circumstantial evidence is overwhelmingly compelling. Hermione stated with utmost seriousness. Perhaps I should seek out Professor Haip to inquire if there's a way to mitigate the basilisk's harmful gaze. She lightly struck her head in frustration, exclaiming, It's peculiar. I feel as though the answer is right before me, yet I cannot grasp it. Harry gulped audibly, Hermione. I think I may have an idea. Chapter 53. Rita Skeeter. Meanwhile, Felix was impeccably dressed, standing in the fireplace of his office. He sprinkled a handful of flue powder and clearly articulated Diagon Alley, causing himself to vanish from Hogwarts. In Diagon Alley, Felix emerged from the public fireplace. Brushing off the soot from his attire, he rummaged through his pocket to retrieve a slip of paper bearing an address. In the next moment, he disapparated directly to his destination. In the suburbs of London, a tall figure appeared unexpectedly before a detached house. Felix glanced at the house number, ascended the steps through the snow and wind, and rapped on the door with his wand. Moments later, a refined woman opened the door, her gaze scrutinizing him through a pair of jeweled spectacles. Felix introduced himself gently. Felix Haip, currently the professor of ancient runes at Hogwarts. You mentioned me in your newspaper. Mrs. Skeeter, you are Felix Haip? Rita Skeeter's eyes lit up, and in the blink of an eye, her impeccably manicured fingers grasped Felix's arm, pulling him into the room. Do come in. The living room was meticulously arranged, with the air infused with the scent of magical incense. On one wall stood a grand floor-to-ceiling liquor cabinet, while the opposite side featured a square shelf filled with various books, trophies, and newspapers. On a ledge behind the door rested a crocodile skin handbag. Those are my accolades, she stated. Felix, I have been eager to interview you. Rita Skeeter took her seat opposite him, her hair styled into elaborate, rigid curls that looked particularly awkward alongside her pronounced chin. Mrs. Skeeter, Felix began, but was swiftly interrupted. This woman was intimidatingly assertive. She waved her wand, and from the crocodile skin handbag emerged a shorthand quill and a roll of parchment. Felix, I shall record our conversation with this quill. Do you mind? Thus, I may free my hands to engage in a conversation with you in a more conventional manner. Well, let us commence with your intentions for today. I surmise she suddenly erupted into laughter, revealing 3 golden teeth. You are here on someone else's behalf, are you not? The elongated, verdant quill danced swiftly, pouring forth a stream of eloquent prose. This late-night visitor was burdened with thoughts, and in response to the writer's inquiries, he exhibited profound discontent, though not directed at the writer, but rather at the shadow lurking behind the entire affair. Felix chuckled softly, glancing at the wall clock, which indicated it was just 7 o'clock. Rita Skeet raised a heavily arched eyebrow. Are you apprehensive, Felix? Fear not. Our readers have an affinity for those with rebellious spirits. They shall protect you. Rebellious spirit? Felix echoed. Indeed, akin to those who defy authority and challenge power. If you feel threatened, do not hesitate to speak. We shall ensure you receive fair treatment. The quill continued its relentless documentation, yet Felix lost interest. He rose and approached the honor shelf opposite the liquor cabinet. There, he beheld the book titled Amando D. Pet, Master or Fool. He sighed, remarking, if the content of this book were even half true, it would serve as decent reading material for the restroom. Rita Skeet's brow furrowed, her thick fingers tightly gripping the wand, her 2-inch crimson nails digging into her skin. She swiftly stood, advancing to Felix's side, her gaze fixed upon him. Felix, I am aware of you. A colleague advised me against dismissing your absurd proclamations. He entered the journalistic realm merely through familial connections, having graduated only a few years ago. She spoke pointedly. In my view, our readers possess the right to know the truth. Truth? Felix interrupted her. Precisely, truth. She emphasized deliberately. Let us discuss you, your experiences, your childhood. Such topics may provide you with a clearer self-perception. I believe such discourse is unnecessary. I am well aware of the individual I am. Nevertheless, Rita Skeet did not relent, as parchment and quill soared before her. Felix, you hail from a Muggle orphanage and yet entered Slytherin upon enrollment. You must have endured considerable bullying. Would you care to share? I suspect many readers would find this immensely intriguing. Rita, do you truly comprehend me? As Rita Skeet spoke, the quill recorded swiftly. Observing Felix's non-committal demeanor, she provocatively continued, your experiences are nothing short of legendary. Should you consent, I would be willing to pen a biography about you, which would translate into endless galleons and immense fame. However, the label of Muggle expert seems rather feeble. Our readers favor strong-willed wizards, preferably with connections to celebrities. Let me ponder how to navigate this. Felix chuckled, gesturing toward the book before him, akin to such biographies. Art requires a certain breadth of imagination, she slyly replied. This action led Rita Skeeter to mistakenly assume his consent, prompting her to plop down on the sofa, impatient and imperious, commanding, let us begin with your relationship with Dumbledore. Miss Skeeter, I must implore you to cease your false reporting. I have noticed your mentions of me in the Daily Prophet, and it seems you are poised to fabricate further. I am not fabricating. It is merely a different perspective, she retorted. Felix nodded. Allow me to elucidate what constitutes a different perspective. His fingers gently tapped upon the table, producing a crisp sound as they met the surface. What are you implying? Rita Skeeter suddenly choked on her words, realizing the world around her had transformed dramatically. Colors swiftly faded. The exquisite purple vase, the deep red robe she wore, the golden trophies in the cabinet, the dark brown crocodile skin handbag, the pale yellow parchment, and the green quill, all hues were dissipating. Chapter 54. You block my path. The entire world was reduced to shades of black, white, and gray. Rita Skeeter, her body rigid, struggled to observe Felix's fingers tapping on the table, long and pale, with healthy light pink nails, the only color within her field of vision. With each tap, ripples of black and gray emanated from his fingertips, silently spreading in all directions through their bodies. You, woman, she uttered with difficulty, her wand in hand yet unable to raise it even the slightest bit. You see, I occasionally adopt this perspective to observe the world, to examine magic. It is rather fascinating, Felix introduced, his demeanor unchanging. Yet, Rita Skeeter did not share this sentiment. What you're doing is illegal. Azkaban, she struggled to articulate, each word painstakingly pronounced. Rita, oh Rita, do you truly believe I would wish you harm? Felix chuckled. I merely ask, do you genuinely know me? Clearly you do not. Did a colleague advise you against pursuing my intentions? I suspect he must be a Slytherin. Rita Skeeter's eyes bore into him. Felix calmly continued. In my 5th year, I took the opportunity during the holidays to visit several obstinate pure-blood families, after which they refrained from discussing me in public. Do you know why? She widened her eyes. Do you think I need to rely on anyone's influence to combat the threat of extreme pure-blood families? No, Rita, he softly replied. I simply showcased a possibility to them. With Felix's emotional shift, the world's whites and grays rapidly morphed into an ink-black darkness, an oppressive and profound gloom. Rita Skeeter's body trembled slightly. Yes, a possibility. Should I become the Dark Lord? He left unspoken. The darkness quickly receded, restoring the stark contrast of black and white, resembling an old, faded photograph. Upon reflection, I am indeed quite agreeable. As long as you do not provoke me, I have no inclination to concern myself with you. Yet, regrettably, you obstructed my path. Disregarding her, Felix summoned the parchment from the table and began to read it with a languid air. The parchment, unbeknownst to him, had already been inscribed with a foot's worth of content, leaving him both amused and bewildered. If the young wizards of Hogwarts possessed such fanciful fabrications, they would undoubtedly laugh in their dreams. Did I ever say that? Maintain a close relationship with Dumbledore. Who, me? He shook his head. Once again, the world blossomed with vitality. Rita Skeeter discovered that she had regained her ability to move. She glanced at the wand in her hand and then at Felix, who was still engrossed in the parchment, her eyes darting back and forth. Yet, she quickly abandoned this foolish notion. Had she made up her mind? Perhaps this was an opportunity. Seize me, and the ensuing tale shall be yours to weave. Felix lifted his gaze, his light blue eyes meeting hers. Youyest, Felix. No. Professor Haip, sir. Rita Skeeter shifted her address with increasing urgency. He tossed the parchment lightly, and it dissolved into ashes without a sound. Regarding my purpose for coming, I apologize. I shall cease all falsehoods, she exclaimed hastily, a sycophantic smile plastered across her face. Thank you, Rita. Felix rose, smiling faintly, and bowed courteously before he pushed open the door, his figure merging into the night. The sky had fully darkened. The north wind whipped the snowflakes, causing his robes to billow dramatically as Felix took a few steps into the storm, only to vanish in an instant. After a moment, Rita Skeeter quietly opened the door. Glancing around, finding nothing outside, she swiftly shut the door behind her. A torrent of venomous curses erupted from her lips, as she unleashed the most unpleasant words she knew upon a certain individual. Felix Haip. She spat his name with malice. I shall seek revenge. Revenge for his secret transgressions. Indeed, that wretched fool remains unaware that I am an animagus. Perhaps, no, too perilous. After a lengthy tirade, Rita, parched and breathless, finally ceased her invectives. She approached the liquor cabinet, intent on pouring herself a drink to quench her thirst, but as her fingers brushed the handle, the exquisite silver piece transformed into fine sand within her grasp. Rita stood frozen in shock. Tentatively, she extended a stout finger to poke at a purple decanter, her favorite vessel. Yet in the next moment, it rapidly disintegrated into fine grains, including the liquid it contained. Terror filled her gaze as her body stumbled backward, colliding with a chair, which too crumbled to the ground, turning into a puddle of sand. Rita surveyed her surroundings. Every corner of her abode was succumbing to an incessant transformation into sand, from her ornate picture frames to her crocodile leather handbag. Even the floor was not spared. She screamed in terror, rushing out of the house, witnessing the entire structure teetering precariously, a whirlpool of sand emerging from beneath, slowly yet resolutely engulfing her home. This is a lesson, a voice echoed abruptly in Rita Skeeter's mind. Her lips trembled, seemingly on the verge of uttering something, yet this time she hastily closed her mouth. At the edge of the forbidden forest, Felix's silhouette abruptly emerged as he trudged toward the castle, battling the howling wind and swirling snow. The December weather was unbearably frigid, especially with the fierce gusts intertwined with blizzards, and each step was a stern trial. As he caught a distant glimpse of the castle's outline, a thought flickered in his mind, prompting him to shake his head, realizing he had not learned from past experiences. Felix pushed open the dark brown door, shaking off the snowflakes that clung to him, and entered the castle's warmth. With a flick of his wand, the door slammed shut behind him, sealing out the storm and darkness. Chapter 55. The Magical Literature Knowledge Competition. Many professors voiced the importance of maintaining diligence, yet they did not impose excessive pressure, which was evident in the volume of assigned work. However, this leniency did not extend to 5th and 7th years, who faced the OWLs and Newts, ordinary wizarding level exams, and ultimate wizarding level exams, this year. In the ancient magical literature class for 5th years, Felix reiterated the significance of the OWL's examination, stating, "You have merely 6 months until the ordinary wizarding level exams. Discounting holidays and weekends, how much time remains? Let me calculate for you. 6 months, let us consider it as 25 weeks. That amounts to a mere 75 hours. Do you even have this much time for study outside of class? By my calculations, it's hardly even 200 hours. Observing Professor Haip's expression of regret, the young witches and wizards fell into silence. However, Felix was in a good mood today and decided to conduct a student survey. What subject do you believe you struggle with the most? A timid young witch spoke up. Does ancient magical literature count? Not at all. Then it must be history of magic, replied a Hufflepuff girl, noting that Professor Binns always required them to memorize extensive content. And she was not particularly adept at recalling information. He never highlights important points in class. While other professors offer some hints, Ravenclaw interjected indignantly. Professor Binns belongs to that category of educators who claim that everything they teach is crucial, yet he is renowned for his monotonous delivery, sounding as if he is reciting a scripture. The hypnotic effect is unparalleled. History of magic is splendid. Miss Selden, Mr. Paldice. Anything else? I struggle with astronomy. I always mix up the positions of the planets. Herbology as practical lessons are quite enjoyable, yet I can never remember the characteristics of magical plants. Don't you find arithmancy and divination overly complex? Divination is an absolute nightmare. Someone immediately retorted, nonsense. Divination is the easiest to pass. Trelawney is a complete lunatic. Professor McGonagall is exceedingly strict. Care of magical creatures with Kettleburn is perpetually fraught with perilous magical beasts. Professor Snape is terrifying. The young wizards fervently engaged in discussion, quickly veering off course, prompting Felix to interject. How do we transition to critiquing our professors? He summarized the sentiments of the young wizards. Thus, you seem to underperform in courses that are theoretically dense and require extensive memorization, such as ancient magical literature, history of magic, and astronomy. Felix suddenly conceived an idea. He resolved to embark on an experiment. Let us engage in a game. I shall require the cooperation of 2 students, Miss Selton and Mr. Paldis. The 2 young wizards stepped forward with curiosity, their spirits lifted by the prospect of the activity. Draw forth your wands. Excitedly, Selton and Paldis produced their wands, their eyes fixed intently on Felix. Professor Haip's instruction was renowned for its inventive flair, a sentiment widely shared among other grades, though 5th and 7th years had encountered it relatively less. Allow me a moment, Felix said, waving his wand, conjuring a grid of 9 squares before each of them. Within these squares lay 9 magical vocabulary words, each shimmering with sparks. Above the heads of the 2 young wizards, their names appeared in gilded letters, Pet Selton and Warren Paldis. Professor, what is this? Pet Selton inquired with curiosity, as a friend pointed out the name hovering above her head, which bore an intriguing numeral 0 beside it. We are to partake in a competition of magical vocabulary. I shall articulate the definition of a term, and you must swiftly identify the corresponding word by touching its square with your wand. You must outpace your opponent to score a point. The contest concludes when one of you reaches 100 points. Felix regarded the pair. Let us attempt a trial run. He recited a series of definitions. Light, illuminating the path ahead, also signifying the brilliance of knowledge. Pet Selton and Warren Paldis gazed intently at the floating words, and as Professor Haip uttered the second phrase, Pet's eyes sparkled with realization. She swiftly tapped the lower left square with her wand. I know, it is Ken. As her wand touched the word, that section transformed into a brilliant gold, and a numeral 1 appeared above her head, lingering for a brief moment before vanishing. Pet, taken aback, observed her initial numeral 0 transform into 1. She glanced at the professor. Have I won? In a certain sense, Felix replied. I believe you now grasp the rules of the contest. Both nodded in unison, finding the game thoroughly engaging. Meanwhile, Warren could not restrain himself, tightly gripping his wand. Having been a fraction too slow previously, Felix waved his wand, causing the first grid to vanish, revealing a second grid before them. The second word is reward, symbolizing victory and satisfaction. Warren promptly thrust his wand toward the center of the grid, watching as that area glowed with a dazzling gold. It is when, Professor. The game continued. Poverty, hardship, also representing a form of misfortune. Without hesitation, Warren struck the upper left corner with his wand. But this time the area swiftly turned a dismal gray. Frustrated, he shook his fist in dismay. At this juncture, the young wizards had fully comprehended the game's rules. Answering correctly would add points, while errors would deduct them. And the first to reach 100 points would claim victory. Harvest, crops, or the cycle of growth. Warren swiftly waved his wand. Correct, 1 point added. Next. Very well done, Miss Pet. As we proceed, the challenges will become increasingly arduous. The initial sets of spells were rather simplistic, but soon, the difficulty escalated at a remarkable pace. The 2 participants slowed their pace, taking longer to ponder, and the score inched to a precarious 73-71. Mastery of skill, or mere chance, unveiled hidden secrets and nurtured life. It was Porth indeed. The young wizards, watching from the sidelines, could no longer contain themselves. And one quietly whispered the answer. Pet's eyes brightened as her wand pointed to the correct response. Felix remained non-committal, He neither curbed the onlookers' hints nor awarded additional points to the competitors. He merely switched to another set of grids. Thus, the two understood the professor's intention. They were now to compete against the entire class of young wizards. They exchanged a glance, each wearing a grim expression. However, the young wizards below erupted with excitement, collaborating fervently in the ensuing sets of grids, chattering incessantly, while the two on stage managed to score just a single point each. The bell rang, yet no one moved. The score remained at 99-98. At that moment, the young wizards fell silent, refraining from further utterances. Felix quickly declared, "The power of the sun conquers devils and darkness." His seagull, Pet's wand tip hovered over the center of the grid, shimmering with golden light. "I have one, I have one." Amid her triumphant cries, Professor Haip waved his wand, setting off dazzling fireworks in the classroom. Thank you to both students for their splendid performance. Hufflepuff gains 10 points, and Ravenclaw 5. Now class dismissed. Chapter 56. Harry, show us your skills. The young wizards fervently discussed amongst themselves. As fifth-year students, they seldom encountered such an engaging class, where each professor strived to extract their utmost potential. Indeed, to some extent, this was also a debt owed from the preceding 4 years. In the corridor, Warren Paldus expressed his frustration to a friend. "I could have one, if only luck had favored me." The young wizards bustled out of the classroom, while Felix rubbed his somewhat sore fingers. The aesthetic effects of the quiz had been crafted solely by his magic, from the grids to the changing scores and the color feedback for correct and incorrect answers. A miscalculation, next time it will be a 10-point system. This realization crystallized his thoughts. In the future, he could implement more of such game-based teaching, provided he prepared adequately. In the evening cafeteria, Felix lethargically speared a potato drenched in black sauce. After a long day, he felt somewhat drained. Accumulated efforts had led to an evident overexertion of his magical capabilities today. In the common room, Fred and George, the twin duo, were maneuvering magical puppets in combat, having completed their lessons on the second and third sets of practical spells. The spectacle of their duel was nothing short of captivating. Fred's magical puppet unleashed arcs of electric light with each powerful swing, accompanied by a crackling sound that caused Li Xiao Dan's hair to stand on end due to his proximity. On the other side, George was equally formidable, commanding a highly popular fire-themed puppet. Each time he summoned his signature fireball, a chorus of admiration would erupt from the crowd. At that moment, Percy Weasley emerged from the common room, having just completed his rounds. Upon seeing him, Ron in the corner turned away decisively, as the two continued their silent standoff. "Ron, haven't you two made amends yet?" Hermione inquired with concern. "Not unless he apologizes to me," Ron replied stubbornly. Harry sighed, feeling at a loss for words, realizing that Ron had effectively borne the brunt of their collective misfortunes, suffering considerable embarrassment. "Hey, Percy, I heard you scored 10 points from Professor Haip today," a Gryffindor exclaimed. "And you defeated Slytherin." Percy modestly replied, "It was merely a competition. To elaborate, I led my opponent by 9 points." The Gryffindors erupted in admiration, acknowledging Percy as the academic overachiever who had earned 12 certificates. 9 points ahead, Ron scoffed. Harry quickly shifted the topic. "Hermione, did you ask Professor Haip about the basilisk?" Hermione shook her head. "I rarely see the professor from Monday to Friday, unless there are papers that require her grading. But waiting until the weekend is far too late." Harry protested, discontent brewing within him. What if an attack occurs in the meantime? He slammed his fist on the table, startling two passing young wizards, who glanced at him in trepidation before hastily moving on. "Look, they all think I'm the culprit. Harry, should we go find Professor Haip now?" Hermione suggested cautiously. Harry glanced at the clock, realizing it was already past 9. "Let us wait until tomorrow," he sighed, slumping in his chair like a deflated balloon. They had all but confirmed that the creature in the Chamber of Secrets was indeed a basilisk, and Hermione was perplexed by the fact that the basilisk's gaze could be lethal. Yet the two recent attacks merely resulted in petrification. Harry had his own theories. The victims had not directly met the basilisk's gaze. Moaning Myrtle had seen it through the reflection in water, while Colin Creevey had encountered it through the lens of his camera. However, whether this hypothesis held merit remained to be seen, as the sample size was regrettably too small. At that moment, Ron addressed him. "Harry, is the magical puppet Professor Haip gave you in your bag? I practiced with it a few times in secret, but I still lack a bit in technique. I only just managed to make it walk properly. Should we give it a try?" Ron glanced at Percy amidst the crowd. "Here?" Harry hesitated. Hermione's eyes sparkled. She had longed to test it since the opening day lecture. The icy blue hair and exquisitely charming features of the puppet had struck a chord deep within her. "Perhaps this isn't the best choice," Hermione said, her words contradicting her eagerness. Yet she made no move to prevent Harry from retrieving the puppet from his bag. "Hey, what are you all doing?" Fred approached, draping an arm around George's shoulder. "Ah, merely a magical puppet," Ron attempted to convey with a light-hearted tone. Fred, upon glimpsing the puppet in Harry's possession, was taken aback. This was no ordinary puppet. Merely by appearance, the two were incomparable. "A gift from Professor Haip," Ron explained. Fred lifted the magical puppet, casting a glance at George. "I can hardly sense its magical vibrations. It is far more exquisite than the digger's doll and vastly superior to the ones we have dismantled." "You have dismantled them?" "Sure." Fred interjected, raising a finger. "Keep your voice down. This is our little secret with Professor Haip." George took the puppet, casually remarking, "Once we accidentally broke a magical puppet." "It was accidentally broken," Fred clarified, "and we were terribly afraid at that moment. They feared being deducted points, confined, or even subjected to being hung and whipped with a dampened lash. Thus, we approached him with trepidation to apologize." "And what happened next? What punishment did you receive?" Ron inquired. "No, little Ronnie," Fred winked, revealing a mischievous grin. "The professor claimed we possessed a remarkable talent for alchemy and awarded each of us an additional 10 points. However, George sighed. When we presented the second damaged puppet part before him, he barely restrained himself from deducting points." Hermione rolled her eyes. George scrutinized the exquisitely crafted magical puppet, occasionally expressing admiration, and finally turned to Harry, saying, "This is truly remarkable. What did you do?" Just as Ron was about to speak, Hermione stepped on his foot sharply. The twins exchanged glances and shrugged. "Shall we demonstrate it for you?" Fred suggested. "This puppet must possess numerous new functions. I suspect you are not yet proficient." "Who said that?" Harry, eager to showcase his skills, swiftly drew his wand. Under his guidance, the magical puppet swayed to life. A few young wizards looked on from a distance. Harry endeavored to control the magical puppet, but regrettably, it could muster only a sprinkle of icy blue snowflakes. "Harry, your control is lacking," Fred pointed out. His magical essence brushed against a realm of ice and snow, the sharpness and chill rendering him as if he had consumed 10 ice pops in one breath, his consciousness seemingly frozen. Harry's face turned an ashen hue, and he exhaled a puff of chilly air. "Harry, what is wrong?" Ron exclaimed, standing up anxiously. It was evident to all that something was amiss. Yet, in the next instant, whoosh, the magical puppet suddenly illuminated, cascading light blue ice crystals that fell like gentle rain, the temperature plummeting sharply. It abruptly raised its arms, and a series of ice pillars erupted from the ground, the frigid air rolling outwards like a wave. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Before the palm-sized puppet, a row of ice pillars, half the height of a person, extended several meters out, completely sealing the common room door in ice. A chilling mist enveloped the air, causing the little wizards within the common room to collectively sneeze. Meanwhile, far in his office, Professor Haip sipped his tea, his spirits high as he leisurely perused an ancient alchemy book. Beside him lay the day's prophet, with the front-page headline reading, "The Stark Disparity Between Good and Evil, the Two Newly Appointed Professors," penned by Rita Skeeter. Chapter 57. Unexpected Developments. On Tuesday morning, the weather was unexpectedly clear, and the winter sun bathed Hogwarts in a golden glow. Felix awoke at 8, stirred by the laughter of a few young wizards engaged in a snowball fight. As he threw off his covers, his cotton pajamas seemed to shed themselves effortlessly, and he slipped into a delicately soft cardigan. He rolled his neck to adjust his clothing for greater comfort, and, under the influence of magic, donned a pair of fleece-lined trousers. Magic tends to breed laziness. Felix recalled an adage he had encountered in his earlier years, and he found it to be profoundly true. Finally, he cloaked himself in a dark wizarding robe, and once he was satisfied with his appearance, he pushed open the window to behold the snowy landscape below. "Luckily, I have no classes this morning. Indeed, happiness is often derived from comparison." He began to contemplate his tasks. Identifying the suspected Horcruxes among the Dark Lord's relics, 3 announcements yielded no leads, further proving the unreliability of young wizards. Practicing the killing curse, having recently grown complacent, he remained stagnated at the 4th level of teleportation, acquiring the rare skill of parcel tongue, awaiting feedback, overseen by Harry Potter. The agreement with Klein, indefinitely postponed. The next engagement with the wealthy Hagrid meticulously planned, scouring Hogwarts Millennium-Old Library, ongoing, addressing the public relations threat posed by Rita Skeeter, completing the binding vines for enchanted artifacts, guiding Hermione in her thesis, undertaking the duel club proposal, and reforming the ancient runes curriculum. He figured he might pay a visit to Professor Snape to finalize the assistant role for the duel club. Felix descended the castle staircase, traversing the courtyard. where several peculiar snowmen stood, clearly the handiwork of younger students, who, limited by their magical prowess, had to craft these creations by hand. After breakfast, he made his way down to the castle's dungeons, navigating with ease until he arrived at the potions professor's office. Upon knocking, Snape, with his usual impassive demeanor, denied him entry. "I did not invite you to my office, Felix." However, Felix was well acquainted with the professor's temperament. Unless one intended to jest, it was best to speak plainly and focus on topics that piqued his interest. Thus, Felix stated, "Professor Snape, I have received approval from Headmaster Dumbledore to oversee the subsequent dual courses. Regarding the teaching staff, I require your input." He paused, locking eyes with Snape. The potions master pressed his lips tightly together, his dark eyes fixed unwaveringly upon him. After a moment, he stepped aside, saying, "Enter Felix." Snape's office, situated in the dungeons, was dimly lit, shelves lined with countless glass specimen jars, and beyond them lay the professor's private quarters. Felix approached the specimen shelf, scrutinizing one of the jars. "Is this the claw of the Acromantula? Is it from the batch residing in the Forbidden Forest?" he inquired with genuine interest. Professor Snape emerged from the inner room, bearing 2 cups of pumpkin juice. "No," he replied coldly, handing 1 cup to Felix. Their conversation swiftly turned to the matter at hand. "Felix, when did you usurp the dueling club from Lockhart?" "Professor, I must remind you that it was Professor Lockhart's overwhelming commitments that necessitated his painful decision to relinquish it." "I find it hard to believe," Snape scoffed. "What could possibly keep him so busy in a performance class?" "Nevertheless," Felix lamented, "most of them are officials from various Ministry of Magic departments. We discuss Muggle legislation and how to interact with Muggles." Snape hesitated, then said, "Felix, stop beating around the bush and state your purpose." "Professor, I wish to ascertain whether you are still inclined to participate in my dueling course." "Your dueling course?" Snape elongated the word with a hint of skepticism. "Indeed, my dueling course," Felix stated calmly, meeting his gaze. "This is a matter of precedence." Snape fell silent. Felix remained composed, uncertain whether Snape would acquiesce. However, from the information gleaned from Lockhart, it was evident that Snape had previously expressed a desire to assist with the course. This indicated his interest in the dueling class. As for the reason behind it, Felix was oblivious and indifferent. Yet, he had heard that Snape had long sought a position teaching defense against the dark arts, but alas, Dumbledore had never consented. Was there a connection between the two? For instance, did Snape view the dueling course as a substitute for the defense against the dark arts class? Felix speculated internally. "I require involvement in the selection of the course content," Snape stipulated. Felix beamed. "Of course, your expertise is invaluable." "Do not expect any gifts," Snape replied sternly. With a slight smile, Snape added, "I shall prepare a gift for you as well, Felix." In the evening, Felix switched shifts with Professor Flitwick, taking charge of the routine patrol within the castle. There were always some young wizards with various legitimate and illegitimate reasons for straying from the watchful eyes of professors and prefects. However, he was unprepared for the encounter with the hurried and breathless Miss Hermione Granger. "Professor! Oh my, I finally found a professor!" the young witch exclaimed excitedly. "Miss Granger, what has transpired?" "In the Chamber of Secrets, there's a monster." Hermione attempted to speak, but having run a considerable distance, she was now breathless. Her assistant first nodded, then shook her head. "An attack did occur, but no one was harmed. However, Harry, he went after the basilisk." Chapter 58, The Basilisk and Parseltongue. "Calm down, Miss Granger," Felix urged. "You need to tell me how long it has been since you last saw Harry. Can you ascertain his location now? How did he track the basilisk?" Hermione quickly replied, "No more than 5 minutes, Professor. We suspect the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. So let us meet there." Harry located the basilisk through Parseltongue. "Excellent," Felix interrupted her, waving his wand. A silvery light shot from the tip, coalescing in the air into a small bird, suspended above with slender, scythe-like wings. Felix announced, "Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry Potter is tracking the basilisk alone. Please come to Moaning Myrtle's abandoned bathroom. It is likely the entrance to the chamber." With that, the little bird flapped its wings and vanished in a flash of light. "Professor, what kind of magic is this?" The young witch could not resist asking, despite the urgency. "It's the Patronus charm. It can help repel Dementors or temporarily deliver a message." "Is it a swiftlet?" "Indeed, it moves with remarkable speed." "We must head to the bathroom," Felix said to Hermione. "You can explain everything to me on the way." By the time they approached Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, Felix had already pieced together the situation. An hour earlier, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had swiftly finished dinner in the Great Hall, exchanging knowing glances before slipping away. They intended to confront Professor Hagrid, gain his trust, and then report the information about the chamber to Professor Dumbledore. However, complications arose midway. Tear you apart. I thirst for blood. As they traversed a dim corridor, Harry suddenly heard the voice and shouted, "It's the basilisk. It's come out. Did you hear that?" Ron asked nervously. Harry dashed forward, climbing a flight of stairs while straining to listen. He thought he heard a faint scraping sound, prompting him to sprint ahead with Ron and Hermione closely behind. Yet, the sound was elusive, causing Harry to occasionally lose track and descend to confirm his whereabouts. The trio ran for what felt like ages, breathless and exhausted. "Absolutely not," Harry exclaimed. "It wants to kill. It said it craves blood. Tear you apart." Harry suddenly looked up, the voice resonating above him. "It's upstairs." He raced up the stairs, leaving Ron and Hermione far behind. Turning a corner, he spotted Justin coming down the corridor alone. "It's out to kill and tear apart." Harry's face was a mask of terror. Time was running out. He shouted to Justin, "Close your eyes, Justin. Close your eyes. The basilisk has emerged." Justin, who had been avoiding Harry for days, looked astonished. "What?" Harry had no time to explain. He distinctly heard the click-clack sound. It must be the basilisk. And it was about to attack. Obstacles ahead. Harry drew his wand, casting a barrier spell that sent Justin flying, his face a mix of shock and fear. Harry lunged onto Justin to drag him away, which proved difficult as Justin, regaining control after the spell's effects, struggled fiercely, their bodies entwined. "What are you doing, Harry? What are you doing? Shut up. I'm saving your life." Harry delivered a fierce punch to silence him. "Listen, the monster from the chamber has emerged. Its eyes can kill. Quickly, close your eyes." The rustling sounds echoed ominously in the corridor. Justin shut his eyes tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Harry, too, closed his eyes, fumbling for his wand, which had fallen to the ground during their brief scuffle. "Are we going to die, Harry? I don't want to die. I'm sorry I misunderstood you." Justin babbled incoherently. He stumbled upon a small stick, his wand, but felt utterly helpless against the basilisk, his eyes still shut. A door burst open, the click-clack of footsteps drawing nearer. Harry estimated the creature was less than 2 meters away. Perhaps its head loomed before him. He could even smell a nauseating stench. "Get out of here," he shouted. "What?" Justin asked, trembling. "Not you, get out of here." Justin understood only the first part of Harry's frantic command, but the latter half emerged from Harry's lips as a chilling sound, reminiscent of a serpent's hiss, far more terrifying. It was parcel tongue, he realized in an instant. "Leave here," Harry commanded in the snake language. "I order you to depart." Thanks to the magical scrolls he had been using over the past few days, he had honed his skill in parcel tongue. "By the master's command, I am the best of friends with your master. We are allies. Listen, you are in grave danger. A powerful wizard approaches. Hurry and leave." Harry urged repeatedly, uncertain if it would work, but Hermione had relayed information from Professor Hagrid that parcel tongue could control snakes. Whether true or not, he could only hope. At last, the basilisk stirred, and Harry held his breath, awaiting fate's judgment. Fortunately, the sound of its slithering grew fainter, ultimately vanishing. Justin lay quaking on the ground, still in shock. "It's over." Harry opened his eyes. Moments later, Hermione and Ron came rushing from behind, breathless. "Harry, what happened?" "We lost track and took a detour," Harry replied with a sense of dread. "The basilisk tried to attack Justin, and I stopped it." "What? Oh my goodness!" Hermione exclaimed, pointing to the scratch marks on the ground. "This? Yes, I encountered it head-on." Chapter 59, Divided Actions. Ron and Hermione's expressions were utterly captivating at that moment. Harry struggled to rise. "Thanks to your intel, Hermione, parcel tongue indeed can control the basilisk." Hermione gasped, "Harry, you nearly died. Do you realize that?" "Yes, I'm sorry." Justin interjected from the ground. "He did it to save me." He stood up, brushed off his clothes, and extended his hand formally. "Harry, I'm truly sorry for misunderstanding you. I had consulted Professor Hagrid, who assured me you were no murderer, but I was terrified during that dueling lesson." "It's nothing." Harry feigned nonchalance, extending his hand as well, and they shook. "A satisfactory resolution. Wouldn't you agree?" Ron said, "I do not wish to disrupt the amicable atmosphere, but I believe we must promptly inform the professor." Just then, Harry approached a partially open wooden door. Could it be that Hermione was covering her mouth? "It's possible," Harry responded, "but it should be gone now." He pushed the door open and stepped inside, with Ron and Hermione following closely behind. The room was exceedingly cramped and cloaked in dust. A long trail leading to a spot on the wall. "Do you think there is an entrance to the Chamber of Secrets here?" Hermione inquired. "We have discussed this, haven't we?" Harry scrutinized the area where the serpent's traces faded. "There may only be one true entrance to the chamber, but to facilitate the serpent's movements, Slytherin might have left multiple exits within the castle's plumbing system." In parcel tongue, Harry commanded, "Open." Justin, who had just entered, shivered at the sound. The wall remained unresponsive, which disappointed him. Harry, Ron speculated, if this exit was truly prepared by Slytherin for the serpent, he must have set specific conditions. Conversely, this means the true entrance to the chamber is certainly devoid of such restrictions. Hermione exclaimed with excitement. What are we waiting for? Ron remarked with the satisfaction of a problem finally resolved. We just need to inform a professor, anyone but Lockhart. No, Harry replied. You two go notify the professors. Find Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, or even Snape. The two looked at him in confusion. And what about you, Harry? I must stay here to monitor and prevent the serpent's return. From my conversation with it, I gathered it possesses a rather foul temperament. Should it become agitated, it could attack. Harry gave them a meaningful glance. We have deduced the true entrance to the chamber, have we not? We shall meet there. He took a deep breath and hurried off. Let us go. Ron and Hermione sprang into action. Wait, Justin stood up. I want to help too. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances. All right, if you manage to find any professor, direct them to the abandoned girls' restroom where Myrtle usually resides. The creature in the chamber is a basilisk, and make sure to caution the professor not to look into its eyes. The three then split up. Meanwhile, Harry sprinted toward the restroom, and as he neared, he collided with someone around the corner, both of them crashing into one another. Harry's glasses flew off, and he felt a sharp pain throughout his body, reminiscent of the time he fell from his broom during a Quidditch match. He glanced at the other wizard and recognized Draco Malfoy by his hair color. Malfoy appeared equally stunned, his expression blank as a black notebook slipped from his grasp. Harry retrieved his glasses, quickly stood up, and exclaimed, "Get lost, Malfoy!" before he hurried away. Draco, left in a daze, glanced around in confusion, his expression suddenly shifting to one of terror. Breathing heavily, Harry raced onward and finally reached the girls' restroom, pushing the door open while disregarding the puddles on the floor. He cautiously probed in Parseltongue. Are you there? The monster in the chamber? Simultaneously, he was prepared to shut his eyes at any moment. After a few seconds of waiting, just when he thought all was safe, he heard a rustling sound. It was the serpent creature. The location was the entrance to the chamber. Their discussions had led to the conclusion that the entrance was most likely in the abandoned girls' restroom, where Myrtle had been killed, for she had enthusiastically recounted that on the day of her demise, she heard a boy's voice. This boy could only be the heir of the previous chamber. Following the faint sound, Harry arrived at the center of the restroom, where a row of circular sinks stood. He gently set his backpack aside, disregarding the water pooling on the floor, and knelt down, pressing his ear against the metal pipe of the sink. After a sound akin to a sticky hose sliding across the floor, the noise vanished entirely. After waiting in silence for several seconds, Harry rose and circled the sink, meticulously inspecting it. Unsurprisingly, he discovered a small snake pattern on the side of one faucet. Unable to contain his excitement, he whispered in Parseltongue, "Open." Instantly, the faucet emitted a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. Subsequently, the sink itself began to move, and Harry watched as it slowly disappeared from view, revealing a remarkably thick pipe. He stepped through the standing water, peering cautiously ahead. The pipe was engulfed in darkness, as if leading directly to hell. As Harry hesitated on whether to descend, his instinct was to leap without a second thought. However, recalling his recent confinement by Professor Snape and the 2 days spent studying the reckless behaviors and punishments of past young wizards, he felt he could exercise restraint. "What are you doing?" A melancholic voice emerged from behind him, alarmingly close, as if whispering directly into the back of his head. Startled, Harry slipped and fell into the passage, vanishing from sight. The last thing he saw was Myrtle's surprised expression. "My backpack. There's Professor Snape's enchanted puppet." Chapter 60, Ron's Adventure. Minutes later, Ron was the first to encounter a professor. He dashed over in excitement, only to reveal a look of despair upon recognizing Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart was also patrolling today. "No, let me go. Harry is in danger. We've encountered the serpent creature." Ron struggled fiercely against his grasp. "The monster in the chamber?" Ron shouted, his anger boiling over. Lockhart, now anxious, pulled a magenta handkerchief from his pocket with his free hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. "What are you talking about? Don't expect to deceive me with lies." "I am not lying." Ron nearly exploded with frustration. He forcefully pushed Lockhart and deftly snatched a wand from the professor's side pocket. "Hey!" Lockhart fell to the ground, "My wand." Their quarrel soon attracted the attention of another free entity within the castle, Peeves the Poltergeist, who passed through a wall and witnessed the scene of Ron and Lockhart grappling. Students and professors fighting. Students and professors fighting. Peeves cackled gleefully, his laughter echoing through the air. Clang, clang. The sound of Filch's footsteps approached from distance. Ron swallowed hard, cautiously twisting the doorknob of the lavatory. having learned from Moaning Myrtle's previous experience. He feared opening the door to find a pair of large yellow eyes staring back at him. With his eyes tightly shut, Ron pushed the door open and called out, "Is anyone there? Harry?" He was met with silence. "Oh, that poor dear," a peculiar voice remarked, and Ron recognized it as Myrtle's tone. He opened his eyes to behold a silver, translucent ghost hovering in midair. "Harry has been here. Where is he?" Ron wanted to inquire further, but the scene before him left him wide-eyed. In the center of the lavatory, one of the sinks had vanished, replaced by a deep, dark hole. He stepped closer, disdainfully glancing at the filthy pipe below, and asked, "Myrtle, did Harry jump in?" "Yes, it was so sudden. I was just about to speak to him." Myrtle replied with an air of sorrow. "His belongings are still there." It was then Ron noticed Harry's backpack precariously piled on the floor beneath one of the sinks. "Oh, Merlin," Ron silently prayed as he opened Harry's bag to find a magical puppet with icy blue hair lying quietly inside. Ron let out a wail. "What is wrong?" Myrtle floated over to him, peering into the bag with curiosity. "What is this? A new trend of dolls in the castle?" "Harry is in danger," Ron muttered under his breath. "What?" "I said, Harry is in danger." Ron took a deep breath, grasped the magical puppet, and hurried to the entrance of the Chamber of Secrets. A few moments later, he turned to Myrtle and pitifully asked, "Could you give me a push?" "Ah," came his exaggerated scream from the pipe. Meanwhile, Justin had found Professor Snape, and almost simultaneously, Hermione encountered Professor Flitwick. When Felix and Hermione arrived at the girls' lavatory, they found Peeves chasing the weeping Myrtle with a box of round bread. "What's going on?" "Hit him in the stomach, that S10 points. Hit him on the head, that S50 points. "Very good, ha ha ha." The tiny lavatory was filled with Peeves' raucous laughter and Myrtle sobs. "Oh dear, poor Myrtle Peeves." "Stop it," Hermione lamented as she watched the scene unfold. Felix waved his wand, suspending the flying bread in midair. Only then did Peeves notice the two newcomers. "Hello, Professor," he greeted, adjusting his hat. "Peeves, leave this place," Felix said calmly. "As you wish." Peeves vanished from sight. "Professor, look." Hermione pointed toward the entrance of the chamber. "I see it," Felix replied, turning to address another presence in the room. "Myrtle, did Harry jump down?" "It was Ron," Hermione exclaimed. "Indeed, it's him. Aren't the three of you still here?" "Be quiet, Myrtle." Hermione hastily silenced her words, determined not to let Professor Hagrid discover their clandestine preparation of the polyjuice potion. She cautiously cast a glance at Felix. The small creature, a nymph, emitted a soft whimper and swiftly darted into the innermost compartment, never to re-emerge. The young witch felt a twinge of guilt, silently apologizing to the poor specter. At that moment, a clear, melodious call pierced the air. Felix turned his gaze to the source of the sound, and there stood Dumbledore, unexpectedly appearing in a gray, spotted nightgown, his long beard tousled. A stark contrast to its usual neat arrangement. Apparition, perhaps? Felix's attention was drawn to the phoenix perched upon Dumbledore's shoulder. It was an extraordinary sight, a silver, translucent phoenix, resembling a guardian spirit. No, it was indeed a guardian spirit. Yet, nestled within the ethereal exterior was a diminutive bird, no larger than a palm. This was the true phoenix. Fawkes has only recently undergone his rebirth. His strength is still insufficient, and I must protect him with my Patronus, Dumbledore elucidated. "So, is a fledgling phoenix cloaked in the guise of a Patronus?" Felix nodded as Dumbledore continued. Potter, Weasley, and Granger encountered the basilisk in the corridor. They rescued Justin. And then Potter took his post at the entrance to the chamber, allowing the others to seek assistance from the professors. However, Potter and Weasley descended one after the other for reasons unknown. Currently, it remains uncertain whether they have encountered danger. "Very well, Felix." Dumbledore fell into contemplation. But after a few moments, he lifted his gaze to Fawkes on his shoulder, saying, "Thank you, Fawkes." The young phoenix draped in its silver cloak. Loud a soft chirp. Remember, the basilisk's greatest threat lies in its gaze. Chapter 61, Delving into the Chamber. The phoenix soared away through the pipes. In response to Felix's puzzled expression, Dumbledore explained, "Fawkes is currently too weak to carry all three of us. If Harry finds himself in peril, as long as he earnestly seeks help, Fawkes will sense his location." Just then, a cool voice echoed from the doorway. "I beg your pardon. I believe it should be four of us." Professor Snape appeared, clad in a dark green nightgown, his hair tousled and slightly out of breath. "Severus," Dumbledore remarked. Gazing at him, "You have arrived. How can I not come? The life of a Hogwarts student is at stake." Snape retorted, his temper flaring. "What are we waiting for? Do you wish to host a gathering here?" "Quite right, Severus." Dumbledore seemed to awaken to the urgency, glancing at the four present. "Miss Granger, I must go." Hermione interjected swiftly. "I won't be a hindrance. I can, Her eyes brightened as she spotted a bag in the corner. She rushed over, rummaged through it, and finally produced a magical scroll. "Headmaster, Professor, this is Harry's scroll. It contains some phrases in parcel tongue, which I believe may prove useful." "What is this?" Dumbledore exclaimed, his expression one of surprise as he turned to Felix. We previously mentioned that Felix had subtly indicated, and the principal understood perfectly. "Excellent, Granger," Dumbledore praised. Hermione made a concerted effort to suppress any signs of smugness. Dumbledore touched her shoulder with his wand, and she felt a lightness envelop her, as if she could ascend effortlessly from the ground. Subsequently, the three cast their own levitation charms. "Are we ready?" Dumbledore inquired, receiving affirmative replies. With a flourish of his wand, the four ascended like delicate soap bubbles into the inky darkness of the pipe. What followed was an elongated underground slide. Felix was uncertain whether it spanned 5 kilometers or 10, as the tunnel twisted and turned, at times spiraling downward. Illuminated by the subtle glow of magic, Felix discerned the slide's inner walls were slick with a viscous, wet substance, with numerous pipes branching off in various directions. Finally, the downward slope of the slide leveled out, leading them to a circular clearing, where water pooled and was littered with countless pale rat skeletons. At that moment, they stood atop a massive mound of bones. The tunnel was eerily silent, akin to a grave. Dumbledore surveyed the surroundings with a serious expression, remarking softly, "It appears that a considerable amount of time was devoted to this tremendous undertaking by Slytherin." The four advanced toward the largest tunnel opening, and from a distance, Felix spotted a colossal, coiling figure. "Close your eyes," he urged swiftly. Hermione obediently shut her eyes, while Dumbledore and Snape drew their wands simultaneously. Guided by instinct, Felix unleashed a fierce beam of crimson light, a spell as thick as his wrist, that crashed violently against the massive creature, producing an earth-shattering roar. Alongside it came a barely perceptible rush of wind, Snape's incantation. Dumbledore also acted, enveloping the four in a thin shield of golden light. After a brief pause, they heard no unexpected hissing or movement from the serpent. Opening his eyes, Felix found the colossal being had disintegrated into several segments, yet there was no trace of blood. As he and Snape approached, they discovered it was an enormous snakeskin, glistening green but coated with a layer of dust, giving it a dull, mossy appearance. The serpent was at least 20 feet long. Moreover, Felix remarked, an impressive severing charm, Professor Snape. Snape retorted, "You did not perform poorly either, Felix. Your stunning spell is on par with the blasting curse." Hermione and Dumbledore came closer, and Hermione scrutinized the remnants of the serpent's shed skin. A third of it had been obliterated, a testament to Professor Haip's magic, while the remaining portion was sliced cleanly in half, the edges smooth and precise, indicative of a potent cutting charm. The young witch picked up a piece of the snakeskin, which was rigid and felt akin to metal, eliciting a gasp of astonishment from her. At that moment, a clear and distant phoenix call echoed. "We must hasten our pace," Dumbledore declared, leading the way. They navigated through a series of turns, their footsteps splashing in the damp water beneath, producing a rhythmic patter. Hermione felt the sticky substance beneath her feet, her nerves unnervingly quivering, yearning for a swift conclusion to this ordeal. At long last, they stumbled upon a formidable wall, adorned with a circular iron door. This arrangement bore a resemblance to the round entrance of the Gryffindor common room, yet devoid of a portrait. It was instead dominated by 7 serpents entwined in a fierce embrace, their eyes set with large, glistening emeralds. The serpentine tails intertwined, and their heads fanned out, completely sealing the entrance. "It is evident that we require a command to gain entry or must resort to force," Felix stated. Snape waved his wand, and under the effect of an invisible slicing charm, the iron switch erupted in a dazzling green luminescence. Once the spectacle subsided, the circular iron door remained intact. Dumbledore delicately traced the twisted serpents upon the door, shaking his head. "I could breach it, but that would take time." He turned to Felix. Understanding, Felix produced a scroll, tossing it high into the air, whereupon the magical parchment unfurled swiftly, extending to a length of 7 or 8 meters. He tapped his wand upon it and softly uttered, "Open." The script upon the scroll began to twist, contort, and recombine, and soon a vortex emerged at its center. The 4 individuals present heard the scroll emit a peculiar, hissing sound. In the next moment, the circular iron door stirred, and from the interwoven tails of the serpents emerged a smaller snake, which circled the door before. With a click, it swung open. "Professor, what is this?" Hermione inquired, curiosity piqued, unaware of the scroll's capabilities. "It can translate my words into parcel tongue." Provided it has sufficient knowledge of the language stored within, Dumbledore replied, his expression one of admiration. This aligns with the concept you mentioned during our interview. Merging Muggle intellect with magic? Both Snape and Hermione's gazes fell upon him. Felix calmly remarked, it was merely an experiment. Felix, Dumbledore said, there are few wizards as open-minded as you. The group then proceeded, crossing through the circular iron door into a lengthy, dimly lit space. The shape of the chamber resembled a hammer, its handle represented by the spacious corridor before them, flanked by numerous stone pillars carved with coiling serpents. These towering columns supported the high, shadowy ceiling, casting elongated, eerie shadows in the verdant glow. At the far end of the space lay an expansive area, akin to the square head of a hammer. At the periphery of this clearing stood a statue, matching the height of the room itself, pressed tightly against the murky wall behind it. Felix recognized it almost immediately as the statue of Slytherin, a likeness he had encountered in numerous texts. His gaze shifted to the clearing, where a fierce battle was underway. A blind basilisk writhed violently, measuring a formidable 30 feet in length. Each thrash of its body sent torrents of stone raining down, as a small wizard desperately evaded its wrath. It was none other than Harry Potter. Chapter 62, The Observer. Headmaster, Felix drew forth his wand. Professor Dumbledore, Hermione exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as she stomped her foot. Dumbledore pondered for several seconds before waving his wand, casting a series of disillusionment charms over them. Felix overheard the conversation between him and Snape. I do not understand, Dumbledore. What is it, Severus? That boy. Harry Potter. He is going to die. I am here, Dumbledore replied tersely. The dialogue ceased, leaving Felix deep in contemplation. Did Dumbledore intend to nurture Potter? The brink of life and death often incites one's courage and potential, especially with the elders standing nearby, commanding the situation. Or perhaps, he suddenly recalled his previous conversation with Dumbledore when Potter's Parseltongue was revealed. The headmaster had mentioned needing to confirm certain matters. What could they be? The group approached the battlefield silently, and as they drew nearer, Felix discovered vast expanses of shattered ice crystals scattered across the ground, alongside several palm-sized, blood-stained black scales clinging to a half-collapsed ice wall. They reached a serpentine stone pillar near the clearing, where they dispelled part of the disillusionment charms, allowing them to discern each other's positions. Professor, Hermione tugged at his sleeve. Behind the stone pillar lay a small wizard on the ground, next to him a palm-sized bird. It was Ron and Fawkes. The headmaster has found Weasley. Dumbledore glanced at the scene. Severus, Dumbledore and Felix crouched before Ron, whose clothes were dust-covered and scratched. Yet his body bore no injuries. The small phoenix emitted a soft chirp, seemingly seeking acknowledgement. It was evident that Fawkes had healed Ron. Thank you, Fawkes, Dumbledore expressed with satisfaction. Professor, Ron. Hermione gazed anxiously at Ron. He is fine, Felix assured her, tapping his wand against the ring on his left hand, causing a vial of potion to soar forth, which he administered to Ron. Ron's brows furrowed in response. Meanwhile, Harry's battle raged on in the clearing. He crouched behind a massive boulder, his wand poised, while a palm-sized magical puppet released a flurry of icy winds. The blind basilisk could not detect him. It merely unleashed indiscriminate attacks, its tail still adorned with flecks of white frost. Harry nimbly dodged a stone the size of a human head as the massive boulder before him shattered into pieces. He quickly scampered away, but the sound of his footsteps caught the basilisk's attention, and in the next instant, a formidable tail swung towards him. Harry immediately commanded the magical puppet to shield him, and with a series of hisses, a column of ice materialized. The enormous black tail crashed down, producing a disheartening crunch as the ice column and the magical puppet shattered into fragments. Seizing the opportunity, Harry tiptoed away. The three professors concealed in the shadows simultaneously lowered their wands, and Felix could not help but feel a pang of sorrow at the sight of the shattered puppet remnants. Was it truly rendered useless? Professor, I want to help Harry, Hermione implored him. Felix hesitated for a moment. Have you made up your mind? Yes. No need, thank you, Professor, Hermione replied cheerfully. She harbored no concerns for Harry's safety, for with two professors and the headmaster present, he was assuredly safe from harm. Yet, she loathed the thought of him confronting the basilisk alone. They were, after all, the best of friends. Hermione cautiously concealed herself in the shadows, treading as lightly as possible. In the arena, Harry struggled to evade the basilisk's tail and the debris flying about. Having lost the aid of his enchanted puppet, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. He hissed, "Be quiet." But the basilisk was already in a frenzy, its blindness a harbinger of its impending demise. whether by death or starvation. Moreover, they had intruded upon the Chamber of Secrets. The basilisk, with a menacing hiss, swung its tail in response to the sounds Harry made. With a whoosh, a sharp shriek sliced through the air. A vine, as thick as a wrist and a vibrant green, ensnared the basilisk's tail, forcibly halting its assault. Harry's expression turned to one of disbelief. Hermione, the young witch, wrapped the other end of the devil's snare around a stone pillar, countering the basilisk's terrifying might. Harry, run! Harry had no time to ponder how Hermione had arrived there. He hastily fled, only to be tripped mid-flight by the Sorting Hat. That silver bird that had once brought him hope. Just moments before, the basilisk had discovered him, the intruder, and had resolved to eliminate both him and Ron. At that instant, the incantation of Parseltongue became irrelevant, for the creature's allegiance lay solely with its master. In a pivotal moment, a silver bird appeared, not only blinding the basilisk, but also, after a brief disappearance, delivering the Sorting Hat to him. He was unsure of the reasons behind this, yet he believed the hat would prove advantageous in the current predicament. He donned the tattered hat, murmuring, "Please help me, no matter what." Suddenly, a weighty object landed atop his head, nearly rendering him unconscious. Harry discovered it to be a gleaming silver sword, its hilt adorned with a dazzling, egg-sized ruby. Not far away, Felix's gaze froze. Was it the sword of Gryffindor? The emblem of Gryffindor's bravery and conviction. One of Hogwarts' 4 founders? He turned his attention to Dumbledore, fixating intently on him. Was this what he sought to confirm? Dumbledore remained oblivious to his gaze, his eyes, framed by half-moon spectacles, fixed upon the basilisk, his lips moving in silent incantation. This stirred a peculiar unease within Felix, an unsettling sensation. In his line of sight, the magical energies of the basilisk, Harry, and Hermione were strikingly vivid, yet it seemed as though something else lingered in the arena. Under the invisibility charm, he curled his fingers and gently touched his brow. And in an instant, the colors of the surrounding scene began to dissolve, fading away to leave only black, white, and gray. Felix gazed towards the battlefield. Beneath his calm exterior surged a tumultuous tide. Within his vision, at a distance of 3 paces to his left, a colossal source of magical energy blazed fiercely like the sun, Dumbledore. From beneath his feet, a line of magic extended, connecting to the ground beneath the basilisk. There lies a tremendous surge of magical energy, and through his unique perspective, the ground undulates like waves upon water. What is this? Dumbledore has covertly intervened. It appears to be some form of transfiguration, though he has never witnessed such an outrageous metamorphosis. Felix's emotions are exceedingly complex at this moment. Unbeknownst to him, Dumbledore had already imprisoned the basilisk. At this juncture, Felix is wholly indifferent to the battle unfolding. It is unnecessary, for the basilisk is merely an oversized tool. Perhaps its sole value lies in aiding Harry to stage a performance, allowing Dumbledore to discern certain truths. Chapter 63, The Basilisk's Demise. Meanwhile, Ron awakens under the influence of a potion. Where am I? Harry? Hermione? Ron sits up in a daze, and soon spots Harry and Hermione engaging with the basilisk. He hastily follows Harry, and they discover the beast. Harry attempts to communicate in Parseltongue, but the basilisk immediately retaliates. At that moment, a silver bird appears, pecking out the basilisk's eyes, only to be swept away by the frenzied creature's tail, leaving it in excruciating pain, nearly convinced of its demise. Ron's last memory is of Harry supporting him, while the silver bird transforms into an ugly little creature perched upon his shoulder. Is it weeping for me? Ron rises, stretching his limbs, astonished to find himself unscathed. He draws Lockhart's wand, preparing to advance, yet the image of the basilisk's sweeping attack looms before him, a wave of terror gripping his heart. I will perish. He gazes at the scene, noticing Harry wielding an unfamiliar silver sword. Did Hermione bring it? But where are the professors? Dumbledore? He looks around, failing to spot any sign of them. Moreover, what are those tendrils resembling devil's snare? Ron feels utterly bewildered, as though awakening from a dream, unable to comprehend the situation. At this moment, the basilisk has freed itself from a third tendril of devil's snare, appearing increasingly enraged. Its forked tongue flicking and its elongated fangs resembling a row of sharp daggers. It coils its body, its tail crashing against the stone pillars, sending debris flying. In a state of panic, Harry climbs the toes of the Slytherin statue, just as the basilisk lunges forward, its massive head creating a half-meter deep dent in the ground. Hermione's beaded bag has lost its potency. She rushes out, casting several red spells, but they are effortlessly deflected by the basilisk's scales. What should I do? Ron trembles, his mind torn between fear and resolve. Snape's lips curl into a silent, mocking smile as he raises his wand. Yet, in the next instant, Ron Weasley charges forth, seizing a stone and hurling it at the basilisk's head. "Hey, I'm here," he exaggerates, waving his arms to capture the creature's attention. The basilisk's hollow eye sockets turn toward Ron, prompting him to swallow hard. Under the influence of the disillusionment charm, each professor harbors differing thoughts. Foolish lion, Snape muses. Brave Gryffindor, Dumbledore reflects, his eyes glistening with emotion. A commendable display of courage, Felix declared, yet that would never be his choice. Ron paid dearly for his recklessness, narrowly escaping the sweeping tail of the serpent, only to be painfully jostled by the stones beneath him, his fingers suffering a deep cut. The basilisk gaped wide, its pale fangs glistening ominously in the green light that cascaded from the ceiling, presenting a terrifying visage. In a moment of panic, Ron hurled his wand, which belonged to Lockhart, through the air in a graceful arc, fortuitously landing in the creature's maw, yet proved utterly ineffective. Meanwhile, Harry had ascended the towering statue, standing atop the immense head of Slytherin. From his elevated position, he looked down upon the frenzied basilisk, gripping the radiant Gryffindor's sword with unwavering resolve. Positioned strategically, Harry, Ron, and Hermione formed a triangle around the beast, their gazes crossing over the creature as if guided by an instinctive connection. Suddenly, Ron sprinted desperately towards Harry, emitting a hissing sound. It was the only phrase in Parseltongue he had learned from Harry, intended originally as an insult towards Malfoy. Fool! The word instantly captivated the basilisk's attention, and with Ron's clumsy commotion, it rapidly focused on him. The serpent writhed, its scales scraping against the ground as it lunged towards Ron. Hermione followed closely, but remained too far to witness anything but the basilisk's retreating form. Reaching the statue of Slytherin, Ron bellowed, "Harry!" In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The basilisk lifted its head, preparing to strike, while Hermione's mouth gaped in astonishment. Harry raised the Gryffindor sword and leapt from the statue. The three professors outside tightened their grips on their wands, and Snape inhaled sharply. Time appeared to slow. Harry felt the rushing wind brush past his ears, the basilisk moving in his eyes like a sluggish snail, allowing him ample time to adjust his falling posture, as if engaged in an unconventional game of Quidditch. With a swift motion, the silver Gryffindor sword radiated a shimmering brilliance, piercing through the basilisk's skull with unrelenting force. Harnessing the momentum of his descent and his own weight, Harry drove the sword deep, leaving only the hilt protruding. The basilisk sensed the impending threat of death and agony. Going into a frenzy, thrashing its head and sweeping its tail like a whip across the debris-laden ground. Harry clutched the hilt tightly, his legs sustaining cuts. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Instead, he fervently twisted the hilt, tearing a gaping wound in the basilisk's head. In his line of sight, the serpent was ensnared by the immense, magical force emanating from beneath it. It was Dumbledore. In a flash, 6 seconds later, Harry was flung away, Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione arrived, skillfully waving her wand to cast a standard levitation charm, catching Harry midair. The basilisk's vitality was remarkably resilient, even after its skull was breached. It continued to thrash for nearly a minute before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Ron limped over to the two, his body adorned with bruises. Yet he wore a radiant smile. "We won. It's almost unbelievable, isn't it?" Harry, despite his own misfortunes, his arms marred with multiple lacerations and a long gash on his thigh from the basilisk's final strike, chuckled in response. Just as he was about to utter a word, his vision blurred momentarily. "Harry! Harry!" Ron and Hermione's voices seemed to echo through a veil, making it difficult for Harry to comprehend them. He vaguely discerned Hermione mentioning basilisk venom, a highly toxic substance. "Am I going to die?" Harry pondered within himself. His lips moving, though he was uncertain if he spoke aloud. "Harry!" Ron shouted with urgency. Hermione called towards Professor Flitwick and the others, "Professor, the headmaster's disillusionment charm is lifted." Dumbledore emerged with purposeful strides. "Headmaster, Harry is dying," Ron said, grief-stricken, not pausing to contemplate the fortuitous timing of Dumbledore's arrival. "He will not die." The resolute tone of Dumbledore brought immense comfort to Ron and Hermione. With a flick of his wrist, the Phoenix Fox emitted a melodic cry and descended, landing beside Harry, its tears cascading onto his wounds. The injuries quickly ceased bleeding, contracted, and healed entirely. "Harry, Phoenix tears can neutralize poison and mend wounds." Harry gazed at Fox in curiosity. "Is this the Phoenix? But it appears rather unremarkable and so small, merely the size of a palm. What's its name?" Fox came in response. Looking at the Phoenix, Harry expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Fox. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Harry Potter. The diminutive creature hopped onto his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. They possess the strength to carry heavy burdens. Their tears have healing properties, and they are remarkably loyal companions. Among them, Ron and Hermione bore minor abrasions, with Ron's being more severe, while Harry, recently healed by the Phoenix's tears, was left with only a bit of dirt, otherwise unscathed. Chapter 64, Telling Stories. Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, swiftly tended to their wounds with a few simple spells, afterwards administering a potion of exhilaration. This would do you good. Harry nearly choked on it. Poppy, might we have a few moments? Dumbledore requested gently. Madame Pomfrey exited. Only the trio remained, alongside Dumbledore and Fawkes. While Snape had been dispatched by the headmaster to locate Professor McGonagall, they would soon return to the Chamber of Secrets to address the basilisk's remains. I imagine you have much to discuss, Dumbledore remarked, his gaze falling upon the nearby table where the sorting hat and a silver sword adorned with rubies lay. Harry began recounting the events in detail, sharing how he first heard the disembodied, ghostly voice while confined in Professor Lockhart's office. Combining this with the information Hermione had gleaned from Professor Hagrid, he confirmed that he was a Parselmouth. But due to the negative connotations surrounding Parseltongue, I kept it hidden. Especially since no attacks had occurred at that time, Harry confessed, a hint of shame lacing his voice. Everyone harbors their own secrets, unwilling to let others pry into them. Dumbledore, with his understanding nature, remarked that this insight brought some comfort to Harry. He also mentioned that following the initial attack, they observed a phenomenon of spiders fleeing the castle and learned from Moaning Myrtle that she had been a victim of the chamber's opening 50 years prior. Harry notably pointed out that on the day Myrtle was attacked, she had heard a boy's voice, which served as their strongest evidence for identifying the entrance to the chamber. Dumbledore could not help but applaud in admiration. It was Hermione who had made the deduction, and Harry did not seek to take credit for it, while Hermione shyly waved her hand in modesty. Then came the second attack, and at this juncture, Harry felt an overwhelming urge to voice their suspicions about Malfoy. Surely Dumbledore could uncover something. However, just as he gathered his courage, Professors Snape and McGonagall entered the room. Upon seeing the disheveled trio, Professor McGonagall clutched her chest and exclaimed, "Oh dear, what have you all been through?" Professor Snape remarked that if it were true they had recklessly challenged the creature in the chamber, he would certainly penalize them. Minerva, Dumbledore interjected, and Severus, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Let us hear their account of the adventure before rendering our final judgment. Thus, the audience for the tale grew by two. Harry opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his suspicions regarding Malfoy. He began to recount the critical information he had gleaned from Hermione about Parseltongue's ability to control snakes, which was how Slytherin had operated. He then shared insights he had obtained from Hagrid regarding the existence of Aragog, the Acromantula, and its fear of the basilisk. And those dead chickens, Ron reminded him. Indeed, many of Hagrid's chickens have perished. He thought it was a fox, Harry added. We pieced together the truth of the chamber from this information. I'm more eager to understand how this series of events unfolded tonight, Dumbledore said, nodding in approval before inquiring further. Harry continued, detailing how they had sneaked out of the Great Hall to inform Professor Lockhart of the situation when Snape had emitted a snort upon hearing the basilisk's voice again. They then rescued Justin, and Harry instructed the others to seek help from Professor while he stayed behind to monitor the basilisk, preventing it from attacking others. That was a noble act, Harry, Dumbledore softly remarked. Yet what I witnessed was merely a reckless and audacious adventure. Dumbledore, you grant them too many privileges, Snape interjected, maintaining a stern demeanor and playing the role of the spoilsport. Felix watched with keen interest. Snape's disdain for Harry Potter was evident. Yet he was the first to intervene when Harry was in danger. Remembering his own investigations, a smirk crept onto his lips. We cannot jump to conclusions, Severus. Subsequently, Ron and Hermione recounted their respective experiences. Hermione had little to contribute. She merely wandered aimlessly through the empty castle for a few minutes before encountering Professor Lockhart. By the way, Headmaster, Ron said with some trepidation, Professor Lockhart's wand was swallowed by the basilisk. Am I expected to compensate him? His wand was still partially damaged, which indeed posed a dilemma. Gilderoy had been rather unfortunate lately, and I shall have a word with him about it, Dumbledore remarked with a light tone. With a stroke of luck, perhaps his wand was lying enscathed within the belly of the basilisk. The three young wizards had shared their respective experiences, and Professor McGonagall, visibly fatigued, stated, What you accomplished tonight far exceeds your duties. I must add, however, that you have collectively breached over 100 school regulations. But how did you manage to defeat the basilisk? Harry recounted his encounter with Ron near the basilisk's shed skin and how they ventured into the Chamber of Secrets together, subsequently facing the creature. At this juncture, Harry suddenly realized that he should have paused near the shed skin, though the thought had eluded him at the time. Could it be that I truly resemble Snape's description of a reckless fool? The narrative continued as their unexpected intrusion breached the basilisk's psychological threshold, provoking it to attack Harry and Ron furiously. It was not until Fawkes blinded the creature that they felt they stood a chance against it. Professor Lockhart's enchanted puppet proved immensely helpful. Harry cast a grateful glance at Felix, who merely smiled in response, his gaze lingering on the tattered and grimy Sorting Hat. Thus, Harry proceeded with his tale, casting an odd glance at Hermione, unaware of her arrival. In the end, he described the climactic moment when, through their collaborative efforts, he made the ultimate leap to vanquish the basilisk. With that, the entire story came to a close. Felix applauded, exclaiming, "What a splendid adventure! I dare say your tale could fill an entire book." "Felix," Snape drawled in his characteristic, unfeeling tone, "perhaps you see a reflection of yourself in them." "No, Professor Snape," Felix replied casually, "I am entirely unlike them. They are exemplary Gryffindors, while you and I," he glanced at Snape, "are quintessential Slytherins, are we not? The Sorting Hat can vouch for that." He extended his hand and effortlessly donned the Sorting Hat upon his head. Chapter 65. Dumbledore's Heir? As the trio emerged from the hospital wing, their faces radiated with exuberant smiles. Just moments ago, Dumbledore had awarded each of them 200 points in recognition of their remarkable bravery, and they collectively shared the school as a special contribution award. Naturally, certain infractions from the past would not be pursued, but for their recent transgressions, venturing out beyond the forbidden, each was deducted 20 points. And Ron incurred an additional 50 points for Professor Lockhart's misconduct, coupled with a month of detention. Even so, they had collectively garnered 490 points for their house. This essentially meant that Gryffindor had effectively secured the House Cup in advance. I find it quite worthwhile. Ron, even with his impending month of detention, expressed no dissent. If they could secure the Quidditch championship as well, this year would truly be perfect. Harry thought with a hint of greed, but there were still opportunities ahead. At the conclusion of their conversation, Harry and Dumbledore engaged in a private discourse, during which he summoned the courage to voice a lingering uncertainty that had troubled him for quite some time, whether he had been sorted into the correct house. After all, the Sorting Hat had strongly suggested that he would achieve great success if placed in Slytherin. Dumbledore's words reassured him completely as he pointed to the sword of Gryffindor on the table, stating that only a true Gryffindor could draw it from the hat. He also elucidated the reason behind Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue. According to the headmaster, a fragment of Voldemort's power had been transferred to him on that fateful night. This revelation left Harry astonished. Living according to one's own will holds far more significance than being entangled in an unchangeable past, Dumbledore remarked. Night had fully descended, yet the shadow that had enveloped Hogwarts for 2 months finally began to lift. Ron suddenly inquired about Professor Snape's recent comments regarding Gryffindor and Slytherin. Harry reflected on his behavior that evening and postulated, "I suppose it pertains to the qualities that different houses cherish, like the courage esteemed by Gryffindor and the self-control revered by Slytherin." "I almost forgot that Professor Snape is a Slytherin," Ron muttered. Hermione remained silent, recalling her first private lesson in charms when Professor Snape had expressed a particular interest in the Sorting Hat, suggesting perhaps he should find an opportunity to reintroduce himself to it. The young witch suspected that the professor was merely seeking an excuse to don the Sorting Hat once more. "How could they do this?" Ron exclaimed indignantly. "I felt as though I was on the brink of death several times. With them around, we are not in any mortal danger," Hermione rationally analyzed. "I just wonder why we battled the basilisk while they merely observed." Ron continued to grumble. "I think perhaps Headmaster Dumbledore intended to test us. Remember last year?" Harry mused thoughtfully, recalling Dumbledore's assertion that Voldemort had not perished and would one day return. Could it be that Dumbledore wishes to cultivate us as successors to resist the Dark Lord? Ron's face flushed with excitement at the mere suggestion of this inference. Dumbledore is not exactly young. I mean, it is about time he considered this matter, wouldn't you agree? Being Dumbledore's heir sounds infinitely more appealing than being Slytherin's heir. The three of them felt their breaths quicken simultaneously. In the Chamber of Secrets, Dumbledore, Snape, Felix, and Professor McGonagall stood beside the corpse of the basilisk. It was McGonagall's first time in this ominous and eerie lair, and she could not help but survey the surroundings. "It resembles a dark and terrifying nest," she remarked softly. Felix touched the basilisk's eye, most of which had been destroyed by Fawkes. Black blood stained much of its face, but he had managed to collect a small amount of clean material. He was quite intrigued by the basilisk's lethal gaze, which also instilled a measure of trepidation within him. Yet, This fear was tempered by his numerous strategies to circumvent direct eye contact. However, he was curious about what would transpire if Dumbledore were to lock eyes with the basilisk. Would Dumbledore succumb to its deadly stare? As Felix beheld the overwhelming, almost terrifying source of magical power emanating from the headmaster, he felt a flicker of doubt. In the presence of a wizard of such caliber, could the basilisk's petrifying gaze truly be effective? Much like himself, Dumbledore could likely withstand a few stunning spells. Felix contemplated Dumbledore's prowess while gathering various materials from the basilisk's remains. Professor Snape was engaged in a similar endeavor, accepting every fragment of the creature, venom, fangs, blood, and scales alike. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was engaged in a hushed conversation with Professor McGonagall. Albus, I believe we should publicize our resolution of the Chamber's troubles to prevent unfounded rumors from circulating, McGonagall suggested, her frustration palpable from having read previous reports. Minerva, I do not oppose this notion. However, we must wait a few days, Dumbledore replied. Why? Lucius Malfoy has been particularly active on the school board lately. He seems to view this as an opportune moment to oust me from the school. Dumbledore's tone remained noncommittal. How dare he? McGonagall exclaimed in indignation. As far as I understand, Lucius has threatened several board members. It is likely he will confront me in the coming days. Dumbledore, what shall we do? All we need to do is wait. Dumbledore's gaze appeared to pierce through the ceiling above the chamber, envisioning distant landscapes. Meanwhile, Felix and Snape engaged in a series of verbal exchanges, tentatively formulating a division plan for the basilisk's materials. He had also uncovered Lockhart's wand, which, after being washed several times with the clean water charm, still bore a lingering, unpleasant odor, though its exterior showed no signs of its tumultuous past. Felix hoped Lockhart would not take offense. Subsequently, they relocated the basilisk's carcass to an abandoned classroom and magically sealed the door. Once the school announced this information, they would proceed with the dismemberment of the creature. Hogwarts was still enforcing a curfew, and the corridors were largely empty. But it would not be long before the vibrant atmosphere returned. Seated on the sofa, Felix continued to ponder the chamber's revelations. The chamber had been found. The basilisk was dead, yet a Slytherin heir still lurked within the castle. More specifically, in Felix's mind, he referred to a certain young wizard manipulated by Voldemort's Horcrux. How could he unearth this individual? Should a significant issue arise, the mere thought of Hogwarts undergoing a 2-month closure for a thorough inspection was intolerable to him. Just as Felix was strategizing, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside the door. He opened it to find a rather unexpected young wizard, Draco Malfoy. Oddly enough, Malfoy's complexion was exceedingly pale, and a fine sheen of sweat glistened upon his brow. In his hand, he tightly grasped a long scarf adorned with deep green stripes. The other end, trailing about 2 meters away, dragging an ordinary black notebook. It was evident that Malfoy was making a concerted effort to distance himself from that object. Please, come in, Mr. Malfoy, Felix said, an instinctual feeling suggesting that he would gain significant insights that evening. Chapter 66, Nocturnal Conversations. Malfoy sat uneasily on the sofa, while Felix positioned himself across from him, first summoning a cup of hot cocoa to offer him, believing that sweetness could evoke a sense of happiness. Subsequently, he waved his wand, causing the black notebook to levitate and settle onto the small table between them. Thud! Malfoy could not suppress a slight tremor. It appears your experiences are quite extraordinary. Would you care to share? Felix inquired encouragingly. The diary, Malfoy began, his voice gravelly. I must ask for your forgiveness. I fear I have inadvertently committed an error. Felix's pale blue eyes remained fixed on him, urging him to continue. It's Potter and his lot. Malfoy's breath quickened. Weeks ago, I discovered that they violated the rules. Not just once. I secretly followed them and found them hiding in Moaning Myrtle's domain. It's the girls' lavatory. Moaning Myrtle's domain, Felix echoed. Indeed, Professor. Malfoy's confidence surged with Felix's reaction, his nose tinged with a faint blush. They must be plotting something. Potter and his friends continuously flout school regulations without facing any repercussions. It was evident that he harbored considerable resentment towards Potter, incessantly criticizing him. Everyone must be accountable for their actions, Felix concurred. Indeed, Professor Snape, you are remarkably fair. To be honest, few have seen through his true nature. Potter is reckless and arrogant, and that Weasley is always by his side like a... Mr. Malfoy, Felix interrupted. Let us return to our previous discussion. Very well. Professor, Potter discovered me, and in my panic, I fled. When I returned later, they had erased all traces, but I found this. His gaze fell upon the black notebook. What is it? A diary. Also a rather dreadful, dark, magical artifact. Malfoy exclaimed, his expression a mixture of disgust and fear. At first, I thought it was left behind by Potter and his friends, perhaps the diary of someone else. But I discovered it belonged to a Tom Riddle, a former Slytherin student. I can even converse with him. He's taught me quite a bit. Tom Riddle. Felix's gaze deepened at the mention of the name. So, you concealed its existence? I believe the professors have repeatedly cautioned against trusting such entities that conceal their true intentions. Malfoy lowered his head, allowing Felix to easily see his platinum hair. And then, Malfoy, by your account, he is your mentor and friend. What has prompted this shift in your attitude? Later this evening, I found myself inexplicably wandering a secluded corridor on the 4th floor of the castle. As I came to this realization, I witnessed Harry fleeing past me. It appeared that Malfoy had lowered his voice, as if his prior words had been meticulously crafted for this very moment, a trap devised against me. The atmosphere in the office became laden with silence. Felix toyed with his wand, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he bent down and picked up the notebook with his empty hand. He flipped through it briefly. Aside from the first page, inscribed with Tom Riddle's name in ink, the remaining pages were blank. Upon reaching the back cover, he noted the name of a newsagent on Vauxhall Road in London. Mr. Malfoy, Felix said, are you suggesting that all of this was orchestrated by Potter and his friends? There's a possibility, Professor, he replied slowly. But what might their motive be? Have you considered another scenario, perhaps that this notebook is connected to the recent attacks in the Chamber of Secrets? Malfoy's pallid cheeks turned even whiter, and he stammered. Professor Haip's light blue eyes scrutinized him, making Malfoy feel as though his clandestine thoughts had been laid bare. Subconsciously, he suspected that the notebook was indeed linked to the chamber. He wished to entrust it to someone reliable, but feared involving himself in trouble. Heaven knows what he might do unwittingly. This matter must remain concealed from his father, which is why he deliberately avoided confiding in Professor Snape, whom he trusted more, but whose ties to his family were stronger. As for whether it involved Potter, he could not be certain. However, causing Potter some trouble seemed rather ordinary, did it not? Professor, I am uncertain. I possess no recollections in this regard, he said slyly. Regardless, Felix cast a glance at him. You have made a judicious choice. Slytherin gains 50 points. That is the utmost I can manage. Perhaps we might seek out Headmaster Dumbledore together. No, that will not be necessary, Professor, Malfoy hurriedly interjected, rising to his feet. I have but one request. Can you ensure my confidentiality? Confidentiality? I mean, until the truth is uncovered. It would be prudent not to mention my involvement or inform my family, as it could tarnish the reputation of the Malfoy lineage. Felix regarded him thoughtfully. Very well. He replied, Thank you, Professor. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With Felix's consent, he swiftly exited. In the office, Felix silently observed the notebook, his fingers drumming on the armrest of his chair. Tap, tap. His perspective shifted, and in the monochrome world before him loomed a darkness more profound than ink itself. He scrutinized it closely, yet aside from the darkness, he gleaned nothing. Approaching the workbench, he pondered briefly before extracting a quill and letting a drop of ink fall onto the notebook. A stain appeared on the page. He waited in silence, but nothing transpired. Is it my technique that is flawed, or has Malfoy failed to convey the entirety of the situation? He produced his wand and gestured over the open page of the notebook. Reveal secrets. Manifest urgently. Magic trace. Status feedback. After a series of attempts, the diary lay silently, unresponsive, and even he could not discern the cause of its inertia. Could the 16 or 17-year-old Voldemort possess such capability? While he hesitated to make a definitive judgment regarding the realm of dark magic, what right did he have to surpass me in the creation of magical artifacts? Felix succumbed to deep contemplation, his fingers rhythmically tapping upon the surface of the workbench, the serene office resonating with the sound of a steady beat. Time slipped away unnoticed until he finally ceased his pondering. Felix's pale blue eyes sparkled with newfound brightness as a possibility struck him, one that sent shivers down his spine. Voldemort was the heir to Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, likely a descendant of his lineage, which explained how he could open the chamber using Parseltongue while attending Hogwarts. What secrets might lie within that chamber? Was it merely a basilisk that had survived for a millennium? That seemed a significant waste. However, considering an alternative perspective, perhaps it was safeguarding something more profound, such as Slytherin's most clandestine research materials. In Chapter 67, Seduction, Felix endeavored to reconstruct the scenes from 50 years prior. A wise, cautious, and ambitious young wizard, upon entering Hogwarts, inadvertently learned of Slytherin's legend. His keen intellect would surely lead him to discover their shared magical affinity for Parseltongue, which practically implied a tangible bloodline connection. He must have felt exhilarated, with the noble blood of Slytherin coursing through his veins. Undoubtedly, he would have sought to locate the ancestral chamber, a pursuit that could take years, yet with his wisdom, and perhaps aided by serpentine allies, he ultimately succeeded. As a descendant of Slytherin, he rightfully claimed mastery over the basilisk. He inherited everything within that realm, including a more concealed chamber filled with Slytherin's various forbidden texts. Slytherin was particularly adept in bloodline studies and possessed numerous potent ancient spells. Crucially, in that era, dark magic was rampant, and Slytherin never shied away from researching and employing such arcane arts. The young wizard absorbed his ancestor's gifts in secrecy, delving deeper into the magical domain. His ambitions swelling accordingly. After being rebuffed by Dumbledore, he assembled the Death Eaters, transforming into the fearsome Dark Lord. Could all of this be true? Perhaps it was merely my conjecture. Felix's gaze seemed to pierce through time, witnessing the rise of the second Dark Lord. He remained motionless, fixated on the diary, akin to a tranquil oil painting in the quiet of the night. Who would not desire the research materials of a legendary wizard who bridged the past and future? Even a mere possibility warranted my efforts. Yet, there was a lingering fear that Voldemort might have either destroyed or concealed such knowledge, complicating matters considerably. Felix's mind was already set on a plan. The first objective was to initiate communication, yet the Horcrux feigned lifelessness. In the realm of newfound memories, he remains a prodigious young wizard who has achieved remarkable feats. However, he is now marked by profound arrogance and hubris. Utterly convinced of his ability to master the enigmatic diary, the art of deception lies in a blend of truth and falsehood. I merely need to lead him to misjudge my character, to believe that I am a tool for his purpose, Felix mused. He opened the diary, grasped a quill, dipped it in ink, and fervently inscribed a line. Evil entity, unveil your secrets, or I shall obliterate you completely. I, Felix Haip, the finest graduate of Hogwarts in a century, author of 3 magical tomes, and correspondent with numerous illustrious wizards, though I do not boast of such connections. For my invitation from Dumbledore was not procured through mere social ties. He paused, pen hovering for a second, then 2. An exceedingly subtle legitimacy swept through, not forcefully invading his memories to scour through the fabrications contained within, but merely skimming the surface, attuned to his emotions. This indeed piqued Felix's interest. For many adept legilimens employ similar methods. They rarely intrude violently into another's mind, but instead gauge the present emotions and, drawing upon their extensive experience, surreptitiously glean the information they seek. Under Felix's watchful gaze, the ink on the diary was absorbed. He waited patiently, and indeed, a line of text emerged. Hello, Felix Haip. This phrase lingered for a few seconds before swiftly vanishing, replaced by new words. I am not a dark magical artifact. That young wizard has misunderstood me. The true key to the Chamber of Secrets lies elsewhere. Felix smirked and simply wrote, Who is it? I can take you to see. A blinding white light surged forth from the diary, and Felix felt himself being drawn in, as if on the precipice of being engulfed. He hastily shut the diary with a resounding thud. After a brief pause, he reopened it. The soul within the diary appeared momentarily bewildered and slowly typed a question mark. Felix wrote, Do not presume I am like those unreliable young wizards. I am a genius Slytherin and will not be easily deceived. The diary hesitated for a considerable span, and then once more, a line of text emerged. You are indeed quite cautious, Felix Haip, but I am truly not a dark artifact. I graduated from Slytherin as well, and in a sense, I am your senior. 50 years ago, I was the one who captured the perpetrator who opened the chamber. Felix smiled with satisfaction. This was precisely the impression he wished to convey to the Horcrux, a character both arrogant and astute, embodying the quintessential Slytherin. Thus, do not think to bamboozle him with trifles. Subsequently, the diary spent nearly half an hour meticulously chronicling the events of 50 years past, elucidating them in several thousand words. As the ink on the pages began to fade, Felix thoughtfully added a few drops of ink. The perpetrator who opened the chamber was Rubeus Hagrid, the diary concluded. How do you explain your control over the young wizards at school? Felix posed a pointed question. The Chamber's secrets had been reopened. Hagrid had not been imprisoned in Azkaban. He remained at the school as the keeper of the Forbidden Forest. The danger had never truly abated, and, as I had anticipated, this year, issues finally arose. I attempted to issue a warning, yet that young wizard named Draco Malfoy showed little interest, preferring instead to revel in the chaos. I had to manage him, striving to uncover evidence against Hagrid. Felix inscribed in his diary, How do you substantiate your claims? I hail from a Muggle orphanage. Unlike those pure-blood families whose arrogance is deeply ingrained. You may peruse the trophy cabinet at Hogwarts. My accolades should still be there. It sounds plausible, Felix wrote. But beneath the cloak of concealment, he could not suppress a curse. You have scanned me 17 times. Do you truly believe I am oblivious? For the essence of this situation is undeniable. Feel free to investigate. But time is of the essence, as the next attack could occur at any moment. My suggestion is to discreetly write to the Ministry of Magic, requesting them to temporarily remove Hagrid. You wish for me to betray him? Felix wrote in anger. However, I kindly ask you to keep this confidential for now, as there are those within the school who protect Hagrid, should he discover my existence. He would not hesitate to use me as a scapegoat. This is my sole request. Once everything comes to light, you may act as you see fit. Felix paused momentarily, then inscribed, I will consider it. Subsequently, he retrieved an exquisite box from the corner of the office, placing the diary inside. Complex magical patterns flickered and vanished. It sounded almost convincing. Chapter 68, The Troubles of Lockhart. In the ensuing 2 days, the campus appeared tranquil, yet beneath the surface, tumult brewed. Rita Skeeter directed her full attention towards Lockhart, and after many years, the two engaged in a public war of words through the newspaper. Both were renowned authors, boasting vast readerships. Thus their rivalry ignited considerable interest. Amidst the snippets of news, doubts began to surface regarding Dumbledore's inability to address the attacks on the Chamber's secrets. And Felix detected the scent of conspiracy. It was merely a campaign orchestrated by some pure-blood families, attempting to undermine Dumbledore. But all of it would prove futile. The basilisk was dead, though this remained undisclosed. If Dumbledore wished to fish for a permanent solution to the troubles, so be it. Felix held no interest in the matter. During the final class before the holiday, he held parchment provided by Professor McGonagall, regurgitating a list of reminders. The young wizards beneath him chuckled. At noon, as Felix entered the great hall, he was unexpectedly met by Lockhart standing at the entrance. He initially intended to feign ignorance when Lockhart seized his arm. Professor Lockhart? He had no choice but to halt. Lockhart, visibly agitated, said, Professor Haip, we need to talk. The two retreated to a shadowy corner of the entrance hall. Professor Haip, as colleagues, I implore you to assist me. That woman, Skitter, is driving me to the brink of madness. She is relentlessly spreading falsehoods in the newspapers, tarnishing my reputation. She dares to slander me, claiming that my adventurous exploits are nothing but fabrications. How utterly absurd. Felix regarded him with a peculiar expression. Indeed, you find it ludicrous as well, do you not? One cannot doubt my integrity solely based on my striking appearance. I'm not merely a specter warding off malevolent forces with a smile. He cleared his throat in irritation. Professor Lockhart, Felix interjected, please state your intentions directly. Oh, very well, Lockhart replied, his tone becoming hesitant. I believe that the dispute between that woman and myself does not warrant the use of public resources. Perhaps we could communicate privately to resolve this matter. But what does that have to do with me? Haipu sighed. I know that woman-s nature. She will not let you off lightly. In her eyes, you are prime material for sensational news. Lockhart stated shrewdly, tell me, which influential figure have you befriended to garner her attention? Felix thought to himself, you truly are quite perceptive. He declined, saying, I am not well acquainted with her. However, I happened to overhear Headmaster Dumbledore mention that a significant announcement would be made around the holidays, with select journalists invited to attend. Perhaps she will be among them. Really? Lockhart's eyes sparkled with interest. I must speak with Dumbledore. Thank you immensely, Professor Haipu. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I have heard you possess knowledge of ancient magic, and I happen to be well versed in that area. Perhaps another time, Felix replied, feeling somewhat disinterested. Lockhart, oblivious to his demeanor, cheerfully took his leave, seemingly eager to approach Dumbledore. By the way, Professor Lockhart, I heard you were curious about your wand, Felix inquired. When Dumbledore passed it on, did he happen to remove any lingering scents? Oh dear, you've heard about that, have you? What a dreadful incident. I would say, a month of detention would be a light punishment for that reckless Weasley. You shouldn't have intervened, Harry said, feeling a twinge of discomfort. They had just resolved the basilisk issue, but at Dumbledore's behest. They must endure a few days of waiting before the honor could be publicly acknowledged at the start of the new term. This left Harry's situation largely unchanged, and even Ron was bearing a detention. Then, he exclaimed with excitement, Harry, that's a special contribution award. No one in my family has ever received one. Not even Bill. When I finally hold that trophy, I shall smash it right in Percy's face. On the opposite side of the table, Hermione had been diligently scribbling on parchment, not engaging in their discussion. Hermione, what are you working on? She looked up from her parchment, sighed, and replied, I am planning a redesign for a bead pouch. Alas, it is proving to be quite challenging. Harry inquired with keen interest, is that the pouch capable of releasing Devil's snare? Indeed, within the confines of the chamber, the serpent creature inflicted considerable damage. I petitioned Professor Haip for permission to undertake the repairs independently. However, it proved to be far more troublesome than I had anticipated. Despite having observed the professor's meticulous process from beginning to end, Harry could not resist asking a few more questions, and the young witch enthusiastically elucidated the fundamental concepts of ancient magical texts, leaving Harry and Ron feeling quite lightheaded, prompting them to tactfully shift the topic of conversation. As evening descended, Felix retrieved his journal, once again engaging in writing and drawing upon its pages. A flourish of elegant script emerged, proclaiming, you are on the right path. Trust me, the attacks will cease, and you will be the greatest contributor. Unmoved, Felix declared, I shall not easily trust your words. I will remain ever vigilant. The journal responded, of course, should the attacks recur, you may entirely surrender me. The journal did not shy away from this notion. In fact, it welcomed it. Speak freely. Unveil your innermost thoughts to me. A torrent of fluent text cascaded onto the page, delving into profound magical concepts. If you're interested, I shall share all that I know. Thus, a harmonious exchange unfolded between Felix and the journal. Initially, their discussions revolved around relatively superficial topics. But after Felix pointed out several of its errors, the journal was compelled to present more intricate content. Yet, it cunningly deflected many crucial points, claiming it had not imbued such information at that time. By the end of the evening, Felix acquired certain techniques for storing memories within ordinary objects, along with a fledgling understanding of bloodline research. In the conclusion of their dialogue, the journal fervently recommended a technique for mental relaxation, asserting that it would amplify magical potency. After locking away the journal, Felix could not help but mutter to himself, I trust you not at all. Chapter 69, Memory. A profound stillness, reminiscent of a morning blanketed in heavy snow, enveloped the entire castle. As Felix wandered through its halls, he encountered only the occasional young wizard. Yet he found no sense of gloom. Rather, he reveled in the tranquility. Near the frozen Black Lake, he chose a secluded spot and conjured a rocking chair, reclining comfortably within it. With a gentle snap of his fingers, a brilliant blue flame hovered above him. Felix retrieved a book from his ring and began to read with great interest. He held in his hands the Ravenclaw manuscript, Volume 2, a compilation of materials left by Rowena Ravenclaw, meticulously organized into 12 volumes by later scholars. Felix pondered. It is difficult to comprehend Lady Ravenclaw's state of mind during her time. He surmised that Ravenclaw, having received an education befitting a noble lady and possessing a rich familial heritage, harbored a particular fondness for poetry. However, he wondered, were there any renowned poets from that era? Felix scratched his head, recalling that the 4 founders of Hogwarts were active during the medieval period. It seemed that poetry from that time was largely confined to the realm of religious hymns. He continued to read. The river spoke to me, Creator, you have bestowed upon me thought, yet have not granted me form. One day, I shall merge with the ocean. Felix contemplated this thought, finding it rather profound. At least it possessed an air of enigmatic depth. He did not expend energy deciphering the nuanced significance, but rather skimmed through the text with a hasty disregard. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the conclusion. TSK. Felix clicked his tongue, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Is a lack of literary appreciation a disqualification for the study of magic? In this regard, he found a resemblance between Voldemort and his former self. Both had forcibly augmented their solitary skills through external means, thereby achieving a level far surpassing their peers. However, when it came to the comprehension and appreciation of magic, their understanding remained rather superficial. Without having reached a certain height, one cannot attain corresponding insights. Felix felt a stirring within. The majority of wizards spend their lives merely learning the magic of others, never making any enhancements. It is not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability. Wait, it seems I've stumbled upon something. Felix suddenly sat up. Birds, rivers, the creator, magic consciousness. He swiftly opened the Ravenclaw manuscripts, Volume 2, flipping to a familiar page, gazing at the well-known words. If this poem is regarded as a genuine account of Ravenclaw's experiences, does it hold merit? The first line undoubtedly pertains to transfiguration. Perhaps Lady Rowena Ravenclaw, on a whim, transformed a stone into a beautiful bird. But what of the second line? This is beyond the capabilities of mere transfiguration. Perhaps Ravenclaw imbued it with a certain quality, akin to life, a soul, or something similar. granting it a degree of autonomy even after departing from the spell's influence. He suddenly recalled a portion of his dialogue with the Sorting Hat that day. Sorting Hat, do you remember how you came into existence? Felix inquired in his mind. Indeed. Oh, I have a vivid recollection. It replied, cleverly, and then the tattered. Dirty Hat began to sing within his consciousness. This was over 1,000 years ago, when I was just woven into form. 4 renowned wizards vowed to cultivate young witches and wizards. These 4 great wizards valued different talents and ideas. It was Gryffindor who devised a method. He removed me from his head. Each of the 4 founders infused me with their thoughts. Thus, I was entrusted with the task of selecting and evaluating. After receiving the thoughts of the 4 founders, the Sorting Hat nearly became an independent entity. What is the crux of this? It is autonomy. They all exhibited a remarkable degree of autonomy, akin to true life, capable of self-decision-making and executing complex actions even when removed from the realm of magic. How can one achieve such autonomy through magical means? Excluding realms of life and soul that he could not grasp, Felix rapidly conceived a method, imparting memories. He had fortuitously acquired this knowledge from his diary. Felix waved his wand, causing a palm-sized pebble to soar before him. He then gently tapped the stone with his wand, and it swiftly transformed into a delicate, diminutive swift. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the swift's gaze was rather vacant, resembling that of a puppet. With every movement reliant upon the wand's guidance, he endeavored to simplify this process, solely to validate the notion that resided within his mind. Under his watchful gaze, the swift's expression became animated. Without his control, it flapped its wings, unsteadily taking flight. Yet in the next moment, it plunged headlong into the snow, leaving only its legs twitching helplessly. Felix extricated it from the snow, and the swift hopped awkwardly through the drifts, resembling a sparrow foraging amidst the winter landscape. A testament to the inferior quality of the memory he had constructed. Nevertheless, he remained transfixed by the little creature before him. After a span of 2 or 3 minutes, wisps of silver mist began to emanate from the swift's form, signaling the dissolution of the fabricated memory. It reverted to its previous lifeless state. Felix waved his wand once more, transforming it back into a pebble, and fell into contemplation. Chapter 70, Christmas Gifts. The concept was indeed viable. From this simple experiment, Felix perceived a multitude of possibilities. He believed that with effort, he could achieve a level akin to that of the slumbering guardian statues within the castle. However, he did not harbor the belief that he could create something on par with the Sorting Hat or a diary. The latter was somewhat more plausible, as it was a Horcrux containing a fragment of Voldemort's soul. But what of the Sorting Hat? Its predecessor was merely a hat belonging to Gryffindor, not an artifact crafted specifically for sorting. In Felix's imagination, it was conceivable that the 4 founders, during an afternoon tea shared among themselves, expressed doubts regarding each other's talent selection methods. To resolve their differences, they decided to employ a sentient magical creation for the purpose of sorting. Thus, the Sorting Hat was born. For over a millennium, it has endured, capable of conversing with individuals, possessing its own memories and personality. In a certain sense, one could argue that it embodies true life. This notion led him to contemplate the magical portraits that could similarly engage in conversation with people. Some simplistic portraits, like that of Sir Cadogan within the castle, exhibited a rather rudimentary intelligence, incapable of engaging in complex and coherent dialogue. During his school years, Felix's trials revealed that this boastful knight could only provide 7 types of effective responses, such as bragging about his glorious exploits or issuing duel invitations. However, some portraits demonstrated a remarkable ability to interact with the outside world, retaining a significant amount of memory. To his knowledge, the portraits of past headmasters in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, as well as those of certain pure-blood family ancestors, fell within this category. This was due to the substantial memories and magical energy infused by their owners, allowing the resulting portraits to retain personalities akin to their originals, albeit only in resemblance. They were not truly alive. The most significant distinction lies in the fact that the character of a portrait remains immutable over time, eternally fixed at the moment of its creation, akin to a sophisticated interactive program. This fundamentally contrasts with the Sorting Hat, which undoubtedly conceals greater mysteries, approximately 100. To be precise, Felix found it necessary to administer a few drops of potion to revive its condition. After consuming several small biscuits, the brown owl hopped before him, gently pecking at his fingers with its sharp beak, as if to ask, "Shall I unveil the package?" The owl gazed at him, tilting its head, and extended a claw, where a small metallic cylinder was affixed. Felix unfastened the cylinder and withdrew a rolled-up note, signed by Mockley Spelby. Upon opening an exquisite gift box, he discovered a vial of potion. He unscrewed the cap and took a delicate whiff. Ah, still as unpleasant as ever. Could he not consider adding a touch of sugar? Or was it a peculiar trait among all master wizards to concoct potions that were unpalatable? He placed the potion into the emerald-adorned ring on his left hand and began to eagerly unwrap the gifts. A considerable portion came from his readers and pen pals, primarily in the form of greeting cards. Felix organized them momentarily aside, leaving the gifts from professors and students of Hogwarts. Dumbledore gifted him a private manuscript on alchemy, detailing his personal insights into the art. In return, Felix presented the headmaster with a Muggle book titled 99 Inventions That Changed the World, accompanied by a pair of knee-high woolen socks embroidered with red lions. Professor McGonagall bestowed upon him a book entitled Quidditch Teams of England and Ireland, which chronicled the various teams and their accolades, complete with numerous illustrations of Quidditch techniques. It appeared she wished to draw Felix into the realm of Quidditch enthusiasts. Hagrid gifted him a handcrafted short dagger, rather rudely fashioned, yet made from a unique material, unicorn horn. Felix clicked his tongue, uncertain of what to say. Professor Snape's gift was a thumb-sized transparent vial containing approximately 1 milliliter of clear liquid. It was a potent truth serum. Impressive indeed, Professor. He chuckled, expressing his hope that Snape would also appreciate his gift. Felix had presented Snape with a set of Muggle elementary school science equipment, including a measuring cup, a scale, and a dropper. He had thoughtfully included a copy of Chemical Experiment Conduct Guidelines, Children's Edition, replete with illustrations, ensuring the professor would not struggle to comprehend it. Numerous young wizards from Hogwarts also presented him with gifts. His assistant, Miss Granger, gifted him a deep green knitted scarf. Potter brought a large bag of chocolates, and Ron Weasley offered a box of fizzing Whizbees. Most amusingly, the twins jointly gifted him 2 wooden figurines of lovers embracing, appearing even more rudimentary than Hagrid's dagger, with their facial features merely painted on. Following the instructions, Felix tapped the head of the male figurine, which emitted a cry, after which the 2 figures began to clumsily perform a zombie dance. Although the twins introduced this as a waltz from a small African nation, it was directly disregarded by Felix. In addition, a few little wizards, whom he had scarcely met, presented him with gifts. For instance, Justin Finley gifted him a splendid feather quill, replete with various functionalities. He entered the hall, where scattered young wizards were seated at 4 long tables. A dozen Christmas trees, adorned with silver frost, were embellished with an array of whimsical trinkets, while garlands of mistletoe and holly dangled from the ceiling, and magically enchanted snowflakes cascaded gently down. Professor McGonagall and several other professors were busily decorating the hall. "Do you need assistance?" he inquired. McGonagall straightened up. "Oh, no need, we are nearly finished." She waved her wand, hanging a long, colorful ribbon on the Christmas tree, and turned to him, saying, "I truly appreciate your gift, Felix." Chapter 71. Luna Lovegood. Felix leisurely enjoyed his breakfast as young wizards gradually arrived, their faces adorned with radiant smiles, engaging in jovial banter. The hall was suffused with a lively atmosphere. Exiting the hall, Felix made his way toward the Forbidden Forest, where he encountered Hagrid on the path to the castle. "Hello, Professor Hagrid," he greeted warmly. "Hello, Felix. I received your gift, and I adore it," Felix replied, particularly admiring its material. "Huh, I'm glad you like it. By the way, the self-cleaning cloth you sent is remarkably effective. It has left the house spotless." Hagrid rumbled, "I don't have to worry about it at all. It even cleans itself." After their pleasantries, Felix approached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, intending to gather some chestnut branches, as his supplies were dwindling. However, midway, he furrowed his brow. On the snowy ground, a series of footprints led straight into the Forbidden Forest. Estimating the size of the prints, it appeared to be a young wizard breaching the rules. He followed the trail. Walking through the snow, the only sounds were the crunch of snow and the rustle of leaves beneath his feet. Unbeknownst to him, he had reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. This secluded area, located at the northwest corner of the forest, was quite close to the main gate of Hogwarts, which young wizards frequented on weekends to reach Hogsmeade. Felix paused as the surroundings enveloped him in a serene silence. The white snowflakes fell from the sky, and he looked up as if countless ice crystals were rushing toward him. The world was utterly still, the open expanse seeming to hold only him. Suddenly, he spotted a thestral. Felix was taken aback. This rare magical creature was often categorized by many wizards as a special invisible beast. Only those who had experienced death, witnessed it, and understood its nature could see them. This characteristic had tarnished their reputation, as thestrals were once regarded as ominous symbols, comparable to the foreboding of encountering a grim black dog. Yet, They were inherently gentle creatures. Felix's curiosity piqued. He ventured deeper into the forbidden forest and, after about 2 minutes, arrived at a clearing. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, a young girl stood among a dozen gaunt nightmares, clutching a handful of dry hay which she offered to the nearest creature. The soft, melodic hum of her voice suggested she was thoroughly delighted. Felix approached only after she had completely fed the hay from her hands, his footsteps rousing the little witch from her reverie. She lifted her gaze, revealing a tousled mane of golden hair cascading down to her waist, with brows and eyes of an extraordinarily light hue. As he drew nearer, he noticed she had tucked her wand behind her left ear, donned a pair of oversized glasses, and adorned her neck with a necklace crafted from the corks of butterbeer bottles. At that moment, her eyes fixated intently on the unexpected visitor. Felix felt an unusual emotion swell within him. Could this peculiar little witch belong to Ravenclaw? "What is your name, and from which house do you hail?" Felix inquired. "Luna," she replied in a voice that seemed to sing. "Luna Lovegood is my name. I have attended your public lectures. You are a professor." "Indeed, that is evident. Miss Lovegood, which house do you belong to?" "Ravenclaw professes that extraordinary wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure." Felix nodded, understanding her. Unsurprisingly, he scolded her. "Why are you venturing alone into the forbidden forest? Do you not realize how perilous it is?" "It is not dangerous," Luna said dreamily. "The nightmares are quite friendly. Would you like to feed them too?" Suddenly, she crouched down, brushing aside the snow to grasp a handful of half-green, half-yellow hay. She turned her pale eyes toward him, and Felix noticed that her voice held a steady tone, yet paired with an ethereal quality that made it feel as though she were singing. "No, thank you," he replied. Consequently, Luna turned away, oblivious to his presence as she fed a small nightmare. It appeared to have just learned to walk, bending its somewhat stiff limbs as it extended its tongue to lick her fingers. She softly hummed an odd melody, while snowflakes settled upon her garments, forming a delicate layer. Felix felt his mood calm, choosing not to disrupt the enchanting atmosphere. "Has your mood improved?" Luna asked. "What? You were just troubled by a pesky midge," she said sympathetically. "What do you mean?" "Midges sometimes float into your ears and muddle your thoughts," she explained. "I believe I heard one buzzing around here a moment ago." Felix was skeptical of such a creature's existence, yet he found himself intrigued and asked her to elaborate on the midge. Luna displayed a look of surprise, one hand adjusting her glasses as she peered at Felix from behind them. "Midges, well, they are usually invisible, but when they intend to meddle with your mind, they emit a red glow." "So, you've seen one?" "Indeed," she asserted with conviction, as if revealing an undeniable truth. Felix found himself feeling a sense of paranoia for the first time, scanning the surroundings but discovering nothing. Another unfamiliar name surfaced. "Your father is?" Xenophilius Lovegood. The editor of the Quibbler sat in contemplative silence, fully aware of the newspaper's reputation. "I am quite delighted," Luna remarked with a cheerful laugh, before a thoughtful expression graced her features. "You remind me of an encounter I had with a first-year Gryffindor. She seemed quite amiable. Perhaps we could forge a friendship." "Is that so? You might give it a try," Felix casually encouraged. "I recall she was carrying a rooster at the time." Luna mused lightly. "But who doesn't he possess some peculiar quirks?" "What did you say?" Felix raised his voice, but quickly tempered his tone. "Do you happen to know her name?" Luna shook her head, her 2 strands of hair dancing gently, yet her locks were enchanting, reminiscent of flickering flames. Chapter 72, The Christmas Feast. Felix was unexpectedly rewarded with insight. Connecting Malfoy's words, he realized the diary was not brought to school by Malfoy. Rather, it was merely a stroke of misfortune that led him to discover it after the second attack. Now, he felt certain, nodding. Felix turned to leave when he suddenly heard Luna's ethereal voice behind him. "Christmas gift." He turned to face her. "What?" Luna, with utmost seriousness, remarked. "I just realized that I have yet to prepare a Christmas gift for you. Our acquaintance has been too hasty." Unhurriedly, she rummaged through her pockets, and amidst Felix's slightly bewildered gaze, she produced an oddly fashioned bracelet. "I made it myself. I originally intended to create a pair," she said regretfully, extending her hand towards Felix. For reasons unknown to him, Felix accepted it. Luna bounced away, and Felix felt that a conventional gift did not quite align with her essence. Ultimately, he unearthed a volume entitled A Selection of World Jokes from his collection, feeling an inexplicable affinity between it and the whimsical witch named Luna. As he watched the silhouette of the owl fade into the distance, he redirected his focus to the new information. Gryffindor, fiery hair, first-year student. These characteristics combined led him to nearly conclude that she belonged to the Weasley family, renowned for their distinctive red hair. Moreover, he recalled his assistant mentioning that Ron, the youngest member of the Weasley clan, had a sister who started this year. Thus, how did this matter intertwine with the trio once more? Felix pondered. This presented another avenue for investigation. He was eager to discover who had brought the diary and if similar items were in circulation. The young Dark Lord was cautious, revealing nothing of his connections to Slytherin, which left some of his thoughts ensnared in uncertainty. As dusk descended, Felix made his way to the Great Hall. From a distance, he beheld a vibrant and beautifully adorned venue, far more splendid than what he had witnessed that morning. Above, a myriad of lanterns floated gracefully, casting colorful fireworks from their gaping mouths. He caught sight of the trio, with Ron eagerly waving at him. Felix speculated it might be due to the gift he had sent, but he had no time to ponder further as Dumbledore acknowledged him, prompting him to approach. "You too, Headmaster Dumbledore," he replied. Dumbledore winked and whispered, "I received your gift. It's quite exquisite. I haven't had a chance to peruse the book yet, but its title alone suggests it is worth reading. I am delighted you appreciate it." With a crackling burst of fireworks resonating throughout the hall, the feast officially commenced. As the headmaster, Dumbledore led the assembly in a few cheerful Christmas carols and then jovially declared, "Feast to your heart's content and fill your bellies." An array of culinary delights materialized, including roasted turkey, small sausages, savory meats, pork chops, kidney pies, buttered peas, and various pastries, all remarkably lavish. The young wizards huddled together, their forks gliding across the table, leaving trails of remnants in their wake. Felix, too, cast aside his worries and indulged heartily. Hagrid had recommended a special Hogwarts eggnog, which Felix sampled. Its sweet and tangy flavor was pleasantly mild in alcohol, prompting him to imbibe several more cups. Nearby, Lockhart swayed his head, his wavy curls bobbing. Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore conversed in hushed tones, occasionally erupting into peals of laughter. Intriguing. Did they plan to concoct something? Across the hall, Hermione brandished 2 slices of chocolate cake, announcing her scheme. "I've infused these with a standard sleeping draft. If we ensure Crabbe and Goyle discover them, they will undoubtedly consume them. Once they are asleep, we can pluck a few strands of their hair and conceal them in a broom cupboard." Ron and Harry exchanged glances, both sensing the numerous flaws in her plan. Ron queried, "What about you, Hermione?" "I already have mine. Remember the dueling club? I tussled with Millicent, and in my desperate resistance, I managed to acquire some for hair." Hermione departed to check on the potion's progress, leaving Harry and Ron to complete the task. "Honestly, I find it rather implausible," Ron lamented. Harry shared his skepticism. Yet, they could only huddle in the shadows, fixated on the entrance to the hall. After a while, feeling somewhat bored, Harry quietly asked Ron, "When do you plan to ask Professor McGonagall for leave?" "The sooner, the better," Ron replied without hesitation. "I can hardly wait to have a new wand. Professor Haip is truly considerate." Felix had bluntly gifted him 7 galleons and a note that read, "I notice your wand is damaged. I suggest you procure a new one, or you will be unable to participate in next semester's dueling class. P.S. This serves as a reward for your bravery." Harry received a copy of the Dueling Handbook, one of the reference books for Felix's dueling course. Thus, both understood that Professor Haip had taken over Lockhart's dueling club, and they privately expressed great anticipation for his lessons. "I only hope the new dueling class will not bear any shadow of Snape," Harry said, filled with hope. The dinner had been in progress for over an hour, with young wizards departing intermittently. Felix continued to engage Professor Flitwick in conversation regarding the magical manuscript he had presented, which contained intriguing ancient spells, resembling a fusion of the shrinking and enlarging charms. Professor Flitwick remarked that these 2 spells were purportedly derived from this ancient magic. Felix noted some similarities, although they could well be mere coincidence. Amidst the lively and bustling atmosphere, Felix, as a professor, concluded his first Christmas dinner at Hogwarts. Chapter 73, Coercion. In the Office of Ancient Runes, Felix habitually opened his diary to converse with the youthful Dark Lord inscribed within. Over the past few days, he had endeavored to steer the dialogue towards Salazar Slytherin, but had been consistently diverted. This evening, Felix resolved to adopt a different strategy, meticulously crafting a trap for the young Dark Lord to unwittingly step into. To this end, he revisited several psychological texts. A rather sensational event had transpired today, Felix noted. What was it? The diary inquired with keen interest, for it had been experiencing considerable distress. After each interaction, this astute professor would confine him, leaving him entirely oblivious to the world outside. The attack on the Chamber of Slytherin had been reported, sparking widespread discussion, with some suggesting the dissolution of Slytherin House and the revocation of all honors bestowed upon Salazar Slytherin. Felix felt akin to a great spider, meticulously weaving its web. Immediately, a flurry of hasty, flamboyant script erupted on the diary's pages, filled with absurd remarks. Outrageously ridiculous. Who was behind this? Was it Dumbledore? He had always harbored biases against wizards of Slytherin lineage. Felix smirked, indulging in a wicked sense of humor as he penned, "It is not him, but a woman named Rita Skeeter, renowned for fabricating rumors." The diary flickered with the name Rita Skeeter, appearing chaotic and fierce, as if it were determined to remember it well. Within the diary, the young Tom Riddle was indeed incensed. Unable to suppress his skepticism, had the moral fabric of the wizarding world deteriorated to such an extent? After a lengthy pause, the diary pressed, and then, the Ministry of Magic would surely not acquiesce to such a ludicrous proposal. "Of course not," Felix replied, "but this matter has ignited extensive debate within Hogwarts, and many young wizards have formed decidedly negative opinions of Salazar Slytherin." The diary could not help but inscribe, "Salazar Slytherin is indeed the most magnificent among the four founders. Yet, posterity evaluates him superficially, striving to tarnish his legacy." Felix recalled the immense visage within the chamber, a face aged and simian, with sparse whiskers that nearly brushed the hem of its robes. It is worth noting that this was sculpted by Slytherin himself, leaving room for the possibility of self-aggrandizement. He found it difficult to envision the true appearance of Slytherin, especially as he was perpetually surrounded by serpents, their elongated tongues flickering. Felix objectively remarked, "This indeed reveals much. It is well known that individuals often harbor an aversion to that which they do not comprehend, akin to the parcel tongue of Slytherin." "I wholeheartedly concur, Felix Haip. Your perspective is profoundly insightful," the diary extols. Felix humbly remarked, having perused a portion of the Ravenclaw manuscript, "I can envision the grandeur of that remarkable era through mere snippets of description." He poignantly penned, "The foremost gifted witches and wizards united to usher in a new epoch for the magical realm." Yet, almost inadvertently, Felix commented, "I fail to grasp why Salazar Slytherin abruptly fell out with the other three. Was it truly a divergence in ideology?" It is worth noting that the pure-blood mentality was not in vogue at that time. Moreover, he clandestinely constructed the Chamber of Secrets, housing a terrifying creature within. I believe Felix meticulously documented his thoughts, as if he were systematically dismantling his own cherished legacy, an archetypal trait of a dark wizard. The diary revealed Tom Riddle could not restrain himself from countering. Perhaps his chamber was not intended for the eradication of Muggleborns. "What else could it be, Tom? I must remind you, many of Slytherin's studies were bloody and brutal, shaping his very character." Tom Riddle continued to refute, yet he unveiled the truths shrouded in mystery for those who came after. Consider his subjects of study: goblins, giants, dwarves, centaurs. His findings could elevate the wizarding community to an unparalleled status. All it required was a trifling sacrifice. "Tom, are you his fervent admirer?" Felix inscribed, "No, it is not merely a partial agreement with his principles. Wizards and sentient beings are fundamentally distinct concepts, are they not?" The diary endeavored to adopt a more objective tone. "For any judgment divorced from the context of the era is hypocritical and foolish. The moral standards of wizards then were entirely dissimilar to those of today." "You make a compelling argument," Felix wrote, "but from my understanding, these invaluable magical records have not endured. Their greatness remains uncertain." That indeed represents the pinnacle of achievement. Within the diary, the young Dark Lord was evidently agitated, attempting to persuade Felix. "How do you know?" Felix flashed a victorious smile. "I merely speculate. Do not deceive me. Tom, your understanding of Salazar Slytherin surpasses my expectations, and your defense of him is excessively fervent." Felix began to tighten his net of inquiry. "This leads me to question whether it was you who opened the chamber. You are the true heir of Slytherin." He inscribed each word with such fervor that it seemed to threaten to tear the paper. "I demand an explanation. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to surrender you to Dumbledore." The diary revealed Tom Riddle was exceedingly anxious, detesting the sensation of being seen through. After a lengthy silence, a line of text appeared on the diary. "Is that what you believe? Do you think I have deceived you? I thought we had forged a solid friendship." Felix calmly wrote, "Thus, I afforded you the opportunity for explanation. From the Dark Lord's perspective, as long as he concealed the truth of the Horcruxes, all matters remained negotiable." In the diary, Tom Riddle could no longer bear the pressure, and he inscribed, "I must confess, I did indeed encounter extraordinary experiences during my time at school. Yes, I acquired some profound knowledge of magic." "Is it from Salazar Slytherin?" Felix inquired, holding his breath. "Tell me, Tom, where have you concealed it?" The diary remained silent, and the young Dark Lord found himself in a dilemma. He wished to refuse, yet this professor was too astute. He felt cornered. To deny it would undoubtedly mark him as the perpetrator behind the opening of the Chamber of Secrets, which he indeed was. His hatred for his own helplessness intensified, and he desperately sought to extricate himself from this predicament, driving his proud self to the brink of madness. Chapter 74. The Deceiver. After approximately 20 minutes, the diary recounted the tale of a youthful boy who stumbled upon an extraordinary adventure. During his time at school, he had inadvertently wandered into a room on the 8th floor of the castle. This was an immense storage chamber, filled with treasures collected by Hogwarts' little sorcerers over centuries. I later inquired and learned that this mysterious room was rumored to be called the Room of Requirement, or the Room of Hidden Necessities. The diary noted, "It is from here that I acquired that portion of knowledge, possibly hidden away by a previous little wizard." Felix smirked, writing in the diary, "So, you did not discover Slytherin's chamber, but rather another concealed room? You found Slytherin's research materials in that Room of Requirement?" A few words swiftly appeared on the diary. "Indeed." Felix tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating for a moment, before writing, "Are those research materials still in the Room of Requirement? You do not take them with you?" "I believe they belong to Hogwarts," the diary responded. "Before my graduation, I placed them behind a cabinet that was bubbling, as if it had been splashed with strong acid. Quite easy to find. I recall there being a foul-smelling, five-legged creature within. Beside it stood a rather grotesque statue of a wizard." Felix pressed his lips together, striving to suppress a laugh. How fascinating, utterly fascinating it was. The dialogue between them resembled a complex game of strategy, rife with deception and misdirection, contingent upon who was more cunning. Prior to this, Felix had not dared to hope for the revelation of Slytherin's hidden room from the diary. That would have been utterly unrealistic, akin to revealing his identity as the heir of the chamber. His purpose today was merely to ascertain whether he could glean one or two locations of hidden research materials, which he speculated might be one of the possibilities. Yet, the greater likelihood was that Tom Riddle had destroyed all records, an outcome he dreaded most. Fortunately, the diary had directly divulged the existence of the room on the 8th floor. His efforts had not been in vain. However, Felix sensed that since the diary chose to disclose this information, it implied that such materials were not of significant importance. At least, not to the Dark Lord. With a hint of regret, Felix wrote, "People remain unaware of the magnificent era that Slytherin's research could have ushered in. Thus, he has perpetually been cast as the embodiment of evil among dark wizards. Tom, you have done the right thing." Felix added that Slytherin and Gryffindor are indeed two extremes. The evaluation of Godric Gryffindor himself is far more positive, fair, brave, and just. The diary, with a tone of disdain, spilled forth a line of text. "That is merely an illusion." It posed a pointed question. "Felix, tell me, which has caused more slaughter, Slytherin or the lives lost beneath Gryffindor's wand and sword?" Felix's expression faltered. The diary seemed to anticipate his reaction, and a deliberately bolded line emerged on the page, its mocking tone evident from its very words. "Indeed, history has always been distorted. Gryffindor is a butcher, and the number of wizards who perished at his hand surpasses that of the other three founders combined." By the end of this conversation, the diary's malice towards Gryffindor was unabashed, depicting him as a master duelist who wielded a sword in one hand and a wand in the other, treading upon a carpet of corpses. "This is the legacy of Godric Gryffindor." Felix closed the diary, his expression becoming inscrutable. Salazar, Slytherin, and Godric Gryffindor. He softly repeated the names of these former friends. While Felix did not wholly believe the diary's claims, he also did not dismiss it as a mere fabrication. Its tone and wording bore a semblance of credibility. "I need a guide, preferably a first-hand witness from that era." Felix suddenly thought of a name, Ms. Grey. This beautiful yet seemingly arrogant ghost of Ravenclaw, known also as Helena Ravenclaw, was the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, one of Hogwarts' four founders. This was a secret Felix had learned by chance through the blood trader, Barrow. The tumultuous love-hate relationship between these two could easily fill a sensational romance novel. Felix pondered. Although she was of a younger generation, she belonged to the same era as the four titans of Hogwarts and undoubtedly held knowledge of many secrets from the school's early days. Meanwhile, Harry lay tossing and turning in his dormitory bed. The information he had extracted from Malfoy, coupled with Hermione's accidental ingestion of a potion laced with cat hair, left him restless. As midnight passed, Harry drifted into a fitful slumber, only to be awakened by a weight pressing upon his stomach, making it difficult to breathe. He opened his eyes to find a house elf with bat-like ears and bulging green eyes the size of tennis balls. "Dobby," Harry whispered in surprise, glancing around to see his roommates still sound asleep. The following day, Harry and Ron arrived early at the hospital wing to visit Hermione. Just the night before, they had consumed the Polyjuice potion in an attempt to extract information from Malfoy. as they had long suspected Draco Malfoy to be the one behind the opening of the Chamber of Secrets. However, things had gone awry. Hermione had mistakenly used cat hair from Millicent's pet cat instead of Millicent's own hair in the potion, resulting in dire consequences. Her face was adorned with dark hair, and her eyes had turned a striking yellow, while two pointed, elongated ears protruded from her hair. As Harry and Ron entered the infirmary, she was pleading with Madame Pomfrey to drape a curtain around her bed. "Did you uncover any clues last night?" she whispered, cautious of Madame Pomfrey overhearing. "No," Harry replied, frustration evident in his voice. "I am certain it's Malfoy," Ron asserted. "He wasn't truthful. When we inquired about the Chamber of Secrets, he exploded at us." "Didn't he, Harry?" Ron elaborated. "We pretended to idolize him. Mind you, that was challenging, considering how dim-witted Crabbe and Goyle usually are. We asked him if he knew anything, but he suddenly leapt up, warning us to shut our mouths or face the consequences. I find this rather curious." Hermione sighed, her long ears drooping. Harry glanced around and softly said, "I did have a bit of an encounter last night, around midnight, when that house elf named Dobby came to see me." "Last night?" Ron inquired. "Yes, you were asleep at the time," Harry shrugged. "Harry," Ron said, frowning and sagely adding, "I must remind you that house elves are exceedingly loyal servants. Their obedience to their masters is ingrained in their very being. I've never encountered one like you describe this peculiar creature," Harry replied. "He is indeed quite odd, but I believe he holds me in esteem." "Yes, esteem." He mentioned that danger still looms over Hogwarts. "And then?" Ron asked, intrigued. Then he proceeded to bash his head against the bars, Harry said, somewhat exasperated. Chapter 75, The Next Legend. Early the following morning, Felix obtained the research materials from the room of requirement with ease. He quickly located the large cabinet that Tom had described, its surface bubbling as if it had been splashed with strong acid. After levitating it aside, he uncovered a dusty wooden box hidden behind it. With great caution, he waved his wand, layers of protective enchantments shimmering around him, and used an unlocking charm to open the long-sealed box, revealing a thick stack of neatly cut parchment. There were no curses, no dark magic, nor traps. This lack of peril left the fully armed and cautious Felix somewhat disappointed. Aside from the overpowering stench emanating from the half-open cabinet, which compelled him to cast a bubblehead charm upon himself, the entire process was surprisingly effortless. Upon returning to his office, Felix eagerly began to peruse the materials. To be frank, the experience was somewhat disheartening. The documents contained numerous anatomical diagrams of magical creatures, annotated by Slytherin himself. As Felix's hand brushed against the parchment, he seemed to hear the mournful cries of these creatures in their final moments. This recollection reminded him of his own studies in dark magic, as though his heart were submerged in a noxious black liquid, invisible arms forcefully dragging him downward. Felix swiftly employed a mental sealing charm to fortify his mind, enduring his discomfort as he read through the parchment's contents. Nearly an hour later, he exhaled deeply. Felix exhaled deeply, his emotions swirling in complexity at that moment. It is challenging to grasp the weight of the name Salazar, Slytherin solely through the fragmented whispers of posterity. To some extent, Felix found a semblance of understanding for Tom Riddle's fervent admiration for Slytherin at the tender age of 16 or 17. It was not merely the prestige of being a descendant of Slytherin. As he gazed upon the parchment before him, he recognized that these sheets were not just vessels of knowledge. Each piece encapsulated the thoughts and will of Salazar, Slytherin himself, exuding a cold, almost cruel rationality. In Slytherin's eyes, magical creatures were merely subjects for study, devoid of any sympathy or compassion. Yet, it was this absolute detachment that rendered Slytherin's research process remarkably systematic, with each line of text and every composition imbued with the pinnacle of magical allure. Even under the protective veil of the mind-blocking charm, Felix found himself enraptured, his heart yearning to tread the path of Slytherin. This was not the influence of magic, but rather the potent charisma emanating from a legendary wizard in pursuit of the arcane. With a heavy heart, Felix resisted the urge to delve deeper into the materials, reminding himself, "This is not my path." Before him lay only 3 sheets of parchment, each selected for its relevance to his own journey. However, Felix did not commence his studies immediately. Instead, he rose and approached the window, gazing out at the distant landscape of Hogwarts. His mind was tumultuous. Many tomes within the magical realm harbored latent dangers. Not everyone was deemed worthy to peruse them. Much like the restricted section of Hogwarts, which housed a plethora of perilous texts, many of which exacted a grievous toll merely for reading. Tom Riddle's intentions were abundantly clear. to leverage the allure of Salazar, Slytherin's magical path, to influence and assimilate Felix's thoughts. I cannot defeat you, nor can I sway you, but I can seek a force greater than myself to alter your perspective. The winter sun was warm yet gentle, the courtyard's snow pristine yet unassuming, and the biting wind sweeping through the tower was brisk but not bone-chilling. He gazed into the distance and softly uttered, Salazar Slytherin. In a sense, we are two paths converging, both in pursuit of the ultimate magic. Yet, I possess my own road and shall not leap into your domain simply because you have traveled farther. All beings begin from a place of fragility. Centuries ago, did you not also experience moments of uncertainty regarding your own path? Now, you appear to me as a steep, formidable mountain, an unreachable legend. But time is on my side, and the future belongs to me. One day, I shall walk alongside you, and ultimately surpass you. Felix remained at the window, watching the sun ascend until it reached its zenith, and as its light spread across every corner of Hogwarts, his resolve was rekindled. On that particular morning, Felix found himself devoid of any contemplation regarding magical matters. However, he sensed a significant advancement in his comprehension of magic itself. This progress was all-encompassing, not confined to any specific spell, yet it bestowed upon him a feeling of clarity akin to parting the mists of confusion. He realized that the theoretical stagnation he had endured for so long was finally beginning to shift. The accumulation of years past had now qualified for a transformative change. With a flourish of his wand, a soft, milky light emanated from him, illuminating the courtyard below, the distant greenhouse, the snow-covered ground, and even the frozen black lake. The flickering shadows of the withered branches and the dark stones by the lake's edge vanished in that moment. In the office adjacent to the castle's main tower, the bearded Dumbledore, holding a piece of buzzing honeycomb candy, lifted his gaze. His cerulean eyes, magnified through half-moon spectacles, sparkled with brilliance. Remarkable, he murmured, isn't it, Fox? A palm-sized phoenix was preening its feathers, oblivious to the world around it. At this very moment, a tapestry of life unfolded within Hogwarts. Gilderoy Lockhart slumbered soundly in bed. Reveling in the leisure of the Christmas holiday, Professor McGonagall brewed a cup of coffee while perusing student report cards. Professor Flitwick waved his wand. Delightfully engrossed in reading analysis of charms, Professor Sprout tended to mischievous mandrakes in the warmth of the greenhouse. Professor Snape disdainfully fiddled with a measuring cup, beside which lay a booklet adorned with illustrations. Hermione Granger gazed into a mirror, anxiously tugging at the cat ears atop her head. Luna Lovegood sat in the Ravenclaw common room, shaking her head as she read a book of jokes. And in the snow, two young wizards trudged through the drifts. Harry suddenly perceived a flash of white light before his eyes. He glanced around but saw nothing amiss. Did you notice that? He inquired of his companion. What? Ron replied distractedly, lifting his head. There seemed to be a flash just now. Where? Ron scanned the surroundings, yet found nothing. The pair continued to tread through the snow-covered courtyard, making their way toward Professor McGonagall's office. A gust of wind stirred a few fallen leaves, carrying with it their indistinct murmurs. Harry, do you think McGonagall will grant me a leave? She certainly will. You're engaged in serious matters. It's high time you replaced that wand of yours. Meanwhile, at a window in the castle tower, Felix calmly stowed away his wand, his eyes devoid of any uncertainty. In the coming millennium, I shall be a legend. Chapter 76, A New Wand. Bang, bang. Professor McGonagall opened the door to find Harry and Ron bundled up tightly. She ushered them inside, and they settled into chairs by the fireplace. Potter, Weasley, what brings you here? Professor McGonagall inquired. Ron hesitantly produced a wretched wand, broken in two, with only a single strand of unicorn tail hair holding it together. Professor McGonagall, I would like to request leave to purchase a new wand, Ron stated. Oh. Professor McGonagall lowered her head to examine the broken white waxwood wand. Her hair was meticulously styled. Weasley, it is high time you replace your wand. No wonder you have been encountering mishaps in class. Ron hung his head in silence. Harry interjected, Professor, we might need to use your fireplace to make a trip to Diagon Alley. McGonagall raised her gaze and assured them that it was certainly permissible. With a flick of her wand, a silver cat leapt from its tip, its eyes adorned with patterns mirroring McGonagall's spectacles. Weasley, come to my office, she instructed. The silver cat bounded out of the window and swiftly vanished from Harry and Ron's sight. Stop being foolish. I won't allow 2 second-year wizards to venture to Diagon Alley alone, the Transfiguration Professor declared. Ron grimaced, although McGonagall did not mention names. He deduced she was not referring to the twins. Harry cast a sympathetic glance at Ron, aware that the brothers were currently at odds. Professor, what was that spell just now? He changed the subject. The Patronus charm, Potter. You will have the opportunity to learn this magic when you reach your upper years. After a brief silence, Percy Weasley's figure appeared in the office. Upon spotting his brother, he appeared visibly surprised. Professor McGonagall, did Ron do something wrong? No, Percy. McGonagall replied. Ron needs to procure a new wand from Diagon Alley, and I require a senior student to accompany him. No one is more suitable than you. Percy's expression shifted to one of greater astonishment as he looked at Ron and could not help but ask, where did you get the money? That's none of your business. Ron retorted angrily. I am your brother. I warn you, if you dare to, Percy. Harry interjected. It was Professor Lupin who provided it. He turned to McGonagall and vaguely added, in recognition of that night's valor. McGonagall's expression shifted to one of realization. Yet Percy Weasley remained bewildered. Ron Weasley, I am proud of you. You too, Potter, she said, unusually emotional. Thus, the three stood in the fireplace, their figures vanishing amidst a blaze of emerald flames. With Percy's arm draped over Ron's shoulder, it appeared their relationship had improved. Upon exiting the office, Ron could hardly contain his excitement as he extolled the virtues of his new wand. Made of willow with a core of unicorn hair, it was simply the perfect combination. Harry, look at its lines back in the common room. Percy pulled Harry aside, whispering, Harry, can you tell me what exactly you three did? On the way, Ron inadvertently let slip that he, Harry, and Hermione had jointly received a special contribution award from the school, but when Percy pressed for details, both fell silent. Harry vaguely replied, You'll find out when the new term begins. It will surely astonish you. Meanwhile, Ron could not resist boasting about his new wand to the twins, who promptly dragged him off to engage in a dueling game. Fred said with a smile, Ron, you need to familiarize yourself with your new wand quickly. Indeed, we are at your service, George added, patting Ron's shoulder. Upon hearing the twins' suggestion, Harry felt a surge of excitement as he recalled a few simple spells from the dueling book that Professor Haip had gifted him for Christmas. Eager to test their effectiveness, he urged, let's go, Ron. However, Percy showed no interest, prompting Harry, Ron, and the twins to exit the castle and make their way to a clearing by the Black Lake. They took turns as opponents, casting spells at one another. After acquiring his new wand, Ron's spellcasting became significantly smoother, yet he still found himself at the bottom of the rankings, being knocked down 3 times in succession. Harry, on the other hand, first defeated Ron and narrowly triumphed over George, but during his duel with Fred, he stumbled and was immobilized by a petrifying spell. Ron, grinning widely, remarked, so this is how it felt when Hermione cast spells on Neville in our first year? He poked Harry repeatedly with his finger. Once the spell was lifted, Harry immediately retaliated, grabbing a large handful of snow and hurling at Ron. Thus, under the influence of unforeseen circumstances, their duel transformed into a snowball fight, with the 4 of them joyfully rolling in the snow. It was quite an unusual sight. Outside the chilly castle, Professor Haip lounged in a rocking chair, leisurely engrossed in a book. The chair creaked rhythmically as it swayed back and forth, with blue flames, reminiscent of silk ribbons, dancing freely atop his head. Hello, Professor Haip, Harry greeted. Felix closed his book and sat up, a cheerful expression gracing his face. Hello, Potter. At that moment, Harry noticed that the title of the book Felix was reading was The World's Greatest Jokes, which hardly seemed like a tome from the magical realm. Yet it possessed a ghostly, translucent pearlescence, prompting Harry to recall a gift Felix had once given to Hagrid, leading him to a sudden thought. Could this book also be Felix's magically altered version? Harry, don't run. Ron and the twins followed closely behind, having also spotted Professor Haip. Are you having a snowball fight? Felix inquired. We were practicing dueling, and now it's intermission, Fred replied. Professor, could you offer us some guidance? Your performance in the dueling club was spectacular. Not today, Felix winked. I've decided not to contemplate anything magical today. But fret not. I shall resume the dueling lessons once term begins. By the way, Felix looked around. Where's Granger? Isn't she with you? Professor, Harry stammered Hermione. She is ill. Chapter 77, A Visit. The Hospital Wing. Madame Pomfrey, I have come to see Miss Hermione Granger, Felix said. Oh, her. Madame Pomfrey expressed her grievances to him, lamenting that the young wizards of today are far too troublesome, misusing potions with little regard for the consequences. Due to her condition, she would require at least 3 weeks in a hospital. Felix, intrigued, inquired whether it could be determined which potion had caused such effects. The polyjuice potion, he mused, chewing on the term. After a brief pause, he gently addressed Madame Pomfrey. Madam, may I take the potion to her on my way? Felix pushed open the door and entered the ward. The room was furnished with 7 or 8 beds, but only one was concealed by a white curtain. As Felix approached, the curtain parted from within. Madame Pomfrey, have you come to deliver the potion? A furry head peered out, and the voice confirmed it was his assistant. When Hermione's gaze met Felix's, she froze. But with a hasty glance, he had already seen her current state. Her face was adorned with brown cat fur, mingling with her own hair, while a few whiskers sprouted from her cheeks. Her eyes transformed into a ginger hue, and two upright, pointed ears perched atop her head. "Miss Granger, I heard about your predicament from Potter and Weasley, and I came to pay you a visit," Felix said, amusement lacing his tone. He waited quietly for a few seconds until Hermione's trembling voice emerged from behind the curtain. "Professor, hello. I brought your potion," she said, and Felix added, "If you don't mind, I could take a look and see if I might be of some assistance." "Professor, are you saying you can resolve my troubles?" Hermione asked, her voice brimming with anticipation as she peeked out from behind the curtain. Felix, still replaying her appearance in his mind, endeavored to maintain his composure. "I can only say, let's try. Your situation is quite rare." Hermione hesitantly drew back the curtain, quickly glanced at him, and then buried her face in her hands. Felix placed the potion on a nearby table, scrutinizing the state of the little witch before him. Such a condition was indeed exceedingly uncommon. The polyjuice potion was notoriously difficult to brew, and even potion masters possessed little stock, rarely employing it given the low probability of mishaps like this. Sensing his scrutinizing gaze, Hermione softly asked, "Professor, do you have a solution? Madame Pomfrey mentioned I would need at least 3 weeks to recover. Goodness, how many classes will I miss?" A misuse of the polyjuice potion, correct? Felix pondered seriously, acknowledging the complexity of the issue at hand. He extended his wand, lightly tapping her forehead, the tip emitting a halo of golden light. There was no discernible change in her appearance. Transfiguration appears ineffective. It seems to conflict with the potion's effects. How intriguing. How troublesome. Let's try some lesser-known spells and see what results we might achieve. In Hermione's eyes, Professor Haip enthusiastically cast various incantations, even pulling out a piece of parchment to document the effects of the spells. "This one is ineffective. This has a slight effect, but it is hardly noticeable. How about trying this one?" Hermione stared blankly at Felix. "Are you doing this to help me? I've seen through you, Professor." At last, a rather obscure spell took effect. The coarse brown hair on her face swiftly vanished, revealing her skin, which became fair and pristine once more. Hermione sensed this transformation. She first touched her face, then retrieved a small mirror from beneath her pillow to scrutinize her reflection. "Oh my goodness," she gasped, covering her mouth. At that moment, her appearance had changed significantly. The once dense, luxuriant brown hair had diminished considerably, yet the whiskers and a pair of pointed ears atop her head stubbornly remained. Nevertheless, this effect alone was enough to astonish Hermione, whose spirits had been in disarray. She gazed at her reflection with delight. "Professor, what kind of magic is this?" "A light transformation spell, designed to conceal minor imperfections on one's body, though it is temporary. The magical effect lasts approximately 2 hours," Felix explained. "Is it a human transformation?" Hermione inquired, displaying her knowledge. She had initially intended to study this magic, but felt somewhat disheartened at that moment, for human transformation was exceedingly challenging, to the extent that most adult wizards could not master it. One could say so, although its efficacy may not be as remarkable as you envision. The areas it can modify are quite limited. You must understand that this spell was invented by a vampire, originally intended merely to mask their fangs. "Vampires?" Hermione asked, intrigued. Her troubles alleviated significantly, albeit temporarily, which greatly improved her mood. Indeed, during the Middle Ages, vampires were universally reviled. To blend into the crowd, they developed this magic. However, I must say, the results are rather mediocre compared to human transformation or polyjuice potion. Nowadays, scarcely anyone uses it. "Professor, I've heard that polyjuice potion allows one to alter their appearance at will." "Yes, a fellow student of mine possesses that talent, and it is indeed quite convenient," Felix replied, casting a glance her way. This way, one need not risk consuming the polyjuice potion. Hermione lowered her head, her pointed ears drooping as well. "Professor, you 3 brewed the polyjuice potion in secret, didn't you? You, Potter, and Weasley." Hermione lifted her gaze, astonished, as she looked at Professor Haip. "Indeed," Felix remarked nonchalantly, twirling his wand. "That was rather easy to deduce, especially considering you once inquired about special potions. I introduced 6 powerful potions, yet it was evident you were particularly interested in the polyjuice potion. It can alter one's appearance, indeed allowing for discrete information gathering. So what I wish to know is, who are your suspects?" Felix gazed at Hermione. After a prolonged silence, she muttered, "Malfoy. We suspect he is the heir of Slytherin." Chapter 78. A New Approach to Learning Magic. Felix felt a mix of amusement and incredulity. Did Malfoy open the Chamber of Secrets? He indeed had. To his knowledge, the Chamber of Secrets had been opened 4 times this semester. The first instance occurred when Harry, confined in Lockhart's office, heard strange noises emanating from the ceiling. The second and third instances resulted in the petrification of Moaning Myrtle and Colin Creevey, respectively. As for the fourth occasion, it was when Harry rescued Justin. Draco Malfoy took possession of the diary only after Colin was attacked. From this perspective, one could argue that he was not entirely wronged. However, he is not the heir of Slytherin. The true culprit lies concealed within a box at this very moment. Granger, I have engaged in a rather thorough conversation with Malfoy, and I can assure you that he is not the heir of Slytherin. Yet, the professor's young, which was somewhat reluctant to accept this. Felix stated that the location of the chamber had been discovered, and the monster within had been dealt with. The sole concern remained the so-called heir of Slytherin, who posed no real threat. I advise you to convey this to Potter and Weasley. As a professor, I believe you would do well to focus on your studies. However, Hermione, keenly perceptive, could not restrain her curiosity. Professor, have you uncovered any clues? Felix merely replied ambiguously. I have been keeping a watchful eye. Thus, for you and the little wizards in the castle, the danger has subsided, and the adventure ought to conclude. Hermione took the professor's words to heart and proceeded to inquire about another matter. Professor, may I learn the lightweight transformation spell that you mentioned? Certainly. I am aware it will be quite challenging. You wish to learn this spell? Yes, Professor. Hermione stated with utmost seriousness. The holidays are drawing to a close, and I do not wish to miss any classes. Had she been unaware of the spell's existence, Hermione would have had no choice but to resign herself to a 3-week stay in the hospital wing, for attending class with a cat's face would be utterly mortifying. However, after witnessing Professor Haip's lightweight transformation spell, her thoughts began to flourish. If she could master this magic, she could attend classes dressed warmly and wearing a hat. And as for the cat whiskers on her face, they could simply be plucked away. Compared to the heartache of missing 2 or 3 weeks of classes, this minor pain was negligible. Yet, Professor Haip shook his head. Miss Granger, while lightweight transformation is not as difficult as human transfiguration, it is not a skill that a second year which could easily master. But, Professor, Hermione pleaded, we have already studied animal transfiguration, and I have grasped it quite well. Even Professor McGonagall was very pleased. That involves 2 entirely different concepts. The challenges of transfiguring ordinary animals and performing transformations on wizards differ significantly. Do you know why? Felix inquired gently. Is it due to the presence of magical power? Hermione pondered before responding. Precisely. Magical power can interfere with your spellcasting, Felix explained, adding that transforming magical creatures is equally challenging. How unfortunate, Hermione lamented. Felix replied kindly. Miss Granger, you are among the most talented and diligent young witches I have encountered. Magic may seem ethereal, but it is governed by strict logic, requiring a step-by-step ascent. Thus, he suddenly halted, his gaze shifting incessantly, while the wand in his hand traced small circles. Hermione observed Felix, recognizing this as Professor Haip's habitual manner of contemplation, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Perhaps the professor could devise a solution? Felix paid no heed to Hermione. Instead, he extracted a piece of parchment from his ring and swiftly inscribed his thoughts upon it. Hermione leaned forward, her eyes widening as she attempted to discern the content. In the center of the parchment, Professor Haip first inscribed the term transfiguration, then branched out into a multitude of lines, each corresponding to a word both familiar and foreign to her. Incantations, gestures, levels of spell comprehension, manipulative and shaping techniques of magical energy, theoretical dimensions of magic. She meticulously counted, discovering a total of 17 entries. At this juncture, Hermione began to grasp the concept. Was this an analysis of the factors influencing spellcasting? Yet what purpose did it serve? Felix paused momentarily, then added several lines of smaller text beneath the entry on spellcasting actions. Requires flicking and shaking wand techniques. Refer to first and second year textbooks. Requires wand movement, with accompanying angle diagrams. Hermione regarded these notes, finding them reminiscent of Professor Flitwick's teachings, with the sole distinction being that Professor Haip had enumerated an overwhelming number of influencing factors, many of which she had never even encountered. Moreover, he had delineated the requisite theoretical knowledge. For instance, beneath the theoretical dimension of magic, he noted prerequisite theories, fundamentals of transfiguration, biological transfiguration, theoretical aspects of human transfiguration, additional references, and a series of intricate details. Each entry was elaborated upon on another sheet of parchment. For nearly the next half hour, he remained engrossed in this endeavor. Soon, 2 sheets of parchment proved insufficient. The professor retrieved a third and a fourth. By the time Professor Haip set down his quill, he had amassed 9 densely written pages before her. Hermione stared in disbelief. The extent of the material he had produced on this single spell far exceeded her own published papers. In essence, he had meticulously dissected every requisite theoretical concept and spellcasting technique into numerous distinct dimensions, listing specific requirements and evaluative standards for each. It was fundamentally the process of deconstructing a singular overarching goal into hundreds of smaller, accessible objectives. Once this step was accomplished, the remaining tasks were rendered straightforward, allowing young sorcerers to practice until each minor goal was attained, ultimately combining them to master the entirety of the magic. Throughout this process, any obstacles encountered by the young sorcerers would cease to be impediments. They could refer to their guides, identify their shortcomings, and address them accordingly. For those with a solid foundation, like Hermione, she had already completed portions of the objectives ahead of time. 9 succinct pages of parchment unveiled all the secrets of the spell. Naturally, this method might not be suitable for intuitive wizards, who often remain unaware of how they have mastered a spell. Felix nodded with satisfaction. Apart from his own wealth of upgraded experiences, how many in the current British magical realm could demonstrate such intimate familiarity with a specific spell, dissecting it with the precision of a master butcher? He could not forget the scene of his own spell advancement, after practicing the same incantation countless times, finally reaching a certain limit. Memories of his past endeavors with this spell flooded his mind. Each flick of the wand, each surge of magical energy, each assessment of potency, each validation of hypotheses. These seemingly insignificant insights erupted in his mind in an instant, countless sparks of inspiration twinkling like stars, collectively forming a staircase that elevated his spell casting to a new pinnacle. Felix gazed at Hermione. "Miss Granger, I believe I have discovered a method," he said gently and calmly. Should his assistant master the art of lightweight transformation through this technique, he would possess unwavering confidence in the upcoming dual classes. Felix could hardly contain his eagerness to validate this notion. Chapter 79, Dialogue. The next day, when Harry and Ron visited Hermione in the hospital wing, they found her no longer moping as she had been days prior. Instead, she wore a fluffy expression and waved her wand enthusiastically, occasionally perusing the parchment on the table. "Hermione, what are you doing?" "Practicing magic, of course. If all goes well, I might learn it before the school year starts," she replied with a twinkle in her eye. "Why the rush before school starts?" Ron asked, somewhat perplexed. "Because it can help me resolve a little predicament," Hermione said, narrowing her eyes and grinning. Thus, during the half hour that Harry and Ron remained in the infirmary, they watched as Hermione repeated the same motion hundreds of times, pausing periodically to document her progress on a chart. Felix closed the door to his office and emerged, neatly attired. Along the way, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. After he revealed that he had successfully obtained his research materials and once again rebuffed the temptations of the diary, Tom within the diary had finally withdrawn, completely sealing off his communication with the outside world. No matter how Felix attempted to engage, it seemed that the other party had firmly resolved to remain unresponsive. Even when he pressed a cluster of stark white flames against the diary, he received no feedback. "Tom, I refuse to believe you would give in so easily," Felix mused, his mind swirling with thoughts as he considered that he might be awaiting an opportunity. Thus, he cautiously secured the diary, etching additional warning runes upon the box. Before heading out, he placed his wallet, bound by vines, at the entrance to prevent any untrustworthy young wizards from intruding and absconding with the diary. "Perhaps it is time for you to take your final bow, Tom." In the castle corridors, Felix encountered Peeves, who was in the midst of a prank. The poltergeist cradled a tin bucket brimming with mud, diligently slathering it onto a suit of armor in thick layers. "Peeves, have you seen Mrs. Gray?" Felix inquired. The mischievous Peeves regarded him with apparent surprise, soon erupting into a fit of cackles. "Oh, Professor, I didn't notice. I'm indifferent to that woman with her nose in the air." He mused aloud. Surely someone must be aware of that repulsive stalker, as he floated in midair, flailing about. "Mind your manners, Peeves," Felix replied calmly. "Or would you care to experience my magic again?" "No, Felix Haip," Peeves exclaimed, a look of trepidation crossing his face as he hastily vanished through the wall. Clang! The tin bucket in Peeves' grasp crashed to the ground with a resounding noise, splattering mud everywhere. Felix waved his wand, conjuring an invisible barrier that kept the mess at bay. "Peeves, it's you again," he declared. "I shall certainly petition Headmaster Dumbledore to expel you from the castle." A breathless, flushed man came rushing down the corridor, shaking his fist in a fit of rage. It was Argus Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts. "Oh, Professor Haip, have you seen Peeves?" Filch fumed, his eyes scanning for the anticipated mischief maker, only to find Felix impeccably dressed instead. "Greetings, Filch. Peeves has just departed," Felix replied, waving his wand to make the mud on the floor and the armor vanish. "By the way, have you encountered Miss Grey today? The Ravenclaw ghost?" Filch sniffed contemplatively. "Let me think. I believe I did see a tall ghost, rather indifferent, in the courtyard. I'm not entirely certain it was her." "Thank you, Filch." Felix made his way to the courtyard, casting a glance around until he spotted a slender ghost floating at the end of the railing. Upon noticing Felix's gaze, she raised an eyebrow in surprise before gracefully gliding through the wall. "Wait, Miss Grey," Felix called as he leapt over the railing, pursuing her into a secluded corridor. She finally came to a halt, hovering a few inches above the ground. She was strikingly beautiful, with long hair cascading to her waist, her silver robe trailing elegantly behind her. Yet, she held her head high, exuding an air of arrogance, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Felix had encountered this ghost several times during his studies, but had never spoken to her. Had he not inadvertently overheard a private conversation between her and the Blood Baron, he would have remained unaware of the significant background of this elusive Ravenclaw ghost. "Miss Grey, I am Felix Haip." She nodded, remaining silent, her gaze devoid of warmth. "I seek to learn about the early days of the school, specifically the tales of the four founders. The existing records are rife with ambiguities." "I fear," she began, turning as if to leave, "I cannot assist you." "Wait, lady." As she began to drift further away, Felix called out, "I know you are the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw." She halted, turning to regard him. "You know my lineage? Did you come specifically for me?" "Indeed, another one." She circled in midair, her lips twisting into a cold smirk. "Another what?" Felix inquired further. Yet he quickly realized that he was likely not the first to question her about the secrets of Hogwarts. "Another ambitious individual," she remarked sharply. "Every few decades, I encounter such souls, relentlessly prying and attempting to gain my trust." "Are you referring to Voldemort?" Felix asked. She abruptly ceased her speech, her face revealing a look of astonishment. Soon, a sense of offense washed over her, and she floated a few feet upward, gazing down at him. "Ah, I suspected as much. The diadem of Ravenclaw. Voldemort has long coveted the artifacts of the four founders, yet I care little for such matters. What I yearn to know is—" Felix's words were interrupted as the specter, filled with indignation, stammered, "Our Ravenclaw's diadem grants wisdom. You have no comprehension of its potency. Countless individuals covet it. The history between Gryffindor and Slytherin." Felix simultaneously concluded his earlier statement. Lady Grey paused. "You wish to delve into this?" "Certainly." "Ah, well." She drifted uncertainly in midair. "What would you like to know about Gryffindor and Slytherin?" Finally, she inquired somewhat stiffly. Chapter 80, A Millennium of History. "Much," Felix replied. "Numerous texts I have perused mention the four founders, yet they are either ambiguous, contradictory, or merely provide fragmented snippets devoid of any substantial insight." He cited an example. "Take Salazar Slytherin. Many feared him, labeling him a dark wizard. But what is the truth?" "The truth?" Lady Grey retorted. "What truth do you seek?" "Certainly, the truth as you perceive it," Felix stated, gazing at her. "Felix?" This was evidently not the information he sought, yet was nonetheless a promising beginning. He continued along her line of thought, acknowledging that information about his wife was indeed scarce. However, many had remarked upon Slytherin's grotesque appearance, likening him to a monkey. The lady cast him a haughty glance. That is the consequence of his studies in magic. Slytherin's original visage was exceptionally striking. Yet as he delved deeper into those terrifying domains, his countenance grew increasingly fearsome. A realization dawned upon Felix, bringing him a sense of joy akin to unraveling an ancient enigma. He speculated that perhaps Slytherin had infused his bloodline with that of some magical creature. His temperament became increasingly extreme, and his divergences from others grew more pronounced, leading to numerous quarrels. Even his closest friend, Gryffindor, could not abide him. However, I must clarify that no battle erupted between them. He merely departed quietly, taking all his belongings on a tranquil morning. He also left behind the Chamber of Secrets. Felix reminded her. Perhaps, she mused, though I have heard whispers that Slytherin was unrelenting in teaching various cruel dark magics, which the other three vehemently opposed. Thus, it is rumored that he secretly took his favored student to clandestine locations to impart these horrific teachings. So, the chamber was initially intended for instruction? Felix mused, having unraveled yet another enigma. However, according to his conjecture, as tensions escalated, Slytherin may have relocated some of his particularly gruesome experiments to the Chamber of Secrets. What do you mean by attack? Felix seized upon the crux of the matter. She floated gracefully, seemingly disdainful of Felix's ignorance, yet infused with a hint of exhilaration as she retorted, "Surely, you do not believe that Hogwarts was established in a state of tranquility?" Felix remained unfazed, merely gesturing for her to continue. Lady Grey elaborated, "By today's standards, the vast majority of wizards of that time were dark wizards. They practiced a master-apprentice system, where a senior wizard would take on 3 or 5 juniors, traversing various villages to identify those with potential, nurturing them while also employing them as servants. The establishment of Hogwarts, particularly after the 4 founders infused the powers of the acceptance pen and the register of admission across the British Isles, dealt a fatal blow to these wizards, permanently severing their source of apprentices. The acceptance pen and the register of admission." Felix pondered these terms. Having heard whispers of these magical artifacts, it was said that the name of every young wizard entering the school could be found in the register of admission. When a child first exhibited magical talent, the acceptance pen would endeavor to inscribe their name. However, the criteria for the register of admission were more stringent, as only those who sufficiently demonstrated their magical prowess would have their names recorded therein. The sensitivity of the acceptance pen, paired with the rigor of the register of admission, ensured that Hogwarts selected only the most worthy students, a practice that had never faltered over the millennia. The establishment of a new order inevitably invited a backlash from the old powers. Felix lamented, now beginning to comprehend how Tom's venomous remarks about Gryffindor in the diary came to be. The tale from millennium ago continued to unfold. Some wizards acknowledged the efforts of the 4 founders and willingly sent their children to Hogwarts. Yet others, particularly the more extreme dark wizards, lurked in the shadows, seizing the opportunity to ambush Hogwarts professors and students whenever they ventured out or during holidays, leaving their corpses at the castle's doorstep. She shuddered at the thought. This naturally incited a response from Hogwarts, with Gryffindor's stance being the most fervent. He brandished his sword and wand, vanquishing one renowned dark wizard after another. He even publicly declared his willingness to accept any challenge, be it through Muggle means or wizardry. "And what are the other 3? Felix inquired. They engaged in similar endeavors, though Gryffindor's renown eclipsed theirs. As years passed, some students graduated successfully, scattering across the land and spreading Hogwarts' esteemed reputation, leaving few who dared to provoke them. Lady Grey concluded the tale with pride and nostalgia. Felix, having gained profound insights, sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lady Helena Ravenclaw." "No, do not call me by that name." The ghost before him suddenly exclaimed with agitation. Her translucent cheeks appeared less transparent than before. Before he could utter a word, she surged through the wall and vanished. At that moment, a deep, raspy voice emerged, cautioning, "Do not speak that name. It is her taboo." Felix turned around to behold a gaunt, pale spectre clad in an ancient wizard's robe, stained with silver blood, adorned with massive shackles. "Long time no see, Barrow," he greeted. Chapter 81. The Return from Holiday. Barrow, the Blood Man, was the ghost of Slytherin, yet even the young wizards of the house regarded him with trepidation. His appearance was indeed terrifying. Peeves feared him above all. "Long time no see, Barrow," Felix repeated. Barrow hovered motionless, his vacant eyes fixated on the direction in which Lady Grey had departed. After prolonged silence, he rasped, "Hello, Heap." Felix recalled a night during his school days when he had inadvertently stumbled upon a conversation between Barrow and Lady Grey, during which he had pleaded for her forgiveness, only to be met with her curse that he would never attain redemption. Their heated exchange culminated in Barrow's tragic mistake of killing Helena, after which he took his own life with the very weapon he used. "Barrow, when you say that name is her taboo, what do you mean?" Felix inquired. His expression grew solemn as he murmured, "It was you who reminded me. Without me, you could have freed yourself. I have seen the forms you recorded." Felix recalled a cheerful notion, a psychological assessment from the Muggle world, which he had prepared as a contingency to prevent himself from becoming further ensnared. "Yet I must say, without you, I might have delayed in recognizing the gravity of the situation by a month or 2. The insidious nature of dark magic upon the mind is subtle, and the data on the assessment is always lagging. By the time one recognizes the anomaly, the danger may have already manifested." Barrow silently drifted away. Felix gazed blankly at his emaciated figure, shaking his head in resignation. The matters between ghosts were beyond his involvement or mediation. The emotional entanglements of spirits are not easily unraveled. Ghosts are, after all, the remnants of those who departed with unresolved grievances, tethered to the realm of the living by their fervent obsessions, which serve as the foundation of their existence. Thus, their perceptions remain perpetually anchored in their living days. This bears semblance to the portraits in the headmaster's office, yet ghosts can ultimately change. However, such transformations may not yield favorable outcomes. Felix speculated that if Hogwarts were to publicly dismiss Professor Binns, he might vanish on the spot, for his obsession lay in teaching. Yet, considering the ethical implications of such an approach and the challenge of finding another learned scholar to take his place, this suggestion had never been broached. This line of thought has existed since ancient times, exemplified by the chameleon and the disillusionment charm, as well as the invisibility beasts and the invisibility spell. Yet in truth, there is little correlation among them. The development of magical spells is largely dictated by chance. Slytherin endeavored to discover a method to consistently convert the innate abilities of magical creatures into wizarding spells, but it is evident that he ultimately abandoned this pursuit. Slytherin chose to relinquish his efforts, and the young Tom did not regard it with much importance, as evidenced by his decision to conceal this fragment of information within the room of requirement, intending to ensnare others. However, Felix found this incomplete record intriguing. He committed it to memory, knowing it might prove useful at some point in the future. In the ensuing days, Felix leisurely perused books and watched films, enjoying a life of comfort and ease. He occasionally checked on the progress of his assistant's studies, offering suitable advice, and thus time passed quietly. After the rejuvenating break of the Christmas holidays, they seemed to have forgotten the incidents of the previous term, joyfully sharing their experiences. My mother took me abroad to visit relatives, and I was astonished to discover that I have a cousin at Ilvermorny, exclaimed a young wizard, prompting a flurry of questions from those nearby. What is Ilvermorny? A magical school, similar to Hogwarts, but located in America. Really? I thought there was only one magical school in the whole world, sighed another young wizard. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione was bundled in thick clothing. A knitted hat perched atop her head, her face obscured by a large mask. Hermione, what is wrong? Inquired her classmate, Hannah Abbott, with curiosity. I have a cold. Cough, cough. Hermione replied tersely. But I noticed that the color of your eyes has changed, the young witch observed closely. It might be due to magic, Hermione said, awkwardly shifting the subject. Hannah, how did you spend your holiday? Hannah, indeed distracted, pouted and replied, I stayed home. Aside from being safe, it was dreadfully boring. Do you think another attack will occur? I've read quite a few newspapers in the past few days. Rest assured, Hannah, there will be no attacks, Hermione stated confidently. How do you know? Cough, cough. You will see shortly, Hermione said, as Harry tugged at her sleeve, whispering, Hermione, hasn't your spell been completed yet? Honestly, your appearance is rather peculiar. She sighed in frustration. I can barely manage it, but the effect is poor, and there is still a faint layer of fuzz on my face. Perhaps in another day or two. Professor Haip said my progress has been commendable. Ron tapped an empty goblet with his fork, but how will you eat later? I want tea, Hermione retorted angrily. Bang, 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 at the teacher's table. Dumbledore struck a glass cup before him. The hall gradually quieted. Chapter 82, with honor. Before you indulge in a feast of delightful dishes, you must first endure the ramblings of an old man. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Firstly, I am delighted to see you all lively and vibrant once more at school, joyfully sharing your experiences with your peers. It is imperative to mention that during the previous semester, we endured several arduous months. The young wizards gazed intently at Dumbledore's face, eager to hear his words. 2 attacks had occurred, and one young wizard still lay confined to a hospital bed in a specialized ward. Dumbledore paused momentarily, then raised his voice, acknowledging the valiant efforts of a few individuals who, through their bravery, uncovered the truth and courageously confronted the monster within the Chamber of Secrets. Indeed, we must not forget their names: Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger. The fervent gazes of everyone turned towards the Gryffindor table, where they marveled at the trio. Dumbledore chuckled warmly, saying, of course not, Weasley. Speaking of jokes, I am reminded of a rather amusing tale involving a giant and a gnome. Ahem. Professor McGonagall, beside him, erupted into a fit of coughs. Snape could not suppress a snort. The Gryffindor table buzzed with excitement, erupting into applause, while the Weasley twins rushed over to embrace Harry and Ron, and Percy shouted from a corner, "That is my brother, my brother. They shall also share the trophy for special contributions to the school." Hermione glanced at the dazed Hannah Abbott and cheerfully remarked, "You see, I told you there would be no danger, right?" The hall was abuzz for several minutes before the clamor gradually subsided. However, the majority of the gazes remained fixated on the trio, while Draco Malfoy at the Slytherin table forcefully jabbed his silver fork into his plate, producing a grating noise. "Potter. It's always Potter. Everything is Potter," he fumed, casting a resentful glance at Harry. Headmaster Dumbledore, a 7th-year Gryffindor student, stood up to inquire, "Could you elaborate?" Did Salazar Slytherin truly unleash a monster in the chamber to eliminate all he deemed unworthy of learning magic? The accusatory tone of this inquiry was unmistakable, and the wizards at the Slytherin table glared at him, wishing to cast a hex upon him. Meanwhile, the expressions of the young wizards from the other three houses turned silent and complex as they regarded the Slytherin table. "I think not, Mr. Xavier," Dumbledore replied, his expression gravely serious. He first cast a glance over the assembled young wizards to quell the unrest before calmly stating, "The monster in the chamber, the basilisk, has existed for a millennium, yet documented attacks have only occurred twice this year and once 50 years ago. Prior to that, it had lain dormant for nearly 1,000 years. We have reason to deduce that instigating these attacks was not the intent of Salazar Slytherin." Dumbledore swiftly moved past the previous topic. "I will be placing the basilisk in the courtyard of the school castle tomorrow, and I will also invite several reporters into the school. Please conduct yourselves appropriately. You may observe, but do not attempt to touch it, as the professors will cast special spells. Now, let us indulge in the delights of our feast." However, the young wizards were not preoccupied with that. Dumbledore's speech was replete with information. Yet they buzzed with discussions ranging from the merits and faults of Salazar Slytherin to the monster within the chamber, and how Potter and his companions managed to vanquish it. "What does the basilisk look like?" a Gryffindor wizard inquired of Harry. "Well, it resembles a gigantic serpent. Its gaze capable of causing death." "Cool. How large is it? Is it bigger than what Professor Lockhart conjured up during the dueling club?" Ron, with his mouth full, interjected indistinctly, "Hey mate, it's much larger than that." The young wizard regarded Ron skeptically. "Did you really participate?" "Dean, my contribution was far more significant than you might imagine." Despite his cheeks bulging, Ron could not resist defending himself. Nearby, Hermione Granger sat quietly, refraining from speaking. "Hermione, aren't you hungry?" Hannah Abbott asked curiously, eyeing the masked young witch. "Not hungry," Hermione retorted stubbornly, though she soon retrieved 2 sheets of parchment from her pocket and wrapped up the meat pie on her plate. Hannah stared in astonishment, her fork suspended mid-air. The student table was abuzz with chatter, and the staff table was no less tumultuous, with some bewildered professors seeking clarity on the situation. After dealing with the incessantly inquisitive Lockhart, Felix leaned across Professor Flitwick to address Dumbledore. "Headmaster, regarding the pressures from certain pureblood families." "This matter," Dumbledore replied, setting down his knife and fork with keen interest. "I have recently communicated with most of the board members. They unanimously agree that it is better for me to remain in this position." "What about the Malfoy family?" "Lucius is unfortunately facing considerable trouble. The other board members are quite displeased with his previous threats and wish to expel him from the board. I hear he has sought out Fudge, the Minister of Magic." "Indeed, if all goes as expected, you will meet him tomorrow," Dumbledore remarked with foresight. Felix nodded in understanding. This was Ron's forte, and he began to recount the tale with great flair. From Harry's perspective, aside from the aspects requiring confidentiality, such as the professor's involvement in the Gryffindor sword, Ron's account was filled with extravagant embellishments. "So, my earlier detention had its reasons. I truly didn't anticipate Lockhart collapsing with a mere push," Ron lamented animatedly, his words punctuated with spittle. Hermione, hidden amidst the crowd, caught a young wizard asking Ron, "So, you won't have to serve detention anymore?" Ron opened his mouth, deflating like a punctured balloon, his expression quickly shifting to one of dismay. He had indeed brought honor to the house. Yet he could not escape the consequences of assaulting an innocent professor. In fact, Professor McGonagall had already informed him of the details and duration of his detention. As fate would have it, he had unfortunately fallen into Lockhart's grasp. Chapter 83, The Serpent Professor. During the first class of a new term, Felix sensed the restlessness within the young wizards. They were all eagerly awaiting the end of the lesson to rush to the courtyard and behold the basilisk. He cleared his throat, and after capturing the attention of the young wizards, he gently waved his wand, causing a creature to emerge from its concealment. Accompanied by a swirl of dark mist, a small snake adorned with black spots landed upon the lectern. It emitted a hissing sound, its slender body writhing incessantly. The young wizards craned their necks, eager to behold the creature. As Felix's wand glided along its scales, the appearance of the spotted serpent underwent a dramatic transformation. Its once smooth scales became thick and robust, exuding a metallic texture. Its hue shifted to a vivid green, radiating the striking brilliance characteristic of venomous serpents. Even its body expanded considerably as it lifted its flattened head, revealing a pair of cold, menacing yellow eyes. "Professor, is this a basilisk?" one student inquired. "Indeed," he affirmed. "So, the creature that Potter and his companions vanquished was this little fellow?" A wave of disappointment rippled through the audience of young wizards, as many remarked that it appeared rather diminutive, measuring only about 3 or 4 feet in length. Particularly as the serpent curled up on the lectern, it seemed even less formidable. A number of young wizards suddenly felt an illusory sense of confidence, thinking, I could take that on. Nevertheless, the basilisk's appearance was indeed daunting, especially those piercing yellow eyes that seemed to instill fear. Felix remained non-committal to their sentiments and continued, the greatest threat posed by the basilisk lies within its gaze. It possesses a lethal potency. In other words, by the time you see it, you may have already forfeited your chance to defend yourself. The murmurs among the audience diminished considerably. Moreover, with a flick of his wand, the small serpent, previously coiled on the lectern, suddenly leapt from the table, causing the students in the front row to lean back in alarm. As it soared through the air, tracing an arc before landing squarely in the center of the classroom, the serpent's body swiftly expanded. In an instant, it magnified to several times its original size, filling a substantial portion of the classroom before the students could react. Many young wizards screamed, hastily attempting to evade the looming giant serpent, but soon they discovered that its form had transformed from solid to a swirling black mist. A brave young wizard seated on the floor reached out to touch it, only to find his hand passing straight through the dark vapor. He looked up to see several individuals with half their bodies immersed in the mist, all of whom were now attempting to retreat in terror. Felix, with a mischievous glint in his eye, remarked, this is the true size of a basilisk. After a considerable moment, the young wizards calmed down upon realizing that this apparition posed no real threat to them. A few students sheepishly stood up, one of whom, a young witch named Campbellkin, began to stir the misty serpent with her wand, swirling the nearby scales back into a cloud of darkness. Many young wizards curiously imitated her, and throughout this process, the misty basilisk glided restlessly around the small classroom, contorting its body as its massive form weaved through desks, chairs, and students alike. Yet, most of the young wizards had shed their fear, eagerly poking at it with their wands, as colorful sparks intermittently flickered through the nebulous darkness. Professor, is this the true form of the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets? One young wizard asked in an odd tone. You may interpret it as such, he replied. Felix conjured a chair and seated himself upon it. Since you are so curious about the serpent creature, let it impart its knowledge to you today. The young wizards exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions betraying their confusion. Just then, a voice emanated from the serpent's mouth, remarkably similar to that of Professor Haip. Many of the young wizards were startled, yet, drawing on their previous experiences, they did not embarrass themselves by tumbling from their seats again. Instead, they stared wide-eyed at the diminutive serpent creature, which had raised its upper body high before the podium. They blinked in bewilderment, glancing at the seemingly tranquil Professor Haip, who sat in the corner, their minds swirling with myriad complex thoughts. The small serpent opened its mouth to reveal thin, dagger-like teeth. Indeed, it is I, your ancient runes professor. So what are you waiting for? The serpent suddenly approached the young witch in the front row, causing her quill to slip from her grasp in fright. Campbell, tell me, what have I just taught? Professor, you just taught us the rune Eo, which signifies the yew tree, symbolizing death and rebirth, and can also represent continuity and sustenance, stammered a young witch named Campbell as she rose to her feet. Well said. Ravenclaw, 5 points for your house, the serpent hissed, flicking its tongue. Campbell exhaled in relief and returned to her seat, patting her chest. So, why aren't you all taking notes? The remaining young wizards began to write furiously. As the lesson continued, the young wizards gradually accepted the rather peculiar serpent professor, who slithered along the aisles, occasionally leaning towards inattentive students and sternly admonishing them with its yellow eyes. Do not look at me. Look at your books. Meanwhile, Professor Haip, seated in the corner, maintained a beaming smile, his demeanor radiating joy. As the class neared its conclusion, Felix rose and waved his wand. Amidst the reluctant expressions of the young wizards, he transformed their serpent professor back into a cloud of black mist. Today's assignment is to recount the contents of this manuscript on a piece of parchment, utilizing the knowledge acquired in the 3rd and 4th years. As the dismissal bell rang, a cacophony of footsteps and excited chatter erupted in the hallway. The young wizards could hardly contain their eagerness as they rushed outside to the courtyard. In the 5th-year Ancient Runes classroom, however, the students appeared somewhat dazed as they gathered their belongings and ambled out of the classroom. Campbell remarked nonchalantly, "You go ahead." "And you?" "I've suddenly lost interest in the serpent," Campbell replied. In the courtyard, a considerable number of young wizards had already gathered, huddled together in shadowy silhouettes. At the center of the throng lay an enormous serpent, measuring a formidable 40 feet in length. Its body was as thick as an oak trunk, with scales the size of a palm, appearing rough and glistening with a cold green sheen. Chapter 84, Cornelius Fudge. Upon the serpent's flattened head, a large hole pierced through its skull and upper jaw, leaving its eyes nothing but two dark, hollow voids. Throughout the crowd, gasps of awe, tinged with fear, occasionally broke the silence. The young wizards, ranging from 1st to 7th grade, could not help but swallow hard in the presence of the deceased basilisk. One of the younger wizards voiced the collective curiosity. Did Potter and his companions truly battle this formidable creature? How do they manage it? A Slytherin student, unable to contain his intrigue, reached out a hand, only to be repelled by an invisible barrier. Dumbledore warned you, Flint, Kim's sharp voice, parting the crowd as Professor Flitwick made his entrance. Though he was of diminutive stature, the Hogwarts students held him in high regard due to his passionate teaching and his equitable treatment of all 4 houses. He approached the basilisk, circling it with a sense of wonder, remarking on its rarity as a magical creature. Surely, Hagrid would be captivated by it. After the class concluded, Felix contemplated a visit to the courtyard. Dumbledore had mentioned during the previous night's feast that Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge would be arriving today, and Felix was eager to observe this individual up close. Rumors suggested that he was merely Dumbledore's sycophant, devoid of independent thought. However, Felix believed otherwise. A political manipulator in a position of weakness could be more unscrupulous than even the most devoted flatterer. As he descended the staircase, preparing to cross the Great Hall, a commotion erupted from afar, and a group of 7 or 8 individuals approached. Minister Fudge, this way, Professor McGonagall called, leading the way. Following her was a stout, middle-aged man with a round figure, disheveled gray hair, and an anxious expression. His attire was a bizarre amalgamation, a pinstripe suit, a vibrant red tie, a flowing black cloak, and purple pointed boots, topped off with a dark green bowler hat tucked under his arm. Felix instantly recognized him as Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister of Magic. Trailing behind was a tall man dressed as an Auror, presumably one of Fudge's subordinates. Following him was a middle-aged man with platinum hair, cloaked in a long black travel robe, exuding an air of cold indifference, holding what appeared to be a wand that resembled a staff. Felix, noting the man's distinctive hair color, speculated whether he belonged to the renowned pure-blood family, the Malfoys. Behind Malfoy was a woman Felix had encountered before, Rita Skeeter. With a heavy application of makeup, she animatedly instructed her 2 assistants to seize the moment and capture as many photographs as possible. The 2 young men, armed with magical cameras, nodded obediently. Felix couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed the tabloid journalist possessed a remarkable level of composure. As Skeeter, clutching a handbag, passed through the Great Hall, her eyes began to scan the surroundings cautiously, and upon locking eyes with Felix, her pupils dilated suddenly, her steps faltering in uncertainty. Trailing behind her was the leisurely Dumbledore, the tallest among the gathering, his cerulean eyes keenly observing the scene. Professor McGonagall caught sight of Felix ahead and paused, exclaiming, "Oh, Felix, allow me to introduce you to Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic." She then let out a soft sigh, reluctantly adding, "These 2 are Lucius Malfoy and Rita Skeeter." Fudge displayed sufficient enthusiasm as he approached with brisk steps, extending his hands. "Felix Haip, a name I have heard frequently mentioned by the French Minister of Magic." Felix subtly withdrew his hand, modestly stating, "I have merely authored a few books." Throughout the exchange, he maintained his gaze upon Fudge's eyes, discerning a lack of genuine warmth therein. Turning his attention to Rita Skeeter, he softly greeted, "Rita?" The flamboyantly coiffed woman awkwardly responded, "Hello, Mr. Haip." She hesitated, uncertain whether to feign ignorance of his identity, fearing that revealing his secrets might lead to trouble. Yet, if Felix was not mistaken, a fleeting change in Fudge and Malfoy's expressions occurred simultaneously. How astute! One might say they deserved their prominence in society. Felix nodded at Malfoy, their paths having scarcely crossed. Nevertheless, Lucius Malfoy regarded him with his steely gray eyes for a brief 2 seconds before offering a restrained smile and extending his right hand. "Hello, Mr. Haip." Surprised, Felix reciprocated, "Hello, Mr. Malfoy." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Professor McGonagall resumed her role as the guide. Felix subtly drifted to the rear of the group. Walking alongside Dumbledore, they lingered at the periphery, engaging in hushed conversation. "Felix, the misuse of legilimency is ill-advised," Dumbledore remarked, blinking. "It may rob you of much joy and lead to a sense of ennui regarding this world. Is it your sage advice?" Felix replied, "I'm still quite young, headmaster. Besides, I merely gleaned a glimpse of his true emotions. It aids in understanding others, does it not?" Dumbledore chose not to pursue the topic further, instead inquiring with interest. What did you perceive? Are you intrigued by the Minister of Magic? Felix countered, No, Dumbledore. I require no legitimacy to see through him. Perhaps that is the one skill I have mastered without active learning over a century of life. Felix felt a twinge of surprise. Dumbledore should not be confiding such thoughts to him. When did their relationship become so intimate? The two fell into silence as they reached the courtyard, where McGonagall had gathered Fudge and the others before the basilisk. Felix and Dumbledore refrained from pushing forward, remaining at the outskirts of the crowd. Hagrid had just been imploring Professor Flitwick to lift the enchantments surrounding the basilisk, yearning to experience the allure of such a creature up close. Do wizards studying magical beasts truly ponder matters in such a manner? Professor Kettleburn would arrive on the battlefield in mere seconds. Felix mused distractedly. Chapter 85, An Unexpected Turn. At some point, Harry, Ron, and Hermione also made their way there. Hermione donned a large mask and knitted hat, but her eyes had returned to their brown hue. This indicated her proficiency with the lightweight transformation spell had improved, or perhaps it was the effect of Madame Pomfrey's potion. Ron pulled Harry and Hermione aside, where they concealed themselves behind a column. Peering around cautiously, he remarked, Cornelius Fudge, Lucius Malfoy, and Rita Skeeter. What a day for all three of these nuisances to appear simultaneously. Harry inquired, Who is Cornelius Fudge? He is the Minister of Magic, my father's superior. However, he's quite a significant figure and looks down upon my father's work, dealing with Muggle artifacts and the like, which is often undervalued, Ron grumbled. Hermione's gaze fixated on Rita Skeeter, scrutinizing her silhouette. Is that woman really Rita Skeeter? She appears to have rather poor taste. Hermione critiqued her attire. I concur. Honestly, Gilderoy Lockhart exhibits more finesse in this regard. It's not as if she lacks financial means. Merlin, Ron suddenly lamented. What's wrong? Over there, look. Ron pointed in another direction. Lockhart has also arrived. All four of those insufferable people have gathered. Indeed, Harry raised his head to see Gilderoy Lockhart arrayed in a splendid robe, a charming smile gracing his face as he navigated past the young wizards toward Fudge and Lucius. He resembled a peacock displaying its plumage. Ron's expression was one of utter disdain. He was due to report to Lockhart's office that very evening. Lockhart elegantly bowed, his smile radiant. Minister Fudge, Mr. Malfoy, it is a pleasure to meet you. Fudge appeared momentarily taken aback before beaming and extending his hands. Mr. Lockhart, hello. I have read all of your books. I must confess, they were quite enlightening. Lockhart humbly replied, I merely did what I ought to do, Minister. I cannot turn a blind eye to those poor souls in distress. Fudge wore a contemplative expression. There are few adventurers with such a sense of responsibility as you. Lockhart was about to utter more when Dumbledore stepped forward, beaming as he said, Fudge, let us first inspect the creature from the Chamber of Secrets. With a flick of his wand, he dispelled the invisible protective barrier surrounding the basilisk. Oh, Dumbledore, indeed, Fudge said, pinching the brim of his top hat. He turned to a tall, dark-skinned man beside him and commanded, Kingsley, go investigate. The man named Kingsley swiftly crossed the railing and approached the basilisk, clad in dragon-hide gloves as he carefully examined the creature's remains. Felix refrained from advancing, having spotted a familiar figure, Luna, the Ravenclaw witch. He strolled over and stood beside her. Luna, I truly appreciated the gift you sent, Professor Haip, she said, her gaze fixed intently on Rita Skeeter's jeweled spectacles, her voice melodic. I believe she has a rather poor memory. Why do you say that? She regretted leaving some important items at home, Luna remarked. Felix observed Rita Skeeter, who was incessantly directing her assistant to take photographs, and he could not agree more. Have you befriended that little girl with the fiery hair? Luna glanced at him, astonished. We are already friends, she replied thoughtfully. I believe the rooster plush I gifted her played a significant role. Is that so? Felix clicked his tongue. Before long, Kingsley reported to Fudge, Minister, it's confirmed, a basilisk. There is no longer any danger. Excellent, Kingsley. Fudge prepared to take a closer look at the basilisk. But before he could take a step, he was halted by Rita Skeeter's voice. Minister Fudge, I believe we should take a photograph together for tomorrow's front page. Skeeter said with a beaming smile. Oh, certainly. The adults present lined up, and Rita Skeeter rushed over to pull Gilderoy Lockhart aside from the center position. This is where you belong. Lockhart reluctantly stood at the edge. Professor Flitwick? Flitwick waved his hand and stepped back. Click. The sound of the shutter captured the moment. Fudge. Dumbledore, Malfoy, Professor McGonagall, and Kingsley stood together, framed by the immense basilisk. Having completed their task for the day, they stood beside the creature. Fudge took a few steps forward, protruding his belly as he scrutinized the basilisk. How had this creature remained undetected at Hogwarts for over 1,000 years? Professor McGonagall explained. The extensive network of tunnels throughout Hogwarts has undergone several renovations, making it a labyrinthine structure that few can fully comprehend, and it has never been thoroughly inspected. Fudge remained silent, engaging in hushed discussion with Lucius Malfoy nearby. Lockhart also approached, surveying the basilisk, which appeared not too challenging to deal with. I once encountered a water monster that could fill half a lake. He tapped the basilisk's venomous fang with his wand, preparing to deliver a witty remark. But his wand immediately emitted a crackling noise. Oh dear! He wildly waved his wand. The young wizards watching quickly retreated several meters, as if fleeing a disaster. However, the unfortunate Minister of Magic, who was gazing down at the basilisk's head, was caught in the crossfire. A droplet of a viscous mixture of saliva and venom splattered across Fudge's face, eliciting an earth-shattering scream. Lucius Malfoy swiftly erected a magical barrier. Observing the commotion with cold detachment, he maintained his protective spell while stepping back, but after just 2 steps, he was thwarted by a ring of golden light. Felix had raised his wand without anyone noticing. Young wizards retreat. Several professors were doing the same, with Flitwick McGonagall and Dumbledore's protective spells illuminating the courtyard in a kaleidoscope of colors. Hagrid extended his large hand, lifting the fallen young wizards and pushing them away to safety. Yet Lucius, Fudge, and Lockhart, who were closest, found themselves encased in layers of magic. A droplet of the viscous mixture splattered against Lucius's armor, producing a sizzling sound. He shouted with a pallid face, "Stop, you fool!" Lockhart waved his wand a few times before realizing the gravity of his actions. In a flustered state, he stood before Fudge, desperately trying to take some action. "Oh, Minister Fudge, I apologize." Yet, Fudge's cries grew increasingly louder, his face turning an ominous shade of black, the darkness spreading at a visibly alarming rate. "Silence!" Dumbledore bellowed, dispelling the magic obstructing his path. He took several steps forward, pressing his wand against Fudge's face, from which emanated layers of golden light, halting the encroaching darkness. Dumbledore inspected the situation closely, recognizing that further treatment was necessary. "Fudge, I must take you to the hospital wing." "No, take me to St. Mungo's. My face is ruined." Fudge spat out a torrent of profanities at Lockhart. "Oh dear," Professor McGonagall murmured, her lips pressed tightly together as she glared at the frenzied Fudge, struggling to suppress the urge to cast a stunning spell upon him. Finally, the Transfiguration Professor shouted at the young wizards nearby, "All of you, young witches and wizards, leave this place and return to your classes." The young wizards scattered like birds. Rita Skeeter excitedly seized her camera, frantically clicking the shutter, her mouth agape, revealing 2 enormous golden teeth that gleamed in the sunlight. "Look at that woman. I can see her molars." Ron, hiding behind a pillar in the courtyard, pointed at Rita Skeeter, exclaiming, "She's going to score a big story today." Chapter 86. Is everything a curse? This is simply thrilling. I never imagined such a plot twist. Fred and George murmured to each other as they took a detour, hiding in the bushes to spy on the unfolding scene. Dumbledore grasped Fudge's hand reassuringly. "Do not worry, Fudge, you'll be fine." "You promise, Dumbledore?" Fudge asked, half of his face shrouded in darkness. "Yes, you, Fudge." Fudge's expression softened, and he drifted into unconsciousness. However, Fudge stated, "The basilisk poison must be addressed swiftly." Dumbledore replied. That man named Kingsley swiftly acquiesced, saying, "I will defer to your judgment." Dumbledore turned to Flitwick and McGonagall, instructing Phileas, Minerva, "You remain here to maintain order and deal with the basilisk." The 2 professors nodded in agreement. Hagrid volunteered to carry Fudge, and, alongside Dumbledore and Kingsley, they strode purposefully toward the hospital wing. Amidst the chaos, Lucius seized the opportunity to depart, seeking his son Draco Malfoy. "What is the truth behind the Chamber of Secrets?" Lucius inquired. "It was Potter and his friends." Draco replied, visibly displeased. "Potter is a Parselmouth. That is how he discovered the chamber." Lucius was genuinely astonished, as he had believed the diary he had given to the Weasley girl had been uncovered. "Has it been determined who opened the chamber?" Lucius asked ambiguously. "No, not yet." Draco stammered, casting a fearful glance at his father, omitting the fact that he had briefly been under the influence of a dark magical object. "Is that so?" Lucius, oblivious to this small detail, wore an inscrutable expression. Rita Skeeter sought to capture the unfortunate plight of the Minister of Magic, yet, glancing at Lockhart present on the scene, she quickly discerned her true target after a moment of contemplation. Her rival was an adversary that must be dealt with. Snap, 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 snap. Lockhart, bewildered, shielded his face and exclaimed, "Hey, stop. Please stop." However, Rita was invigorated, her creative fervor surging, though regrettably, she had not brought her enchanted quill and parchment due to lingering reservations. Stealing a glance at Felix, who silently observed the unfolding chaos, she felt reassured. It appeared that he was unconcerned with the antics of others. Next time she visited Hogwarts, she would be thoroughly prepared. Goodness, Professor McGonagall must be furious. Hiding behind a grand column, Hermione remarked as Harry and Ron glanced toward their Transfiguration professor, whose expression was contorting with ire. The situation escalated to a fracas where Lockhart lunged to seize the camera from Skeeter, but it seemed that mere physical strength was not on his side, as Skeeter's 2-inch-long nails carved several scratches across his face. My handsome visage. Lockhart was on the brink of madness. Professor McGonagall had no choice but to intervene. Her lips trembling with indignation. Professor Lockhart, I insist you leave this place immediately. She cast a disdainful look at Rita. As for you, McGonagall momentarily set aside her grievances as she and Professor Flitwick worked together to remove the basilisk. Felix glanced around. Lockhart resembled an enraged bull, and he preferred to remain uninvolved. He turned and walked towards the hospital wing. After a while, Lockhart regained his composure, suddenly realizing he was facing an unprecedented crisis. He smoothed his disheveled hair and addressed Skeeter. Skeeter, we need to talk one-on-one. The woman regarded him with haughty disdain, clutching her prized magical camera, and handed it to her 2 assistants. Take care of this. Keep your distance. The assistants retreated, leaving only Lockhart and Skeeter in the open space. In the shadows, the twins and the trio held their breath, each positioned at a distance. Rita cast a scornful glance at Lockhart, her mouth curling into a victorious smile. What do you wish to discuss? I believe such a conversation is unnecessary. The renowned best-selling author, Lockhart, as handsome face contorted, but he surveyed his surroundings and whispered, There's no need for this to escalate. I can offer you 2,000 galleons as compensation, provided you remain silent about this matter. Rita shot him a glance. 2,000 galleons. Lockhart winced at the cost. 4,000. 1,000 galleons. You greedy woman. She fiddled with her nails. First, consider how to absolve yourself of the accusation of assaulting the Minister of Magic. It was merely an accident. Lockhart glared at her through gritted teeth. But the woman had already satisfied her desires and departed. The once vibrant courtyard fell into tranquility once more. The twins exchanged knowing glances and quietly slipped away. Behind a pillar, Harry and his companions exchanged glances. The sordid dealings of filthy lucre. Hermione exclaimed indignantly. Ron shrugged. It's quite commonplace. My father received a tip-off before he went to Malfoy Manor. What do you think it was for? Harry gazed in the direction where Lockhart had departed, unable to restrain his curiosity. Do you think Lockhart might end up in prison? Ron replied without hesitation. Who can say? However, if I were Fudge, meaning, as the Minister of Magic, I certainly couldn't afford to lose that man. Don't you find it rather coincidental? What? Everything that has transpired today seems like mere happenstance. Does it not? The basilisk has already been dealt with. He could have comfortably drifted through the entire year and then pen a book titled My Year at Hogwarts or something similar, earning a tidy sum of galleons. You mean, the curse of the Dark Lord? Ron suddenly realized. Hermione blinked, her interest piqued. An intriguing line of thought. Harry, perhaps the essence of the curse lies in amplifying the probabilities of various accidents. We can investigate this further. Ron grimaced. Hermione, don't you think you've been rather busy lately? Let me tally it up. Classes, homework, weekend tutoring in ancient runes, grading papers, studying specialized transfiguration, and now you want to delve into curses. Hermione huffed, countering. Don't you find it immensely satisfying to unravel mysteries? Her gaze darted about, for Lockhart had vanished from view far too quickly. Yet, she soon spotted an opportunity. Hey, you 3, young wizards, hold on a moment. Rita Skeeter called out, hastily stopping the trio of inquisitive students. Do you know where Professor Lockhart's office is? I need to speak with him. She flashed them a rigid smile, though her thoughts were already elsewhere. Rita Skeeter departed with a sense of satisfaction, albeit with a lingering oddity, as the girl's gaze had not been particularly friendly. Ron. Hermione appeared exasperated. Listen to me, don't let Harry get involved with that woman. She will unearth every skeleton in his family's closet, Ron explained. The young witch felt somewhat relieved, and Harry realized he had just emerged unscathed from swirling vortex. In a dimly lit underground corridor, Rita Skeeter's figure vanished for a few moments, and then a beetle emerged from the shadows, flapping its wings skillfully and soaring next to Classroom 2. The beetle hovered for a few seconds, anthropomorphically fixating on the nameplate of Gilderoy Lockhart, the defense against the dark arts instructor, before silently slipping through the crack of the door. Lockhart was pacing incessantly in his office, his expression one of exasperation. Even the portraits hanging on the walls wore frowns of concern. The beetle landed on the edge of one portrait, looking down upon him from its lofty perch. Damn it! Lockhart had lost his usual composure, repeatedly running his hands through his hair, causing his golden curls to become increasingly disheveled. Perhaps I could take some action. Just as I once did, I excelled at it after all. Gilderoy Lockhart muttered to himself while gazing at a life-sized portrait of himself, wherein the painted Lockhart flashed a thumbs up, revealing a dazzling smile. Yet, what to do about the accusation of assaulting the Minister of Magic? Good heavens, such absurdity! It was merely an accident, an unfortunate mishap. I refuse to allow anyone to falsely accuse me, even if he is the Minister of Magic. I am not one to be trifled with. I possess a vast readership, all of whom would rally behind me. But what if my readers were to discover that I had deceived them? A shiver ran down his spine. Lockhart grew increasingly agitated, contemplating whether he should have coveted the sales of a new book and agreed to teach defense against the dark arts for Dumbledore. That old fraud. After a considerable pause, Lockhart settled into a chair and hastily scribbled on a piece of parchment. A beetle unfurled its wings, stealthily approaching from the other side. It landed near a stack of published works, scuttling across a pristine velvet handkerchief and concealing itself behind an exquisite narrow glass. This vantage point afforded it a clear view of Lockhart's writing. Dear Ms. Rita Skeeter, with a tranquil heart, I have penned only a few words. Lockhart suddenly crumpled the parchment into a ball and hurled it forcefully. The paper projectile toppled the delicate glass, revealing the beetle hidden behind it. For a fleeting moment, Lockhart and the beetle locked eyes, a wave of absurdity washing over him. The intricate patterns on its body were identical to the jeweled spectacles of that woman, Rita Skeeter. What foul creature was this doing in my room? Under his gaze, the beetle hastily made its escape. However, Lockhart paid it little mind and swiftly grabbed a stack of student assignments, bringing it down with a resounding smack. Smack! Yet the beetle remained unharmed, darting away with renewed vigor, climbing to the edge of the table and taking flight, quickly distancing itself from Lockhart. I refused to let this go. Lockhart pursued the insufferable creature. After a few evasive maneuvers, he managed to swat the beetle down, stamping his foot upon it. At last it was resolved, and his somber mood lifted considerably. Wait a moment, this sensation beneath my foot. Lockhart soon sensed something was amiss. Radiant light burst forth from below, his foot involuntarily pushing upwards, and a woman's head emerged, followed swiftly by her limbs. He stood agape, for the beetle had transformed into a woman, a detestable woman named Rita Skeeter. Rita Skeeter, you. Lockhart stammered in disbelief, still pressing his foot on her shoulder. He stumbled back in terror, colliding solidly with the table. Rita lay on the ground, her face betraying a look of embarrassment. She had never anticipated such a turn of events. Lockhart, the utter fool, had stumbled upon a 1-in-a-million chance. What extraordinary luck! After years of prying into countless secrets, she now found herself ensnared by an imbecile. Did he harbor some bias against beetles? Meanwhile, Lockhart's expression shifted to one of suspicion as his hand instinctively groped behind him, where his wand lay upon the table. He lingered, time slipping away. Rita Skeeter, I never imagined you were an animagus, my goodness. An illegal animagus, no less, and you've sneaked into my room to spy. He swiftly grasped his wand. With the wand in hand, victory was assured. Thud! Skeeter's corpulent form collided with Lockhart, eliciting a cry of pain from him. The two grappled, while the portraits of Lockhart on the wall shrieked in unison. Get off me! Lockhart struggled desperately. Puffing and panting, Rita Skeeter, leveraging her size, overpowered Lockhart. One hand pinning him down while the other produced her wand, its tip pressed firmly against his forehead as she fervently recited a spell. Obliviate! Moments later, Lockhart's expression became vacant. Merlin, troubles come one after another. I should never have come to Hogwarts. Lockhart rose, the office restored to its tidy state, though the figures in the portraits on the wall appeared sickly and distinctly lacking in vigor. Meanwhile, Felix pursued Dumbledore and others to the hospital wing, where Dumbledore summoned the Phoenix, Fawkes once more. The little creature cast a reproachful glance at its master, reluctantly using its tears to heal Fudge. Fortunately, there were no lingering effects. If news of the minister's attack at Hogwarts were to leak, Madame Pomfrey poured a vial of black potion, administering it to Fudge, whose cheeks began to regain their color. Knowing the minister as I do, he wouldn't disclose it, Kingsley remarked, but that woman, Rita Skeeter, poses a risk. Do not worry. I shall communicate with her, Felix replied calmly, observing Fudge's complexion while discreetly plucking a strand of his hair. It wasn't that he intended to do anything with it. The opportunity was simply too fortuitous to pass up. One never knows when it might come in handy. Chapter 88, Ideals. Kingsley regarded Felix with some hesitation, saying, "I know your name, Felix Haip, but she is not one to be easily reasoned with. That woman is audacious. Even Fudge himself may not sway her." Felix remained silent. Dumbledore observed the unfolding scene, blinking his cerulean eyes, connecting it to Rita Skeeter's earlier demeanor, and began to form a hypothesis. The elder bent down to scrutinize Fudge's condition, stating, "The basilisk is indeed a fearsome creature. Even disregarding its gaze, its venom is exceedingly rare." Indeed, Kingsley nodded. Yet even the most potent poison pales in comparison to the desires harbored in the human heart, such as Voldemort. Dumbledore spoke calmly. As his power grew, so too did his desires, crossing one boundary after another until he knew no restraint. Voldemort once glorified his actions, declaring, "Magic is power." "What is your perspective, Felix?" Felix replied lightly, "Magic can embody many things: ambition, dreams, strength, authority, reverence. But these are merely scenic views along the journey. You may pause briefly, yet ultimately you must continue onward. Personally, I believe magic is magic, without need for any superfluous embellishments." He lifted his gaze to meet Dumbledore's calm eyes. Kingsley, bewildered, listened to the conversation between the two, wondering how the discussion had shifted from the basilisk to the Dark Lord. Had he not perished long ago? Knock, knock, knock. At the open door of the infirmary, Lucius Malfoy rapped his cane against the threshold, slightly tilting his head to conceal half of his face in shadow. "Dumbledore, I require a private conversation with you." "Ah, welcome." "Lucius, welcome," Dumbledore replied with a warm smile, rising to accompany him. Felix, sensing the moment was opportune, took his leave. As he traversed the corridor connecting to the Great Hall, Felix happened upon Rita Skeeter, who appeared flustered, her makeup askew. "What's the matter, Rita?" Felix emerged from the shadows, startling her. "Felix," she stammered, her words tumbling out in disarray. "Something's amiss." Felix scrutinized her eyes, which shone with a mix of anxiety, malice, and relief. What had she done? He hesitated, weighing the risks of probing further, but Rita averted her gaze, murmuring, "I'm sorry, Mr. Haip, but I have matters to attend to. I must meet my deadline," and hurried away. "Rita," Felix called after her. "I hope the incident concerning Minister Fudge's injury does not stir too much commotion." With her back turned, Rita replied slyly, "Mr. Haip?" "Oh, Felix, are you suggesting I conceal the truth?" "As long as I do not exaggerate or distort the facts, you know my stance." Once she had departed, Felix sighed, realizing he needed to refocus and dedicate his energies to his studies on magical texts. However, the dual class also required his attention. With the new term commencing, he needed to finalize the schedule and curriculum for the dueling lessons. After lunch in the Great Hall, Felix descended into the castle's depths, preparing to finalize the lesson content with Professor Snape. Clad in his black robes, Snape greeted him with an impassive expression. "Please have a seat, Felix." Snape gestured to the hem of his robe as he took a seat opposite Felix, waving his wand to summon several parchments that fluttered onto the table before them. "These are my insights," Snape remarked, fixing his gaze upon Felix. Felix picked up the parchments, examining them closely, and teasingly inquired, "Professor, do you not even offer a cup of tea when I come to visit?" Snape curled the corner of his mouth, stating, "You have never partaken of anything I have personally offered." Felix pursed his lips, choosing not to respond. He meticulously reviewed the contents of the parchments. Felix looked at Snape with a hint of confusion. "Felix, the spells associated with dueling are predominantly perilous, if one does not proceed with caution. They can yield a plethora of unexpected surprises." Snape emphasized the word surprises. He continued with an indifferent tone, "One can learn a dozen spells in a single academic year. With proper combinations, one can adequately defend oneself." Snape adopted his customary sardonic tone, remarking, "Some students graduate without even mastering a standard shield charm." This indeed reflected the reality at Hogwarts. After a prolonged period of peace, young witches and wizards merely learned spells to pass their examinations. Once the examinations concluded, some obscure spells were relegated to the archives of memory. According to the standard curriculum, fourth-year students should have mastered the shield charm. However, this spell is categorized under the curriculum of defense against the dark arts, a subject at Hogwarts that is, to say the least, quite complicated. Many young wizards find that their proficiency in spellcasting peaks in their fifth year, as the requirements for the OWL's examinations mandate attendance in core classes, including defense against the dark arts, charms, and transfiguration, courses that emphasize practical application over theoretical knowledge. Beyond the fifth year, students begin to select advanced classes based on their academic performance and career aspirations, with some underachievers opting for only one or two subjects. If they happen to choose courses that are predominantly theoretical, their spellcasting abilities may plummet dramatically. It is likely that upon graduation, apart from the most commonly used spells, they would have forgotten nearly all others. Felix brushed his fingers over the ring on his left hand and retrieved a stack of parchment. Professor, this is my proposed curriculum for the first spell. I welcome your feedback. Snape accepted the parchment and casually perused 2 pages, but soon his demeanor turned serious. This is... Snape immersed himself in the contents of the parchment, captivated by the magical skill tree Felix had constructed. Occasionally, he would draw his wand and gesture in the air. Felix, is this truly your understanding of the spell? Felix replied gently. It is merely my personal interpretation from the learning process, and there may be oversights. Snape's fingers glided over the parchment as he swiftly reconstructed the spell in his mind. After a moment, he flicked his wand, producing a dazzling red light that sent a chair 3 meters away, flying through the air, utterly dismantling it mid-flight. Professor Snape, what was that? Felix inquired, noting that the spell had not been too powerful, but rather too feeble. It barely matched the intensity of the disarming charm he had used against Lockhart. Snape carefully reflected on the experience before slowly opening his eyes. I had just suppressed my understanding of the disarming charm and reconstructed this spell according to your design. A realization dawned on Felix. Snape was not only a master of potions, but also possessed profound knowledge of spells. He had utilized memory magic to obscure his comprehension of the disarming charm, rapidly relearning it based on Felix's framework. For Snape, this was not a daunting task. His extensive magical repertoire and the requisite theories and techniques were readily available to him, allowing him to effortlessly cast the spell anew. A novice wizard would find such an endeavor impossible. Snape's method further validated the feasibility of Felix's theory, maintaining an astonishing success rate of 100%. However, Felix soon deviated from the topic and began to inquire about the techniques of memory magic. Chapter 89. Clarifications in the Classroom. Felix remained in Snape's office until the conclusion of the first afternoon class before hastily departing to teach the 7th-year students. He stood at the podium, gazing down at the 4 young wizards from different colleges. Together, they numbered less than 20. Indeed, a rather paltry turnout. Early in the academic year, Felix had conferred with Professor McGonagall about the possibility of relaxing the admission criteria slightly, permitting a select few students who had achieved an A to join his advanced class. The intention behind this was simply to increase participation. Perhaps his own formidable charisma could entice another young wizard into the scholarly realm of ancient runes. However, prior to his arrival, this course had languished in obscurity, receiving only tepid responses. Apart from those aspiring to delve into ancient texts or seeking employment in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, interest among others was scant. Consequently, his 7th grade class was comprised either of high achievers, those relentless in their pursuit of excellence, or underperformers who had fortuitously secured a passing grade of A in ancient runes, such as Marcus Flint, a quintessential example of the latter. Upon entering the 7th grade, he had chosen only 2 subjects: care of magical creatures and ancient runes. The latter was only made available to him through Felix's intervention. Otherwise, he would have been left with but a single course. To Felix's knowledge, the 7th grade care of magical creatures course would encompass a plethora of information regarding the breeding and care of rare magical creatures, necessitating extensive research and memorization. Given Marcus Flint's intellect, comparable to that of a troll, Felix could hardly fathom how he managed to pass. At the podium, Felix waved his wand, causing a dozen papers to flutter through the air and land before the respective young wizards. He remarked, "Overall, your grades have shown a steady improvement. However, I must remind you that according to the traditional standards for the Newt assessment, you will be required to translate a complete ancient text. This implies that during your examination, you may encounter quite obscure runes for which you will find no corresponding knowledge in the 5 years of ancient runes textbooks. Professor, how should we prepare for that?" inquired a Ravenclaw, which, adjusting her notably thick glasses. "Miss Vera, this touches upon certain examination strategies, such as deducing word meanings." Deducing word meanings? Vera pushed her glasses up, perplexed. In the 6th and 7th grade ancient runes curriculum, a significant portion is devoted to explaining the evolution of ancient runes. For instance, EO has undergone 7 versions, each with slightly varying meanings and forms of writing. However, if you grasp its evolutionary logic, you will discover that its core meaning has never truly changed. Vera nodded, acknowledging her understanding of this knowledge. Professor Haip continued, "Therefore, as long as you are familiar with one version of the ancient runes, you can make reasonable inferences about its core meaning in conjunction with the context. Even with runes you have never encountered, you could deduce meanings based on their forms. This requires familiarity with the 27 common evolutionary forms. Of course, magical runes that fall within this category must be memorized separately, though their numbers are not vast. Beside her, Marcus wore an expression of despair. What are you discussing? I recognize every word, yet when they are strung together, they seem as inscrutable as ancient texts. I understand now. Professor Haip, Vera exclaimed excitedly. In this class, she was the only one with a true passion for ancient magical scripts, resolutely determined to pursue this path, albeit her focus was on the translation of literature. This ambition was influenced by her family. Her grandfather was the vice president of the Ancient Magic Society. While he vehemently denounced Felix as a heretic who had strayed from the path, he also shyly acknowledged that Felix indeed possessed real talent, suggesting that there was merit in learning from him. This placed Professor Haip in the same esteemed regard as her grandfather in her heart. After we resolved the usual questions, Felix's gaze fell upon Marcus. Flint, your grades have consistently hovered around a passing A. I am genuinely concerned for you. Marcus, with a woeful countenance, had indeed exerted considerable effort in ancient magical scripts, even carrying a textbook in his bag during Quidditch practice, despite having only opened it once. At least his dedication was evident, a stark contrast to his lack of engagement in other subjects. Unfortunately, he simply did not possess the aptitude for it. Marcus contemplated withdrawing. Yet upon seeing Felix, tremors of fear gripped him, leaving him unable to muster the courage. Professor, I will do my best, Marcus stammered. Excellent. Do not hesitate to seek my assistance with any questions, Felix replied as he commenced the lesson. In this modest classroom, the distinction between high achievers and struggling students was stark. The diligent thrived on the material, while the laggards became increasingly bewildered. Marcus was an anomaly. Although he was typically among the latter, he forced himself to exhibit the demeanor of a top student. Felix departed with a stack of parchment, carrying the assignments of seventh-year students. Today, he had collected holiday assignments from 3 different grades. Felix was determined to harness the enthusiasm of his assistant, delegating the assignments from the 3rd and 4th years for her to manage. As evening descended, Felix idly perused a Christmas gift from Professor Flitwick, a manuscript on ancient magic. The parchment bore 2 distinct scripts. One was an exceedingly archaic form of ancient magic, while the other consisted of Flitwick's annotations and insights regarding the study of this magic. It was profoundly enlightening. However, according to Professor Flitwick, he had no particular gift for ancient magic. And this incomplete manuscript was a collaborative effort with the former ancient magic professor, Babbling. Once Professor Babbling departed Hogwarts for a holiday, their research had stagnated. Presenting the manuscript to Felix was also an invitation for collaborative research. Felix waved his wand, and a hazy blue light, akin to a river of stars, flowed through the air and settled upon a quill. This brown feather quill first morphed into a toothpick, then rapidly expanded to the size of a staff. As Felix continually infused it with magical energy, the quill grew to about 7 feet in length, stubbornly refusing to change further. The effect resembles a fusion of the shrinking and enlarging spells, yet it lacks the high consumption, peril, and intensity characteristic of ancient magic. Instead, it bears the semblance of modern, simplified magic, with both power and magical consumption bound by a limit. Is it because the supplementary elements draw from the principles of simplified magic? Felix scribbled on the parchment, preparing for a protracted battle. For restoring ancient magic is no trivial endeavor. How he longed for a mentor, he mused before sleep. Chapter 90, Confinement and Discovery. A few hours prior, Ron had undergone a harrowing experience of confinement. At 8 o'clock in the evening, he nervously knocked on Professor Lockhart's door, hesitantly stating his purpose. Lockhart pulled Ron into his office and thrust him into a chair. Let me ponder the nature of your punishment. How might I induce sincere remorse? Leading you to weep profusely in gratitude for the greatness of Gilderoy Lockhart? Ron stared at him in disbelief. Had Lockhart's arrogance intensified? I've got it, Lockhart exclaimed dramatically, retrieving a bulging stack of envelopes from a corner cabinet. Professor, what is this? Ron gulped, silently pleading for it not to be what he feared. These are letters from my fervent fans. I have kept a selection of my favorites. You shall transcribe them all, Lockhart declared with enthusiasm. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. Ron felt that the volume of these letters surpassed even the 2 hefty tomes Draco had copied. He opened an envelope and pulled out the letter within, which began, Dear Gilderoy, I am your most delightful and devoted reader, Moriah. I cuddle your book to sleep each night, enchanted by your most charming photograph. Oh, Gilderoy, your curls tantalize my very soul, and I can hardly wait to embark on a grand adventure with you in my dreams. Ron nearly retched. Are you unwell? Lockhart inquired. No, I'm fine. Ron stammered, "But I must begin transcribing." "This is your punishment for ambushing the professor." "No, rather a reward, allowing you the privilege of experiencing my greatness alongside my readers." Lockhart's words struck Ron as unusually candid. He had expected him to be somewhat more modest, at least concealing his pride when in full display. Yet, Ron found himself bereft of choice, compelled to suppress any thoughts regarding the content he was transcribing. However, after only 2 lines, nausea returned. Consequently, he shifted his focus onto Lockhart, desperately attempting to think of something else. Separated by 2 seats, Lockhart too unfurled a sheet of parchment, dipped his quill in ink, and began to inscribe flowing, ornate script, mumbling, "Merlin, I am utterly unfortunate, still bound to apologize to that foolish fudge." Ron spent the evening in trepidation as Lockhart seemed transformed, divulging numerous secrets without restraint. He lamented not only about Dumbledore deceiving him, but also about Professor Snape stealing his thunder. At long last, the clock struck midnight, and Ron mustered the courage to request his departure. Lockhart glanced at the wall clock, surprised by the lateness of the hour. "Go on, place the letters in the cabinet. We shall continue tomorrow." Clutching the stack of correspondence, Ron trudged to the large cabinet, pulling on the door, but it resisted his efforts. "Professor Lockhart, the cabinet is locked." Lockhart muttered a few phrases and waved his wand, and only on the 3rd attempt did the cabinet door swing open with a bang, nearly striking Ron's nose. As Ron opened the cabinet, he discovered a multitude of small drawers, unsure of where to place his letters. Hesitant to inquire, he began to open each drawer in search of an appropriate space. Upon reaching a particular compartment, he spotted a piece of parchment secured with a clip. The top line of text caught his eye. "Record of the Armenian wizard's visit. Note, werewolf adventure." He glanced again, and if not for the protagonist being an unattractive, elderly Armenian wizard, the tale itself seemed rather captivating. Ron's heart raced inexplicably, and he quietly extracted several pages from the middle of the document, leaving the first page untouched. Lockhart's voice echoed from afar. "What are you dawdling about?" "Coming right away, Professor Lockhart." Ron hastily stuffed the extracted pages into his robes and carelessly scattered the letters into 3 different drawers before swiftly closing the cabinet. "Professor, I must take my leave." Ron dashed out of Lockhart's office, his heart still pounding. Upon returning to the common room, he found it nearly deserted. He nestled into a corner and meticulously examined the 3 sheets of parchment he had retrieved from his robes. After a moment of contemplation, confusion washed over him. While the content seemed vaguely familiar, it was merely a routine interview. Had Lockhart also dabbled in journalism? In a week that followed, the atmosphere at Hogwarts was serene and tranquil. With no worries of attacks and no examinations looming, the young witches and wizards enjoyed a dreamlike weekend. Hermione finally removed her mask, now only donning a hat to conceal her cat ears, appearing no different from her usual self. "Lavender thought I had some terminal illness," she remarked, breathing in the fresh air, her cheeks flushed from the cold. Yet she had no intention of tying on a scarf. "Who is Lavender?" Ron inquired. "She is my roommate." Ron imagined her face uncertainly and asked, "Is she the freckled girl?" "Not her, Ron. I thought you would remember the Gryffindor witch from your year." Hermione retorted sharply. "I do recall, but I can't quite place the face." "Do you know Dean Thomas?" Ron countered. "Of course. Have you spoken to him?" Hermione tightly closed her lips. That evening, Felix guided Hermione through the upgrade plan for her beaded pouch. Felix inspected the parchment in his hands with interest. "Are you planning to partition a section within for storing items?" "A commendable endeavor, though it does increase the difficulty." "Professor, do you believe I am capable of completing this?" Hermione inquired. "I can provide you with a list of recommended readings," Felix replied as he swiftly inscribed a series of reference books, causing a fleeting bitterness to tug at the corners of Hermione's mouth. Chapter 91, Discovery. On Monday morning, as the young wizards passed by the notice board, they were struck by the newly updated content. One little wizard read aloud the information affixed to the parchment. "It is hereby announced that the 2nd dueling class of this term will be held this Thursday at 8 p.m. All students of every year are welcome to participate." The signature was a graceful name, Felix Haip. Why is it Professor Haip? Isn't it supposed to be Lockhart? Perhaps Professor Haip has taken over the dueling club from him? That would be quite the news. The young wizards below the notice board buzzed with speculation. The trio stood a short distance away, with Harry's face alight with excitement. "It's finally happening." Ron shared his anticipation. "I hope to learn some powerful spells. Honestly, this past week has been dreadful." Harry looked at him sympathetically. "Did he really make you transcribe fan letters?" "Please no." Ron mumbled. "I've heard quite a bit of his secrets lately, Hermione. I know more about him now than you do. But that shouldn't be the case. Why is he doing this?" Hermione questioned, perplexed. As the trio entered the defense against the dark arts classroom, Lockhart stood at the door, his expression seemingly contemplative. As they passed, he suddenly grabbed Ron's arm, asking, "Do you think I've changed much lately?" Something feels off, Lockhart mused, releasing his grip as the trio slipped into the classroom. Once seated, Harry remarked he must have noticed something amiss. There is definitely something wrong here. Could it be a confundus charm? Many spells possess similar effects, Hermione analyzed seriously. Perhaps. Every time I face him alone, I feel an urge to cast a curse on him, Ron grumbled. By the way, do you have any insights about those 3 parchments? Harry suddenly recalled, inquiring of Ron. I don't know. It's just a typical interview, Ron replied. What kind of interview? Hermione asked, her interest piqued. Ron briefly explained their origins, but before she could inquire further, class commenced. In the defense against the dark arts lesson, Lockhart continued with his theatrical teaching performance. I need to select a volunteer. Today's scene is the most critical and thrilling part. The young wizards promptly averted their gazes. Ron Weasley, you are the one, Lockhart called, finally getting his name right, thanks to last week's detention. Correct, that's right, Ron. You are an innocent villager beset by a werewolf's menace, pleading for my assistance. Yes, a more pained expression, splendid. Ron grimaced as he played the role of a prop in Lockhart's story. Lockhart, adopting an exaggeratedly concerned demeanor, elongated his voice as he proclaimed, the tragic souls. They constantly face the threat of werewolves, stemming from the slaying of a young wolf that attacked livestock. What wrongs have they committed? It is truly lamentable. My conscience cannot allow me to turn a blind eye. The performance continued, and Lockhart stood tall, seemingly basking in the villagers' admiration. However, Ron's countenance suddenly turned ashen. What is the matter with you? Harry nudged him with his arm. Is it too much to bear? It's not as if it hasn't happened before. After all, he played the vampire for 3 weeks straight. Let's discuss it later. Ron curled up, avoiding Lockhart's gaze. Meanwhile, Felix was instructing the 4th-year wizards. Today, we shall delve into the final set of practical charms, enabling your magical puppets to unleash their full potential. The twins in the audience raised their hands. Professor, is there advanced knowledge available? Felix chuckled. What would you like to learn? Perhaps other practical charms, Fred suggested. Felix blinked, observing the twins, who appeared to be promising prospects for ancient runes. Their Christmas gift to him was indicative of their ingenuity, although it was not runes they employed, but rather the principles of alchemy. If some of you possess the capacity to learn more, I would be delighted to impart additional knowledge, Felix promised. After class, he summoned the twins. I am curious whether you have a clear plan for your future, Felix inquired. We aspire to establish a Weasley wizarding joke shop. They replied in unison. Much like Zonko's joke shop? Felix asked. Close, but Zonko's concepts are rather antiquated. We wish to create something more innovative and entertaining, Fred responded. Indeed, we have numerous excellent ideas, but due to our limited abilities, most designs remain unrealized, George expressed regretfully. A splendid notion. However, I presume you lack professional guidance? Felix queried. Well, when we were young, we rummaged through some books at home on crafting trinkets and jests, and we also researched extensively in the library, which has been immensely beneficial, Professor, Fred said with a sly grin. The library? Or the restricted section? Felix refrained from commenting. The twins' reputation amongst the faculty was quite notorious. He simply extended an invitation. Next year, I shall establish my own Ancient Runes Club. Would you be interested? The twins exchanged excited glances. Absolutely, Professor, George proposed. Could your Ancient Runes Club not commence sooner? Felix shook his head regretfully. With less than half a year remaining in this academic term, coupled with various distractions, I must postpone it until next year. However, feel free to approach me with any questions, Felix replied. Chapter 92, The Dual Class. Are you saying Lockhart is taking credit for others' accomplishments? Hermione asked, her face a mask of astonishment. Keep your voice down, Ron cautioned. After dinner, the 3 of them huddled in a corner of the common room, discussing in hushed tones. Ron rummaged through his bag and produced 3 pieces of parchment. Take a look at this, Hermione. The young witch immediately took them and immersed herself in reading. After a moment, she lifted her head and stammered. How could this be possible? I mean, how did Lockhart manage to have others sell their stories to him? Harry suddenly interjected. It might not necessarily be that they sold them to him. Perhaps he seized them by force. Ron and Hermione stared at him, for this speculation concealed far too much. Time swiftly advanced to Thursday. The Great Hall was once again adorned, with a square, gilded stage at its center, crowded with young witches and wizards. When Felix and Snape appeared together and stood at the center of the stage, the crowd's emotions were mixed, a blend of surprise and regret. Professor Snape? On stage? Felix glanced at him. Snape, with an expressionless face, shook his head. Thus, Felix took a step forward, tapping his wand against himself. Silence. Young witches and wizards. Our lesson is about to commence. Felix turned in place, and as his gaze swept over the crowd, a hush fell upon them. Before we begin, there are a few matters I must clarify. Felix's calm demeanor belied the gravity of his words, which resonated in the ears of every young witch and wizard. Firstly, Professor Lockhart, who was originally responsible for the dueling classes, has generously entrusted the course to me due to personal commitments. Whispers rippled through the crowd. I don't quite believe that, Dean Thomas remarked to Neville beside him. If you ask me, Lockhart seems even more confused this term. He forgot his lines during the performance class. I think the pressure has gotten to him. Sometimes when I'm nervous, my mind goes blank, Neville whispered. Truth be told, I was quite surprised he wasn't taken away by an auror. After a brief pause, Felix continued. Secondly, Professor Snape will serve as a guest instructor, providing guidance and advice for our dueling course. The murmurs from the audience grew louder. As for the third point, concerning the dueling classes themselves, after discussions with Professor Snape, we have unanimously agreed that the timing and format of the classes should be established. Henceforth, our classes will be held bi-weekly, scheduled for Thursday evenings at 8 o'clock. As the young witches and wizards absorbed this information, Felix waved his wand, dimming the chandeliers of the Great Hall. Simultaneously, a pearly glow enveloped the stage and the figures of the young witches and wizards, resembling an inverted bowl. The cacophony of whispers seemed to dissolve into the vastness of the wilderness, becoming low and inaudible. Now, we shall officially begin our lesson. Many young witches and wizards noted that in this ambience, Professor Snape's voice possessed an unusual allure. Ron muttered, I've always thought Snape had a talent for telling ghost stories. What did you say? Hermione tilted her head, only to be surprised to find her voice had taken on a muffled, subdued quality. It must be the magic, Harry observed, though the other two could merely read his lips. Yet the foundation of dueling remains intact. Many individuals throughout their lives grasped the concept of dueling merely as a clumsy giant, foolishly brandishing their wands and competing in the strength of their magic and the volume of their voices. At this juncture, Severus Snape's gaze fell upon the young wizard from Gryffindor. However, dueling itself is an intricate art. If one were to invest just a modicum of time, one would realize that the World Wizarding Dueling Championship publishes relevant instructional texts every few years. Today, Snape exceptionally articulated his views on dueling. Although his words left the young wizards somewhat bewildered, they could sense his profound respect for the art of dueling. Midway through his discourse, Snape could not refrain from subtly alluding to a certain professor, remarking that although Hogwarts does not emphasize the tradition of dueling and combat magic as strongly as Durmstrang, much of the content has indeed been incorporated into a particular course. Snape lightly raised his wand, his eyes fixed rigidly ahead, squeezing a few words through clenched teeth. Defense against the dark arts. Yet this course has historically failed to fulfill its intended purpose, resulting in some students lacking even the most fundamental ability to assess danger. The professor consistently possessed the capability to command the atmosphere around him. Subsequently, Felix clapped his hands, redirecting the young wizard's attention toward him. Felix enumerated the advantages of the disarming charm. Its simplicity, efficacy, low risk, making it suitable for both daily practice and formal dueling contexts. Has anyone mastered this spell? A sparse collection of arms was raised, predominantly by older students, a significantly lower proportion than he had anticipated. Felix shook his head. He called upon a seventh-year student from Gryffindor. Professor Haip, I am Albert Bark, the acne-faced student exclaimed excitedly. I have been preparing for 2 years to apply to become an auror in the Ministry of Magic. Felix understood immediately. At Felix's gesture, Bark waved his wand, and a red spell flashed forth, successfully executing a standard disarming charm. He then elaborated on the methodology for learning the charm, using Bark as a demonstration tool, allowing him to practice the incantation repeatedly. Under his guidance, several young wizards gained a foundational understanding of the spell. Following this, Felix waved his wand, causing hundreds of parchments to soar from a suitcase in the corner, landing precisely before each young wizard. Harry deftly seized one, his mind racing at the densely packed information and classifications. He gazed at the stage as Professor Haip calmly remarked, I do not believe you can master a spell in this brief 2-hour session. In fact, if 10 of you succeed, it would surpass my expectations. The content on the parchment is intended for your practice after class. I will explain its application shortly. Now let us commence formal practice. Chapter 93, Dueling Class, Part 2. Young wizards, I need you to position yourselves at the 4 corners of the stage according to your houses. Felix waved his hand, dispelling the enchantment that had muted their voices. The students below appeared bewildered as Felix made his way to one edge of the gilded square stage. Slytherin, gather here, he called out. He then proceeded to the opposite side. Ravenclaw, assemble here. Gryffindor, over here. Hufflepuff, here. As Felix circled the stage, the young wizards comprehended the professor's intent and swiftly sprang into action. Ginny, over here, Ron shouted to his sister, prompting Harry to glance in her direction. He discovered Ginny standing still, hand in hand with a Ravenclaw girl. The girl wore an eccentric necklace that seemed to be strung together with some sort of cork, and her light golden hair was tousled. Like Ginny, she appeared frozen in place, and Harry suspected she was oblivious to the situation, her wide eyes surveying the throng of young wizards passing by. Ron squeezed through the crowd, with Harry and Hermione closely following. Ginny, hurry up. Who is this? Ron inquired, eyeing the Ravenclaw girl. I'm her new friend, the girl replied, her gaze gliding past Ron and briefly pausing on Harry before settling on Hermione. I know you. Many say you should have been sorted into Ravenclaw, she remarked, her stare fixed on Hermione. Harry exchanged a cautious glance with Ron and suggested, I think we should hurry. Most of the young wizards had taken their positions, rendering their small group quite conspicuous, even drawing the attention of Professor Snape. Ron urged Ginny to jog forward, at which point the girl suddenly announced, Luna Lovegood. That's my name. Harry, trailing behind, had to pause to introduce himself. I'm Harry Potter. I know you, Luna replied. Harry mumbled, Really? The awkwardness of the situation pressed upon him, and he quickly added, See you later, before rushing off to catch up with his friends. Luna ambled over to the Ravenclaw section, waving at Ginny from across the way. Who is that? Ron asked Ginny. A new friend of mine, Ginny replied, lowering her head shyly as she noticed Harry's gaze upon her. Our families actually live quite close, though there's a mountain in between. White Weasel Mountain, Harry inquired with interest. He had visited Ron's home this year and learned of the name from the twins, who had once aspired to soar over White Weasel Mountain on toy brooms, as Fred had recounted. Ginny quickly lifted her head to glance at Harry and murmured, A bit further north. Their house is atop a mountain. As the last young wizard settled into position, Felix spoke. Next, we shall practice in groups. You may choose your partners, preferably within the same year. The young wizards sprang into action once more, while Felix and Snape descended the stage to organize the disheveled lines. Two to a group, spaced 5 meters apart. Snape glided silently like a bat to the rear of Harry and Ron, who were engrossed in lively conversation. Snape rolled up his sleeves and firmly clapped his hands above the heads of the two students, urging them to focus. Harry and Ron grimaced as they watched Snape's retreating figure. Ron, perplexed, inquired how he managed to walk without making sound. 5 minutes later, the young wizards lined up in an orderly fashion. Everyone, look at me and recite the incantation together, declared Felix as he stepped back onto the stage. Be careful not to aim your wands at your partners. Keep your movements contained and then thrust swiftly like this. Expelliarmus. A brilliant red light shot forth from Professor Haip's wand, reminiscent of searing lightning. The young wizards, positioned in 4 corners, chanted in unison, Expelliarmus. Excellent, continue. Expelliarmus. Pay attention to the angle of your wands. Keep going. Expelliarmus. Very good, Felix praised. Next, we shall delve into the theoretical knowledge of spells. I will cover only the most crucial points. After approximately 20 minutes, the young wizards had begun to wield their wands with some semblance of skill, although none had yet succeeded. Felix and Snape exchanged hushed words before Felix addressed the students. Young wizards, please take out the parchment I just distributed. The students, bewildered, retrieved their parchment. After conferring with Professor Snape, Felix noted that their questions primarily revolved around 7 key issues, which he would address in turn. Bark, please come to the stage. I require your assistance. After 20 minutes of lecturing, Felix felt parched, yet he understood that his words would resonate with only the top students. While the majority of young wizards learn magic primarily through sensation and repetition. Thus, for the next half hour, he and Snape moved through the crowd, providing specific guidance. Miss Petter, your wand thrust lacks decisiveness. Recall my earlier demonstration and refer to the 7th point on your parchment. Mr. Warren, your pronunciation of the incantation is incorrect. Indeed, while pronunciation is not mandatory, it is essential to master it first. And you, Neville Longbottom, you are far too anxious. Confidence is crucial. Imagine yourself successfully casting the spell. Yes. I suggest visualizing it 20 times in your mind. Every 10 minutes, he would call a few representative examples of mistakes to the stage for demonstration. Felix noted that showcasing errors proved more effective than demonstrating correct actions. At least, many young wizards, after sharing a laugh, recognized their own missteps. Thank you, Neville. Your issue is quite representative. Additionally, Gryffindor earns 5 points. And you, Miss Vela, your movements are too stiff, Everyone, do not laugh. If Miss Vela were to display even a fraction of her talent in ancient runes, she would undoubtedly astonish you all. Ravenclaw earns 5 points. Marcus, regardless of the circumstances, do not emulate him. We must at least commend his bravery. Slytherin earns 5 points. Felix wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that addressing errors was not daunting. The true challenge lay in preserving the young wizard's self-esteem while finding ways to commend them. I should prepare a list of compliments, writing down every conceivable reason, so that I need not think of them on the spot. At long last, an hour and a half into the dueling class, a 5th-year wizard succeeded. Chapter 94, Dueling Class, Part 3. Felix let out a sigh of relief, finally witnessing a successful demonstration. He stepped onto the stage, offered praise, and awarded points. After completing this entire process, Felix felt that even if there was merely this one successful instance, the class could be deemed a success. However, soon after, a second, third, and fourth young wizards stepped forward to showcase their disarming charms. Marvelous! Felix watched in awe as a 7th-year male wizard executed an exquisitely delicate spell, and he offered his reluctant commendation. In his heart, Felix silently reminded himself, they need encouragement, they need encouragement. Severus Snape strolled over slowly, his tone laced with sarcasm as he remarked, their success is attributed to their exposure to similar spell-casting techniques and theories in other classes. Frankly, I never anticipated that students below the 5th year would master this spell during the lesson. Professor, we shall see. Snape smirked. There is but a quarter of an hour remaining until class concludes. At that moment, a disarming charm captured both their attentions. It belonged to a Hufflepuff. Who is it? Felix turned around. Among the 4 who had succeeded thus far, there was no Hufflepuff wizard, which left him at a loss for equality. The Hufflepuff students parted to form a pathway, their voices ringing out in unison, calling a name. Cedric. Cedric, a tall, slender young wizard, stepped forward, his face slightly pale yet strikingly handsome, clad in Hufflepuff robes. Diggory, please come to the stage. Let us applaud the first 4th year to master the disarming charm. Hufflepuff earns 20 points. Felix recognized the face, Cedric Diggory, the top student of the 4th year. Katie Bell, standing beside Hermione, rose on her toes, her gaze following his every movement. Do you know him? Hermione inquired. Of course. He is the seeker for the Hufflepuff team and would hold him in high regard, believing he has a chance to take over as captain next year. And don't you think he is quite handsome? Katie remarked. Is he? Hermione cast a sidelong glance at him. Ron whispered to Harry. So, he is your rival? Harry nodded, staring at the red sparks emitted from his wand, feeling a tinge of disappointment. That fellow is quite popular. Ron observed the enthusiastic little wizards from Hufflepuff, jumping and clapping, a hint of envy in his voice. On the gilded stage, Diggory stood beside Felix, who noted that he was merely half a head shorter, standing at approximately 5 feet 6 inches tall. Diggory, you have not learned the disarming charm before, have you? No, Professor Haip, he replied. Could you share how you mastered this spell? Felix encouraged. Professor, every few minutes of practice, I would refer to the notes on the parchment and identify my mistakes. The point about the mindset for spell casting was particularly helpful. Is it concerning confidence? Felix asked. No, it's the phrase about disarming being the objective, not causing harm, Cedric replied. Felix comprehended that a correct understanding of spells is of paramount importance for our practice of enchantments, especially in the initial stages of learning magic, where one must inevitably summon a robust emotional force. Throughout the ensuing period, both Felix and Snape were diligently occupied. However, it was not until 5 minutes before the class concluded that only 7 young wizards had mastered the disarming charm. As for those in the lower years, particularly the 1st through 4th grades, their various shortcomings rendered significant progress within a mere 2 hours exceedingly difficult. Yet, even the 6th and 7th year students, on the brink of graduation, exhibited rather mediocre performance. Most of them could merely cause the tips of their wands to emit a few bursts of red sparks, a feat that even some capable younger wizards could achieve. Felix mentally noted a series of names. The twins, Autumn Zhang, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Elias Spinnet, Draco Malfoy, Eddie Camille, Anthony Goldstein, Padma Patil, and Hannah Abbott. Although these individuals were 2nd to 4th year students, they demonstrated exceptional magical talent and stood out among their respective houses. In the final 5 minutes, Felix pressed the pause button, gathering the young wizards once more. He waved his wand, restoring the ceiling of the hall to its original state, the milky light transforming into a myriad of twinkling stars. Many young wizards sensed that they had perhaps experienced a genuine dream. As the dueling class drew to a close, Felix felt compelled to remind them. His gaze swept across the room, seemingly acknowledging each one of them. Class time is always limited. You must invest greater effort into practicing spells, lest you find yourself lamenting your past lack of diligence when faced with danger. Felix waved his wand again, causing hundreds of documents to emerge from a suitcase in the corner, each comprised of 4 sheets of parchment bound together. Harry opened the document before him, filled with dense writing. It contained detailed information on the disarming charm, including various casting techniques and target breakdowns. You may refer to the entries at your leisure, and should you encounter any particularly challenging aspects, feel free to seek assistance from professors or older students. In accordance with Felix's nature, while imparting knowledge, he also sought to gather research data. Certain data, such as how a particular young wizard mastered the disarming charm, was not particularly significant due to its lack of representativeness. However, when a number of young wizards expanded to hundreds or thousands, the information gleaned from sufficient samples became exceedingly enticing to him. Professor, must those who have already learned the disarming charm still complete this? A reluctant 7th-year wizard inquired. Learned? Felix feigned a look of confusion. Indeed, I have already mastered the disarming charm. Observe my weapon. He waved his wand, sending forth a slender beam of red light that traversed several meters before slowly dissipating into the air. The young wizard regarded Felix with considerable pride. Felix pondered for a moment. Since the class had concluded, perhaps it would not be amiss to deliver a gentle reprimand to the student. He swung his arm abruptly, his wand piercing forward like a sharp sword, unleashing a spell the width of a wrist that shot across half the hall, striking the castle wall with precision. Chapter 95. 3 Broomsticks. The spell's radiance resembled crimson clouds, casting a rosy hue upon the faces of every young wizard. It crackled with a tangible essence, emitting a series of sharp sounds as it reflected off the castle wall, manifesting dozens of slender, serpentine arcs akin to deep red lightning. These serpents extended toward nearby suits of armor, causing their long spears and blades to drop from their grasp. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The spears traced arcs in the air, crashing into the ground before Felix, creating several deep craters in the hastily erected gilded stage. The male wizard displayed a bewildered expression, as if ensnared in a dream. Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? Why must I witness this? Felix retracted his wand and addressed the silent students below, speaking with a relaxed tone. The same spell, when cast by different wizards, can yield entirely different effects. This principle I intended to convey to you at a more opportune moment, once you had gained some understanding of dueling. However, it appears that the time is not too early after all, he added. The young wizards felt a chill in their hearts, as if they had swallowed a dozen ice-cold candies. Professor, are you truly not discouraging your students? Look at that male wizard. He seems utterly dazed. How did you achieve this, Professor? Albert Balk inquired, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Influenced by his family, he had aspired to become an auror from a young age and had diligently mastered numerous dueling spells. Even his uncle, a seasoned auror, praised his talent. Yet now he found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Had he made a hasty decision? The outside world might be far more perilous than he had imagined. After all, he was only 3 or 4 years younger than Professor Haip, yet he could not fathom mastering the disarming spell to such an extent in just a few years. It seemed utterly unattainable. What confidence did he possess to become an auror and combat dark wizards? Would he not be overwhelmed by them instead? Thoughts whirled in his mind, and Professor Haip timely offered reassurance, saying, Mr. Balk, you need to shift your perspective. For ordinary spells, such as everyday magic, merely knowing how to use them suffices. However, for spells that can protect you, it requires substantial time and effort. There is no overemphasis on this. To my knowledge, novice aurors undergo rigorous training. For instance, the shield charm is practiced thousands of times. Felix observed him, but that is a concern for you after you become an auror. At your age, your spell work is already quite commendable. Balk fell into contemplation, recalling how he always seemed to fall just short when sparring with his uncle, as if he could almost defeat him with a little more effort. Yet over the past 2 years, he had consistently been just a fraction away. He suddenly realized that becoming an auror was not as effortless as he had envisioned. Thank you, Professor Haip, Balk said to Felix. On the other side, Cedric Diggory raised his arm and inquired, Professor, can we also achieve proficiency like yours through diligent practice? Many young wizards' eyes sparkled with hope at the professor's words, convinced that if he affirmed their potential, they would undoubtedly enhance their skills. Snape scoffed at the question, yet he too was intrigued by how Felix would respond. I have observed that, in truth, most individuals do not set their aspirations high. As long as they can manage, that suffices. However, beyond mere adequacy lies the realm of mastery, casting spells without wands, adjusting techniques to suit personal habits. Felix shook his head, acknowledging the multitude of intricacies to be explored. The young wizards departed the hall in a daze, profoundly impacted by Professor Haip's final spell demonstration. They could hardly fathom that the same spell, when wielded by different practitioners, could yield such vastly differing results. Professor Snape approached, his demeanor slightly surprised, yet reserved as he remarked, "Felix, I did not anticipate such selflessness from you." Felix remained silent. Was he truly selfless? No. The content on the parchment merely ensured they grasped the fundamental requirements of the spell, which bore no consequence for him. Even if he were to select a few elite students to impart more advanced knowledge, how many would truly master it? He did not fear the emergence of geniuses. Rather, Felix welcomed the appearance of more brilliant young wizards. His prowess had never rested solely upon a single spell. Thus, Felix jested, "Professor, perhaps I am merely seeking their favor to cultivate my own influence." Snape's expression abruptly froze as he scrutinized Felix, weighing the veracity of his words. "Ahem, do not be alarmed. I was merely jesting. Indeed, I learned the levitation charm through the same method," remarked Hermione, donning a knitted hat. Harry then asked her, "Do we also need to fill out various forms like you did?" Hermione felt compelled to clarify. That was to help us accurately identify our weaknesses for targeted practice. "Harry, I believe you are on the verge of success." "I'm just producing a few sparks," Harry replied, somewhat disheartened. "Oh, Harry, that's a positive sign that the disarming charm is close to success. It was mentioned in the materials. Perhaps you will succeed next time," Hermione encouraged him. Thankfully, the weekend soon arrived. Felix accepted the invitation from Professors Flitwick and McGonagall to gather at the Three Broomsticks. Upon entering the pub, he was astonished to find Snape present as well. "Felix, come here," Flitwick called enthusiastically from atop a chair. "We were just discussing Muggle studies." Felix took a seat. His curiosity piqued as he asked, "Has the news been announced?" "I mean regarding the Wolfsbane potion. Belby was exceptionally talented during his studies. I actually recommended he pursue spellcasting, although he ultimately chose potions. He was highly favored by Professor Slughorn." Chapter 96, Communication. Observing the contemplative expression on Felix's face, Flitwick elucidated that Slughorn was the former head of Slytherin House, who, like Severus, taught potions. Felix nodded. He had no personal acquaintance with this master of potions, having merely heard the name, and thus found it difficult to connect the dots. Flitwick remarked that it was said his retirement was quite delightful, which was hardly surprising, given his high standards for quality of life during his tenure at Hogwarts. "Professor Flitwick, you may simply call me by my name," Flitwick waved his hand. "We are colleagues now, are we not?" "Very well, Filius," replied Felix. "Likewise, Felix. There is no need for such formality between us," Professor McGonagall added. Thus, Felix addressed her as Minerva. The Transfiguration professor smiled amiably at him. However, it was Severus he was most familiar with, who he elongated with a drawn-out tone. "Ah." Severus Snape's lips trembled in irritation. Flitwick suddenly took an interest in the scenery outside, while Professor McGonagall surveyed the interior decorations with keen interest. Their eyes sparkled with mirth. This awkward atmosphere did not linger for long, as a graceful woman with a striking visage approached. "A small glass of valley water," my McGonagall's voice stated. "A sherry soda with ice and an umbrella." Thank you, Rosmerta," Flitwick said, smacking his lips. "A glass of plain water," Snape received silently. Madame Rosmerta then turned her gaze towards the newly arrived Felix. "And what will you have? Oh wait, you're Felix Haip?" Felix looked at her in confusion. He had indeed visited the Three Broomsticks during his school days, but aside from ordering drinks, he had never conversed with her. Rosmerta regarded him. "Mr. Haip, you have no idea how famous you were during your time at school. Many would sit here discussing your exploits," Felix self-deprecatingly quipped. "I can only imagine it was not in a flattering light." "No, many admired you," she replied, not elaborating but offering a faint smile. "Moreover, good and bad reputations are inseparable companions. Inviting one often unwittingly brings along the other. What would you like to drink?" "A glass of butterbeer." "I'm still fond of that," Flitwick invited. "You should join us for a drink, madam." Rosmerta glanced around the sparsely occupied tavern. "Very well, thank you." She took a seat beside him, with a glass of gin before her. "We understand your sentiment. Indeed, each cohort of young witches and wizards comes and goes. Yet only the most remarkable leave names that resonate in memory. For instance, in recent years, the most famous must surely be Mr. Haip. Though there are others. Rosmerta mentioned a name. "Bill Weasley. He should be from your year?" She looked at Felix. "Indeed," Felix confirmed. "I recall he achieved 12 outstanding grades in his OWLs, and that was the talk of the town at the time." Rosmerta mentioned that his brother, seemingly the captain of the Quidditch team, later pursued a career in dragon husbandry. Professor McGonagall, with a stern expression, had long been troubled by this matter. He ought to have joined the national team, for Charlie possessed that potential. But that is not what he desires. Minerva, Flitwick interjected. As professors, we should take pride in his choices. McGonagall, her cheeks flushed, stammered. I merely find it regrettable. The national team has lacked promising talent in recent years. She had always been a fervent admirer of Quidditch. There was also a young girl named Tonks, whose metamorphomagus abilities were quite distinctive. Rosmerta remarked that, upon reflection, many of them were young wizards from Gryffindor. Flitwick, somewhat awkwardly, added, Ravenclaw also boasts numerous excellent graduates. Rosmerta winked, of course. They excel in various fields and are undoubtedly among the best. Snape scoffed, Madam Rosmerta, I must remind you that while Slytherin has the fewest members, they have secured the most House Cup championships. Severus, last year's cup belonged to Gryffindor, and this year is likely to follow suit, Professor McGonagall retorted indignantly. Snape merely snorted. Observing the escalating tension among the heads of houses, Rosmerta quickly interjected, each house indeed has many outstanding students. That is a fact. By the way, what were you discussing just now? Flitwick sought to smooth over the situation, responding, we're talking about Muggle studies, Severus. You must have seen the potion recipe for wolfsbane? I have seen it. The concept is ingenious, yet I do not believe researching such potions serves any practical purpose. At the very least, it alleviates the troubles of werewolves. Does it not? From a political standpoint, indeed, it fills a gap, Snape remarked with his customary sardonic expression. But unless the potion's cost can be reduced to below 7 galleons, it is less useful than a chain. In the wizarding world, werewolves were essentially synonymous with poverty, as no one wished to employ them. Thus, werewolves either lived in isolation or allied themselves with darkness. As it stands, the wolfsbane potion merely mitigates the agony of transformation during the full moon, allowing werewolves to retain their sanity, yet it does not cure them. Felix mentioned that these insights were gleaned from his correspondence with Muggle studies. Professor McGonagall clicked her tongue, acknowledging that it was a step forward. But she would have halted the conversation had she glanced at Snape. She thought of her former student, Remus Lupin, who was also a werewolf. However, the rapport between Lupin and Snape was far from amicable. Indeed, it was quite abysmal. Although Rosmerta was curious, she wisely refrained from probing further, allowing the conversation to continue. After a while, she rose to greet other guests. Felix spoke of the recently concluded dueling class, expressing his disappointment regarding the overall proficiency of the young witches and wizards. The disarming charm is not particularly difficult, yet very few have mastered it. After a detailed inquiry, Flitwick presented a contrasting viewpoint. Felix, perhaps they simply do not grasp the concept of dueling. If you were to select any upperclassmen at random, the number of jinxes they could perform would likely exceed your expectations. Felix paused, taken aback by this perspective, one he had not considered before. During his school years, he exhibited little interest in trivial hexes of minimal utility. Do you imply that they refrain from using the disarming charm due to ignorance of its existence? Or perhaps it is a matter of indifference. After all, the effects of such spells do not captivate the young wizards. Professor Flitwick, a seasoned charms instructor, possessed a keen understanding of the mindset of these budding sorcerers. Only those spells that are exaggerated and induce laughter truly capture their affection. Flitwick counted off on his fingers, Leglocker Curse, Jellylegs Jinx, Tickling Charm, Bat Bogey Hex, and many more. Despite the school's explicit prohibitions, these spells have been passed down through the years among the young wizards. Felix insightfully remarked, perhaps I should enlighten the young wizards on the distinctions between dueling magic and minor hexes. Severus, what are your thoughts? Snape remained silent, which implied agreement. Felix turned to Flitwick and cheerfully said, of course, Filius. Professor McGonagall could not resist interjecting, if you don't mind, Felix. I would also like to demonstrate the application of transfiguration in dueling to the young wizards. Chapter 97, Confessions and Appeals. With multiple professors joining in, his dueling class was growing ever more robust. Perhaps he could invite other professors to participate in future sessions, especially when he received an owl from White Fresh that afternoon. Dear Felix Haip, the ceremony of my accolade is tentatively scheduled for 10 a.m. on February 4th, Saturday, to be held in Room 3 on the second floor of the Ministry of Magic, to the left of the Department of Mysteries. You are cordially invited to witness the event. Mockley Spelby. That evening, after tutoring Hermione Granger in ancient runes, he offered the young witch a cup of pumpkin juice. Generally, following the conclusion of a lesson, his assistant would linger in the office for several minutes, both to alleviate the fatigue of the thinking chamber and to engage in light-hearted conversation or address any queries. Today, they discussed Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Hermione held her cup and inquired, Professor, what is your opinion of Lockhart? What do you mean by that? He responded, I am referring to his persona, his teaching, his writings, and so forth. Felix glanced at Hermione. Having worked with her for several months, he was well acquainted with her conversational habits. This was evidently her method of extracting information. Professor Lockhart is quite loquacious and possesses a strong desire for the spotlight, which is quite contrary to my own demeanor, despite our shared identity as authors. Hermione pressed further. How would you assess his writings? Surely you have read his books? I have indeed perused them, Felix replied. While they hold little value for me personally, they may offer significant insights for students on how to confront and recognize danger. In truth, I admire his approach of weaving knowledge into narratives. Perhaps I shall emulate it in the future. Felix observed Hermione with interest, noting her furrowed brow. Yet, she hesitated to articulate her thoughts, eventually stating, "Do you not find a stark contrast between his writings and his classroom demeanor, a profound sense of dissonance?" Perhaps, Felix remarked with a hint of ambivalence. It was evident that his book contained elements of fabrication and ambiguity. Yet, we can only cast aspersions on his personal ethics. At the very least, he had conducted a considerable amount of research while penning his work. But what if, Hermione said anxiously, beads of perspiration forming on her brow. His narratives were pilfered from the minds of others? A heavy silence enveloped the office for several seconds. That is a serious accusation, Miss Granger, Felix stated gravely. If your assertion holds merit, the perpetrator of such an act would warrant imprisonment in Azkaban. I require evidence, Granger. Trembling, Hermione produced a crumpled stack of parchment from her wizarding robes. This is what we discovered in Professor Lockhart's office, she stammered. Though it was Ron who had undertaken this act, she and Harry had unanimously decided not to place the blame solely on him. Felix cast a surprised glance at her, beginning to understand why his assistant had been sorted into Gryffindor. She was indeed a restless and impetuous witch, the type who would invade a professor's office at the slightest provocation. In retrospect, his practice of placing binding vines at his door whenever he left the office now seemed quite prescient. As he perused the documents, a particular name caught his attention. Records of the Armenian visiting old wizard, note, Wolfman adventure. Why were there two distinct handwriting styles? Initially skimming through, he soon grasped the gravity of the situation. The stack comprised over 20 sheets of parchment, the majority inscribed in Hermione's meticulous script, with only 3 pages written in an alternative hand. Hermione swallowed hard, finding it exceedingly difficult to articulate how she had contravened school regulations. Speak slowly, I am listening, Felix encouraged. We resolved to covertly gather evidence and uncover the truth. Felix listened intently. Over the ensuing week, Ron seized the opportunity of being grounded to extract portions from the documents. Felix was astonished by the audacity of these individuals. Did Lockhart truly remain oblivious to their actions? Surely Professor Lockhart could not be a fool. This trio of manuscripts is what we deem significant. It serves as evidence of Lockhart's theft of stories. Felix was torn between commending their meticulous planning and chastising them. His prior admonitions for them to focus on their studies had evidently fallen on deaf ears. He withdrew the 3 pages, instantly recognizing that the content had been recorded with a specialized shorthand quill. Such quills were distinctive, typically transcribing according to the owner's thoughts, distorting and modifying dialogue, embellishing it with expressions and actions. Felix had witnessed the potency of such devices at Rita Skeeter's residence. He scrutinized the text closely. Crooked-mouthed wizard. My head aches. It feels as though a spoon is incessantly digging into my brain. What is happening to me? Extraordinary adventure. This is quite normal. Here, have some juice. It will do you good. The crooked-mouthed wizard painfully gulped down the juice, tainted with an unknown potion. The crooked-mouthed wizard. I am uncertain. Something feels amiss. The extraordinary adventurer. How can that be? Look at me. I can assist you. The adventurer raised his wand. Felix's expression turned grave as he perused the 3 pages of parchment. The situation was more dire than he had anticipated. He pieced together the logic. Lockhart had identified his target in the tavern, spent several days ingratiating himself, or rather befriending this unfortunate soul, and then, whether through ambush or drugging, he managed to exert control over the target. Subsequently, Lockhart acquired the entire story through memory magic or some variant of a truth serum. What do you wish for me to do? Felix inquired calmly. Of course, we must unveil his true nature, Hermione replied without hesitation. The notes from the quick scribbling quill cannot be deemed as evidence. Yet, Felix smiled. As long as he understood Lockhart's actions, the matter could be resolved with relative ease. Hermione hesitated. Is there something else? Felix asked. Professor, it concerns Ron. We require your assistance. Chapter 98. The Matter at Hand. Felix's demeanor turned serious. What has transpired? He even wondered if Ron had been discovered by Lockhart and whisked away. Lockhart was, after all, an adult wizard, and being an adult wizard implied he had undergone 7 years of comprehensive magical education, albeit his performance was lamentably weak. However, it was plausible that he had delved deeply into a specific branch of magic. Hermione's words eased his mind. Ron is currently unharmed and has not been discovered. However, during Friday night's detention, Lockhart exhibited peculiar behavior. Peculiar? Indeed, Lockhart suddenly erupted in a tirade against Rita Skeeter. Ron recounted, his demeanor was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. His expression utterly terrifying, Hermione cautiously relayed Ron's description. In truth, Ron had been nearly frightened into hysteria. Lockhart vented for several minutes, warning Ron to remain silent about the events of the day before dismissing him. Felix pondered, from Lockhart's recent oddities to his encounter with the flustered Rita Skeeter, and the intense hatred Lockhart displayed towards Skeeter the previous night. On the second day, following the Christmas holiday, Minister Fudge visited the basilisk and unexpectedly encountered the flustered Rita Skeeter, who was ascending from the castle's depths precisely towards Lockhart's office. A connection seemed to form in his mind. Clearly, she had done something to Lockhart. It was possible that their conversation had soured, leading to a confrontation. Lockhart's recent memory lapses, irritability, and disjointed speech suggested something amiss. Was it the aftereffects of a forgetfulness spell? Had Lockhart fallen victim to such magic? This could elucidate why. Nearly a week later, Rita Skeeter made no mention of that day's events in her newspaper, even glossing over her arch-nemesis Lockhart. This was not in her character. So, did Weasley end up in detention tonight? Felix seized upon the crux of the matter. Judging by Lockhart's behavior, he had evidently regained his memories. If Ron were to inadvertently present himself, one could hardly guarantee that nothing untoward would occur. No, he claimed to have a stomach ache and requested leave from Professor McGonagall. Hermione remarked. Felix nodded. Such a tactic was indeed quite astute. Whether it was Gilderoy Lockhart discovering Ron's theft of materials or believing that Ron had witnessed too many secrets, either scenario could provoke extreme reactions. I comprehend your intent. I shall communicate with Professor McGonagall and take responsibility for the upcoming detention of the Weasley, Hermione inquired. Certainly, there are no stringent regulations governing the execution of detentions, as long as I provide a suitable reason, such as my urgent need for some young wizards to experiment with my new teaching apparatus, Felix replied with a wink. Some young wizards? Hermione questioned the phrasing. Indeed, it cannot be too overt. After all, the investigation requires time. I plan to summon all the young wizards recently assigned detention, Felix expressed with a resigned smile. Professor, your teaching apparatus wouldn't be. The young witch stared at him in wide-eyed disbelief. Hermione suddenly felt as though Professor Snape was grinning maliciously. Once she departed, Felix fell into deep contemplation. Moments later, he inscribed his conjectures onto a piece of parchment, then waved his wand to summon his Patronus, a swift swallow. Dumbledore, I believe you ought to peruse this, he stated as the silver swallow grasped the rolled parchment and soared out the window. Felix leisurely drummed his fingers against the desk. Tap, 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 tap. Merely a few minutes later, a resplendent phoenix with golden-red plumage materialized unexpectedly in his chamber. Clutched in its talons was a small note that read, Please deliver the materials to Fawkes. I shall handle the rest. After sending Fawkes away, Felix curiously observed the spot where it had vanished. The phoenix truly lived up to its reputation as a magical creature, and its myriad extraordinary abilities piqued his desire for further study. Early the next morning, Felix sought out Professor McGonagall. Upon mentioning that his research on new teaching apparatuses was at a critical juncture and that he required assistance from some students, Professor McGonagall expressed her full support. Would you like me to arrange for Gryffindor students to assist? No. Simply hand over all the young wizards currently in detention. It would be an excellent opportunity for them to engage in this process and learn something valuable, Felix proposed. Without much effort, Professor McGonagall acquiesced. She handed him a list, which contained the names of the latest students assigned detention. Along the way, in a patch of flowers, Felix encountered Percy Weasley, whom he happened to recognize. Professor, Percy said somewhat sheepishly, glancing at Felix, accompanied by a girl. Mr. Weasley, Miss Clearwater, what brings you here? Felix inquired, noting the secluded nature of the location. Professor. Penelope and I are patrolling, exercising our prefect powers, Percy stammered. Could you assist me with a task? Felix asked, observing the young couple discreetly without exposing their ruse. Felix retrieved the student roster and instructed me to notify the respective heads of houses regarding the names listed on the paper, directing them to convene in my office for tonight's detention and those to follow. Percy nodded and, Like thieves in the night, they swiftly departed. In the Gryffindor common room, Ron had spent the previous day feigning illness in his dormitory. To enhance the authenticity of his ruse, he had bravely volunteered as a test subject for the twins, consuming a potent version of the ice mice, which rendered his complexion a ghastly shade of gray, as though he had been buried in a blizzard for hours. Wrapped tightly in layers, he sat at a table with Harry and Hermione. In a hushed tone, Ron inquired, "Hermione, did Professor Haip truly agree?" He continued, "I genuinely cannot fathom what transpired with Lockhart that evening." Just as they were engrossed in discussion, Percy entered the room. He approached the trio, relaying a message from Professor Haip to Ron. "Splendid," Ron exclaimed, leaping to his feet, relieved that his troubles had dissipated. Whether it was Lockhart himself or his legion of admirers, he had finally liberated himself from them all. Percy gazed at his youngest brother in confusion, pondering whether the twins had left him in a state of stupor, as confinement awaited them all regardless. It would not shorten their time by a single day. Chapter 99, The Test. That evening at 8 o'clock, a row of young wizards stood in the Ancient Runes office. Felix leaned against the desk, stroking his chin as he scrutinized these mischievous individuals. Indeed, several were familiar faces. Among the 9 young wizards for boasted fiery red hair, Ron, the twins, and Ginny. The others included Luna, Graham Montague, Marcus Flint, Eddie Carmichael, and Stibbins, representing all 4 houses. Felix began, "Let me think. Fred, George, Graham, Marcus. You 4 are guilty of brawling on the Quidditch pitch. Luna Lovegood and Ginny Weasley, trespassing into the Forbidden Forest to feed the creatures. Eddie Carmichael, peddling contraband potions. Stibbins, Felix regarded him with astonishment, writing love letters to the same girl. Over 100 of them. And, of course, Ron Weasley, for inappropriate conduct and pushing a professor. Felix stepped closer to them, each one exhibiting remarkable talents. "Professor, they initiated the altercation," Fred protested. "You were spying on our team's practice." Graham Montague retorted, a fellow Slytherin in the same year as the twins. "Aren't you guilty as well? Don't tell me that Warrington was merely out for a stroll." Some young wizards observed the spectacle with amusement, while others remained silent. The 2 youngest girls, Luna fiddling with her butterbeer cork necklace, stared intently at the commotion, while Ginny kept her head bowed in silence. "Silence," Felix commanded. "Quarreling does not alter the fact that you stand before me. I have summoned you today to conduct some testing. I require your assistance in uncovering any potential issues that may arise. I believe this will prove far more engaging than transcribing notes or weeding." With a flick of his fingers, Felix summoned several sheets of parchment that gracefully floated before the young wizards. Fred gazed at the parchment in his hands. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, shimmering faintly with a magical glow. Apart from the intricate patterns embossed around the edges, the center remained blank. "Ah, yes. You shall require some temporary tables and chairs." Felix drew his wand, causing various trinkets on the table to dance and morph into small tables and chairs. At the professor's cue, the 9 young wizards took their seats, with Marcus Flint's imposing stature resembling that of a giant seated upon ground, prompting Felix to elevate the height of the furniture for him. The group stared at the blank parchment. "Professor, what are we to do?" asked the young wizard, his expression vacant as he fixated on the eloquent Professor Haip. The twins exchanged knowing glances, attempting to convey a silent message. Ron raised his hand. "Professor Haip, I have not studied ancient runes, nor has Ginny and her friends." Felix replied gently, "No matter. What you possess is merely a prototype. The questions regarding ancient runes are minimal, mostly revolving around common knowledge within the magical realm." He then addressed everyone. "You will notice that all the questions are multiple choice. Simply point your wand at what you believe to be the correct answer, and it will provide you with feedback. This process will be quite delightful. Let us commence." Young wizards. Among the assembly, Luna bore the least psychological burden. With great enthusiasm, she brandished her wand and tapped the parchment, exclaiming, "I adore ancient runes." Under the gaze of her peers, the parchment emitted a soft glow, and soon words began to materialize in the formerly blank space. "Welcome to the answering space." Moments later, the text vanished, making way for the first question. "Do you prefer leaves or thorns?" Luna cheerfully selected the option for leaves. "Do you favor exploration, protection, or service?" Luna's wand pointed to exploration. "Do you prefer pondering, touching, or feeling?" After a brief contemplation, Luna opted for feeling. The other young wizards, suddenly enlightened, realized it did not appear too daunting. They eagerly began to experiment. An amusing incident occurred when Fred, while pointing his wand at the parchment, instinctively declared, "I solemnly declare," only to be interrupted by George's playful jab. Meanwhile, Ron regarded him with confusion. "Do you really enjoy ancient runes that much?" Must you make a vow? Nevertheless, everyone commenced answering the questions. Before long, they discovered that the queries were not static. Some were quite simple, inquiring about feelings or magical knowledge, while others proved challenging, encompassing various fields of study. Moreover, the feedback from the parchment varied, depending on the type of question posed. For instance, when Ron encountered a question regarding a basilisk, how should you respond? He confidently selected the option to defeat it and showed it to Ginny. The parchment then revealed a few blood-red words. Your outcome is lamentable. Should there be a next time, run swiftly. Luna, drawn by the commotion, emitted a series of laughter reminiscent of a night owl, gasping for breath as Ginny patted her back in consolation. Ron appeared somewhat displeased. Most of the questions Marcus Flint faced pertained to ancient runes, with the initial queries being relatively straightforward. The parchment consistently praised him, declaring him a burgeoning runes expert destined for remarkable triumphs. However, he subsequently faltered on 7 consecutive questions, leading to the parchment's assessment plummeting to somewhat poor. Have you truly studied? And am I facing a troll? His expression visibly darkened. The subsequent inquiry pertained to the history of magic. When was the International Wizarding Federation Statute of Secrecy enacted? After much deliberation, Marcus opted for the first answer, 1637, purely by guesswork. The parchment illustrated exaggerated figures in a fray, seemingly beating up an individual resembling a troll, accompanied by a caption. The statute was enacted in 1689. Remember this if you wish to avoid being mistaken for a troll. Marcus scoffed, questioning who would bother to remember such trivialities. Then came the question regarding the Dark Wizard Campos and his dealings in inferior bewitching brain brew in 1927. What subsequently transpired? He pondered the options. Killed by another Dark Wizard during a transaction. Imprisoned in Azkaban for 10 years. Lived in Scathe, having earned enough to retire. Heretic Camel, filled with anticipation, selected the final option. Abruptly, the parchment revealed dark red lettering, resembling script written in dried blood. Campos was attacked by his partner during a transaction. Subsequently apprehended by the Ministry's Aurors and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Heretic Camel gulped, but the narrative continued. Campos only spent 7 years in Azkaban before passing away. Other young wizards were not immune to similar questions regarding their confinement experiences, many of them perspiring profusely as they progressed. Behind the desk, Felix reclined in his chair, eyeing the exquisite scroll in his hands with evident amusement. After nearly half an hour, Felix rose and approached the young wizards. All right, young wizards, let us pause. Heads lifted, some faces glistening with cold sweat. Felix surveyed the room. Now, share your thoughts. I found it quite entertaining, though a few questions were rather peculiar. Luna remarked in her ethereal voice. Are you referring to? Oh, what was your answer? Felix inquired about a question he had just added spontaneously. I chose greeted, as in hello, Mr. Acromantula, she replied. Why not choose to flee? Felix queried. Ron's eyes nearly bulged. So, you believe, Felix said somewhat stiffly, that upon encountering an acromantula in the Forbidden Forest, one should first greet it before turning to flee? Luna nodded, then added, actually both actions could occur simultaneously, depending on its speed and pursuit. His gaze shifted towards Ginny, the young girl who appeared markedly more composed, her head bowed in sorrow, as this marked her inaugural confinement since enrolling. What insights do others possess? Professor, George and I believe that the parchment's feedback could be enriched, as we have just conducted a test and discovered it comprises merely 20 types. Oh, pray elaborate. Felix inquired with keen interest. Fred displayed palpable excitement, eagerly exclaiming, Professor, beyond text and simple sketches, we could incorporate punitive measures, such as spraying black mist. Even a foul stench would suffice. We could also add auditory cues. Should one err, they might hear Professor Flitwick's voice proclaiming, we are wizards, not hairy baboons wielding wands. The last phrase was delivered in Fred's imitation of Flitwick, causing a few less astute young wizards, like Marcus and Ron, to shudder involuntarily. And what more? The textual feedback seems overly gentle. The tone could be more assertive. Professor, on this matter, George and I would be glad to assist. Fred was particularly enthusiastic about this, fervently recommending himself to Felix. Felix mused, envisioning that should these suggestions be implemented, the young wizards might experience a psychological explosion. The suggestion regarding sound is quite commendable. Possessing a degree of feasibility, Felix noted, selecting the most viable proposal. The atmosphere gradually grew more animated. Professor, perhaps we could incorporate a scoring system, allowing us to visually gauge our proficiency. Edie Camille interjected, his performance typically commendable, though he often indulged in clever antics. That makes sense. Professor Haip, could we include our names? Ginny hesitated before speaking. Names? At the outset, we could inscribe a greeting for Ginny Weasley as she entered the answering space, her voice diminishing as she seemed somewhat embarrassed, her cheeks and hair turning a vivid crimson. A splendid suggestion. Professor, could we add the emblems of different houses? Professor, could there be a leaderboard for the high scores? The houses could compete, akin to the House Cup. Professor, could we observe the answering statuses of others? Professor, could the questions be categorized, such as ancient runes, history of magic, potions, herbology, and common knowledge, among others? The 9 young wizards spoke in a cacophony, eventually devolving into a debate over which feature held greater significance. Felix's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Collectively, these functionalities bore a striking resemblance to contemporary knowledge-based gaming applications: categorization, answering effects, leaderboards, friend options, competitive mechanisms, customizable skins. Yet, I merely wish to create an auxiliary teaching tool for ancient runes. Why would I want such an array of features? Furthermore, their implementation is not guaranteed. After contemplating, Felix instructed, "Write down your ideas, endeavor to refine them, and I shall selectively incorporate them. Mr. Ron Weasley, please accompany me." Weasley, elucidate the events of that night concerning Lockhart in detail. After approximately 10 minutes, Ron recounted his experiences. "I have duly communicated the information to Professor Dumbledore. With the data you provided, Lockhart will soon face the consequences he deserves. However, before that, I must earnestly caution you, as I have also advised Miss Granger, to avoid any private interactions with Lockhart. If you sense any danger, seek out any professor you can find immediately. Is that clear enough?" Ron gazed at the stern expression of Professor Haip, swallowing hard and nodding repeatedly. "Ginny? What is wrong with her?" he inquired with concern. "Just some minor issues," Felix replied evasively. Soon, Ginny Weasley timidly approached him. "Hello, Miss Weasley. We have met a few times before, but now is the moment for a formal introduction." "Why, yes, Professor Haip," she stammered. "Let's get straight to the point. I wish to know where you acquired that diary." Ginny looked up in shock, her eyes wide. Professor, what do you mean?" Felix calmly fixed his gaze upon her. "We have encountered each other on several occasions, such as near Hagrid's hut or by the girls' restroom. Do you require further clarification?" He refrained from mentioning the most critical evidence provided by Luna to avoid straining their friendship. Ginny's lips quivered, seemingly on the verge of speaking, as Felix quietly waited. After about a minute, tears welled in her bright brown eyes, but she finally summoned the courage to confess. "Professor, I didn't know. I was merely writing in it. That diary, does it really relate to the Chamber of Secrets? You were entirely unaware of its implications?" Later, the professors emphasized in class the importance of not trusting dark magical objects. Fred and George echoed this sentiment, so I discarded it, she sobbed, recounting her experience. Felix nodded, offering consolation to Ginny. Young witches are often easily deceived. In the future, should you encounter similar issues, do not hesitate to seek assistance from a trusted professor. There is no shame in that. Believe me, what may seem like a significant trouble to you is often quite simple for a professor. Ginny nodded gently and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Professor Haip. I'm not certain. I thought it was a gift from my mother, but perhaps at ISNT. I assume you must have noticed something unusual? The diary was tucked among the new books I purchased. My mother wouldn't have done that." "New books? Was that on the day you shopped at Diagon Alley?" "Yes. It just so happened to be the day of Professor Lockhart's book signing. He gifted a complete set of new books to Harry, and Harry gave them to me. That evening, I discovered the diary. Lockhart and Potter. Perhaps it was merely coincidence." Felix fell silent for a moment before continuing. "Do you recall what transpired that day? Was there anyone who might have touched your bag?" "That day, our family went to Diagon Alley. Oh, and Harry was there too. He was staying at the Dursleys over the holidays, and they treated him poorly. We happened to meet Hermione's family along the way. We parted at the bank entrance. My mother took me to buy robes and a wand, and then we went to buy books. At Professor Lockhart's signing event, my father even had a scuffle with Malfoy." Felix interrupted her. "Malfoy? Lucius Malfoy?" "Indeed, his relationship with his father is fraught with discord," Ginny murmured softly.